Chapter 1, Prophecy. Light spilt over the threshold into the barren hall, illuminating blue filaments in the marble flooring. It vanished when the door shut with an ominous thud behind me. I paused while my eyes adjusted to the moonlight filtering in through a series of tall, arched windows. Each one framed a unique snapshot of the nature reserve surrounding our illustrious home, lending the drafty hall the flattering impression of an art gallery. I let my vision wander through the foggy panes and, as far as the limitations of the environment allowed, all the way to the line of gum trees heralding proper bushland in the distance. Would that I were out there, I thought wryly, facing the cold instead of his wrath. Sensing that I could delay no longer, I climbed the steps leading up to the dais. A cumbersome throne squatted atop it, carved into the likeness of snarling wolves. Its most menacing feature, however, was the man who occupied it. Power seemed to ooze from his pores, hovering about him like a dark miasma. But I'd grown accustomed to my father's posturing over the years. My eyes skirted over him in favor of the unfamiliar figure by his side. The wall sconces hadn't been lit, indicating the unexpected nature of the social call. Our guest was someone of relative importance, yet also impudent. Already holding the mysterious stranger personally responsible for the reprehensible interruption of my sleep, I turned the most disapproving of looks I could muster on her. I blinked stupidly, genuinely surprised that I wasn't the only woman in the room. Most of the guests my father entertained were male, reflecting the frustrating distribution of power in our shadow society. She smiled at me, but the gesture was a little too earnest for my liking, especially considering we'd never met. I found my steps faltering, something deep within me urging caution despite her approachable demeanor. Seeking an explanation for my unease, I openly scrutinized her from head to toe. Her hair was fine and wispy, as compellingly dark as her complexion, and she'd somehow managed to twist it up in a knot that looked sophisticated rather than slovenly. The corner of my mouth twitched up ruefully. I'd never had the knack for that sort of thing, evidenced by the tangled brambles clawing down my back even now. But that is neither here nor there, I chided myself. Of more interest and concern was the crown of thorns atop the visitor's brow, fashioned from gleaming white gold. A trickle of blood by her left temple implied it was more than just a pretty bauble. "Good evening, Lady Nightshade," she said, respectfully inclining her head. Her voice was deeper than I expected, given her petite stature. "I'm glad you could join us." "It certainly took you long enough," Father grumbled, not bothering to rise from the throne. "Actually, she's right on time," the visitor said wryly. It took all of my willpower not to frown. Was she trying to aggravate him? "Who are we entertaining this evening?" I pointedly asked my father, bypassing the presumptuous girl. "Midna Everclear," he boomed in reply. "Prophet of the Council of 13. I raised an eyebrow. I'd never met a witch before. Although my father was polite towards the magical community in formal settings, such as the Council of 13, which owned a third of Melbourne City's infrastructure, he tried to avoid unnecessary association with them. I didn't blame him. Witches were formidable enemies by all reports. And to think that Midna belonged to a coven comprising the world's most prodigious witches was unsettling, to say the least. She must be freakishly powerful, I thought with a flicker of mistrust, to be a member of that group at such a young age. "I'm here because I had a vision," Midna said, as if that explained everything. "One that involves your family." Not entirely sure that I lent any credence to premonition, I asked what she saw to be polite. "I saw your father." Midna turned to face the subject of her vision, her eyes wide and imploring. "You're about to receive some news, Lord Nightshade. Terrible news, and it's going to prompt you to make a decision that will cost thousands of innocent lives." "And what decision might that be?" Father humored her. "You're going to start a supernatural war." There was a moment of stunned silence. "That's ridiculous," I scoffed. "It would be entirely too much effort." Whilst I'd failed to phrase it eloquently, it was the truth of the matter. Such an endeavor would require the conscription of every registered werewolf in the state, not to mention the relocation of all those dependent on them. Forming a viable army would be an administrative nightmare and incredibly taxing on our estate. Because where else would soldiers live during such a war, and who else would feed them? We certainly couldn't expect them to put their lives on the line and to pay us for the privilege of staying here while they did it. Father caught the gist of my thoughts and chuckled aloud. His blatant indifference to the news of an imminent disaster proved distressing to the witch. "You must resolve this diplomatically," she insisted, clasping her hands so tightly that color leached from her knuckles. "The battle I've foreseen is going to alert the human race to the existence of the shadow world." So we can't afford for that to happen," Midna asserted, refusing to be dissuaded. "Humans can't handle the concept of magic or evolution that eludes them. If they discover us, the extremist factions of their societies will stop at nothing to exterminate us. It'll be the Salem witch trials all over again, only this time, they'll have the power at their disposal to get rid of us, all of us, for good." Father shrugged. "It all sounds rather melodramatic, to be perfectly honest. How am I supposed to know if you're telling the truth?" Triumph flashed in the witch's eyes. "Why do you think I insisted on inviting your daughter?" The blood in my veins turned to slush. I felt frozen in place, even as my mind raced. Was it possible this visit was staged, her doomsday vision a sham, all of it an attempt to verify rumors about my abilities? But there shouldn't have been rumors. Only my father and brother knew what I could do, and we were all sworn to secrecy. Father's eyes, the lurid yellow of a feral animal, narrowed dangerously as he reconsidered the witch. "Play along," he sent telepathically. "We need to test what she knows." "What do you want me to do?" I asked Midna, feigning ignorance. It wouldn't do to clue her in if she was bluffing. "I want you to verify what I'm saying." "I know you can tell truth from lies," she said, and my heart felt like it was dropping into my shoes. A second was all it took to grasp her throat and lift her into the air. I should kill her, I thought, fingers tightening reflexively. My father was ruthlessly clear about keeping my gift under wraps. If it became common knowledge, he'd lose the upper hand in all of his political negotiations. Even so, my fingers relaxed of their own accord. The enormous risk of letting Midna live came with a matching reward, the opportunity to learn more about my unprecedented condition. A pure-blooded werewolf with the abilities of a witch. It was blasphemous, beyond comprehension, and I so desperately wanted to understand myself. I shouldn't have been willing to spare her because of that. "Put her down, Chance." I detected a hint of amusement in the command. "She can't tell us anything if she can't breathe." Midna fell spluttering to her knees, clutching at her throat as tears sprang in her eyes. I fought the urge to pace as she recovered, mentally berating myself for compromising her ability to speak. I had so many burning questions. "Richard," my father turned on me. "You are not to leave this house under any circumstances," he said. "But I won't be able to fight if I'm stuck here," I pointed out, realizing too late that it was a moot argument. Arthur had taught me all he knew, but those lessons were conducted in secret, against our father's express wishes. Even so, I was an advisor to the throne, a position I'd secured thanks to my magic. How was I supposed to do my job effectively if I couldn't get involved in the war effort? "Exactly," Father said. "You're the last in line to the throne, Chance, the last surviving child of your mother, and all I have left of her in this world. You're staying put." "That's an order." I beseeched him to rethink the matter, a mistake. He took my plea as a challenge and stalked forward, the vein in his forehead bulging. Dominance flooded the room in a rush that threatened to unbalance me. The unseen extension of Father's will was like the tide, insistent and cold, permeating the air with the ghostly taste of salt. I tried to shove back, but the force of my mind was but a candle flame, paltry in comparison to his. With each pull of his ocean, it flickered weaker until it threatened to sputter out altogether. My resolve buckled. I bowed my head, breathing hard. "As you wish, sir." "Good." The aggression drained from his stance, leaving behind an exhaustion that was uncharacteristic of the City Alpha. I was looking at a man who'd outlived his only son. "Call for the city pack on your way out, and make sure Richard gets to the infirmary. I'll need him in good condition for our interrogation." I knew he was excluding me from the meeting because I'd argued with him. As an extension of the city pack and an advisor to the throne, I had every right to be amongst them, deliberating on the future of our people. I opened my mouth to say just as much when a chill ran down my spine, a frigid reminder of the futility of my frustration. He'd already defeated me in a mental battle. Did I really want this to come to blows? Come on, I huffed at Richard, hauling him up by the collar of his shirt. Richard swayed like a drunkard as we made our way to the infirmary on the 3rd floor, drawing curious looks from the night owls perched in the common areas. The mansion felt reminiscent of a hotel at this godforsaken hour. Without the bustle of daily life, the rows of doors, crystal chandeliers, mahogany fixings and lush, maroon carpets looked decidedly corporate and eerily timeless. Only the occasional glimpse of a modern appliance reassured me that we were, in fact, living in the 21st century. "Wait up," Richard wheezed. Glancing back, I realized he was leaving an undeniable trail of blood behind us. "The cleaners won't be happy about that," I remarked. Richard's shoulders went rigid. "My heartfelt apologies, Lady Nightshade. The next time I'm attacked by vampires, I'll ask them to lend me some paper towel." I snorted. "That simply isn't true." "Get off my case," he complained, limping past me. I stopped short, realizing that I hadn't even started to get on his case. I'd been trying so hard not to think about my brother's death that I'd almost squandered a vital opportunity to interrogate a key witness to it. "How did you survive?" I asked abruptly, grabbing Richard's arm. He turned around with a look that could kill pigeons mid-flight. "Answering one could kill pterodactyls." "I ran," he said eventually, looking away. "The Irephang boy fights like something else. I wouldn't have survived if I tried to take him on." I shook my head, tasting the ghost of something bad in my mouth. Not only had Richard failed to protect my brother, whose safety was his primary responsibility as the city heir beta, but he'd passed up the opportunity to avenge him as well. "You disgust me," I muttered, unable to shake the sense that I should have been there. I would have been there if it weren't for my cursed ability to tell truth from lies. Richard's position in that pack was technically my birthright, and I'd never quite forgiven him for usurping it. "You don't know what it's like," Richard whispered, staring intently at his bloodied boots. "What it's like to really live, or to nearly die. And how could you, cooped up in this gilded cage?" Tonight I realized that my life is just a small collection of insignificant experiences. I wasn't ready to leave it at that. "Insignificant is an apt word," I retorted, aggravated by the notion that I was naive for lack of a near-death experience. "To describe you, that is. Says the girl who lives in her father's shadow," he snapped, eyes darting up to my face. "You've been a legal adult for what, a year now?" "Yes," I ground out. "I'm willing to bet you've done nothing with that freedom. That you've never even seen the city at night," he said, puffing out his chest. "Who are you to lecture me?" He was right, but it was so much more complicated than that. My leash was always shorter than Arthur's, and to be lectured by a spoiled Olsen. "I'm an advisor to the city pack." "You're just a coward," I spat. "A coward without a pack, because they all died on your watch." "And you're a child," he snarled. "No, you're worse than that. Children grow up. You're domesticated." Anger surged in. Chapter 3. A Deal with the Devil. The night air was dry and cool, ruffling my pelt as I bounded through industrial streets, leashed to the shadows that cringed from the sharp scrutiny of streetlights. The plaintive whine of engines became my soundtrack as I traveled deeper into the city, leaving the outskirts behind. Cigarette fumes stole into my nostrils, a haunting reminder of my fiery dominance guttering beneath the city alpha's smothering will. It flared bright now, though, revived by the adrenaline that came with the defiance of his orders. I'd always taken pleasure in finding little ways to thwart him, but this betrayal transcended those childish rebellions. For once, I wasn't trying to elicit a reaction from the stoic man. I was doing this purely because I thought it was the best recourse for everyone. My cover shriveled as I approached the central business district, and I grudgingly accepted that I would have to morph soon. While some people were bound to find the prospect of a horse-sized wolf intriguing, the majority would fear me, and a fraction of that majority would lash out. Fear drove humans to inhumane acts. Midna was right in that respect, at least. I also understood the necessity of preventing a shadow war. Humans could be dangerous when they chose to be. They'd rendered entire species extinct before, simply for pretty fur coats. What would they do to my people if they perceived us as a threat? Werewolves were remarkable individuals in small numbers, but humanity was a plague upon the earth. Even the most ferocious beasts could fall into a hornet's nest. It was all the more reason to follow through with my plan. Surely London's life will compensate for our loss, I thought, determined to coax father to the same conclusion. We don't need to go to war to avenge Arthur. Cars came and went more often. I tapped into the transformative energy idling at the core of my being, and heat tore through my body, prompting bones to pop in and out of their sockets. Muscles and ligaments reformed, for reseated into pale, luminous skin and a tangled mane of black hair. Fangs snapped back into my jaw and emerged as blunt teeth. I was thoroughly human when I turned onto Collins Street, blending seamlessly with the pedestrian traffic. With no idea of what alley I was looking for, I followed the sidewalk, searched for clues, playing the part of the gawking tourist. It proved to be a frustrating and fruitless task. The street was too busy, too loud, too pungent. Aging trash, unwashed bodies, and chemical perfumes competed with the heady aromas of various cuisines. Every second shopfront was a restaurant of some description, and I refused to believe that there was enough business for all of them to thrive. What's so great about the city at night? I muttered, curling my lip at an overflowing trash can. My anger only peaked when I saw the number of hollow-eyed homeless huddling in doorways and under awnings. Instead of extending help, a word of kindness or a meal, the humans ignored them, automatically skirting those in need like they were a routine obstacle. I felt a pair of eyes on the back of my neck and turned. An old woman, huddled in rags, tapped a crooked finger on one of the lopsided drawings fanned out before her. Portraits. The right half of every sketch was impeccably detailed, but the left was a jumble of lines skirting a glaring void. I picked up the page she pushed toward me, my breath solidifying in my chest. "Where did you see this man?" I asked, swallowing past the lump in my throat. She'd captured Arthur mid-sentence, the approachable tilt of his head, the automatic welcome in his right eye, and then the vision devolved into scribbles. "He paid handsomely for a portrait," she said. But it didn't make sense. Arthur hadn't taken the picture with him. And so did this one, shortly after. The old woman tapped on another picture, and my nails bit into my palm. Low, swooping lashes guarded the sultry stare of a dreamer. I hated the stamp of nobility in his regal cheekbones, the alluring contrast of his ghost-white skin and squid ink hair, almost liquid in the way it flowed around his face. The face of a killer. "Where did they go?" I asked, my voice sounding strangely hoarse. The woman pointed a shaking finger at my chest. Stepping aside, I turned around and saw an ocean-themed mural across the road, painted in varying shades of blue, black, and white. The smear of red on the mermaid's chin was out of place. "Thank you," I said, pulling my wallet from the hidden pocket in my corset. Shifting leather, just like everything else, my insides rearranged themselves to accommodate the contents, so I only kept a card and $100 bill. "Keep the change." "Generous," she croaked. "Just like your brother." I shuddered as I crossed the road, knowing I was anything but. When I touched the mermaid's chin, my fingers came away wet. A quick whiff confirmed that it was indeed Richard's blood. Skin prickling with anticipation, I set forth along the alley, letting it draw me into the heart of the block. The asphalt gave way to a road of gold-painted bricks, and I found myself eerily amused as it unfurled, following a strange pattern of left and right turns. Follow the yellow brick road. The further I traveled, the weirder and more frequent the graffiti became, until I felt utterly estranged from reality. It was like I'd stepped into an alternate dimension of vivid landscapes and mutated creatures. My footsteps faltered as I came upon a sinuous dragon coiled around the base of a fire escape. Its amber eyes, the same color as mine, seemed to follow me. As I turned the corner, the trail ended in a terrible scene. Bodies littered the metallic Bricks, a grim sight. I sucked in a sharp breath, only to quickly regret it, the cloying stench of death smothered the air. I felt irrationally tainted by that breath, as if by letting the death-laced air into my lungs, I'd welcomed it into my body and brain through the simple oxygenation of the blood served both. It was a pointless revulsion. The memory of this scene would stay with me regardless. I'd never witnessed death of this magnitude before. The scene was stained red, the sour aftertaste of so much adrenaline and fear, so many bodies. And crouched in the middle of it all was the man that I'd been searching for, the instigator of, and the answer to all of my problems. I took advantage of the opportunity to study my enemy. I wanted to know him a little before I killed him, to see him animated in life, so that it would be all the sweeter when I took it from him. It was clear even from this distance that the man, no, the villainous creature, was tall. A shock of thick, dark hair brushed the nape of his neck, and when he crouched to pick up something from the ground, I glimpsed a hint of an angular cheekbone and a linear nose. His frame was lithe but muscular, and his pale skin seemed to glow ever so faintly, as if he possessed so much power that it was gradually leaking out. London was beautiful in the deadliest sense. "This is the last one," he muttered, blissfully, unaware of his impending doom. "Come on, Ben. Hold out for me just a little longer." Confused, I followed the walls of the dead end, keeping to the shadows as I circled him. One step at a time, a bizarre procedure came into view. The recipient of London's efforts was out cold, his stomach open as London carefully worked to place an organ back inside. I wished I hadn't taken the time to look. Not because of the procedure, oh no. I'd received a unique education at the hands of the city Alpha, and I'd hunted and prepared many animals in my short lifetime. I'd served on this earth. Humans weren't so different from all that gore I could stomach. What I couldn't stomach was the sight of my dead brother, mere feet away from London. Arthur's death was confronting because it was personal. If I'd harbored any hopes of his miraculous survival, they were dashed against the improbable angle of his neck and those glassy, sightless eyes. They used to be like chips of sky in his face, so different from the hideous amber I shared with our father. Arthur inherited them from our mother. I struggled to picture her without looking at him. Now I would see neither mother nor brother again. Liquid fury ran through my veins. It cooled and steeled me for what was to come. London was so absorbed in his task that he didn't process my two-inch talons until they raked down his back, shredding through his leather jacket like a hot knife through butter. He whirled around, green eyes glowing as his fangs slid free of his gums. Furious that something with such a rotten soul could look so pretty, I swung a handful of claws at his face, thinking to make it as representative of the evil he was evidently capable of. London ducked and tackled me to the bricks. They crunched beneath the density of my bones, giving way to the superior force, but pain still shuddered through my joints. I snarled and kicked free of his grasp, slashing for his neck, but time seemed to slow, as if weighed down by a prophecy. A son for a son, I thought, but would his people feel the same way? London grabbed my wrists with startling speed, forcing them above my head. My knuckles collided with the brick and sent up a cloud of dust that clung to the sweat beading on his neck. He pinned my thighs with his knees, the bone digging in painfully hard. I bucked and writhed, but it was no use. His fingers were bands of steel, his body harder than the brick below. I felt my eyes go wide with the realization that I was trapped so easily and so quickly. Surely the fight wasn't over already. Surely I hadn't failed so utterly, when so much relied on my success? It's almost like your kind want to jeopardize the interspecies treaty, London huffed. Oh, that was rich. He acted as if we were the ones who'd initiated this senseless massacre. I didn't rise to his bait, though, knowing that I would need to keep my cool if I was going to turn the battle in my favor. Nothing is over, I thought with fervor, until one of us is dead. We shared a moment of tense silence, locked in our struggle. London stared down at me. I stared up at him. His thick-lashed eyes were a clean, deep green, like a shady forest glade. It was a peaceful color, entirely at odds with the way his lips pulled back from his teeth nose, wrinkling in a snarl. I found myself captivated by the elegant curve of his fangs. Alabaster and semi-translucent, they tapered from a thick base into wickedly sharp points, long enough to form depressions in his bottom lip. They were like delicate instruments of surgery, designed to puncture arteries quickly and cleanly. So why hadn't they punctured mine? Confused, I sought London's eyes once more, hoping to discern why he hadn't tried to kill me yet. They were wide with recognition. Suddenly, it clicked. We look alike, don't we? My brother and I. He opened his mouth and shut it again, at a loss for words. I noticed the barest reduction of pressure in his grip on my wrists. It was a small opportunity, but I seized it, slamming a knee up into his groin. London recoiled with a strangled gasp. Quick as a striking snake, I threw him underneath me and pinned down his chest with my knees, throwing wild punches at his face. It felt like my knuckles were connecting with solid stone, sending fissures of hurt up my arms, but I kept going until his eyes lost focus and then fastened my hands around his throat. I was surprised by the closeness of the moment as I tightened my fingers, pressing with all my strength. London went very, very still. I think a neck for a neck is fair, don't you? Look, London rasped. I'm sorry about what happened to your brother. I squeezed harder. Shut up. But I had no choice, he choked out. With a smile as false and bright as tinsel, I waited for darkness to seize me. Instead, my gift verified his honesty, filling my chest with a soft, buzzing gold. The smile slipped from my face. I don't understand, I whispered. We didn't start this, London explained as best he could whilst being choked. I acted in self-defense. That reminded me of another who'd been hell-bent on survival. Richard, I muttered. His story had been vague, allowing us to assume it was an ambush. He should have died here. The one who ran? London asked. I nodded. Agreed. We had something in common. I shook my head, scarcely able to believe it. You should die here too, I said matter-of-factly, thumbs pressing into his throat. Lest there be a war. London's bodyguard stirred beside us, suddenly reminded of the plight of his comrade. The Irephang boy renewed his struggles. I held on, grimly, thankful that he couldn't get a grip on my wrists. They were gloved in. His blood, too slippery to catch hold of. He realized this quickly and gave up on trying to pry my hands away, switching tactics. Please, he begged, eyes snapping up to my face. If he doesn't drink human blood soon, he won't heal. He won't make it. So, London made a noise of frustration. Enough have died. Tonight. I looked over at my brother's corpse. You catalyzed a war when you killed my brother, I whispered, not entirely sure why I felt the need to justify my decision to end his life. Enough have died. Which is why I must kill you now, so that I can end this war before it truly begins. Eager to be done with the task, I stopped toying with him and cut off his air altogether. London's rebuttals became choked, desperate sounds. His struggles brought him into closer contact with my claws, and his blood covered my fingers, warm and sticky, humming with energy like the surface of a light bulb. Please, he gasped in a last-ditch effort to find purchase on his slippery descent into the void. Don't you want to? No, what happened? Of course, I said, rolling my eyes. I couldn't trust Richard's account of the event. His opinions, or perhaps a technicality of speech, had interfered with the operation of my magic. The only way to learn what happened in this alley, to gain closure on the circumstances of Arthur's death, was by asking London. But that is not my priority. Let me help my friend, he begged. And I'll tell you everything. You can kill me, I tightened my fingers, realizing that I'd relaxed them without thinking, but he still managed to finish. After I could crush buffalo bones into dust, but it seemed I was incapable of crushing this creature's spirit. But I can crush the rest of him. The blend of mortality and immortality in this boy was baffling. As a lamia, a rare form of living vampire, London needed oxygen just as much as any werewolf, witch, or human to survive. I watched the light go out of his eyes, shade by beautiful shade. And then his lips, cracked and bleeding, formed a name. Chance. He knew my name. London wasn't addressing me as an enemy, or an animal or a thing. He was addressing me as a person. Something in me relented. It felt like the foundations of my being were groaning, cracking beneath the weight of the decision I had to make. That London hadn't lied to me once throughout our encounter seemed terribly significant. I removed my hands from his throat, holding 2 claws over his eye sockets in warning. How did you know I would listen? I was failing my people by negotiating with him, but I needed to know why Arthur had died so violently and abruptly. I needed to make at least some sense of the senselessness of it all. Eyes like that, London trailed off, his hand coming up to touch my cheek. Eyes like yours seek the truth in this world. Gold. Somehow, he'd seen the truth of me. And that truth, it was hard to process because it went against everything I expected from his kind. This is a cruel magic, I thought bitterly, chewing on the inside of my cheek. This gift that denies me denial. Do you swear to return within 24 hours? I asked, scarcely believing the words coming out of my mouth. Do you promise to return and forfeit yours in any way of my choosing if I let you go now? Our gazes locked, emerald to amber, and all the world held its breath. I swear it, London said. Very well. I retracted my claws and pulled away, feeling as if I'd aged 50 years as I climbed upright. London wasted no time with words. In a flash, he was off, his back and on his feet, hauling the wounded bodyguard over his shoulder like he weighed nothing. I watched the 2 of them leave, unsure of what to do next. Had I made the correct decision? Even with magic as my compass, could I trust in his promise to return? London was about to turn the corner when the wind shifted. 7 familiar scents hit me in a rush. Dread sloshed down my spine. The city pack approached. Chapter 4, Deception. Naturally, the first thing I did was swear. Of course they're here, I berated myself. They had to collect the bodies, after all, and Father had probably come to the same conclusion I had. Tonight was our best chance to catch London while his guard was down. Was down, literally. The vampire in question spun around to face me, looking acutely panicked. What do I do? It didn't take long to realize I had to help him escape. Asking the city pack to spare London and his guard would not only be a pointless endeavor, but a dangerous one. My negotiations with the vampire prince would undoubtedly be seen as treason. Heart pounding in my throat, I scoured the dead end for an alternate exit. It was a bottleneck of cement and stone, oddly reminiscent of a set piece with surprisingly few windows or doors. There, London said, brushing against my shoulder. I hadn't noticed him draw close. That door. Help me kick it in. The door was so lathered in paint that it blended in with the walls like a chameleon. I delivered a solid kick to the rotting wood, and the lock gave way. The hallway beyond was dark, reeking of mildew and dust. I pushed London over the threshold. Keep going, I said, lowering my voice so the approaching city pack wouldn't hear us. Try and stick to busy, crowded places. The sensory overload will frustrate our trackers and make it difficult to find you. London nodded his understanding, green eyes unusually bright in contrast with the surrounding shadows. Thank you, he whispered. And then he vanished. I yanked the door shut behind him and raced back to Arthur's side, kneeling in a pool of someone else's blood. London could run from my people, but I couldn't. Father was too familiar with my scent. Leaving would only raise more questions. The best thing I could do was stay and cover myself in the scent of the dead. If I were convincing enough, they might attribute my defiance to an emotional impulse, an act of grief. I didn't really need to act. The emotions I needed to Portray were already brimming beneath my anger, easier to access now that I'd taken some of it out on the lamia. I reached out with trembling fingers and pushed the hair back from Arthur's face, heart crumpling when my hand wasn't knocked aside. When I cupped his cheek, his skin felt all wrong, clammy and cold. "I'm sorry," I whispered. "I wish I'd been here to help you." It wasn't until I felt a hand on my shoulder that I realized the pack had arrived. Startled, I climbed to my feet and turned around, shooting a glance at the werewolves behind my father. They were all dressed in black shifting gear, the special leather cut from the hides of our dead that allowed us to morph with our clothes intact. It looked terrifyingly uniform on them and served as yet another reminder that I didn't belong in their ranks. My leathers were brown and worn from years of sparring with Arthur. Only 2 of the city pack members deigned to meet my eyes. Richard's father, Erland Olsen, glared outright. It took all of my willpower not to curl my lip as I sought out Charles's lined face instead, wondering if the beta would be willing to intervene, like he did whenever the cooks caught Arthur and I pinched pastries from the cooling racks. If anything, the old man's face had hardened. He almost looked angry at me for putting myself in harm's way. Knowing that I couldn't avoid it any longer, I let my eyes slide to the man at the head of the pack. Not for the first time, I was caught off guard by how large he was. There was nearly 7 feet of him, and every one of them was packed with tough muscle, a fighter in his prime. Once, I'd seen him strike an overly spirited horse with a single, devastating blow, with the ease of a child reaching into a bowl for candy. I couldn't help but wonder what would happen if I became too spirited for his liking. I smelled fear. Mine father's face was like that of a hawk. His most prominent features were sweeping brows, ideally suited to frowning, and the tawny eyes beneath them, full of calculated violence. Looking into them, facing his disappointment head-on, I remembered it was in his very nature to hunt and hurt things. It was Ford Nightshade, the reigning alpha of the Melbourne City Pack, who backhanded me for my insolence. Pain flared, and I rocked back on my heels as my head snapped to the side. I tasted the coppery tang of blood in my mouth and held it behind my lips, resisting the urge to spit it out. I'd only get another slap if Ford misinterpreted the gesture. Never disobey me again. The threat in those clipped words was clear, even if my vision no longer was. My face throbbed, and my left eye already felt swollen. Sensing that he was waiting for an answer, I nodded meekly, trying to look as submissive as possible without dropping to my knees. Even now, physically and mentally beaten, I clung to dignity. Accepting my surrender, the city alpha shouldered past me in favor of his dead son, trying not to give the onlookers the satisfaction of a grimace. I swallowed the blood in my mouth and stared pointedly at the wall. I was unable to watch my father grieve, unable to watch him close those blue eyes forever. I was not weak, but I also wasn't strong enough. Not tonight. Not for this. It wasn't until I heard an angry shout and the showering concrete that I realized how selfish I'd been in my grief. Save Charles and Erland. Every member of the city pack had lost a son to this senseless slaughter. London's life would come nowhere near enough to sate their need for revenge. Your lordship, there is vampire blood here that is fresher than the rest, Charles said, carrying the investigation while the others came to terms with their loss. The Irephang must be close by. Father straightened from his crouch. Then we hunt tonight. But before we do, chance you arrived at the scene early. What did you see? Nothing other than what you see now, I reported, nodding at the carnage all around. Black stirred within me, protesting at the lie, but I ignored it. I turned over several corpses to identify them. I lied, hoping that would explain the vampire blood on my hands, but there was no sign of the Irephang. No one questioned my version of events. I supposed Father was used to believing me, thanks to the verifying role my magic played in his political proceedings, but I was a little surprised by how easy it was Father was quick to bark out orders. 2 men peeled off from the rest of the group to escort me home and then straight to my room, where I would stay indefinitely. No escaping this time, I thought bitterly, though I was careful to hide my displeasure. There would be plenty of time to vent about being locked in my room later, when I was locked in my room. This was not the place or time. As we left the crime scene, one command caught my attention in particular. The Irephang is to be killed on sight. No excuses, no exceptions. I mentally crossed my fingers, hoping that London had masked his trail in the slums of the city. I hoped he was fast enough to evade the hunters that were about to come snapping at his heels, because if they caught him, they would cut him down. And then all of my work, all of my bargaining, all of my mercy would have been for nothing. I couldn't have him dying on me, not now, not by their hands. For tonight, he had to live. Chapter 5: The 5 Stages. Memories haunted my dreams. They whirled about me like dancers, and shortly after, partnering with one, another whisked me away. And so my senses were maddeningly assaulted by snippets of irretrievable days spent with the brother I'd lost, revitalizing my anguish at his death. I dug my hands into moldering leaves, turning over sticks and stones in search of elusive butchie boy bugs. Gorse bush nicked my skin as we threw it onto the bonfire, watching the flames soar. Scalding jam exploded on my tongue as we sampled the morning's batch of donuts, all the sweeter for the fact that they were stolen. Our cherub cheeks gradually lost their roundness, though my pinched expression in the mirror remained. Arthur's frame filled out with muscle and his eyes brightened along with the gradual darkening of his hair, until the brown almost appeared black at first glance. I'd always looked scruffy, borderline feral, but that wildness took on a dangerous edge as I claimed our father's height for my own. His strength, his eyes, that only scratched the surface of our changes. While my temperament soured with age and imposed isolation, Arthur was encouraged to throw himself into the community and win their hearts and minds. Through his charismatic kindness, he solidified the respect the people held for our family, which Ford Nightshade commanded, inspired through fear. No matter what standing he gained and how aloof I became. However, Arthur always involved me in his life, never once leaving me behind. Never once considering me anything less than his equal. He was an incredible man, I realized with the painful clarity of hindsight. As capable as our father and compassionate as our mother, the prime legacy of their coupling. My heart wrenched in my chest with the realization that he had been my one genuine friend in life. And now, the whirl of memories came to an abrupt stop. I sat up in my bed, only to be confronted by the sight of Arthur sitting on the corner of the mattress. He was picking absently at the threads in the blue coverlet. I frowned, perturbed by his lack of drive. Where was the man whose soul had once strained under the burden of royal responsibility, whose muscles had built over time to lift it? Where was the firstborn child of our father, the decisive and indomitable heir to the werewolf throne? The man before me wore Arthur's face, but shared none of his drive. "You're not my brother," I accused, narrowing my eyes at the imposter. "Oh, I am," he assured me. "But I am also a dream." Ah, a dream. The idea lent sense to this odd encounter. "Of course," I muttered, rubbing at my eyes. "You're dead." "Indeed. But for now, I'm alive in concept, given. Voiced by your subconscious mind. There must be a reason for that. Perhaps I miss you," I proposed. "Perhaps I wanted to say goodbye." "No, I don't think that's it." There was a small furrow in his brow as he looked for the right words. "I think that you want advice on how to proceed." "Oh," I scoffed. "What advice could you possibly offer me? You said it yourself, you're just a dream. That means you know what I know and nothing more. We know that the values of the masses shift with time, like rock over the centuries," Arthur said, his eyes as piercingly blue as a summer sky, a color so rich that it should have defied mortal perception. Humans are more fantastic and terrible than ever before. If our kind is to survive the whimsical nature of man, then we must evolve with their kind, as we evolved from them once before. It's time for a woman to sit on the throne. That's a fine idea, I concurred. But what he offered was too fine an idea. As a manifestation of my subconscious, his opinions held no weight, for they were essentially my own. Save for the fact that our father wants to start a supernatural war. If humans learn of our existence and decide to fear us, we'll all be hunted like rats. That is unfortunate, as is the fact of your death. He said nothing and continued to pick at threads. Arthur. This time, there was a pleading note in my voice. You can't expect me to accept. He shook his head, cutting me off. You already have accepted it, Chance. Those words echoed with a strange finality, and the hair on the back of my neck stood to attention. His statement kindled a golden spark in my chest. My magic was unbiased. It did not care for the desires of the woman who housed it. I knew with a spirit-crushing certainty that Arthur would never share with me, never protect me, never compete with me again. He would never come home. As I made that realization, the dream faded. Colors dimmed, dematerializing into the blackness of normal sleep. The ultramarine of his irises lingered for a moment after the rest of the scene dissolved into mist. Then it, too, succumbed to the swirl of shadows. Chance, wake up. Possessed by instinct, I smashed heads with the person leaning over me and rolled off the bed, fighting free of the covers. Pain radiated through my skull, but I ignored it, snapping into a fighting stance. If London were here now. Adrenaline surged in response to the suspicion. The intruder trembled like a startled rabbit, cheeks flushed with fear, pretty mouth agape. I felt the tension in my chest ease, only to coil once more. What business did she have here? Sophie tucked a strand of chestnut hair behind her ear, the motion sending a waft of floral perfume my way. I resisted the urge to wrinkle my nose at the fakery that was her scent, placated only by the knowledge that she wore it to mask her submissive odor. I felt a pang in my chest at the realization I would never find out what Arthur saw in her. Hi, she stammered. Someone, I mean. Your dad, he told me to. No further sound came out. She swallowed and tried again. He asked me to wake you up. What? I arched an eyebrow. No good. Morning? She frowned, but her eyes were forgiving. Well, I guess I thought pleasantries were pointless, given that we just clashed heads. I'm sorry, by the way. I didn't mean to scare you. Scare me, I huffed, running a hand through my hair, as if she were capable of such a feat. Why are you really here? Sophie? I didn't like her, and it was clear in my tone. I refused to fake fondness for the girl who'd taken Arthur's love and time. What had been even more frustrating than his obsession with her was the fact that the entire community seemed to endorse their relationship, despite Sophie's glaring incompetence. Knowing they could marry, and that she might ascend to the position of City Luna when Arthur claimed the throne, thereby outranking me, had rankled me for years. There was no danger of that now. I know it's a bad time, Sophie said. I'd much rather give you the space and time to grieve properly, but his lordship sent me to help you get ready. Ready for what? I'm not sure, she admitted. But he said, to wear something pretty, like a dress. I felt my eyebrows go up towards my hairline. A dress, huh? This must be important. It wasn't often father prioritized presentation over punctuality. And so I grudgingly followed her to the walk-in wardrobe, sincerely wishing I didn't have to change out of the jeans I'd worn to bed in anticipation of a summons that never came. The sophisticated stuff should be somewhere in the back, I said, leaning against the doorframe while Sophie ducked inside. I didn't think my sinuses could handle being trapped in close proximity to her. Pick anything, I trust your judgment. I shouldn't have. While it was safe to assume that whatever she selected would fit, the staff periodically took my measurements. To stock my wardrobe, father rarely gave me leave of the estate. even for activities as mundane as shopping. There was no guarantee that it would be stylish. Sure enough, Sophie returned with a lacy, full-skirted monstrosity. I wanted to shield my eyes. It was the kind of yellow that threw back the light with retina-searing intensity. Isn't this lovely? It matches your eyes. It's like staring into the damn sun, I complained, waving it away. Come on, Sophie said, trying to press the hanger into my hands. I'm sure you secretly love it deep down. It was too much. The invasion of my personal space, her cavalier attitude. I was not quick to love, nor generous with the word. I found it distinctly unsettling that she was. How can you laugh so easily after last night? I asked, knocking the hanger aside. She froze. What do you mean? Did you love him at all, Sophie? Did you truly care for my brother, or was it all just a grab for power? You can be honest with me, now that he's dead. Tears formed in her eyes, the first I'd seen all morning. I assumed it was some kind of political ruse, she said. He disappears sometimes, but he always comes back. It's perfectly real, I said gruffly. I found his body. Sophie searched my face, presumably for some evidence of a lie. The longer she looked, the more her suspicion wavered, until her face blanched of all color, and she looked on the verge of being sick. Air hitched in the back of her throat, and she spun on her heel, retreating to the relative privacy of the wardrobe. When she finally emerged, it was with bloodshot eyes and a far more suitable dress. I took the navy material into my hands, rolling the soft velvet between my fingertips. A demure navy. This will do, I said, inclining my head in thanks. I slipped it on and had Sophie secure the straps behind my neck, leaving my shoulders bare. After many painful tugs of a hairbrush, starting at the ends of my hair and then working her way up to the roots, Sophie had black, silky waves cascading to the bottom of my ribs. I refused jewelry and makeup, much to her distress. The black eyes sported was far too impressive to cover up. At last, Sophie stood back to admire her work. I think you're ready, she said, with an unusual certainty. She was right. I was more than ready to find out what the hell was going on. Chapter 6: Love and War. My backyard was full of werewolves. Our servants had mowed acres of lawn for the occasion, and the freshly flattened fields were slowly but surely filling with a mind-boggling mixture of people and wolves. A steady stream of vehicles crawled along the single road like ants, only to be redirected by a state staff into an adjacent field. The underground parking lot must already be whole, I thought with a stab of apprehension. There was only one thing my father could want from so many of our kind, and it definitely wasn't suitable for our race in the long run. Those in human form wore clothes of all cuts and colors, although there was one feature that persisted: the emblems of their respective district packs, cleverly displayed through an assortment of unassuming accessories. Those who could afford it wore shifting leathers, dyed various colors. I curled my lip at the ostentatious display, particularly the young males strutting about for attention in all their livery. It looked like someone had taken a rainbow and screwed it up in their fist, only to throw it at my feet like trash. The wind shifted, a blessed reprieve from the stench of testosterone wafting from the crowd. Gold and black flitted within me in response to sentences mangled by the distance. I felt my good eye narrow the tiniest amount, wondering what rumors were being given life today. What happened to subservient girls back in the day? Look at that awful bruise. They say the vampires did it. The same eyes, that ugly yellow. My hands balled into fists. Well, Sophie stuttered, wiping sweaty palms on the thighs of her jeans. It seemed I wasn't the only one who found the crowd a touch overwhelming. Here we are. Your father is on the stage, I said, demonstrating that the eyes were, in fact, fully functional. I thought I caught a flash of indignation in my peripheral vision, but when I glanced Sophie's way, her pallid skin and flaring nostrils painted a portrait of anxiety instead. Thank you for your services. They are no longer required, I said, careful not to fall victim to the heels she'd convinced me to don as I made my way to the makeshift stage. Thankfully, the summer heat had baked the earth hard, making it a relatively easy crossing. I assumed my usual position by Father's left shoulder, nodding respectfully at Charles on the right. It was strange to reconcile the warrior before me with the man who'd ordered a senior's coffee during our last excursion from the estate. I'd begged him to take me to the museum to look at all the rare crystals and dinosaur bones, and by some fluke of luck, my father not only agreed, but made it a regular occurrence. Cafes and libraries, shopping centers and makers' markets. It was only through Charles that I had truly glimpsed the world beyond our borders, sampling but a taste of the life Richard bragged about. Charles nodded back, but the motion was stiff, his mouth twisting with something unsettlingly close to remorse. You look nice, was all he said, looking pointedly ahead. I frowned, vaguely aware of the other black-clad city pack members as they filed into formation behind us on the deck. What was all that about? A servant brought Father a handheld microphone. The way he snatched it, reminding me of a child. Welcome to Melbourne, he said the moment he grasped it, without even testing if it was on. A screech of feedback assured us it was. I thank you for responding to my summons with such haste, particularly those harking from rural Victoria. My worst fears were being realized. Father had summoned every district pack in the state. The last time I'd checked, there were almost 3,000 werewolves of age registered in our domain. That was 3,000 prospective soldiers, more than enough to cause a ruckus that could alert humanity to the secret existence of our shadow nation. For generations, the vampire race has tried our patience, Father began in earnest, confirming my suspicions. They encroach on our territories and leech our precious resources. We have graciously shared our city with them, in spite of the danger they pose to our future, the dead bodies they leave behind. We repeatedly forgive their transgressions, yet they show zero gratitude or remorse. The crowd was muttering now, speculating, agreeing. Do we deserve their disrespect? Ford shouted. The answer he wanted was obvious, and they all supplied it readily. No. For years, we kept the peace, foolishly assuming it was the safest option for our people, but the truth has come to light. Last night, London Irephang led a force that ambushed the Melbourne City Air Pack on one of their routine patrols. This attack resulted in the death of 7 men with promising futures. My only son, he said, voice breaking on the word, counted among them. The death of a celebrity was a disturbingly powerful thing. People who'd never met my brother wailed, shouted, sobbed, and blew their noses. Somewhere towards the back, a wolf howled in mourning, which had a chain reaction through the crowd. Their distress made me feel sick. Arthur was my brother. My friend, not theirs. There must have been something wrong with me if it was so easy for them to express their grief, but I couldn't even manage a single tear. Your children will be next, Father went on, unless we do something to stop them. The people hung on his every word. Ford Nightshade was an excellent motivational speaker, and it was going to get us all killed. Are you willing to court death and the destruction of your legacy to keep the vampires in our city? He asked the crowd, yellow eyes blazing. No. Should we let this insult go unpunished? No. Then we go to war, the city alpha roared. Little specks of spittle launched from his mouth. Sun hit the droplets as they sprayed in all directions, a minute explosion of the spectrum. I watched them fall victim to gravity with the same disgusted fascination I harbored for the way he worked the crowd. To war, the people shouted, the words curdling under centuries of passionately cultivated hatred. Even children took up the chant, innocent throats expressing murderous intent. To war. Yes, to war, my father agreed, suddenly calm. Again. Together we will drive the vampires from our city and reclaim our old territories. But in order for this to work, we need stability in our ranks, he warned. Fighting amongst ourselves will only leave us prone to attack. It is for this reason that I introduce a new law, defiance of. Your alpha, no matter how petty, is now punishable by death. My swollen eye twitched. Even though Father was looking dutifully ahead, I could almost feel the way his thoughts revolved around me. I was sure I was the catalyst for this new severe law. I would have to tread carefully from now on. It will only last as long as the war, Father reassured the crowd, noting their uneasiness. Is it not a trivial cost? Compared to the gain of our victory, there will be new territory to claim, districts in need of leadership. If you hunger for power, this is your chance to prove yourself. That seemed to win back most of the people, if not all. I noted the concerned glances the meek shared, the cornered look in some of their eyes. We will win this war, Father said, utterly sure. We will ensure the safety of our families and take back what is ours. We will become our own people once more, free from the oppression of vampires for as long as we walk this earth. Another cheer went up, making my ears ring. I was resigning myself to the discomfort when Father made a sudden cutting motion with his hand. They gurgled into silence, as if he'd sliced through their vocal cords. But that isn't the only reason I have gathered you here today. I blinked stupidly. Wasn't it? Though the battle for freedom takes priority, there is another important event I would like all of you to attend. This event would serve as a reminder that some of the most joyous experiences in life can occur amidst pain and struggle. Wise words, I thought sourly. I knew he was delaying the announcement on purpose to build anticipation. It wasn't often he left me out of the loop, and it left a bitter taste in my mouth. Much to my consternation, I couldn't even remotely fathom what his news was going to be. And so it is with great pleasure that I invite you to attend the upcoming wedding of my only surviving heir, Chance Ivory, Nightshade. May you wish her happiness and good luck for many years to come with her new husband. Chapter 7. The Arrogant Prince. So, I trailed off, pushing at my food with my fork. You're from France. Seated across the table, my suitor nodded, lean fingers expertly prompting our best set of cutlery, non-silverware, of course, to spear a bite-sized portion of steak. Oui, he said, voice deep, as a well and smoother than red velvet cake. And you're from Australia. I mocked his answer with silence and watched him eat one measured forkful at a time. The man was so handsome it was ridiculous. His back was straighter than a pole, and he acted as though dinner with my father, the most fearsome alpha in the shadow world, was an effortless affair. Like an arrogant prince from a bedtime story, I thought, taking a sip of water, glaring at him over the rim of the glass. The bridge of his nose was slightly crooked, hinting that it had been broken at least once. It was the only imperfection I could find on his person. Broad of chest and shoulders, narrow-waisted and with a jaw as strong as his arms, my suitor looked like an ancient sculpture brought to life. He's a fine specimen, the analytical part of my mind noted. Prestigious bloodline, physically and politically powerful. Attractive, a worthy mate, it decided. Not that I cared. I was perfectly capable of taking care of myself, and that was the end of the matter. After swallowing his steak, he smiled in a decidedly bold way. Unabashed, I arched a brow and returned to butchering my steak. The knife missed the meat, screeching as it hit the ceramic plate. We all winced. Father shot a thundercloud look in my direction from the head of the table. I promptly looked away so that he wouldn't be able to see the satisfaction in my eyes. He deserved to feel uncomfortable. It served him right for leaving me in the dark. Matrimony, a shock indeed. Why don't you tell us about yourself? Father ventured at last, somehow coming across as both casual and authoritative at the same time. He was like an interviewer in that sense. I hear the Paris pack is flourishing under the leadership of your father. A shadow fleeted across our visitor's face, but it vanished as soon as it came. Yes, he said. We don't have the same renown as the Melbourne pack, but the Paris pack flourishes under Mateus' rule. More and more are converting to our ways, embracing our strict approach to tradition. Wonderful, I said aloud, careful to balance the sarcasm with an enthusiasm that could be mistaken for real. I'm betrothed to someone of the blank bloodline. I must ask, though, which son are you? You don't know who I am, my suitor asked, genuinely surprised. I noticed that his hair, the brown of rich soil, was styled to look messy in accordance with the modern hype. What's the matter? I asked with the falsest concern I could muster. Not as famous as you thought you were. Chance. The warning was in my father's tone, if not explicitly expressed. He turned to our guest with the closest thing to an apology he was capable of, an excuse. I haven't had the chance to inform her of the betrothal. Other matters called for our attention. I understand, my suitor conceded, but there was a bite of disapproval in his tone. Business comes before family. His words had the full-bodied flavor of the truth, but the bitter aftertaste of a lie. He believed in what he said but seemed to wish the world were otherwise. I frowned, but the lapse in composure went unnoticed. As the men locked eyes over the dinner table, gooseflesh appeared on my forearms, and I realized the two were engaged in a battle of wills. If I concentrated, I could feel a slick heat in competition with an icy cold. Something or someone caved, and it was over. The heat vanished, and the visitor sagged back in his chair, rubbing at his eyes. He'd lasted surprisingly long, but judging from father's smug expression, the boy had not proven a serious challenge. A bell chimed, a shrill reminder of the modern world. Father pulled out his phone, pensively scratching at his stubble. Sorry, kids, he said at last, rising from his chair. I'd love to stay and chat, but duty calls. Jerome, escort my daughter to her room when you're finished. And then there were two. The second we were alone, I turned on my suitor. Which son are you, and how long has my father been searching for a suitable mate for me? His look was one of confusion. I would have thought that one brought up in this house would be more polite, especially towards their superiors. I almost threw myself across the table to throttle him. I don't see anyone superior to me in the general vicinity, I said, instead, smoothing down my dress. I smirked at the tick in his jaw. You might have impressed my father, boy, but you're yet to impress me. He seemed to realize that. My humble apologies, he said, switching back to his princely manner. I meant, you know, insult. My name is Jerome Miles Blanc, and I am the fourth son of my father. It's a pleasure to meet you. As an advisor to the throne, I'd heard several rumors about the sons of the blank bloodline. The eldest, Gabriel, was infamous for jilting his wife of several years after she failed to produce a male heir in what he considered a reasonable amount of time, never mind the fact that science had proven it was a male seed that determined the gender of a newborn. I only knew the vaguest details about the second and third sons. They were entirely unremarkable, and as far as I was aware, they'd married into influential bloodlines to secure political ties throughout Europe. Jerome, however, I'd heard plenty about. The youngest son. To date, Jerome was most infamous for the time his father threatened to disown him. It was public knowledge that Jerome was a shameless flirt whose preferences weren't limited by race or gender. While that didn't bother me in the slightest, it had certainly bothered the Paris Alpha, and it had gotten to the point where Mateus had publicly shamed his son and threatened Jerome with the loss of his inheritance. By all reports, Jerome had complied with that ultimatum. Yes, it's a pleasure, I said absent-mindedly. Was Jerome a victim of our parents' machinations as much as I was? Or had he come to embrace the ways of his father, all for the sake of an easy lot in life? I shook my head, suddenly sick of contemplating his character and the impact he might have on my life. I'm no longer hungry. Would you kindly escort me to my room? Jerome acquiesced, and we stood, abandoning our meals and the private dining space. When I fell into step beside him, it rankled me that he was taller by half a head. "You still haven't answered one of my questions," I reminded him as we walked. "I can't say for sure how long the Lord Nightshade has been searching for a mate for you," he said, sounding genuinely apologetic. "All I know is that the tournaments have been running for about 3 years. "Tournaments?" I echoed faintly. "You haven't." Jerome pinched the bridge of his nose, evidently frustrated. I can understand that he didn't disclose the identity of the winner, but that he kept the entire competition a secret. That's not an oversight. That's a deliberate decision to keep you out of the loop. "What are you talking about?" I asked, growing impatient. "What are these tournaments?" "The Lord Nightshade conducted a tournament in each continent over the course of 3 years," Jerome explained. "Thousands of werewolves entered and fought for the right to earn your hand. Millions of Shadow World denizens paid to watch. The enterprise made your father a very rich man." It shocked me to the core. If Jerome was speaking the truth, which he was, then my father had been going behind my back with this marital thing for 3 whole years. 3 years ago, I was 16 years old. It was sickening to contemplate. "How did they decide the winner again?" I asked, a sense of betrayal unraveling in my chest, making a mess of my emotions. I got a pinch on it, but knew that it would eventually come undone. Jerome took longer to answer this time, as if he didn't want to think about it. "Last month, those who placed first, second, and third in each continent were invited to the final tournament, which was held in some mountains not too far from here, the Great Dividing Range, I think it's called. Anyway, the rules were different for this fight. Previously, we only fought until first blood. This time, we had to prove that we were willing to kill for you. We all had the opportunity to withdraw our claim on you, but most stayed and fought. To the death," I breathed, at a loss to picture such a thing. "To the death," he confirmed. "And you won." I did. All at once, he threw me into the wall, using his bulk to trap me there. I snarled and tried to push him away, but he grabbed my head with both hands and forced me to meet his gaze. It might have looked like a romantic gesture to a passerby, but the pressure of his fingers hurt. "Get your filthy paws off." He smothered my last words with a kiss, his mouth insistent. Dominance oozed from his pores, slick and scalding. Wherever our skin touched, I let out a small cry, unable to extricate myself without risking a broken neck. "Don't fight it, baby," he crooned, taking a moment to catch his breath and kiss along my neck. Given the audacity. When his tongue next tried to enter my mouth, I chomped down on it, biting until my teeth clicked together. Jerome screamed, and blood swamped my mouth, hot and salty. Grinning, I pulled my head back a little, pulling the wound open to the point of tearing more. I could feel the pliable flesh straining, subject to my will, as was Jerome now. His eyes flew wide open, the whites gleaming as he followed my lead without hesitation, desperate to save his own tongue. His selfish ways pleased me for it. Meant that I'd curbed his dominance and was free to be assertive once more. When I felt certain that I had made my point, I released Jerome with a parting knee to the crotch. He collapsed with a groan, pressing a hand over his bleeding mouth. "What the hell was that for?" he swore. "I would have thought that a guest in this house would be more polite," I quipped. "Especially towards their superiors." Jerome glowered at me for a long, long time, but I enjoyed the uncomfortable silence. It was the fruit of my victory. "You are not like other girls," he muttered at last, climbing to his feet. "Other girls enjoy being assaulted?" He chuckled, a sound that quickly morphed into a hacking cough as he choked on his own blood. "God, no," he managed in a gasp. "No one's ever protested my advances before. There's a first time for everything." "I suppose so," he grumbled. "We'll take this slow, as you wish." I was about to tell him I didn't want to take this anywhere when he added, "There's your room." Surprised, I turned around and realized he was right. My bedroom door was only a few paces away. Even as I wondered how he knew which door was mine, I registered the presence of the guards. There were 6 of them, 1 on each side of the door, 2 opposite it, and 1 at each end of the hall. Their uniform was new and impeccably starched. I hadn't met a single one of them. No doubt it was a fresh round of recruits from the rural districts, soldiers without bias who would follow their orders intently. "Goodbye," I said to Jerome, eager to be rid of him. The man was stupid enough to grab my arm. I tensed, preparing to fight him a second time, but it soon became apparent that he only wished to talk. "I need you to know," he said softly, "that I have fought long and hard for my prize, harder than most men have ever fought in their lives. I have risked everything to gain your hand, and I will not, no matter what the circumstances, be dissuaded from taking what I have earned." What he said was irrefutably true in his opinion. Jerome released my arm before I could think of a way to respond and left, leaving me in the care of the guards. In his absence, I concluded that I didn't like his attitude one bit. I didn't simply exist to be wooed. As I opened the door to my bedroom, one guard winked at me. She was cute in a short and blonde fashion, but I didn't doubt for a second that she packed a lethal punch. "You did well," she commended me. "You're a person, not a prize." So much for guards without bias. I indulged in a rare smile. At least some small part of Father's plans had been thwarted. "Thank you," I said, pushing open the door to my bedroom. When I closed it behind me, I realized that all 6 of those guards had witnessed the kiss fiasco. The smile slipped from my face. He knew. Jerome knew they were watching, and he kissed me anyway. He'd wanted to make a show out of my submission. And then my smile returned, because there had indeed been a show. His role in it, however, had been a little different from what he'd dreamed. Chapter 7. The Arrogant Prince. So, I trailed off, pushing at my food with my fork. "You're from France." Seated across the table, my suitor nodded, lean fingers expertly prompting our best set of cutlery, non-silverware, of course. 2. Spear a bite-sized portion of steak. "Oui," he said, voice deep, as a well and smoother than red velvet cake. "And you're from Australia." I mocked his answer with silence and watched him eat one measured forkful at a time. The man was so handsome it was ridiculous. His back was straighter than a pole, and he acted as though dinner with my father, the most fearsome alpha in the shadow world, was an effortless affair. Like an arrogant prince from a bedtime story, I thought, taking a sip of water, glaring at him over the rim of the glass. The bridge of his nose was slightly crooked, hinting that it had been broken at least once. It was the only imperfection I could find on his person. Broad of chest and shoulders, narrow-waisted and with a jaw as strong as his arms, my suitor looked like an ancient sculpture brought to life. "He's a fine specimen," the analytical part of my mind noted. "Prestigious bloodline, physically and politically powerful. Attractive, a worthy mate," it decided. Not that I cared. I was perfectly capable of taking care of myself, and that was the end of the matter. After swallowing his steak, he smiled in a decidedly bold way. Unabashed, I arched a brow and returned to butchering my steak. The knife missed the meat, screeching as it hit the ceramic plate. We all winced. Father shot a thundercloud look in my direction from the head of the table. I promptly looked away so that he wouldn't be able to see the satisfaction in my eyes. He deserved to feel uncomfortable. It served him right for leaving me in the dark. Matrimony, a shock indeed. "Why don't you tell us about yourself?" Father ventured at last, somehow coming across as both casual and authoritative at the same time. He was like an interviewer in that sense. "I hear the Paris pack is flourishing under the leadership of your father." A shadow fleeted across our visitor's face, but it vanished as soon as it came. "Yes," he said. "We don't have the Same renown as the Melbourne pack, but the Paris pack flourishes under Mateus' rule. More and more are converting to our ways, embracing our strict approach to tradition. Wonderful, I said aloud, careful to balance the sarcasm with an enthusiasm that could be mistaken for real. I'm betrothed to someone of the blank bloodline. I must ask, though, which son are you? You don't know who I am, my suitor asked, genuinely surprised. I noticed that his hair, the brown of rich soil, was styled to look messy in accordance with the modern hype. What's the matter? I asked with the falsest concern I could muster. Not as famous as you thought you were. Chance. The warning was in my father's tone, if not explicitly expressed. He turned to our guest with the closest thing to an apology he was capable of, an excuse. I haven't had the chance to inform her of the betrothal. Other matters called for our attention. I understand, my suitor conceded, but there was a bite of disapproval in his tone. Business comes before family. His words had the full-bodied flavor of the truth, but the bitter aftertaste of a lie. He believed in what he said but seemed to wish the world were otherwise. I frowned, but the lapse in composure went unnoticed. As the men locked eyes over the dinner table, gooseflesh appeared on my forearms, and I realized the two were engaged in a battle of wills. If I concentrated, I could feel a slick heat in competition with an icy cold. Something or someone caved, and it was over. The heat vanished, and the visitor sagged back in his chair, rubbing at his eyes. He'd lasted surprisingly long, but judging from father's smug expression, the boy had not proven a serious challenge. A bell chimed, a shrill reminder of the modern world. Father pulled out his phone, pensively scratching at his stubble. Sorry, kids, he said at last, rising from his chair. I'd love to stay and chat, but duty calls. Jerome, escort my daughter to her room when you're finished. And then there were two. The second we were alone, I turned on my suitor. Which son are you, and how long has my father been searching for a suitable mate for me? His look was one of confusion. I would have thought that one brought up in this house would be more polite, especially towards their superiors. I almost threw myself across the table to throttle him. I don't see anyone superior to me in the general vicinity, I said. Instead, smoothing down my dress. I smirked at the tick in his jaw. You might have impressed my father, boy, but you're yet to impress me. He seemed to realize that. My humble apologies, he said, switching back to his princely manner. I meant, insult. My name is Jerome Miles Blanc, and I am the fourth son of my father. It's a pleasure to meet you. As an advisor to the throne, I'd heard several rumors about the sons of the blank bloodline. The eldest, Gabriel, was infamous for jilting his wife of several years after she failed to produce a male heir in what he considered a reasonable amount of time, never mind the fact that science had proven it was a male seed that determined the gender of a newborn. I only knew the vaguest details about the second and third sons. They were entirely unremarkable, and as far as I was aware, they'd married into influential bloodlines to secure political ties throughout Europe. Jerome, however, I'd heard plenty about. The youngest son. To date, Jerome was most infamous for the time his father threatened to disown him. It was public knowledge that Jerome was a shameless flirt whose preferences weren't limited by race or gender. While that didn't bother me in the slightest, it had certainly bothered the Paris Alpha, and it had gotten to the point where Mateus had publicly shamed his son and threatened Jerome with the loss of his inheritance. By all reports, Jerome had complied with that ultimatum. Yes, it's a pleasure, I said absent-mindedly. Was Jerome a victim of our parents' machinations as much as I was? Or had he come to embrace the ways of his father, all for the sake of an easy lot in life? I shook my head, suddenly sick of contemplating his character and the impact he might have on my life. I'm no longer hungry. Would you kindly escort me to my room? Jerome acquiesced, and we stood, abandoning our meals and The private dining space. When I fell into step beside him, it rankled me that he was taller by half a head. You still haven't answered one of my questions, I reminded him as we walked. I can't say for sure how long the Lord Nightshade has been searching for a mate for you, he said, sounding genuinely apologetic. All I know is that the tournaments have been running for about 3 years. Tournaments? I echoed faintly. You haven't. Jerome pinched the bridge of his nose, evidently frustrated. I can understand that he didn't disclose. Chapter 8. Absolute Madness. My breath exploded into a snarl as my shoulder hit the wall, sending tiny fissures through the plaster. Recycling that momentum, I launched off the incriminating surface and sprinted across the room in a fury of pumping muscles and blood, enraged beyond rational thought. I hit another wall, even harder than the last one. Plaster fell around me like ashen rain, settling in my hair, infiltrating my lashes and stinging in my eyes. I pawed at my face in a blind panic, trying to get it out. As tears formed, the walls seemed to press in even closer, forcing the air to congeal and the pressure to rise. It felt like I was trying to breathe in treacle, every gasp sweet and precious, but sickening and choking at the same time. The ache in my temples peaked, becoming a keen blade of pain. The world wobbled. And then it stilled, and the waves of nausea ebbed. I was on the floor, face mashed into the blue carpet threads, nose full of dust, and cheeks streaked with tears. Trembling, I pushed myself up into a sitting position and picked white chunks of plaster from my hair, flicking them into the far corner where I'd stacked the worst of the debris from my previous lapses into instinct. Once a retreat of cool blues and blonde woods, my room was now a wreck. The bed was a mound of splinters and shredded blankets. My bookshelf was in shambles, and holes riddled the walls, exposing the electrical wiring within. I couldn't even recall what I'd done to result in the destruction. All I remembered was fear. Fear of the walls. I'd only been trapped in here for a few days, but the wolf in me suffered. Wild animals weren't meant to be caged. It soon became apparent that picking the plaster from my hair was an exercise in futility. It was crumbling into powder, mixing with my sweat, and becoming pasty at my scalp. Huffing with frustration, I climbed to my feet and started pacing, stepping in time with the mental mantra that had been slowly but surely eating away at my human thoughts. I shouldn't be in here. Guttural noises clawed their way out of my throat, brought into being through no will of mine. With each step, the walls pressed in even closer. I realized I was already charging at the door and skidded to a halt. This is madness, I hissed, rubbing my temples. Absolute bloody madness. Throwing my hands into the air, I fled for the ensuite. Entering the shower, clothes and all. Before I could change my mind, I slammed the cold tap on as far as it would go. Arg. Icy water blasted from 6 different jets, saturating me from head to toe. Even knowing what I'd been planning, the water came as a cruel shock. I shuddered and spluttered, body rigid as a board. A black clump of hair slopped into my eyes, and I pushed it aside with shaking hands, forcing myself not to wrench away into the warm, dry air. This shock, this clarity, was exactly what I needed. Sadly, my body soon adjusted to the temperature of the water. It sucked to be a werewolf sometimes. When the shower lost its hold on me, and I could barely register the sensation of water pounding into my skin, I sighed and turned the tap off. I shouldn't be in here. If I broke the mirror or shower glass in a fit of rage. I made a conscious decision to leave the soft, white towel on its hook and trudged back into the bedroom, soaked and miserable. What did it matter if I dripped water on the carpet? The room was already ruined. And what did it matter if I looked awful? Even if I'd wanted to impress Jerome, he wasn't here for my looks. He was here for my throne, my inheritance, for the children I might bear him. I came to an abrupt halt, vomit rising in my throat. I'm getting married. Hey. The voice was carefully dispassionate and totally unexpected. Skin rippling with an impending transformation, I whirled on the source of the sound, disturbingly excited by the prospect of ripping out an intruder's throat. There, lounging on the window seat, was the person I'd been. I was expecting it, but I was sure it would never come. "How the hell did you get in here?" I asked, trying to force my claws back into their nail beds. When it proved to be an impossible task, I clasped my hands behind my back, out of sight. "Through the window, of course," London retorted. He scarcely looked like the man I'd met in the alleyway. For starters, he wasn't drenched in blood, and his clothes weren't in tatters. But it was more than just his appearance that went against my last memory of him. London's entire demeanor had changed. Instead of being poised for attack, he seemed relaxed as he surveyed the destruction of my room, perhaps even a little amused. His hands were deep inside the pockets of a vintage leather jacket, a complacency I would never have allowed myself in proximity with an enemy. "Nice room you have here," he remarked, but his eyes were traveling up and down my body, briefly noting my chest. Frowning, I looked down and saw that my sopping wet t-shirt was clinging to me. I looked away in embarrassment, heat flaming in my cheeks. London sucked in a sharp breath. "That?" He closed the distance between us, lifting a hand to my black eye, fingertips hovering a hair's breadth over the tender skin. "Did I do that?" I was a little disconcerted by his concern. People were only supposed to look like he did when something they cherished was compromised. For example, when food was dropped on the floor. "No," I reassured him, fully aware of how absurd it was to comfort him. "If you'd hit me, I would have healed by now." Werewolves can only sustain lasting injury if it's inflicted by silver or by one of our own race, from a person more dominant than oneself. He looked perplexed. "Then who?" Understanding dawned on his face, quickly followed by outrage. His hand dropped, becoming a fist at his side. "Your father hit you," he bit out, as though the words disgusted him. "Why?" I was about to answer when I noticed his scent for the first time. It was very distracting, a blend of leather, mint, clean air, and fresh rain. If only Sophie's perfumes could smell like this, I mused, wondering if I'd find her less aggravating if she ceased to smell like chemicals. Probably not, I decided. Everything she did and said annoyed me. I disobeyed orders, I managed at last, forcing my wayward mind back on track. "I wasn't supposed to leave the house, but I did anyway, to go kill you." A wall slammed down behind his eyes. London took a step back. "We should get this over and done with." It took a moment for me to register that he was referring to his execution. Wouldn't he rather stretch out these moments so that he might live a little longer? Or would he truly rather end his life than continue this conversation? "You want to die?" I asked, shameless curiosity coloring my tone. "I can't stand the waiting," he snapped, running a hand through his hair. The gesture of agitation tugged at my heart somewhat. "It's eating at me. I just want this to be over." "Are you scared?" I asked, curious. "No." "Tell me, is someone who is only half a liar still a liar?" He trailed off, probably questioning my mental stability. "Depends on the lie?" Maybe I allowed. Silence blossomed. It hit me properly then that London was here to die. Guilt sprouted in my chest when I realized I'd been striking up petty talk while the poor boy awaited his terrible fate. And the werewolf. The community awaited their vengeance. What had possessed me to talk to him? I should have summoned the guards outright, I realized, but I hadn't. Like a fool, I'd risked my reputation and my life by sparing him a second time. I should have been raring to turn him in. He was the son of the Melbourne City Warden, for Christ's sake, the ancient immortal who lorded over vampire kind in our precinct. London was, by definition, the ultimate enemy of my kin. What did Father call vampires again? Things? London is not a person, I thought, trying to convince myself to hand him over. He's not. The only reason you've delayed his death is so that you can play with him, like a cat with a mouse, and enjoy his prolonged torment at your own hands. Tears sprang in my eyes as black sloshed in my stomach so strong that it almost triggered my gag reflex. I remembered now why I refrained from lying to myself. This was like drowning in an oil spill. How could I? Have I been so foolish? I berated myself, riding another wave of nausea. You stupid, stupid girl. I tried to acknowledge other, truthful things like, I am a werewolf or my hair is black, but none of the gold that produced was strong enough to defy the black for more than a few seconds. I like chocolate. I tried again, but it was in vain. As easily as I knew my eyes were yellow, I knew that only the truth to the lie that I'd wrought would suffice. Why did you save him? My inner voice gasped with the effort of being heard. Why do you continue to protect him? I looked him over from head to toe, hoping to find an answer in his person. London's hair was disheveled, and the black of it was absolute, like the spaces between the stars. The clenching of his fists prompted the veins in his forearms to bulge a little, mapping viridescent pathways through the snowy terrain of his skin. Then there was the symmetry of his face. London's sensuous mouth formed a serious line, the sentiment of which was mirrored by the slants of fine, dark hair that formed his brows. It was beneath that frown and in the troubled depths of his eyes that I found my answer. They revealed what the rest of his bearing did not: indecision. In correspondence with the half-lie he'd told earlier, London was both scared and accepting of his fate. He was both weak and strong, compassionate and ruthless, reliable and fallible, dutiful and not. Was I not the same? London had the same characteristics as any other city. Witch, werewolf, or vampire, we were all individuals who cared for something and were capable of making mistakes. It was the human in all of us, our defining trait. The voice was even softer than last time, a tiny rasping whisper. My lie had choked the strength from it. Because, I ventured dumbly, he is just like me. The words struck a golden chord within my being. All at once, the pressure eased, darkness gurgling away as heady amber took its place. I took a long, careful draught of air, savoring the relief oxygen brought to my deprived organs. But the black wasn't entirely purged. A dark film collected at the edges of my mind, like mold awaiting the right conditions to thrive. There was something else I'd refused to acknowledge properly regarding London. And I knew exactly what it was. Fine, I thought with a skull. I'll admit it. He's attractive. I'm attracted to a vampire. The black vanished like dirt in a cleaning advert. It felt as if a great weight had been lifted from my shoulders. And then I realized one had. For the first time since letting London walk free the night of my brother's death, I knew exactly what I was going to do. Before I hand you over, I would like you to tell me exactly how my brother died. The words rolled off my tongue with ease, despite the ache that surfaced with the memory of his corpse. Purpose burned in my veins, pushing throughout my being with each anticipatory beat of my heart. It was wonderful to have a plan, to be in action after so many stagnant hours. What you were doing beforehand, how you came across him, who started the fight, who finished it. And don't lie, I warned, cracking my knuckles with practiced efficiency. Because if you do, I'll know about it. Chapter 9. Harsh Truths. Are you sure you want to know? London asked, massaging the area between his neck and shoulder. It was a gesture of exhaustion and reluctance. This wasn't a tale that he wanted to tell. Yes, I snapped. Of course, I wanted to know. Why else would I have asked? An itch built beneath my skin while I waited for him to begin. I went to scratch it. Nerves shrieked, and I looked down at my forearm, only to find that I'd torn back some skin. It was a foreboding symptom of an impending lapse into instinct. It begins with her, London said quietly. The vampire was entirely unaware of my agitation, lost in another time and place. Her? I asked, trying to sound nonchalant, hating the jealousy that crept into my tone. Now that I'd admitted to myself that London was attractive, it was hard to remember that I could never pursue something with him. It was simply impossible with Jerome in the picture and our people at war. And that was assuming the attraction was mutual. Rose, London clarified, almost sighing the name. So beautiful, and full of the most fantastical facts. For example, did you know all rainbows are donut-shaped when viewed from above? And that elephants carry their pregnancies for nearly 2 years before giving birth? Oh, and he has a girlfriend. Something sank inside me and I commanded it to stay sunk. I clicked my fingers to get his attention. You're getting off track. Sorry. Crestfallen, he took a moment to gather the threads of his story once more. It was her birthday the night that your brother died. I told Rose she could have anything she wanted, that she could go anywhere, do anything with anyone. Whatever her desire, I would make it her reality. She wanted to go out, he went on. She liked to dance. So I took her out for dinner, well, dinner for me and some blood-laced wine for her, before rounding up our friends and hitting the clubs. You can eat real food? I asked suddenly. Curious. Yeah, he said. It's a Lamia thing. Pretty cool, actually. London paused for breath. It was bizarre how human he was. Seemed how something as simple as a lungful of air could blur the lines that separated mortality from immortality. From what I understood of the Lamia, a strain of the vampire race, he had been born in the way that a mortal was born. Ate and drank in the way that mortals ate and drank, and he could brave the sun without consequence. The only thing to separate him from humanity was his supernatural strength and his need to consume blood as well as food too, to survive. What happened next? I asked. The beautiful boy shrugged. We danced. We got tipsy on drunk people's blood, and we did all the usual partying stuff. The last part of the sentence was tacked on, and I winced. Why? Did my imagination have to be so vivid? It was late when we left the first club and went to find another one. Everyone was laughing, having the time of their lives. Well, almost everyone. I noticed after a bit that Rose was unusually withdrawn. She walked ahead of the rest of us and only answered direct questions. Then she started ignoring even those. I was so absorbed by her unhappiness, he said, succinctly, lingering on every word, that I never saw them coming. I didn't realize how close we'd come to the border, and I didn't realize we'd taken a wrong turn until we found ourselves at the end of that alleyway. We tried to go back the way we came, but a group of werewolves blocked our escape. The suspension of his storytelling and my restlessness combined. I did my best to ignore the fact that it felt like I'd stumbled into a nest of fire ants. And then I asked through gritted teeth. Rose asked them to move aside. The redhead, Richard, I think you called him? Anyway, he grabbed her and held her hostage against the rest of us. He accused us of trespassing on your territories and said the pack should make an example of us. Only Arthur seemed unconvinced, suggesting that I lost the following few words to a shudder, one that threatened to undo my anatomy and warp it into something more substantial. Something bad is going to happen, I thought grimly, fighting back a wave of the searing energy. Something terrible. I'd never felt so out of control, so uncertain of my shape. With great effort, I tuned in again. The two wolves bickered some more, but by that stage I was fed up with it. I wanted Rose back in my arms, where she would be safe. She was so scared, he whispered, and looking at his face, I had no doubt he'd be haunted by the events of that night for as long as he lived. She started crying. That was the end of my control. I tried to snatch her back, but it was a mistake. It was the excuse the werewolves needed to engage in battle. Next thing I know, bodies are flying, and I'm feeling the crunch of bone underneath my fists and, oh God, one by one we all went down, staining the bricks with our blood. Gold swirled about my chest, and much like the night I'd learned of Arthur's death, the implications of that heady color made me feel sick. Neither side had been at fault, not entirely, although it seemed my people were to blame for aggravating the situation. It was almost baffling to think that the impending shadow war had sprung from such a slight misunderstanding. Countless innocents, human and supernatural alike, were going to be slaughtered senselessly for the sake of a few twisted facts. I needed to fix this. London stiffened when I laid a hand on his shoulder. Tell me the rest, I tried to say gently, but the effort of fighting an impending transformation twisted my tone into one of frustration. Most of it's a blur, he admitted, still looking at the hand on his shoulder. I expected him to remove it or step back out of my reach, but he did neither of those things. Somehow, whilst recounting how our people had killed each other, he was taking comfort in my solace. But I remember stumbling into Ben and Arthur. Your brother was seconds from plunging his claws into Ben's eyes. He didn't see me coming, so I snapped his neck. His death flicked a switch in all the others. Their attacks became sloppy, uncoordinated. Richard actually screamed when it happened, like he could feel it somehow. London had been directly responsible for the death of my brother. It could not be blamed on any of the other vampires that were present that night. Feeling confused to the point of nausea, I let my hand drop. Guilt flashed through London's eyes, and he took a step back, refusing to look at me. Richard still had Rose at that stage, he said. I tried to save her, but his claws were erupting from the middle of her chest before I could reach them. And then London broke off, clutching at his stomach as if it would help hold him together. He killed her right in front of me, Chance. He threw her at my feet. I'm sorry you had to experience that, was all I could say. I couldn't stop looking at his hands. They'd ended Arthur's life. It had been such a dishonorable, impersonal death. But I recognized London had been manipulated into killing my brother, to an extent. There was someone else more deserving of my anger. Richard needed to suffer for what he'd done. But I couldn't make him suffer whilst I was locked in my room, on bad terms with my father. My skin crawled dangerously. It was all I could do not to shake with the strength of my murderous feelings. London went on, oblivious to my building rage. Richard came after me next, trying to land a fatal blow with his claws. Ben took the blow for me, and I thought I'd lost him, too. I got so mad, Chance. I don't remember how, but I think I killed the surviving werewolves in my rage, because when I regained awareness, everyone was on the ground except for Richard, who was running. I would have gone after him if I hadn't heard Ben struggling to get up. I chose my friend over revenge. I realized that I'd forgotten to breathe at some point and took in a draft of air. There was so much to process in such a short time. What prevailed over everything else, however, was an anger so extreme that it hurt to foster it, an anger so hot that it burned like coals in the pit of my stomach. Oddly enough, it wasn't directed at London, who had slaughtered my brother. It was directed at Richard, who had instigated the fight. We have to fix this, I said vehemently. We can't let the mistakes of a few damn the masses. I know, London said quietly. There was resolution in his eyes and determination in the set of his jaw. It seemed the Irephang boy was as dedicated to finding a peaceful solution to this conflict as I was. You are not solely responsible for this tragic turn of events, London. I openly acknowledge that. But you're responsible in part, and so you're going to help me stop this war before it starts in earnest. Chapter 10, Couples Row. London didn't seem impressed. That's an excellent idea, but there's one thing you've forgotten. What would that be? I asked, growing frustrated. The whole of my mouth ached from pressure, the kind that forewarned fangs. I killed your brother, London reminded me, and I wanted to punch his pretty face. We'd moved past this, hadn't we? There were more important things at stake than my personal grievances. And I'm here to die as recompense. Handing you over would destroy all chances of establishing peace between our races, I snapped, fangs erupting from my tender, swollen gums. A son for a son was a fanciful dream, one that I'd abandoned in favor of reality. Revenge would only beget further acts of revenge. Don't be an idiot. I might be an idiot, but at least I'm not a hypocrite. Flashing fangs in a conversation about peace, London muttered, shaking his head in disapproval. Can you control yourself at all? Or are you more animal than human, as I suspect? The worst thing about that accusation was that it elicited a concentrated burst of gold. Hurt fissured the last of my resistance. The human in me wavered, and I collapsed to the floor, fingers clutching at the carpet threads in a last-ditch effort to regain control. It was useless. Because London was correct, I was more animal than human, more instinct than sense, less of a person than every other person on the planet. That was why the eyes were yellow. That was why the urge to dominate was so strong within me. That was why I would always be alone in the ways that mattered most. London knelt to meet my eyes. All traces of his earlier cynicism had fled. Chance, are you okay? Can I do anything for you? Leave, I gasped. Before a violent heat tore through me, rendering all human notions obsolete. My cells rearranged themselves with brutal efficiency, bones shifting, muscles tearing, only to knit back together in new and stronger patterns. A retching cry escaped my lips as the vertebrae in my back stretched to impossible proportions, broadening and lengthening, pulling nerves taut across a vaulting landscape of bone and tissue as it went. Skin became a black pelt. Screams became howls. Existence was excruciating. And then it wasn't. The smell of cured hide and rain filled my nostrils. It wasn't the scent of another wolf, however, which piqued my interest. I opened my eyes and beheld an enclosed space bereft of life, filled with meaningless things. Chance, Nightshade, this is the last time we'll repeat our instructions. Resume your human shape and explain the situation. I whipped around at the string of sounds, ears flattening against the back of my skull. There was a creature of some sort just beyond the wall. I growled at the thing I couldn't see, driven by an ancient instinct that insisted all creatures should fear and detest the unknown. The creature didn't heed my warning and continued to make noise. Michael, prepare to call the Lord Nightshade. There's 6 of us. And 1 of her, so it should be a cinch, but he's our backup if things get out of hand. The rest of you, sorry lot, morph up. Our goal is to subdue her. This is the City Alpha's daughter we're dealing with, so be careful. If we injure her unnecessarily, the Lord Nightshade will have our hides for it. I crouched low and waited, ears pricking up and straining to catch the next sound. An ambush was being set, but I was ready. It was familiar, assuming the role of a predator, familiar in a way that these surroundings were not, and I whined quietly with my next breath, voicing the pang of longing in my chest. I longed for the woods and the wild. A section of the wall swung inwards, and 2 enemies hurried inside, 1 wolf and 1 human female. Instinct took over, and I barreled into the side of the bigger threat, pushing him off balance. We grappled for a moment, fangs slashing at each other's shoulders, but my weight prevailed, and I knocked him off his feet, biting hard into his shoulder. For good measure, he crumpled into a human form, issuing noises of distress as he clutched at the wound. Something tickled, then pulled. The female had climbed me. She clutched at the fur behind my ears to control the movements of my head. Her arms were no match for the strength in my neck, however. I whipped my head from side to side, shaking her loose with a vengeance. When she slipped, I bit down on her leg and sent her sailing into the nearest wall. My next 3 opponents were more intelligent and waited in the hall, where I'd be forced to meet them on their terms. Leaving the 2 on the floor with their wounds, I ventured forth, slashing and weaving, fighting the oncoming wolves. Blood stained the walls, and for the briefest instant, I felt an alien remorse for that vandalism. Then the sentiment was gone, and my savagery restored. The next few minutes progressed similarly, growing monotonous despite the action. I attacked, dodged, parried, and prowled, all the while searching for an exit. Eventually, I discovered an incomplete room, missing a wall on the far side. It was some feeding space, filled with strange platforms at which humans indulged in bafflingly diverse preparations of their kills. The floorboards extended beyond the roof, ending in a shallow rail outside. Even from here, I could see the field of sheared grass, could smell summer on the breeze. I could make out bushland on the horizon. Yes, that was where I wanted to be. Those who weren't seated retreated from my advancing form, content to watch my progress from a distance, save for a tiny one that giggled and tangled sauce-covered hands in my fur. A woman snatched him up and withdrew. She reprimanded him sufficiently that I felt no need to pursue the matter. I was almost at the balcony when a man rose from a chair, dabbing at the corner of his mouth with a scrap of cloth before casting it aside. He seemed unfazed by my superior bulk, rudely planting himself in the middle of my path. I pulled my lips back from my teeth, hoping that the warning would be heeded. I didn't want to waste time killing him, but I would if I had to. Chance, he uttered, and for the briefest of moments I felt a stirring in my chest, a flurry of golden embers. Was that sound, that word, important? Remember yourself. This doesn't need to happen. Dominance radiated from the man, saturating each of his words so that the meaning of them was clear, even if I didn't understand his actual speech. Whoever he was, and I sensed he was familiar in some indescribable way, he expected me to obey. What a ridiculous notion. Hackles rising, I advanced. The man reached for the neck of his shirt, where he fumbled with the length of fabric fastened there. The tie came loose and slipped to the floor with a whisper. "Please evacuate the room," he called out. The diners were hesitant to respond, but when the man unbuttoned and removed his shirt, they set down their utensils and made for the door. Only a few lingered, and the insolent human narrowed his eyes on them. My fiancé and I have matters of a violent nature to attend to. They listened and left, leaving us alone. In a last-ditch, in an effort to avoid confrontation, I tried to edge around the man. He moved with me, removing clothes as he went, ruining the maneuver. Something in the deep recesses of my subconscious recognized that he was preparing to morph. He meant to face me in a matching form. "This is your last chance to avoid a scene," he warned, when more of his tan skin was showing than not. "Change back. I'll take you to your room." The language escaped me, but the meaning was clear. He wanted to force me back into the prison from which I'd just escaped, back within those four looming walls. He wanted to deny me the open fields and skies, and everything natural and good that existed between them. Without further delay, I launched for the arch of his throat. Chapter 11. A Hill to Die On. I was met with an explosion of muscle. The suddenness of his transformation from man to beast was astonishing. I latched onto a wolf's throat, which I was less than pleased about, because it meant I had to search through a baffle of thick pelt for a vein to pierce. His fur tickled the sensitive cavern of my mouth, denying me blood. With a snarl, the wolf threw his head into mine, hard. The fur slipped through my teeth, and he shook me off. Claws scrabbling for purchase on the polished floors, I retreated as hastily as my precarious footing allowed, hoping to facilitate space in which I could reevaluate the threat that he posed. We glared at each other from across the room. The size of a Clydesdale horse, he comprised hulking, bear-like shoulders and a barrel chest that tapered into an angular waist. The pelt I'd been chewing on was intriguing, patterned in variegated shades of ebony, russet, and white. It was the perfect camouflage for a forest terrain in the seasonal throes of autumn and winter. Suddenly, a sound came from within. It was the voice of the rival wolf. "Submit to me." This time, the words were accompanied by a surge of compulsion. I knew that if I fought it, the voice would merely return, with the same force and intent again and again, like waves beating themselves senselessly on the shore. I shook my head as if to clear it of the pestering sensation. The next wave of compulsion broke a dam of anger in my mind. I would not roll over for this other wolf, not for self-preservation or Personal gain. He was the worthiest suitor I'd ever been presented with, but I would not take him. Procreation and cooperation were the furthest things from my mind as I gathered all of my strength and charged. He ducked beneath my attack with lightning speed. Wicked. Canines snagged in my flank, eliciting a burst of agony and a seeping warmth. I whirled on him with a bark of pain, slashing at the thin stretch of skin on his muzzle. In no time, we were grappling, trying to bowl one another over, lost in a whirlwind of cuts and bruises and primal instincts. We crashed into a serving trolley and a pot of soup went flying. It scorched where it splashed on our hides. I felt a pang of betrayal. Food had never mistreated me in such a manner before. Chance, came that voice again, curdling with the heat of frustration. With the close contact of our minds came a rudimentary understanding of his language, and I was surprised to learn that the strange word was my name. Just submit. It'll make both of our lives that much easier. With intense concentration, I was able to formulate a coherent reply. No, I sent back, picking up a chair with my teeth and launching it at him with all the force I could muster. It shattered when it came into contact with the crown of his head, attesting to the thickness of his skull. I will not submit. Give in, he ordered, incensed. Give up, I snarled back. You are mine, he sent with a guttural noise of rage, freeing himself from the remnants of the chair with a vicious shrug. And if you will not yield, then I will take victory. With that warning, he set upon me with an assortment of sharp attacks. 1 second, he was nipping at my ankles. The next, his teeth caught my ear. The next, he clamped down on my tail. I struggled to evade him, to launch attacks of my own, but he was faster and his parries were flawless. I realized with horror that he'd been holding back until now. How was I supposed to compete with this? When I reared to bite the back of his neck, he tackled me into the concrete feature wall. It fissured a little, but was ultimately thick enough to withstand the impact. Crushed between an unstoppable force and an immovable object, I felt my skeleton straining, tested as it had never been tested before. One of my ribs gave way with a sharp crack. Pain punched through my chest, and I howled. The sound petered into a choked gasp as a terrible pressure built in my lungs. My vision blurred, but the hurt was the petulant kind that demanded attention, clawing me back into consciousness. Sensing something amiss, the rival wolf skittered back to assess the damage he'd inflicted, although he was willing to defeat me soundly. To assure compliance, at the end of the day, he wanted to spare me serious injury so that I could act in the role of his mate. Rather than curl into a ball like I wanted to, I took advantage of the reprieve and lunged at his throat in one last, desperate attempt to introduce him to death. The side of his head cracked into mine, and my teeth came together with the hollow click of an empty reunion. Snarling at my audacity, he climbed onto my shoulders, forcing me to the ground with the brunt of his weight. My knees buckled, and the fire in my chest worsened. I could not move. I could not breathe. Submit, he insisted once more, and there was something final in his tone. His patience had worn thin. Testing it would be unwise. Shuddering with exhaustion, I tried to unseat him but collapsed instead. He took the back of my neck in his mouth and applied pressure. It was an undeniable hold. One quick bite was all it would take to end me forever. It was how Arthur had died. I was defeated. I took in a slow, hitching breath. The knowledge that I had failed festered inside of me. The scent of musk and sandalwood drenched the air that I consumed. His scent, I realized with a burst of hatred, and his mind pressed in on mine from all directions. Battered and bruised and tired, I resisted the urge to give in. Resisted the call to become his mate, but it was growing increasingly complex. He was strong, stronger than I'd ever expected. There are 3 options here, I told him. Even though the words were weak in volume, there was strength in their conviction. You can either submit to me, kill me, or you can delay choosing until the pressure in my lungs rises and finishes the job for you. Please don't be ridiculous, he scoffed. Submit to me, and I'll release you. It's as simple as that. No, it wasn't that simple at all. Then I will drown. We fell into silence, and time continued as I did, stubbornly and without regard for the suffering of others. Breathing became more and more difficult, and the corners of my vision flickered dark, but I didn't mind. Even as I lost, I was winning. I would die, but I would not live as a slave. That was all that mattered. When oblivion came, I embraced it. Chapter 12, Formidable. Muted voices pulled me from the soothing reaches of my slumber. I withdrew from the noise and burrowed further into the surrounding softness. I'd somehow made it safely to my bed and entangled myself in the puffy doona. When the voices grew louder, I reached for a pillow to pull over my ears. The feather stuffing was gentle in its resistance to my blind, groping fingers. As I tried to reclaim sleep, I slowly became aware of the faint but unmistakable scent of wild lavender. It was achingly familiar, evoking a sweet pang in my chest, but I couldn't recall why. Rather than torment myself with questions, I accepted the novelty of it and let myself drift off, luxuriating in the rare comfort those floral notes induced. Wake up, demanded a stern, deep voice, shattering my moment of solace. There are things to be done. I frowned, but still refused to open my eyes. Jerome, I asked, voice hoarse with disuse. What are you doing here? Rather than answer, he sat on the bed. I rolled into the depression he created, coming to a stop against his back. I'm here because no one else would come, Jerome explained. Everyone's too scared to come in here after you destroyed half the house. Now get up, he insisted, jabbing me in the waist. You have a city alpha to advise. I don't want to get up, I moaned, shrugging the blankets over my head once more and curling up into a ball. The blankets have accepted me as one of their own. If I leave now, I might lose their trust. Ma chérie, he exclaimed in exasperation. Butterflies swarmed in my belly, even though he could have been insulting me for all I knew. Why are you so stubborn? Why must you fight me so? The frustration in his tone struck a familiar note. Memories tumbled into the scope of my attention. He was on top of me, I remembered with a surge of panic, a hand flying up to the back of my neck. He'd bitten me there, and I needed to know if the wounds had lasted. What if I succumbed to his dominance by fainting? My eyes flew open at another, more terrible thought. What if we'd traded blood and were mated? It was entirely possible. We'd both been bleeding during the fight. For a heartbeat, my fingertips registered nothing. My brain was too caught up in the moment's significance to process information. Then it kicked into gear. The nape of my neck was smooth, the skin unbroken. There was no evidence that I'd ever been forced to the floor. I exploded into motion, no longer able to stand the entanglement of the covers. I'm free. I crowed internally, seeking out the one who'd threatened that freedom. Jerome sat with his back to me, staring at the far wall, but the act didn't fool me. His attention was a palpable force. I could feel the effort with which he honed each of his senses on me. I was born stubborn, I declared, remembering that he'd asked a question. It runs in the Nightshade blood. As for the resistance I maintain, this one was difficult. How could I explain all the different factors that contributed to my fear of communion? I searched for an answer that would satisfy both of us and came up short. I just met you. There is more to this than the fact that we are strangers to one another, Jerome complained, a note of insecurity in his voice. I was at a loss to understand his vulnerability. He'd beaten me to the threshold of death, had stolen my future with his marriage proposal, and had recently attempted to make me his mental and physical slave. How is it that he was more wounded than I was? Were blows to the ego truly so terrible? Instead of those questions, I asked, why are you so upset this morning? You made it clear last night that you would rather die than be mine. It's difficult to come to terms with when I risked my life to be yours. Oh. I realized I'd never taken his emotional stayed into account when refusing his advances. How would it feel to be decreed worthless by the person you'd risked everything for? It would not feel perfect, I had to acknowledge. He risked death to marry me, whereas I risked death to avoid marrying him. Conflicted, I reached out and laid a hand on Jerome's back. Warmth bled through his shirt, eager to sink into my skin. "You're right," I said finally. I needed to be firm with him, but I didn't need to be cruel, yet. There is more to this. But I don't think now is the time to explain. With that, I retreated from the conversation and our closeness. Jerome tracked me with his eyes, something unreadable in them catching at me. But I wasn't a foolish rabbit to be ensnared by a simple snare. I had a feeling he was beginning to understand that. "You're right too," Jerome admitted. "This can wait. Your father has requested your immediate presence in the throne room and sent me to ensure that you respond to his summons. I'll wait outside while you change." He left before I could ask him to elaborate. As I watched, the door closed behind him, and I noticed he was wearing leather trousers ready to morph at a moment's notice. A burden settled on my shoulders anew. Jerome was dressed for the very war I was seeking to prevent, brokering a truce between vampires and werewolves seemed like a mammoth task in the light of morning, daunting, without the heat of wrath to inspire me. I sat up, wiping the sand out of my eyes. The details of my environment crept in, and I realized I wasn't actually in my bedroom, but a spacious apartment with 4 connecting doors. One led to an ensuite, another to the balcony, another to a wardrobe. The last was the exit. Although the apartment lacked the division of walls or screens, there were clear zones, cleverly marked out by the strategic placement of furniture and color-coded accessories. On the far side of the room was a kitchen of stone benches, oak cupboards, and stainless steel appliances. Dining area branched out from the island bench, which in turn branched out into a small library, set aglow by generous windows. Between the dining room and the bedroom were all the fundamentals of a living room, replete with more decorative cushions than any one person could need. I had to turn away from it all. The place was too comforting, entirely at odds with my abrasive emotions. Careful to keep my eyes down, I threw aside the covers and slid from the bed, the wooden floorboards cool against my bare feet. Standing turned out to be difficult. I stumbled and reached for the bedside table, cursing at the uncharacteristic aftermorphing weakness in my legs, flinching when my fumbling fingers knocked something off the bedside table. I looked down just in time to see a picture frame hit the floor, the glass shattering far and fast. When the shards had been grudgingly attended to, I reached for the frame, turned it over, and froze. The woman in the photo had lustrous brown hair, so dark it was almost as black as mine. She was slender, a feature that was emphasized by the sheer muscle of the man who had his arms around her waist. The two were smitten with one another, that much was obvious. It could be seen in their soft expressions, in the lingering of her hand on his shoulder. I took in those sweet cues and more, wistfulness catching in my chest like a missed heartbeat. This was what real love looked like. This was something I would never have had. "Mother," I murmured, tracing the curve of her cheekbone, reveling in the color of her eyes. "And father," I uttered, swallowing hard. In this version of him, there was none of the tension in his frame, none of the hardness in his eyes, none of the cruelty in the cut of his mouth that was as predictable now as the rising sun. A thought struck me like a punch. Had this been their room? Were these my mother's things, and her scent of lavender, and the air that she had breathed? It had been so long since my mother had taken me in her arms, since I'd been held by anyone, really. It all became too much. I set the frame down on the bedside table with a little more force than necessary. "This is no time for sentimentality," I chided myself, rising and following the scent of moth-eaten clothes to the wardrobe. When I wrenched the door open, I found a room that almost rivaled the kitchen in size. Racks of clothes lined the walls. Shoes dominated. The shelves and a floor-to-ceiling mirror doubled the material wealth on display. When I took a step forward, a sensor in the floor triggered lights. Above, my reflection came into stark relief. A woman stared back at me with the flat, amber eyes of an animal. She was tall, perhaps a little thick-boned to compensate for that height, with an unruly mane of black hair and cheekbones so high and sharp that they lent a hollow quality to her cheeks. She was beautiful, but not in the traditional sense. It was the athleticism of her body that I most admired, for it hinted at a woman who could tackle even the toughest of challenges. She was not meek, destined to live as the wife of a greater man. She was not delicate, a thing to paint and dress like a doll, doomed to spend her life in elegant servitude. She was me, and I was formidable. I would show everyone what I saw in this mirror one day. But for now, I needed to fly under the radar, so I reached for the nearest hanger of shifting gear and summoned both courage and patience, knowing I would need ample amounts of both to endure Father's temper. I needed to regain his trust so that I could betray it, along with his plans for war. Chapter 13: Secrets. The throne room was congested with people. Dressed in an assortment of colored leathers, they loitered in sprawling clusters, souring the air with their breath, warming it with their collective heat. The commoners were so engrossed in gossip that not one of them recognized my arrival and made way for me. I hesitated on the outskirts of the room, a little out of sorts. It wasn't often I had to force my way through a crowd. To lend my pause purpose, I strove to make out people's sentences, but deciphering them proved to be an impossible task. Shaking my head, I shouldered past those in my way. Jerome's shadow merged with mine ahead of our feet, a constant reminder of his presence. I wasn't sure if I appreciated it or not. We reached the stairs, and I hesitated yet again. The man who sat on the throne was not the same man from the photograph. Ford's bitterness leaked into the room, driving even the city pack members into the deeper crowd. His eyes were already trained on my face. It was all I could do not to shudder. There was an intensity in his gaze that transcended sanity, and it was focused entirely on me. Chance Ivory Nightshade. Father invoked my full name, rolling each syllable around in his mouth for dramatic effect, as all parents did when extremely unimpressed with their child's behavior. The promise of gossip was thoroughly effective in gaining the undivided attention of the crowd. Yes, Father. My words rang out in the sudden absence of noise. The western wing of the mansion is in ruins. Father boomed. Even as he slouched in that throne, he loomed over me like a storm cloud, courtesy of that damned dais. As we speak, 3 of your personal guard are being treated for grievous wounds that you inflicted. Disapproving murmurs rippled throughout the crowd, and something inside of me shriveled. I hadn't considered the people I'd hurt or the hit my reputation would take. While I didn't particularly care if my actions reflected badly on Father or Jerome, I needed the people to back my quest for peace at some point, to take my side over theirs if it came to that. I sincerely apologize for all casualties and the damage done to our home, I said, demonstrating to the audience that I held myself accountable. I take full responsibility for my actions and accept whatever consequences you deem fit, Lord Nightshade. Recognition flickered across Father's features. He knew my apology was a ploy to reinstate the faith of the people in our family. What he didn't know, however, was that my ploy was a double-edged sword. I needed to reinstate his faith in me so that I could reclaim the freedoms necessary to establish a truce between werewolves and vampires. I had not forgotten the vow I'd made alongside London Irephang. Perhaps Father will decide on a public beating, I speculated with a sense of amused detachment. The mental defense mechanisms I'd worked on over the years were kicking into action, expunging fear and replacing it with steely humor. Although silver lashes would send a stronger message to the people. Jerome has informed me that your defiance of protocol last night resulted from the clash between your animal instincts and The limitations of the immediate environment, Father said. Shock broke through me like a wave on the beach, crashing. At first, but quick to recede. Of course, Jerome had vouched for me. He'd failed to subdue me with force, so now he was switching tactics, trying to win my favor so that I would give what he'd been unable to take. Well, Father asked, arching an eyebrow. Is this true? The room dropped several degrees, and I realized he was leveraging his dominance against me. I could tell from the shrewd slant of those yellow eyes that he believed my gift was his to wield at his leisure and that my submission to him ultimately rendered me incapable of lying. I fought the urge to cross my arms and dig in my heels. My gift was an invaluable tool for governing our shadow society. It aided in the navigation of political jungles, allowed us to tell friend from foe, and even unveiled hidden weaknesses in our enemies. For Nightshade had wielded my magic with ruthless genius over the years, cowing even the most resilient of revolutions, exposing the most experienced spies. Did he think to use it against me too? It is true, I announced, and that familiar metallic hum resonated in the marrow of my bones. Whether the gift was a reaction to my answer or my suspicions, I was uncertain. Father watched me, and I watched him. Seconds crawled away from us as though we'd beaten them into cowardice. It was both satisfying and infuriating, for it testified to the force of our hold on one another and reminded us of the fact that no matter what the circumstances, we would never be equals. Our blood demanded that one of us would live beneath the other. Very well. Father accepted the statement with a curt nod and then leaned back in his chair. Your sanction is to volunteer in the infirmary until everyone you injured has either recovered or died. His eyes flickered behind me, taking in the restless crowd. Measures will also be taken to reduce the chances of recidivism. He didn't elaborate on what those measures would be. It was an empty threat to placate the more bloodthirsty members of the crowd, I hoped. As you will, Lord Nightshade, I said, inclining my head. Excellent. Father rubbed his hands together, the gesture promising a new topic of conversation. Chance Jerome. Attend to me. His eyes lifted, focusing on someone behind us. Charles, send for the messenger. Voices burbled as Charles disappeared on his mysterious errand. Placated by the knowledge I would understand the situation soon, I climbed the stairs, relishing the burn in the upper region of my calves. It was a different heat to the fever that had racked me last night, ignited by exercise rather than insanity. It felt good to fixate on something normal for once. We reached the dais all too soon, and I assumed the advisory position on Father's left. Jerome lingered on the last step, unsure of where to stand. His body was angled to Father's right, the beta's traditional place. Thankfully, he glanced at me before assuming it, and I successfully warned him from the foolish endeavor with a shake of my head. Father didn't take well to those who assumed their own worth. Jerome settled into place beside me. Our shoulders brushed, and we shared a smile of reluctant gratitude just as Charles returned, with a stranger in tow. I caught sporadic glimpses of the pair through the crowd, learning something different with each one. The first sighting revealed that the messenger was male, tall, but with a definitely spindly structure. The second sighting showed that he wore black, floor-length robes. The third sighting was of his face. I learned from that glimpse that he was neither attractive nor unattractive, but somehow memorable nonetheless. There was no perfect symmetry to behold in his bone structure, no spark in his brown eyes, and for whatever reason he'd shaved his hair and eyebrows, only to replace them with tattoos. 2 silver loops pierced his bottom lip. A stud glinted in his nose. At last, the city beta and the stranger broke free of the crowd, halting at the bottom of the stairs. The scent of the latter was curious, reminiscent of dusty attics and leather-bound books, with an undercurrent of cold iron that reminded me oddly of train stations. That, paired with his attire, convinced me beyond any reasonable doubt that he was a witch. I watched him closely, feeling decidedly uneasy. The last, which to grace these halls had brought news of an impending war. "Relay your message again," Father demanded of our strange visitor, or was hostage a better word? "I don't answer to you, Solanum, the witch said dryly, shaking off Charles's hand on his shoulder. "I answer to the Council of 13. Don't presume to give me orders." My concern deepened. People didn't antagonize powerful leaders unless they believed they were somehow on par with them, or protected by someone who was. "The Council of 13 sent you here," Father pointed out. "It's your duty to relay their message." "I have done my duty," the witch exclaimed. "I relayed their message once, as I was instructed to do. Now you hold me here against my will." The situation was escalating dangerously. Before he could infuriate the witch further, I touched Father's arm, prompting him to lean closer to listen. "May I question him?" I asked. Ford nodded and relaxed in his throne, watching the witch through lowered lids. I wasted no time in descending the stairs, excruciatingly aware of the fact that everyone was watching me. Everyone except the witch, whose eyes were trained on my father, even when I came to a stop right before him. His lanky frame vibrated with either magic or fury. Neither was ideal. After ignoring me for several long seconds, the tattooed man turned to face me and froze. For a moment, I was at a loss, but then it hit me. He was a witch. He could probably see my aura. Apprehension rolled through me, like a wave of nausea as his expression grew more and more satisfied with each passing second. A new light entered his eyes, making the otherwise dull brown gleam. He'd found something to bargain for his freedom with, my secret. Chapter 14, Silence. "Silence is a valuable thing," I whispered, excluding the rest of the room from our discussion. Did he understand the extent of my family's influence and wealth? "It could make you a very rich man." "Freedom is invaluable," he countered. Then he glanced over his shoulder, taking in the throngs of people who shamelessly leaned forward in a futile attempt to make out our conversation. In a voice even softer, he added, "And something tells me that the safety of your people is invaluable to you." My temper flared. Did he think to threaten me? Would he really maim the innocent to achieve his goals? I swallowed down the urge to beat a lesson into him. Pride was not the matter at hand to be resolved. I was here as a mediator to facilitate discussion and balance the ulterior motives of two powerful parties. Anger would not help those whom I wished to protect. "I don't think you want to see anyone hurt," I ventured, hoping to appeal to his better nature. The tactic had certainly worked in London. What I want and what I will do are two vastly different things. It was like breathing in a cloud of golden glitter. The which meant what he said. He was like a cornered animal, one that would commit atrocious acts in order to be freed of a threatening situation, regardless of its prior domestication. When pitted against the instinct of self-preservation, the rules of higher thinking were bound to fail. Perhaps his fear can be tempered with curiosity, I thought as the witch stared at me without quite seeing me, utterly enraptured. Something told me he was witnessing the activation of my gift. "Let's compromise," I proffered. "How about a trade? I'll ensure your immediate release if you relay your message for the occupants of this hall one more time." "Fine," he relented, relaxing for the first time. The atmosphere, which had been uncharacteristically heavy and bitter, thinned into its usual consistency as he did. "But there is one more bargain to be struck." Of course, there was the cost of his silence regarding my gift. "What do you want?" "A vial of your blood," he said, and the speed of his answer made me deeply suspicious. What would he do with the vial? Sell it on the black market? Use it to make me someone's slave? I didn't know enough about witches to feel confident about my stakes in the deal he proposed. "I won't collect it now," the witch added, flippantly, as though I'd already agreed to his terms. "But I will collect it soon." I bared my teeth at him, hoping the crowd would mistake the gesture for a smile. The cornered animal had, in turn, cornered me. I hated making decisions without researching them. But what other choice did I have? You can always kill him later when he comes to collect. Offered a small voice in the back of my head. It made me feel better. From what? I understood the witch race. The man before me was human, despite his ability to wield magic. His bones would snap easily beneath my strength if I caught him off guard. One vial, I hissed, turning back to the throne. Projecting my voice this time, I announced that he would relay the message again, on the condition of his immediate, subsequent release. Do these terms suit you, Lord Nightshade? I asked in summary. I suppose so, Father said. Perform your magic, witch. Then be gone. The witch tapped me on the shoulder. Move, he said bluntly. I retreated as he took in a slow breath and clasped his hands together, palm to palm, fingers interlocking. He chanted something in a strange language, and then something marvelous happened. The air around his hands warped and shimmered. The tattoos on his knuckles glowed brighter and brighter until they practically beamed with emerald light. Still chanting, the witch lifted his arms, causing the sleeves of his robes to slide back to his elbows. Not an inch of his skin was free of ink. Before I could make out his tattoos, the man tore his hands apart and shouted one final incantation. Colorless energy erupted overhead with the bang of a popping balloon, startling the crowd. It fashioned a curving panel that rivaled the size of a theater screen. I leaned forward on the tips of my toes, peering through the shimmering veil. The other side of the throne room was distorted and drab, thrown out of proportion as though I was looking through someone else's prescription glasses. The magic screen took on colors and shapes of its own. 13 witches in colorful robes materialized in a line, facing the throne. One of them was familiar. Midna. I called out, startled by her grandeur. On her last visit, she'd been dressed casually, likely because she'd rushed over after an ominous vision in the late hours of the night. Now she looked positively regal in an amethyst robe, the sleeves of which were embroidered with gold and encrusted with precious stones. Her ebony hair was done in an elaborate wreath that secured her crown of thorns in place. Good afternoon, Chance Nightshade, she bid me. But it was a dispassionate greeting, neither warm nor cold. We weren't friends. I was foolish to have felt excited to see her. Her aloofness reminded me she was indeed a powerful figure, probably inclined towards manipulating people to bring about the future she most desired. I wondered if I'd imagined her warmth towards me that night, when Richard brought news of Arthur's death. Perhaps she was simply trying to build a rapport with me, so I'd consider her request for a peaceful resolution more seriously, I thought, equal parts disgruntled and impressed. For the first time, I understood what it really meant for her to be a member of the Council of 13. One of the other witches in the Mirage, a woman with blazing red hair and a proliferation of freckles and tattoos, turned on the witch I'd convinced to summon her. His dark robes and air of power were dreary compared to the brilliance of his 13 leaders. Why have you summoned us, Lachlan? She asked, with an imperious tone that instantly rubbed me the wrong way. This meeting was not scheduled. I almost snorted at that. He was so unusual, so intimidating, and his name was so normal. As if sensing my amusement, Lachlan pointed at me. I sobered immediately beneath the scrutiny of the 13 most powerful witches in the world. My apologies, Megan, Lachlan said, inclining his head. Ford wants a recap of our first meeting for the benefit of his. Well, Lachlan cut off at the promise of annihilation in my eyes. Daughter, he finished, and I nodded. That was much more accommodating. The council exchanged loaded glances. One member, a beardless man in the second half of his life, with a shock of white hair that matched his robe, stepped forward to speak on behalf of the others. We don't approve of this unwarranted summons, he said sternly. Know that we will not tolerate this lack of decorum in the future. However, this situation will be chalked up to the Nightshade family's inexperience with our customs, and we'll leave it at that. Will you humor our request for a repetition of this Morning's meeting. I ventured into their disapproving silence. I wasn't able to attend, but as the heir and advisor to the throne, it's imperative that I receive political information firsthand. These are difficult times. The old man frowned. Difficult times indeed. Your people insist on war. It is for this reason that we invite 3 of the Nightshade family and 3 of the Irephang family to visit the Incantum this evening under the conditions of ceasefire to discuss the approaching battle and the role witches will play in it. It's hard to bring 3 when only 2 Nightshades are left, Father muttered, with the bitterness of coffee dregs. I realized with a start that the news of Arthur's death was still a fresh wound for him. I mourned my brother's loss, but accepted it as a fact of life and dedicated myself to moving forward. Father, on the other hand, was still struggling to come to terms with the fact that it had happened at all. This was the first time I could recall in my entire life that I'd healed faster than my father. I request you extend the invitation to Jerome Blanc, the man engaged to my daughter, Father called out, seemingly on a whim. He will share our blood soon enough. I wanted to throw up at that insinuation. He was publicly announcing that we would drink each other's blood and become mates now? I knew we were to be married, Jerome and I, but mates? That was commitment on a whole other level. To bond with him would be to sacrifice all privacy of mind and flesh. To bond with him would be the end of my autonomy itself. The witches didn't seem bothered by this news in the least. Very well, we extend our invitation to Jerome Blanc, the white-robed man said. One of our people will arrive here at 7 p.m. to escort you to the Incantum. The tattooed woman added, leave your weapons at home, or there will be consequences. Blessed be, Midna said. The council wavered. Before us, their brilliant forms guttering like candle flames. They were taking their leave. Wait, Father shouted. How do we know if this is a trap? This was it. This was the reason I'd been woken and brought from my room, the reason I hadn't been violently punished for my transgressions. Father needed me, needed my magic, to determine whether this invitation was a hoax. To understand the underlying motivation for his generosity was both a disappointment and a relief. Everything came back to my bloody gift, one way or another. It is not a trap, Midna assured us, and the truth of her words throbbed with each beat of my heart. Their invitation was genuine. But we have no proof to offer you other than our word. Whether that is enough is up to you. She winked at me, so quickly that I almost doubted she'd done it at all. Then the Council of 13 turned their backs on the throne. In unison, their vibrant cloaks arcing behind them. The mirage imploded with an audible boom, raining down on the spectators in a cloud of silver dust. I felt a stab of fear for those it touched, only to quickly realize that it didn't hold the caustic properties of genuine silver. The magical stuff evaporated the instant it met the resistance of the floor or flesh. Lachlan sagged with exhaustion. The summoning had taken its toll on him. Chance, Father boomed. Is their word enough to reassure us? I turned around to face him. Would I let him use me? It is, I said, holding fast to the knowledge that I was using my gift for my own purposes as well as his. To meet with the witches would be to establish contact with London. And that was the first step in my plan to undermine my father. It is. Chapter 14, Silence. Silence is a valuable thing, I whispered, excluding the rest of the room from our discussion. Did he understand the extent of my family's influence and wealth? It could make you a very rich man. Freedom is invaluable, he countered. Then he glanced over his shoulder, taking in the throngs of people who shamelessly leaned forward in a futile attempt to make out our conversation. In a voice even softer, he added, and something tells me that the safety of your people is invaluable to you. My temper flared. Did he think to threaten me? Would he really maim the innocent to achieve his goals? I swallowed down the urge to beat a lesson into him. Pride was not the matter at hand to be resolved. I was here as a mediator to facilitate discussion and balance the ulterior motives of two powerful parties. Anger would not help those whom I wished to protect. I don't think you want to see anyone hurt, I ventured, hoping to appeal to his better nature. The tactic had certainly worked in London. What I want and what I will do are two vastly different things. It was like breathing in a cloud of golden glitter. Which meant what he said. He was like a cornered animal, one that would commit atrocious acts in order to be freed of a threatening situation, regardless of its prior domestication. When pitted against the instinct of self-preservation, the rules of higher thinking were bound to fail. Perhaps his fear can be tempered with curiosity, I thought as the witch stared at me without quite seeing me, utterly enraptured. Something told me he was witnessing the activation of my gift. Let's compromise, I proffered. How about a trade? I'll ensure your immediate release if you relay your message for the occupants of this hall one more time. Fine, he relented, relaxing for the first time. The atmosphere, which had been uncharacteristically heavy and bitter, thinned into its usual consistency as he did. But there is one more bargain to be struck. Of course, there was the cost of his silence regarding my gift. What do you want? A vial of your blood, he said, and the speed of his answer made me deeply suspicious. What would he do with the vial? Sell it on the black market, use it to make me someone's slave. I didn't know enough about witches to feel confident about my stakes in the deal he proposed. I won't collect it now, the witch added, flippantly, as though I'd already agreed to his terms. But I will collect it soon. I bared my teeth at him, hoping the crowd would mistake the gesture for a smile. The cornered animal had, in turn, cornered me. I hated making decisions without researching them. But what other choice did I have? You can always kill him later when he comes to collect, offered a small voice in the back of my head. It made me feel better. From what? I understood the witch race. The man before me was human, despite his ability to wield magic. His bones would snap easily beneath my strength if I caught him off guard. One vial, I hissed, turning back to the throne. Projecting my voice this time, I announced that he would relay the message again, on the condition of his immediate, subsequent release. Do these terms suit you, Lord Nightshade? I asked in summary. I suppose so, Father said. Perform your magic, witch. Then be gone. The witch tapped me on the shoulder. Move, he said bluntly. I retreated as he took in a slow breath and clasped his hands together, palm to palm, fingers interlocking. He chanted something in a strange language, and then something marvelous happened. The air around his hands warped and shimmered. The tattoos on his knuckles glowed brighter and brighter until they practically beamed with emerald light. Still chanting, the witch lifted his arms, causing the sleeves of his robes to slide back to his elbows. Not an inch of his skin was free of ink. Before I could make out his tattoos, the man tore his hands apart and shouted one final incantation. Colorless energy erupted overhead with the bang of a popping balloon, startling the crowd. It fashioned a curving panel that rivaled the size of a theater screen. I leaned forward on the tips of my toes, peering through the shimmering veil. The other side of the throne room was distorted and drab, thrown out of proportion as though I was looking through someone else's prescription glasses. The magic screen took on colors and shapes of its own. 13 witches in colorful robes materialized in a line, facing the throne. One of them was familiar. Midna, I called out, startled by her grandeur. On her last visit, she'd been dressed casually, likely because she'd rushed over after an ominous vision in the late hours of the night. Now she looked positively regal in an amethyst robe, the sleeves of which were embroidered with gold and encrusted with precious stones. Her ebony hair was done in an elaborate wreath that secured her crown of thorns in place. Good afternoon, Chance Nightshade, she bid me. But it was a dispassionate greeting, neither warm nor cold. We weren't friends. I was foolish to have felt excited to see her. Her aloofness reminded me she was indeed a powerful figure, probably inclined towards manipulating people to bring about the future she most desired. I wondered if I'd imagined her warmth towards me that night, when Richard brought news of Arthur's death. Perhaps she was simply trying to build a rapport with me, so I'd consider her request for a peaceful resolution more seriously. I thought, equal parts disgruntled and impressed. For the first time, I understood what it really meant for her to be a member of the Council of 13. One of the other witches in the Mirage, a woman with blazing red hair and a proliferation of freckles and tattoos, turned on the witch I'd convinced to summon her. His dark robes and air of power were dreary compared to the brilliance of his 13 leaders. "Why have you summoned us, Lachlan?" she asked, with an imperious tone that instantly rubbed me the wrong way. This meeting was not scheduled. I almost snorted at that. He was so unusual, so intimidating, and his name was so normal. As if sensing my amusement, Lachlan pointed at me. I sobered immediately beneath the scrutiny of the 13 most powerful witches in the world. "My apologies, Megan," Lachlan said, inclining his head. Ford wants a recap of our first meeting for the benefit of his. Well, Lachlan cut off at the promise of annihilation in my eyes. "Daughter," he finished, and I nodded. That was much more accommodating. The council exchanged loaded glances. One member, a beardless man in the second half of his life, with a shock of white hair that matched his robe, stepped forward to speak on behalf of the others. "We don't approve of this unwarranted summons," he said sternly. "Know that we will not tolerate this lack of decorum in the future. However, this situation will be chalked up to the Nightshade family's inexperience with our customs, and we'll leave it at that. Will you humor our request for a repetition of this morning's meeting?" I ventured into their disapproving silence. I wasn't able to attend, but as the heir and advisor to the throne, it's imperative that I receive political information firsthand. These are difficult times. The old man frowned. Difficult times indeed. Your people insist on war. It is for this reason that we invite 3 of the Nightshade family and 3 of the Irephang family to visit the Incantum this evening under the conditions of ceasefire to discuss the approaching battle and the role witches will play in it. "It's hard to bring 3 when only 2 Nightshades are left," Father muttered with the bitterness of coffee dregs. I realized with a start that the news of Arthur's death was still a fresh wound for him. I mourned my brother's loss, but accepted it as a fact of life and dedicated myself to moving forward. Father, on the other hand, was still struggling to come to terms with the fact that it had happened at all. This was the first time I could recall in my entire life that I'd healed faster than my father. "I request you extend the invitation to Jerome Blanc, the man engaged to my daughter," Father called out, seemingly on a whim. "He will share our blood soon enough." I wanted to throw up at that insinuation. He was publicly announcing that we would drink each other's blood and become mates now? I knew we were to be married, Jerome and I, but mates? That was commitment on a whole other level. To bond with him would be to sacrifice all privacy of mind and flesh. To bond with him would be the end of my autonomy itself. The witches didn't seem bothered by this news in the least. "Very well, we extend our invitation to Jerome Blanc," the white-robed man said. "One of our people will arrive here at 7 p.m. to escort you to the Incantum." The tattooed woman added, "Leave your weapons at home, or there will be consequences." "Blessed be," Midna said. The council wavered before us, their brilliant forms guttering like candle flames. They were taking their leave. "Wait," Father shouted. "How do we know if this is a trap?" This was it. This was the reason I'd been woken and brought from my room, the reason I hadn't been. Chapter 15. The Way Between Worlds. The clouds on the horizon blushed at the parting kiss of the sun. Their poignant farewell resulted in a glorious sunset that would be temporarily marveled at by those glancing up and forever remembered in the lens of some stranger's camera. The towers of Melbourne, however, turned a cold shoulder towards the dying light of the day. Jealous, I dubbed their brutish silhouettes, bleached of all color and warmth. But of course, they were jealous of the sun. They could only light the sky in its absence. It was the one star they had yet to overpower. The view is beautiful, Jerome said, craning his neck back to glimpse me on the deck. Bored out of his wits, he'd taken to the lawn 15 minutes ago and was lounging there now with a professional grace, as if he'd been trained to pose in the modeling industry. A snort escaped me when I realized he was referring to my body. Smooth, I mocked, leaning back so that my figure would no longer press in stark relief against the glass and iron balustrade. He pouted, confirming my suspicion that the compliment had been part of his plan to win me over. Still, it was flattering to be so openly appreciated for once. The looks I received were usually ones of pity, fear, or revulsion, and on the rare occasion someone did find me easy on the eyes, they tended not to act on their appreciation. Arthur's persistent bullying of my suitors had ingrained that restraint in any eligible males long ago. "You need to pick up your game, boy," father remarked from his seat on the stairs. "You forget I raised her." Smothering a laugh, I thought to spare Jerome the need to think of a witty reply by asking what the time was. Father checked his watch. 1 minute past 7. He looked up, but the driveway was forlorn and the sky was empty of aircraft. "They're officially late." I was about to make a snide comment about his own tendency to be late when the front door creaked open behind us. The scent of iron billowed towards me, and I pivoted on one foot, surprised. We'd ordered everyone to steer clear of the mansion lobby. "You're a damn kid," father exclaimed. He was right. Our visitor was a child, looking only a little older than a decade. Smart, I acknowledged the witches, taking in the blonde ringlets and pudgy face of what could be the personification of innocence. "You assumed we'd be less likely to attack or detain a child. But he seems mature enough for the post," I noted. His lips were firmly pressed, and his eyes, which matched the golden brown of the Yarra River on a summer day, were sharp with attention. "I'm old enough," he assured us all. Jerome stalked up the stairs, puffing out his chest. "Who the hell are you?" "Samuel." The little witch was entirely unfazed by Jerome's display of testosterone. "I'll be escorting you to the Incantum this evening." Jerome frowned and opened his mouth, but I cut him off before he could voice his next superficial concern. It was my turn for a question, a proper question at that. Both he and father had failed to consider the most important aspect of this bizarre situation. "Samuel, how the hell did you get inside our house?" Samuel grinned. "I was never inside the house. But I did use your door." Father looked to me for confirmation. At my shrug, he settled back, mustering patience. Jerome followed the city alpha's example, but the younger man's silence was far more sullen. Samuel rubbed his hands together. "All right, let's get going. The sooner we wrap this up, the sooner I can go home and play Skyrim." Rather than wait for our consent, Samuel turned around and faced the front door. I was still trying to figure out what the hell Skyrim was when he reached into the pillowed folds of his ski jacket, retrieving a can of black spray paint. It emitted a horrible rattling noise as he shook it vigorously. I watched on in deep suspicion, which flared into outright fury when he aimed the nozzle at the wall. "Don't you dare," I began, but father put a hand on my shoulder, and I swallowed the rest of my protestations. Walls can be repainted, I suppose, but the argument didn't make me feel any better. This wasn't just some building, it was our home. My mother had been heavily involved in the building and designing process, and it was agonizing to let someone deface the place that she had been so proud of. Biting my lip, I ignored every instinct screaming at me to act. "Your anger isn't righteous," father told me quietly. "You damaged the house on a far greater scale during your lapse into instinct." He was right, of course. But that didn't stop the words from feeling like a punch to the throat. Samuel painted a border of elaborate runes around the doorframe. When he couldn't reach the higher sections, He muttered a few words. That levitated the spray can and helped it act of its own accord. Some time and several unrecognizable letters later, Samuel stood back to admire the completion of his work. "All right, I'm going to chant now the little," which said, "It's important that you don't distract me and follow all of my instructions." "Excuse me," Jerome ground out. "If I stop concentrating, it could kill us all," Samuel said with a shrug, and I sobered somewhat. His words rang true, which was cause for concern. We could be torn apart and scattered across a bunch of dimensions. Dismemberment didn't sound like much fun to me. Father didn't seem to think so either. "We'll follow your lead, the Lord," Nightshade ground out. I doubted he'd ever uttered those words before. Samuel bobbed his head, satisfied. "Good. Take each other's hands and form a line." Jerome wasted no time in taking my hand. It was surprisingly intimate, the warmth of his skin, and I looked up, hoping to find something in his expression that would betray the gentleness of his fingers. Our eyes met for a brief, delicious instant. His head lowered, as if for a kiss. Pain shot through my fingers as Father took my other hand into his keeping and, not realizing his own strength, squeezed too hard. I remembered where I was and looked down in shame, wishing I could tear both hands free. How could I have felt attracted to Jerome when my father was right beside us? Ford was an enormous man, not easily overlooked. That I'd forgotten. His presence was food for thought that I didn't want to chew. And there was also the fact that Jerome was a shameless womanizer, with an inherent desire to subjugate me so that he could improve his social status. So, why am I attracted to him at all? I thought, with an audible huff of exasperation. His very nature is unattractive. Sandwiched between two of the most powerful werewolves in the world, the two men who had the most reason to be invested in my well-being. I had never felt more suffocated and alone. Samuel chanted, lifting his arms. His hair lifted, like someone was rubbing balloons over his head. I edged back a step, certain that the wind wasn't responsible. The meaning of Samuel's words eluded me, but I could feel their effect on the atmosphere, could feel the charge they were generating. Jerome squeezed my hand. I squeezed back fiercely, unabashedly unnerved by what was going on. This was magic, something that neither of us could defeat with mere muscle. The strength of our wills was moot too. Samuel was a witch. Our dominance wouldn't work on him. I tasted metal in the air. The black runes shone with a fierce, white light that banished shadows and bleached the world, leaving behind only the most basic shades of black, white, and gray. Something tickled my cheek, and I realized that our hair was floating now too. Father looked like he'd been electrocuted. Jerome, who was self-absorbed and had noticed our hovering locks far earlier than I had, was pawing at his fringe with an expression of utter horror. All that hair product for nothing, I thought, grinning wolfishly. Samuel was all but swallowed by the light now. I could barely make out his shape. Whatever was going to happen, it was going to happen soon. As if on cue, an invisible force wrenched the door open, revealing a tunnel of white wind. It roared like the surf, like an avalanche, like a clap of booming thunder. Something deep in my being recognized the true nature of our destination. We were headed for a pocket dimension, tucked next to reality as we knew it, unequivocally a part of it, but ultimately hidden from sight. We were headed for a place that existed everywhere and nowhere at once, wedged between the greatest feats of nature. Of course, it could tear us apart with ease. And the only thing to stop it from doing so is the attention span of a child. "Let's go," Samuel shouted, grabbing Father's hand. I felt a thrill of fear as the line tugged me forward. 100 new ideas came to mind, but it was too late to act on any of them. Why? Couldn't we have held a video call over Skype or something? Jerome felt my hesitation and snaked an arm around my waist. When his chest met with the curve of my back, my traitorous body melted against his warmth, stealing comfort from the pounding of his frenzied heart. He was just as anxious about this as I was. "We'll face it together," Jerome shouted over the white noise. I clutched him closer in reply. The witch ventured through the door, followed by Ford. Nightshade. He strode into the tunnel with fearless abandon, and the force of his stride wrenched us over the threshold. Chapter 16. The Vortex. The vortex clawed at our line of 4 with vicious abandon, scoring our leather garments and the skin beneath. The gale roared in, my ears like the surf, crashing and receding with every frantic surge of my pulse. "Chance!" Father cried out, yanking me closer in. A moment of paternal panic. I was pulled hard in 2 directions, Jerome still holding tight to my waist. Something in my shoulder gave way with a terrible pain. The tunnel started closing in around us, but I couldn't bring myself to care, because my heart was pushing fire through my veins and my head was aching intensely. White spots riddled my vision, or were those tricks of light in the walls? Squinting against the gale force winds, I glimpsed a ship relenting to massive waves, its mast groaning as it split in 2. People fell into the water, and for a split second, I could have sworn I heard the distant echo of their screams. Sensing something was wrong, Jerome tried to pull me back against him, but he only put more strain on my injury. I went limp, slipping from his grasp, only to skin my knees on the rocky ground. I tore my hand from his and threw it out to brace my fall, but it shot straight through the wall of wind, thrusting into something crunchy and searingly cold. Yanking it back with a startled yelp, I found myself in possession of a fistful of shaved ice. The snow scattered when Jerome threw me over his shoulder. "Hold on, ma chérie." A hailstone struck the back of his neck hard. It tumbled away, back into the whirlwind, and I watched a red mark appear on his skin before it quickly faded. So that's what's been cutting us, I thought. Not the wind. "We're almost there," Samuel shouted. I felt a stab of apprehension for the little boy who'd stoically led us into this hellhole. How is Samuel faring without our regenerative abilities? Possibly more horrifying was the thought that if he died, we'd be stuck here forever. The tunnel narrowed again, crushing the air from my lungs. "Samuel," I choked out, pressure peeking behind my eyes. "We need to." And then all was still. I reeled from the sudden absence of stimuli. Jerome set me down on my feet, but refused to let go of my waist. I endured his audacity for a moment, taking in slow, careful breaths as I grounded myself in this new reality, preparing myself to emerge from the cozy darkness of closed lids. The air went down smoothly, laced with airborne dust. I gradually regained my bearings, registering the muffled footsteps and body heat of people passing by. They spoke in hushed tones, as if they were walking through a museum or a library. One voice cracked through the ambience like a whip. "Explain yourself," snapped a middle-aged woman with proud, hawk-like features and charcoal hair streaked with ash, the same gray of her smoldering eyes. I opened my eyes, beholding a flagstone hallway dressed in crimson carpets and stained oil paintings with obnoxiously gaudy frames. Robed witches murmured by like a gentle stream, shooting a few curious glances our way. None slowed down, though. The current of their commitments pulled too strongly. Or they're afraid of her, I thought, noting the way their eyes skirted over the imperious woman, afraid to land. Her robes were undeniably regal, fashioned from a single bolt of indigo velvet with silver stars stitched into the bodice. It complemented her dusky complexion and set her apart from the warm and muted color palette of the hall. "Squeezed too hard," Samuel wheezed, cradling his hand against his chest. To my surprise, he was sitting on the floor, back slumped against the door we'd presumably come through. "The girl?" the newcomer asked curtly, fixing me with a look even sharper than her tone. When I narrowed my eyes at her accusatory expression, likely her default, if the wrinkles around her mouth were any indication, she turned back to the injured boy with an audible huff. My stomach dropped as she grabbed Samuel's chin, inspecting the cuts on his cheeks. He was lucky the hailstones missed his eyes. The big one, Samuel said, letting his head fall back against the door. He squeezed too hard. I lost focus. She shot a scathing look at Father before refocusing on the boy. What were you struck by? If it was anything man-made, I'll need to organize a tetanus shot. Hail, I piped up. I saw a snowstorm in one wall and a shipwreck in the other. Were those places real? As real as reality can get, the woman muttered, eyeing me with naked suspicion. Jerome and Father were looking at me like I was mad. Had they not seen the larger spell at work in the walls of the tunnel? You are lucky to be alive. Her last words were directed at Father, who scowled at the unspoken accusation, his fingers tightening on mine. Realizing we were all still holding hands, I cleared my throat and pulled away. They let go immediately, sheepishly, and I rolled my shoulders and swung my arms, forcing Jerome to back up a step. Thankfully, Father hadn't intended to hurt me, so dominance didn't factor into the healing process. The injury was already mending, only a light twinge speaking to the agony I'd suffered moments prior. Samuel hadn't fared as well. Sweat darkened his ringlets and plastered them to pasty skin with an alarming green tinge. I watched closely as the indigo-robed woman reached for an ugly scrape on his face. He winced, but when she withdrew, the scrape was gone. It wasn't until I saw her do it again that I understood. Beneath her fingertips, Samuel's bruises disappeared and his scratches melted into smooth skin. Only the faint smudges on his face proved he'd ever been hurt. It was marvelous, awe-inspiring, fear-inspiring magic. I hoped we wouldn't be counting the witches among our enemies anytime soon. How are you doing, kid? I asked, kneeling to his level. Samuel blinked furiously. I'm fine, he sniffed bravely, but his knuckles were swollen and his palm looked badly injured. Father must have crushed his hand. I'm very sorry, I told him, and I meant it. The father should have kept a better rein on his strength. There was no excuse for harming a child like that. It's okay, Samuel said. They were the automatic words of an innocent. I shook my head. It's not okay that you got hurt. He grimaced as the witch palmed his hand, frowning at the injury. Healing is not my specialty, but I'll do what I can, she said, closing her eyes. What is your specialty? Jerome asked, interrupting her concentration. We shot him the same glare. Illusion magic, the witch said curtly. But I doubt even I could make you more appealing. Jerome's brain stalled, mouth falling open. A snort of laughter escaped me unbidden. She'd seen him fawning over his hair and used it ruthlessly against him. Samuel was in too much pain to enjoy the barb, though. I decided it was time for a new topic of conversation. A distracting one. Hey, I was wondering, what is Skyrim? Is it a shooting game or something? He shot me an incredulous look. It's a high fantasy action RPG. I blinked. A what? Just come over one day, and I'll show you. It's too hard to explain. That would cool, I said, still mystified. Is there a story in it? Yeah, but I haven't finished it yet. I keep getting distracted by all the side quests. I had no idea what he was talking about, but I nodded sagely. The lady shot me another look, but it was more contemplative this time. All finished, she said abruptly, climbing her to her feet with a characteristically human stiffness. Samuel held his hand up to the light, flexing his fingers. Thanks, Miss Redfern. It feels way better now. Good, she replied. I want you to go to the hospital on your way home, though, and have them double-check it. Samuel groaned. But, no buts. Your mother was already reluctant to let you go in the first place. I'll not send you back in less than perfect condition. Samuel pouted. Can't you just call her and tell her? It's fine. I can tell her about the grade on your most recent alchemy paper, she rebutted, a stiffness entering her spine. She didn't like her authority being challenged. Was she a teacher of some kind? Judging by the expression on Samuel's face, the grade hadn't been a good one. Fine, he said, departing with a plaintive sigh. I somehow doubted he would actually do what he was told, but there was nothing else for it. Come, Ms. Redfern said in his absence. We do not want to keep the others waiting. She set a sweaty pace for a human, overtaking pedestrians with the impatience of a red pea plater. Quite by chance, I fell into step beside. Jerome presumed to hold my hand. Horrified, I crossed my arms and set a brisker pace, pulling ahead. Ms. Redfern led us to a bustling courtyard. Lightning flashed overhead, but there was no rain, and even more eerily, no thunder. The temperature also remained stiflingly warm, despite us stepping outside. The paving stones were under siege by nature, lichen, advancing one crack in the pavement at a time. Tightening spirals of green lured my attention inward, and I felt my eyes go wide. Is that the Stonehenge? I blurted out. Our escort glanced back with barely concealed impatience. No, they copied us. Each archway led somewhere different. Witches pulled. They pulled amulets out of their pockets and disappeared as they passed through. I didn't have time to wonder where they went, as Ms. Redfern was already ushering us through the one in the middle, a golden pendant suddenly gleaming around her neck. Even knowing what was coming, it was startling to step from a bustling crossroads into a scenic orchard, dappled in sunlight and birdsong. I felt an inexplicable urge to walk along the path so eloquently recommended by the tunnel of trees, whose intertwining branches graciously shielded us from the midsummer heat. The way was obvious. I stepped forward, full of pleasant anticipation for the next stretch of our journey. A cold, gnarled hand gripped my upper arm. Where the lure of the obvious path, lest you wander it forever. What is this place? I asked the witch, snapping out of my stupor. The way ahead was suddenly too enticing. A reality within a reality, she replied, vaguely, smacking Jerome on the back of the head. He, too, had started forward along the path. Only Father seemed disenchanted by this place and the magic at play. He waited to be told where to go next with an impatient scowl. Stay. Close. These realms are populated by beings that transcend the power of imagination. What purpose does such a place serve? I asked, holding the witch in place with as earnest an expression as I could muster. An honest answer may save us from blundering into another trap like this. 1. Mouth pinching tight as the bobby pins in her hair, Ms. Redfern led us off the beaten path. The place I've been asked to take you holds one of our most jealously guarded possessions. It will provide the council with the means to destroy you in an instant, should you betray the terms of our ceasefire. Oh, lovely, Jerome said, his tone dripping sarcasm. So we're passing through multiple realms? I asked, trying my best to wrap my head around the concept as she slipped between two tree trunks, disappearing. Is it like a multiverse? One at a time, our party followed suit and emerged on a breathtaking beach of black sand and ultramarine water. Ms. Redfern turned to face me, utterly unfazed by the water lapping at the hem of her cloak. I see I'll have to explain everything outright if you're to stop badgering me with stupid questions, she grumbled, stooping down to pick up a small rock, worn smooth by the sand and the sea. She pitched it with impressive accuracy at Jerome's throat, causing him to splutter and break out of the reverie he'd been foolish enough to slip into yet again. I shuddered as I realized he'd started walking into the waves. Yes, I'm afraid you will. Very well, the witch sighed, marching towards a nearby cave without regard for the arresting view. This is no multiverse. That would imply multiple parallel dimensions, each as infinite as the others. So what is it? Caches within caches, she said. Think of this place as a babushka doll. You're passing through layers of dimensions, each one smaller than the last. I think I'm following. Good. Because it gets more complicated. You didn't think our most prized possessions would be so easy to access, she said wryly, looking back. I did the same and saw that Father was preoccupied with Jerome, guiding him by the scruff of his neck. No, I agreed. Ms. Redfern leaned closer, lowering her voice. I tell you this because you can see magic. I do not know how, and I do not care why, but I advise you not to think too highly of your ability to navigate this maze. Countless witches, more capable than you, have died trying. The path to the heart of the doll changes every time. Then how are you able to navigate it? My eyes landed on the amulet glowing between her fingers. With a map, she said, an edge in her smile. Her gray eyes gleamed in the light of the glowworms. Divided into 13 pieces, one for each member of the council to guard with their lives. So we can only leave if you let us, I said, softly, feeling my blood run cold. Would the council ensure peace by eliminating us all? It was something my father would do, but his goal was not peace. It was war. The witch picked a path around a stalagmite. Precisely. So stay close, she said. And if you want my vote, you would be wise to shut your mouth. My indignant reply died on my lips as we stepped out onto a rocky, wind-swept barren. A small opening had been cut into the ground at our feet. A narrow stairway spiraled down into darkness. Words were inscribed on every step, all of them unrecognizable except for one that occasionally repeated, Selenum. I held back as the others descended, uneasy. To what extent were we trapped in this place? How many layers deep were we in the incantum? How far removed were we from reality? The potentials were mind-boggling, but I didn't have time to ponder them, so I pushed aside my fear and curiosity in favor of following the others. If this weren't a trap, then London would be down there with his family, waiting to negotiate with my people. The excitement I felt at the thought of seeing him baffled me even more than our mysterious position within time and space, and I let it urge me into the void. Chapter 16. The Vortex. The vortex clawed at our line of 4 with vicious abandon, scoring our leather garments and the skin beneath. The gale roared in my ears like the surf, crashing and receding with every frantic surge of my pulse. Chance. Father cried out, yanking me closer in a moment of paternal panic. I was pulled hard in 2 directions, Jerome still holding tight to my waist. Something in my shoulder gave way with a terrible pain. The tunnel started closing in around us, but I couldn't bring myself to care because my heart was pushing fire through my veins and my head was aching intensely. White spots riddled my vision, or were those tricks of light in the walls? Squinting against the gale-force winds, I glimpsed a ship relenting to massive waves, its mast groaning as it split in 2. People fell into the water, and for a split second, I could have sworn I heard the distant echo of their screams. Sensing something was wrong, Jerome tried to pull me back against him, but he only put more strain on my injury. I went limp, slipping from his grasp, only to skin my knees on the rocky ground. I tore my hand from his and threw it out to brace my fall, but it shot straight through the wall of wind, thrusting into something crunchy and searingly cold. Yanking it back with a startled yelp, I found myself in possession of a fistful of shaved ice. The snow scattered when Jerome threw me over his shoulder. Hold on, ma chérie. A hailstone struck the back of his neck hard. It tumbled away, back into the whirlwind, and I watched a red mark appear on his skin before it quickly faded. So that's what's been cutting us, I thought. Not the wind. We're almost there, Samuel shouted. I felt a stab of apprehension for the little boy who'd stoically led us into this hellhole. How was Samuel faring without our regenerative abilities? Possibly more horrifying was the thought that if he died, we'd be stuck here forever. The tunnel narrowed again, crushing the air from my lungs. Samuel, I choked out, pressure peeking behind my eyes. We need to. And then all was still. I reeled from the sudden absence of stimuli. Jerome set me down on my feet but refused to let go of my waist. I endured his audacity for a moment, taking in slow, careful breaths as I grounded myself in this new reality, preparing myself to emerge from the cozy darkness of closed lids. The air went down smoothly, laced with airborne dust. I gradually regained my bearings, registering the muffled footsteps and body heat of people passing by. They spoke in hushed tones, as if they were walking through a museum or a library. One voice cracked through the ambience like a whip. "Explain yourself," snapped a middle-aged woman, with proud, hawk-like features and charcoal hair streaked with ash, the same gray of her smoldering eyes. I opened my eyes, beholding a flagstone hallway dressed in crimson carpets and stained oil paintings with obnoxiously gaudy frames. Robed witches murmured by like a gentle stream, shooting a few curious glances our way. None slowed down, though. The current of their commitments pulled too strongly. Or they're afraid of her, I thought, noting the way their eyes skirted over the imperious woman, afraid to land. Her robes were undeniably regal, fashioned from a single bolt of indigo velvet with silver stars stitched into the bodice. It complemented her dusky complexion and set her apart from the warm and muted color palette of the hall. "Squeezed too hard," Samuel wheezed, cradling his hand against his chest. To my surprise, he was sitting on the floor, back slumped against the door we'd presumably come through. "The girl?" the newcomer asked curtly, fixing me with a look even sharper than her tone. When I narrowed my eyes at her accusatory expression, likely her default, if the wrinkles around her mouth were any indication, she turned back to the injured boy with an audible huff. My stomach dropped as she grabbed Samuel's chin, inspecting the cuts on his cheeks. He was lucky the hailstones missed his eyes. "The big one," Samuel said, letting his head fall back against the door. "He squeezed too hard." I lost focus. She shot a scathing look at father before refocusing on the boy. "What were you struck by? If it was anything man-made, I'll need to organize a tetanus shot." "Hail," I piped up. "I saw a snowstorm in one wall and a shipwreck in the other." "Were those places real?" "As real as reality can get," the woman muttered, eyeing me with naked suspicion. Jerome and father were looking at me like I was mad. Had they not seen the larger spell at work in the walls of the tunnel? "You are lucky to be alive." Her last words were directed at father, who scowled at the unspoken accusation, his fingers tightening on mine. Realizing we were all still holding hands, I cleared my throat and pulled away. They let go immediately, sheepishly, and I rolled my shoulders and swung my arms, forcing Jerome to back up a step. Thankfully, father hadn't intended to hurt me, so dominance didn't factor into the healing process. The injury was already mending, only a light twinge speaking to the agony I'd suffered moments prior. Samuel hadn't fared as well. Sweat darkened his ringlets and plastered them to pasty skin with an alarming green tinge. I watched closely as the indigo-robed woman reached for an ugly scrape on his face. He winced, but when she withdrew, the scrape was gone. It wasn't until I saw her do it again that I understood. Beneath her fingertips, Samuel's bruises disappeared and his scratches melted into smooth skin. Only the faint smudges on his face proved he'd ever been hurt. It was marvelous, awe-inspiring, fear-inspiring magic. I hoped we wouldn't be counting the witches among our enemies anytime soon. "How are you doing, kid?" I asked, kneeling to his level. Samuel blinked furiously. "I'm fine," he sniffed bravely, but his knuckles were swollen and his palm looked badly injured. Father must have crushed his hand. "I'm very sorry," I told him, and I meant it. The father should have kept a better rein on his strength. There was no excuse for harming a child like that. "It's okay," Samuel said. They were the automatic words of an innocent. I shook my head. "It's not okay that you got hurt." He grimaced as the witch palmed his hand, frowning at the injury. "Healing is not my specialty, but I'll do what I can," she said, closing her eyes. "What is your specialty?" Jerome asked, interrupting her concentration. We shot him the same glare. "Illusion magic," the witch said curtly. "But I doubt even I could make you more appealing." Jerome's brain stalled, mouth falling open. A snort of laughter escaped me unbidden. She'd seen him fawning over his hair and used it ruthlessly against him. Samuel was in too much pain to enjoy the barb, though. I decided it was time for a new topic of conversation. A distracting one. Hey, I was wondering, what is Skyrim? Is it a shooting game or something? He shot me an incredulous look. It's a high fantasy action RPG. I blinked. A what? Just come over one day and I'll show you. It's too hard to explain. That would cool, I said, still mystified. Is there a story in it? Yeah, but I haven't finished it yet. I keep getting distracted by all the side quests. I had no idea what he was talking about, but I nodded sagely. The lady shot me another look, but it was more contemplative this time. All finished, she said abruptly, climbing to her feet with a characteristically human stiffness. Samuel held his hand up to the light, flexing his fingers. Thanks, Miss Redfern. It feels way better now. Good, she replied. I want you to go to the hospital on your way home, though, and have them double-check it. Samuel groaned. But, no buts. Your mother was already reluctant to let you go in the first place. I'll not send you back in less than perfect condition. Samuel pouted. Can't you just call her and tell her? It's fine. I can tell her about the grade on your most recent alchemy paper, she rebutted, a stiffness entering her spine. She didn't like her authority being challenged. Was she a teacher of some kind? Judging by the expression on Samuel's face, the grade hadn't been a good one. Fine, he said, departing with a plaintive sigh. I somehow doubted he would actually do what he was told, but there was nothing else for it. Come, Ms. Redfern said in his absence. We do not want to keep the others waiting. She set a sweaty pace for a human, overtaking pedestrians with the impatience of a red pea plater. Quite by chance, I fell into step beside. Jerome presumed to hold my hand. Horrified, I crossed my arms and set a brisker pace, pulling ahead. Ms. Redfern led us to a bustling courtyard. Lightning flashed overhead, but there was no rain, and even more eerily, no thunder. The temperature also remained stiflingly warm, despite us stepping outside. The paving stones were under siege by nature, lichen, advancing one crack in the pavement at a time. Tightening spirals of green lured my attention inward, and I felt my eyes go wide. Is that the Stonehenge? I blurted out. Our escort glanced back with barely concealed impatience. No, they copied us. Each archway led somewhere different. Witches pulled. They pulled amulets out of their pockets and disappeared as they passed through. I didn't have time to wonder where they went, as Ms. Redfern was already ushering us through the one in the middle, a golden pendant suddenly gleaming around her neck. Even knowing what was coming, it was startling to step from a bustling crossroads into a scenic orchard, dappled in sunlight and birdsong. I felt an inexplicable urge to walk along the path so eloquently recommended by the tunnel of trees, whose intertwining branches graciously shielded us from the midsummer heat. The way was obvious. I stepped forward, full of pleasant anticipation for the next stretch of our journey. A cold, gnarled hand gripped my upper arm. Wear the lure of the obvious path, lest you wander it forever. What is this place? I asked the witch, snapping out of my stupor. The way ahead was suddenly too enticing. A reality within a reality, she replied, vaguely, smacking Jerome on the back of the head. He, too, had started forward along the path. Only Father seemed disenchanted by this place and the magic at play. He waited to be told where to go next with an impatient scowl. Stay close. These realms are populated by beings that transcend the power of imagination. What purpose does such a place serve? I asked, holding the witch in place with as earnest an expression as I could muster. An honest answer may save us from blundering into another trap like this. 1. Mouth pinching tight as the bobby pins in her hair, Ms. Redfern led us off the beaten path. The place I've been asked to take you holds one of our most jealously guarded possessions. It will provide the council with the means to destroy you in an instant, should you betray the terms of our ceasefire. Oh, lovely, Jerome said, his tone dripping. Sarcasm. So we're passing through multiple realms? I asked, trying my best to wrap my head around the concept as she slipped between two tree trunks, disappearing. Is it like a multiverse? One at a time, our party followed suit and emerged on a breathtaking beach of black sand and ultramarine water. Ms. Redfern turned to face me, utterly unfazed by the water lapping at the hem of her cloak. I see I'll have to explain everything outright if you're to stop badgering me with stupid questions, she grumbled, stooping down to pick up a small rock, worn smooth by the sand and the sea. She pitched it with impressive accuracy at Jerome's throat, causing him to splutter and break out of the reverie he'd been foolish enough to slip into yet again. I shuddered as I realized he'd started walking into the waves. Yes, I'm afraid you will. Very well, the witch sighed, marching towards a nearby cave without regard for the arresting view. This is no multiverse. That would imply multiple parallel dimensions, each as infinite as the others. So what is it? Caches within caches, she said. Think of this place as a babushka doll. You're passing through layers of dimensions, each one smaller than the last. I think I'm following. Good. Because it gets more complicated. You didn't think our most prized possessions would be so easy to access, she said wryly, looking back. I did the same and saw that father was preoccupied with Jerome, guiding him by the scruff of his neck. No, I agreed. Ms. Redfern leaned closer, lowering her voice. I tell you this because you can see magic. I do not know how, and I do not care why, but I advise you not to think too highly of your ability to navigate this maze. Countless witches, more capable than you, have died trying. The path to the heart of the doll changes every time. Then how are you able to navigate it? My eyes landed on the amulet glowing between her fingers. With a map, she said, an edge in her smile. Her gray eyes gleamed in the light of the glowworms. Divided into 13 pieces, one for each member of the council to guard with their lives. So we can only leave if you let us, I said, softly, feeling my blood run cold. Would the council ensure peace by eliminating us all? It was something my father would do, but his goal was not peace. It was war. The witch picked a path around a stalagmite. Precisely. So stay close, she said. And if you want my vote, you would be wise to shut your mouth. My indignant reply died on my lips as we stepped out onto a rocky, windswept barren. A small opening had been cut into the ground at our feet. A narrow stairway spiraled down into darkness. Words were inscribed on every step, all of them unrecognizable except for one that occasionally repeated, Selenum. I held back as the others descended, uneasy. To what extent were we trapped in this place? How many layers deep were we in the incantum? How far removed were we from reality? The potentials were mind-boggling, but I didn't have time to ponder them, so I pushed aside my fear and curiosity in favor of following the others. If this weren't a trap, then London would be down there with his family, waiting to negotiate with my people. The excitement I felt at the thought of seeing him baffled me even more than our mysterious position within time and space, and I let it urge me into the void. Chapter 18, Murder-in-Law. Danelle shrieked when the chair met with the flesh between her shoulders. The sound and the sight of her was pitiful, but I struck her again until the chair broke apart, leaving only one leg remaining in my hand. London, she cried, blood trickling from her mouth along with his name. Get her off me. Wary of a second opponent, I glanced over my shoulder and saw London stiffen at the command. Father exploited his distraction, grabbing a fistful of that dark, silky hair so that he could bring his knee up into the young vampire's face. I almost cried out when I saw blood flow from London's nose, only to trickle down his chin as he swayed on his feet. He was obviously dazed, but Father kept going, striking him repeatedly. I took a step forward when London's heavy breathing petered into a choked sound, not really sure of what I was about to try, but sure of the fact that I had to do something. I couldn't stand by while I felt the impact of something shudder through my body, Then agony blossomed in my left hamstring. I made a strangled noise and looked down to see a sharp piece of wood embedded in my thigh, surrounded by spreading blood. I'd been staked. I looked up at the perpetrator, incredulous. "You see the irony in this, right? The irony of your royal rank?" Danelle retorted, fiddling with the buttoned sleeve of her blouse. "To think that she was preening at a time like this. You walk like a man and you dress indecently. You have no idea how to act like a real woman, do you?" That almost stung more than the stake. "Which reminds me," I thought absent-mindedly, reaching for the wood buried in my thigh. I grabbed it and pulled. Blood welled up. Gritting my teeth against the pain, I threw away the stake and pressed the wound together. The process of the wound knitting itself back together was almost unbearably itchy, almost. "Now," I said when the ordeal was over, straightening my back and rolling my shoulders. I flourished my makeshift baton, eager to use it. "Let's get this party." Perhaps urged by my quip, a thin, glittering cable sprang from her palm and cracked me in the temple. Pain exploded at the sight of the impact, and my head snapped to the side. Something hot and wet trickled down the sensitive strip of skin behind my ear. "A whip," I exclaimed, staggering back. The second lash missed its mark and met the floor with a resounding crack. What happened to no weapons being allowed on the premises? "Foolish girl," Danelle taunted, gathering up the whipcord and swinging the weighted tip in tight, controlled circles, building momentum for another strike. A real woman would understand the advantages of proper accessorizing. So that's what she'd been fiddling with under her sleeve, a whip disguised as a bracelet. I roared and charged her head-on, not in the mood to dance around her long-reaching weapon. Startled, Danelle lashed out too quickly, throwing the line wide. Sensing an opportunity, I caught the whip with my baton and let it wrap around the length of wood. The line pulled taut as Danelle tried to dislodge both my weapon and hers. Jerome screamed. Our mind link flooded with torment, and then it vanished altogether. My heart screamed at me to check on him, but my hands were literally full. I needed to dispose of my opponent immediately. Throwing aside all caution, I grabbed the whip with both hands and yanked it out of Danelle's grasp, ignoring the searing pain in my calloused palms. Of course it's made with silver, I thought, exasperation lending me strength as I shook my baton free of the whipcord and launched the silver weapon out of her reach. Stooping to retrieve my baton, I charged again. Danelle tried to catch my first punch, but I proved stronger, and she ended up hitting herself with all the strength of my arm. Stunned, she failed to deflect my consecutive strikes. Something savage in me rejoiced. It didn't matter how much influence she had in the world, how much she resisted, how beautiful she was, or even what I suffered in the process of bringing her down. When push came to shove, I was the shover, the one with the strength to survive our encounter. Danelle resorted to instinct as a last resort, extending her canines with a muffled snick before springing at me. It was almost too easy to line up the baton with her face. Her hands were clawed and spread to attack, not defend. The surprise on her face was almost comical as she ran straight into the blow. The wood connected with a sickening thud. I knew the instant the baton rebounded that I'd hit her too hard. London's mother crumpled in my arms like a marionette with its strings cut, head lolling, her body limp, muscles devoid of all conscious and instinctive control. "Danelle," I said, shaking her. She flopped in the circle of my arms like a rag doll. "Don't play games with me." But I knew that this wasn't the strategic pretense of prey that wanted to be left alone, or even the pretense of an advanced hunter. Her lack of motor control was too severe to be a false alarm. The living didn't look like this. Choking on a curse, I lowered her to the floor. A trickle of blood ran down her forehead. Her eyes were vacant. I knew from lessons on human anatomy as a child that the injury was fatal. "You killed her," someone said behind me. Ice sloshed through my veins and I whipped around to fight, but I wasn't fast enough. Warden seized my braid and dragged me to my feet, where he traded his hand in my hair for a hold on my throat. A callous thumb brushed over my jugular, testing my pulse. It fluttered 3 times faster at his touch. "Warden," I choked out, but his attention was on the floor now, directed at his dead wife. I didn't mean. Suddenly, I was thrust towards an impossibly bright light. My eyes welled with tears, even as my cheeks prickled from the heat of the witchfire, so intense that my skin almost registered it as a sensation of cold. The muted roar of the flames gave way to hushed whispers, the words of which I couldn't decipher as they slithered about my head like snakes. Something vital inside me shut down, recognizing the alarming proximity of some primal threat. "Ford Nightshade," Warden bellowed, drowning out the words of the witchfire. "Surrender now, or I will sacrifice your daughter to the witch flames." I was on the verge of struggling anew when reason hit me like an uppercut punch. In bargaining for surrender, Warden was, in his own way, trying to re-establish the ceasefire. I should roll with this, I thought, letting go of the tension in my body. Warden's grip on my throat didn't relax, but I saw the corner of his mouth tilt up. He approved of my decision. "Release her now, or I will end your pathetic son," Father rebutted. I nearly broke my neck trying, but eventually I caught a glimpse of the others. London was on his knees, beaten and bloody, head locked between Father's bear-sized hands. "Please don't kill him," I beseeched Father, but attempting to establish mental contact with the man was an exercise in futility. As if sensing my gaze, London lifted his chin. Our eyes met, green to gold, and in that moment, I felt more of a connection to him than I'd felt with Father for the entire night. Then I remembered the woman on the floor and looked down in shame. London didn't know I'd murdered his mother yet. "There are two choices here," London slurred, addressing both of our fathers. "You can kill both of us and battle until one man is left standing. The second option is to relinquish us at the same time and resume negotiations." Father hesitated, and I wondered what he'd choose. On one hand, he was a man who sought instant gratification. My life could be exchanged for the vengeance he craved. But I was also the last surviving child of his late Luna, Samantha. Sacrificing me would require sacrificing the potential of grandchildren that resembled the woman he'd loved and lost. All of a sudden, I knew exactly what his choice would be. "Fine," Father spat. I almost sagged with relief. "Release my daughter, Warden, and I'll release your son." Chapter 19, Broken. London and I hit the flagstone flooring at the same time. I used that momentum to roll away from Warden and the whispering witchfire, coming up in a crouch a healthy distance from both. Unfortunately, London's landing was slightly less dignified, and by the time I was standing upright, he'd crumpled into a seemingly boneless heap at my father's feet. For a split, horrifying second, I thought Father had snapped his neck. That my only ally in all this madness lay dead on the floor. But then London coughed, his back arching against a series of violent convulsions that made my heart twist in my chest. Bloody foam flecked the tiles and my father's boots, suggesting one of his lungs had been damaged. I forced my hands into fists, refusing to give away our alliance by rushing to his side. As much as it pained me, and no doubt pained him, London would have to stand on its own 2 feet for now. Father failed to share my urge to help the Irephang boy. Lip curling in disgust, he kicked London while he was down, sending the poor boy sprawling towards Warden's feet. Something shrank in my chest at the way Warden's features twisted, even as he elected not to seek retribution and helped his son to stand instead. The eternal vampire's black eyes were utterly opaque, but his face was almost grotesquely expressive, like a caricature of a snarling lion. That menacing look was only compounded by the tusk-like fangs that slid from his upper lip, protruding all the way down to his chin. Warden really was something on a whole other level, a creature from a more primal time. I edged away, concerned that he might see fit to return my father's favor, but the immortal vampire's maturity continued to show in his restraint. 2 weeks, Warden hissed, the words mangled by his fangs. "You may have 2 weeks to bury your dead and organize your affairs. I've seen enough of your kind over the years to know only violence will sate you now. There are no negotiations to be had." It was an insult to the civility of the werewolf race, but Father failed to challenge the assumption. 2 weeks, the city alpha said gruffly, eyeing Danelle's body with open satisfaction. 2 weeks of ceasefire, then the fighting will start in earnest. That gloating tone reassured me in a way nothing else had these past few days. It confirmed that I'd done the right thing in sparing London's life, the night of Arthur's murder, that an eye for an eye, my original plan to secure peace, would never have been enough to sate Ford's thirst for vengeance. That brief relief came crashing down when London reared his head, tracking the city alpha's pointed gaze. I saw the moment he processed what he was looking at, saw him clutch at Warden's arm for stability as he swayed on his feet. Saw the blood drain from his already pale cheeks, making him look like a ghost of his former self. The knife of guilt wrenched in my chest when I realized London's split bottom lip was trembling with the strength of his emotions. His mother, the woman he'd so valiantly tried to defend, lay dead on the floor. Slowly, excruciatingly slowly, London searched the faces of everyone in the room. The witches had all clustered by the door and watched gravely as events took their natural course. No doubt at Midna's behest. London's eyes passed over all of them, passed over Father, who couldn't possibly have killed Donnell, for he'd been preoccupied trying to destroy London himself. London briefly considered Jerome, but my suitor was irrefutably out of action, slumped in the corner at an angle that didn't bode well for his spine. I fervently hoped he was merely unconscious and not dead. Inevitably, London's search ended with me. I was the only plausible answer to his questioning gaze, and it appeared to break something in him. His expression was unlike anything I'd ever seen, so intense, so vulnerable, like I'd betrayed him utterly, and he was seeing me properly for the first time. "You did this," he whispered hoarsely, his bloodshot eyes filling with tears. I hadn't realized how fond I'd become of that green until it was muddied. "You killed her." I opened my mouth to apologize, but thought better of it. I didn't regret what happened to Donnell. She'd been antagonistic from the start and had effectively brought this confrontation on herself. While I regretted the impact her death was having on London, I also couldn't risk looking sympathetic towards him right now, not while our fathers were watching. "And you killed my brother," I replied at last, squaring my shoulders and straightening my spine. I let years of practiced nonchalance steal my voice, even as I made one last-ditch attempt at salvaging something from this horrendous excuse for a parley. "Father, surely we have had our revenge this night? Should we not heed Midna's counsel and call off this shadow war?" Warden openly reassessed me, impressed. But I could already tell from Midna's stern expression what my father's answer was going to be. 2 weeks, Ford reiterated, pressing white-knuckled fists into his thighs. "They didn't just take your brother, Chance, they took my heir apparent. Arthur was the future of our people. He was irreplaceable. I'd known for a long time that Father had pinned his hopes and dreams on his eldest son, but for him to openly admit that I couldn't live up to Arthur's potential. It was true, but that didn't make it hurt any less. Very well, I sighed, picking my way around the aftermath of our battle. Jerome needed medical attention, and there was no point delaying that for an argument that would run in circles. 2 weeks. I could only hope I'd find a way to explain myself to London before then. Jerome had been broken in every sense of the word. Crumpled on the floor like a ball of foil, propped up only by the flagstone wall, his battered features magnetized and repelled my attention with equal force. Ball rose in my throat at the terrible angle of his right foot, at the severe injury to his left thigh, and the unnatural shape of his spine leading up to a horribly damaged shoulder. At first, I thought his hands had formed rigid claws on account of the pain, but then I realized his fingers were bent at unnatural angles. Warden must have broken each one. It was one thing for a body to look like that, so far removed from its natural state, but to see his chest rising and falling through it all. To hear the choked sound that punctuated every labored, wheezing breath. It didn't matter what he'd done, what his ulterior motives were. My heart ached regardless, our petty competition set aside. Nobody deserved to suffer like this. My eyes finally braved the bruised and swollen planes of Jerome's face, and I was shocked to realize that he was conscious. The blue of his eyes was barely discernible through those swelling lids, but the recognition in them was unmistakable. "Chance," he uttered, almost choking on the word. I leaned forward to hear him better, reaching out with trembling fingers to touch his cheek, to stroke the curling hair back from his eyes. Anything to let him know I was here, that I was listening. "Hey," I whispered, my voice cracking on the word. I tried to re-establish our telepathic link, hoping to distract him from the pain, but was blocked by a mental shield of uncompromising steel. Had he been lying awake in agony this whole time? Trying to spare me the secondhand pain? Don't shut me out. Let me help you, ma chérie. I didn't know what those words meant, or if I was even using them correctly, but it felt right to reciprocate his endearment finally. Even with all of his posturing and presumptuous attempts to claim my hand in marriage, I couldn't deny that Jerome was the most reliable presence in my life right now. We'd fallen into a rhythm after the dining hall battle, one of constant companionship, banter, and mutual suffering, the likes of which I'd never experienced as the daughter of the Melbourne City Alpha. Even if we spent most of the dance trying to step on each other's toes, we'd made a point of guiding each other through the trickier steps. For the first time since Arthur died, I wasn't navigating Father's moods alone. Jerome and I were stumbling through them together. "Please," I croaked when tears started streaming through his slitted eyes. They cleared a path through the grime on his cheeks. "Tell me what I can do. Tell me how to help you." Jerome sucked in an awful, ragged breath. I froze, cursing the thundering beat of my heart, which threatened to drown out his words. "Kill me," he begged, squeezing his eyes shut. "You can't mean that," I whispered, reduced to begging myself. But there was no denying the truth of his words. Whatever good lay ahead of Jerome in life did not outweigh his suffering in this moment. He longed for oblivion. "I'm sorry," I murmured, pressing a kiss against the top of his head. He smelled of sweat and fear, but a hint of his sandalwood musk lingered. I was too selfish to grant his wish, too greedy to give up the closest thing I'd ever had to a friend. I climbed gingerly to my feet, feeling like a woman 50 years my senior. Father was still standing by the witch fire, eyes trained on the archway London and Warden had departed through. I curled my lip in reproach. Honestly, he was like a dog with a bone. The remaining council members watched him apprehensively from the sidelines, somehow intuiting the risk of imposing any agenda on the Melbourne City Alpha. It was safest to let him decide on his own course of action. "Find me a healer," I barked at my useless excuse for a father. "To hell with the consequences. I'd deal with them later. We need to stabilize Jerome so we can get him back to our doctors. They're going to have to break and reset his bones." "Are they?" Father said flatly, fixing me with a steely glare. I could have sworn the witch fire flared along with his temper, lending his pale skin the impression of a stained glass window. "Yes," I hissed, and the fire flared even brighter. "Unless you want to explain to the Paris City Alpha what happened to his son." Nothing registered on his face as he looked at Jerome, tortured and broken on the floor, but Father's lips curled up in a sneer when I stepped defensively between them. "Very well," Father said, clapping his hands twice for the attention of the council members. With mind-boggling audacity, he summoned the most powerful spellcasters in the world like they were mere servants of our estate. "A healer for my daughter's betrothed. And be quick about it, can't you see the boy is dying?" I lurched awake with a cold sweat, claws puncturing the padded armrests of my hospital chair. My chair, because I'd spent so many nights in it, because my claws had left so many perforations in the pleather, attesting to the disturbed pattern of my sleep. I gripped those arms tightly as I tried to rein in my heavy breathing, letting my claws tear into their frugal stuffing. That small act of violence helped to anchor my thoughts in reality. The insidious whispers of the witch fire gradually slunk away, like a dog with its tail between its legs, but the haunting vision of those woeful green eyes lingered. They were wide open, full of pain and searing accusations, brimming with tears that seized and refracted the rainbow light. "Enough," I snarled under my breath. The metal skeleton of the chair whined as it warped, attesting to the strength of my grip. But eventually, as with every other night, my grip relaxed and my breathing deepened. The unnervingly vivid dream faded into the faux darkness and silence of a private hospital room. Jerome's hospital room, I corrected myself. Just as the visitor chair was unquestionably mine, that bed was unquestionably his. For days had passed since our not-so-peaceful parley with the Irephang family, and every single one of those days had been a constant battle for Jerome's survival. Warden had clearly fought opponents with advanced regeneration before. Not only had he counteracted it, he'd weaponized it. Every single injury had been deliberately inflicted to shatter or displace Jerome's bones, and his body had indiscriminately healed around the new skeletal structure. It wasn't until we'd hauled Jerome back to the estate's infirmary that we realized the true extent of the damage. Dark bruises spanned his entire torso, attesting to a horrific amount of internal bleeding. I still vividly recall his chest X-ray. In the end, it had been more lucrative for the doctors to ask what wasn't contributing to his critical condition. Bones were shattered and displaced, pressing against the organs they were meant to protect. The sheer damage to his insides had been enough to turn even my stomach. It was no wonder he'd begged me to kill him. The nauseating memory drove me to my feet to check on him again. Jerome lay flat on his back, covered only by a bedsheet in case he needed another round of emergency surgery. Cutting clothes off cost precious seconds that the doctors weren't sure he had to spare in his condition. Though werewolves were exceptionally good at regulating their body temperature, I took a moment to pull the covers up over the bruises on his shoulders that matched the shape of my fingers. He'd initially been too unstable to risk anesthesia or silver shackles, so I'd been tasked with holding him down while the doctors broke and reset his bones, in the order of their relative importance, of course. And there were still so many to go. Sometimes it was the sound of the procedures that drove me from sleep. I was at a loss to understand how a memory, let alone a dream of a memory, could trigger such a visceral reaction in my body. Some nights, I had to dash for the nearest bathroom, convinced I was going to expel the meager contents of my stomach right here on the floor. The sickness never came, of course, but I almost wished that it would. Perhaps it would purge my pervading sense of guilt. I'd done this to Jerome. I'd put him in this hospital bed by pitting him against Warden, foolishly thinking he could hold his own against a vampire with a millennium of combat experience. Jerome had suffered, and was still suffering. Unspeakable torture, so horrific that he'd yet to reclaim true consciousness, and yet I still couldn't help feeling a thrill at the fact he'd chosen to follow my orders that night. To think that he deferred to my judgment after days of trying to force me to submit. I wasn't too proud to admit that I enjoyed the thought of someone as strong and stubborn as Jerome bowing to my will, acting as my personal warrior and shield. It was sick, this instinct of mine, to dominate everyone and everything. It was twisted, just like Jerome's fingers beneath the covers. I sighed, coming full circle to the feeling of guilt. The pain was still etched on Jerome's sleeping features, despite the copious amounts of sedatives they were now pumping into his veins. Not to mention all the other fluids snaking their way down from plastic bags on the metal rack. I shook my head at the plethora of needles taped to his arms. At the steady hum and grating rasp of the oxygen mask, ruthlessly forcing life into his lungs. He'd asked me to spare him such pains by ending his life, but I had refused, more concerned with alleviating my loneliness than his suffering. How typical. Something out of place caught my eye, a stray lock of hair, plastered to his forehead by sweat. I tucked the strand behind his ear, knowing Jerome would never have tolerated it. Then again, I thought wryly, he never would have tolerated such a chalky complexion, or such dark circles beneath his eyes. I felt the corner of my mouth twitch up at the memory of his foolish arrogance. The insecurity such bravado implied. Was he truly the arrogant, pompous man he presented himself as, or was it all a front? I was inclined to think the latter, but it begged the question, what was the prize he'd fought long and hard to earn, and would not be dissuaded from claiming? I sincerely doubted it was my hand in marriage, unless it was something our marriage could afford him. An escape from something or someone in Paris, perhaps? But if so, who or what? Jerome stirred, arching into my touch. Lucille, he mumbled through the mask. My heart lurched at the name that wasn't mine. Had he somehow overheard my thoughts? I threw up mental walls, realizing they'd come down after my nightmare. I'm sorry. Jerome gasped, lurching upright and ripping off the oxygen mask. Something in his chest gave way with a terrible sound, and he screamed. It was a hoarse, broken sound, thanks to the strain of his repeated surgeries. My shout for help rang out over his whimpering cries, as did the commotion at the nurses' station down the hall. While the doctors sped to our aid, I kept Jerome from falling sideways as the strength fled his body. I ran my fingers through his hair, muttering soothing promises I couldn't keep. Someone flipped a switch, flooding the room with light. An entourage of the estate's best doctors burst into the room, pushing trolleys full of medical supplies and surgery equipment that winked like the silver steel it was. I felt cold rubber on my arm, a gloved hand. "Lady Nightshade, we need you to let go of him," said a nurse. I scowled at the woman, clutching Jerome tighter. "An increased dose of sedatives will keep him still. You don't need to see this." "I won't leave him," I snarled, rage blasting from my core. Doctors staggered in all directions, repelled by the force of my dominance. "Please," the nurse panted, clutching at the foot of the bed to keep upright. She was literally sweating with the effort of defying me. "We can't work in these conditions. If you keep broadcasting your anxiety, someone's going to make a potentially fatal mistake." I hated her. I hated them all, and viciously so. It wasn't fair that I was being punished for caring so much, that I was being shut out of yet another room, yet another life. What if these were Jerome's final moments? I couldn't bear the thought of missing them. But the nurse was earnest in her desire to help, and the others were professional enough to endure the discomfort of my presence. I was selfish of me to stay, to risk Jerome's life to satisfy my petty desire to be present. To feel connected to someone or something other than myself. Without another word, I left the room, turning a cold shoulder on them all. The nurse thanked me, but her words plummeted into a dark, jagged chasm in my chest. It had opened with Arthur's death, and it was getting wider every day. There wasn't enough left of me for this. I could only pray to deities I didn't believe in that Jerome wouldn't get what he wished for. Chapter 20. Final Farewell. I watched them lower the coffin into the bowels of the marble memorial. The full moon caressed the lacquered mahogany casket, silvering the stone that swallowed it, inch by inch. I found the scene morbidly nostalgic. I'd been waiting for this without realizing it, waiting for an appropriate time and place to confront my grief, to truly ruminate on what I'd lost. I allowed the memories I'd been attempting to drown over the last week to resurface. The recollection of his chuckle merged with the audience's muffled sobs. The scent of lilies from the coffin flower arrangement wafted into the air, where it coalesced with the faint aroma of sandalwood and decaying fall leaves, the ghost of his scent. I felt both lost and at home at the same time. How could I miss someone who used to infuriate me so much? I refer the service to Chance Ivory Nightshade, sister of the deceased. The sound of my name from unfamiliar lips pulled me from my reverie. The funeral director was calling on me. "Please, child, step forward." Bristling at the word child, I approached the podium with decisive menace. The old man retreated as I advanced, face puckering with a mixture of apprehension and indignation. I longed to purge him of the latter, but repressed the urge. Now was not the time to assert my dominance. Now was the time to commemorate Arthur. I looked up at the marble statue of the woman who presided over our family grave. Her face was serene, freckled with flecks of gold, and the child nestled in her arms was still and silent as the day it had been born. Mother and murderer, I named them, and then wondered if my long-standing name for the child was fair. Perhaps father was to blame for their deaths, for without him, there would have been no child to begin with. It was the dominance and violent tendencies in his bloodline, after all, that had caused the infant to grow out of proportion and damage our mother from the inside. Then again, it was her own healing that had trapped the baby. Her inability to deliver the child had doomed them both. The instant I finished that thought, I felt a knife of guilt slip between my ribs. Mother never meant to hurt her children, I amended, drinking in the details of her memorial with a new fervor. It was hard to recall her kindness without Arthur's eyes to serve as a reminder. Perhaps the similarities portrayed in the statue would serve as a cue. To my dismay, the statue didn't have the same effect as the sight of my brother once did. Whilst the memories I had of Arthur were fresh, the memories I had of Samantha were insubstantial, and his loss bothered me significantly more than hers. I hadn't realized it until now, but I didn't miss the woman I looked up at. Indeed, I had loved her, and her demise had been upsetting at first, but I no longer wished to have her back. She was ultimately irrelevant to the rest of my life. Breathing deeply through my nose, I turned around to face the crowd. Besides the city pack, approximately 100 people were present, all of whom claimed to have met and cared deeply for my brother. I wondered how many of those claims were sincere. It was more likely that they were well connected with my father, as they were attending this exclusive event. The rest of the populace would commemorate him at a public service at the estate later that night. We are all victims of circumstance, I began, voice ringing loud and clear. And so it is that we are here on the eve of the full moon, to reunite a fallen member of our tribe with our ancestors. Arthur was well loved here, and I'm sure that he will be well loved in the next world, too. Oh, if only I could believe in a world after this one. It would ease the crushing sense of finality that reverberated in my bones. I have lost a brother, I continued, after a slight pause. Someone in the crowd made a strangled sound as they struggled to cry quietly. It made me wonder why I felt no urge to cry. We have all lost a remarkable leader. So I thank you for coming here tonight and honoring the memory of Arthur Ethan Nightshade, our fallen prince. That was the end of the eulogy. It was concise, much like his life had been. The first to react was a short woman in the second row, whose face was shrouded in black netting. She rose to her feet and clapped, the sound muffled by velvet gloves, and her standing ovation had a domino effect on the rest of the crowd. Soon, everyone had deserted their metal fold-out chairs and were standing in applause, their tears gleaming in the moonlight, some of their cries akin to the howls of lonesome wolves. I nodded to convey my thanks and then reclaimed my seat in the front row. Once I sat, the others followed suit, save for Father. He took my place at the podium. The funeral director didn't introduce him, but no one seemed inclined to mind. His reputation preceded him. "Thank you, Chance, for that compassionate speech," Father said. The sniffles subsided as people prepared to listen. "I'm afraid that mine won't be as eloquent, but I hope it will be as well received." I frowned. Surely he wouldn't turn this funeral into propaganda? "I loved my son," Father declared, and I shifted uncomfortably in my seat. Even when he was a newborn, the weakest creature in the world. Even after trying the first meal he'd ever cooked, which was also the worst meal I've ever consumed. That prompted some chuckles in the audience. I remember his first basketball game, his first car, his first love. I remember how proud he made me every day. "But all of those memories are tainted now," Father muttered, looking off at something in the distance, something that existed only in his mind. The moment of fond recollection slipped beneath an incoming tide of dominance. Because every time I close my eyes and think of my son, all I can see is the night I found him dead. The Irephang brat took Arthur's life for sport. Understand me, people, I cannot condone this desecration of my family. I will see that every man, woman, and child with fangs is punished for the sins their kind have committed. I pray you will assist me in this endeavor." Father laid his right fist over his heart. Several people gasped. It was a gesture of reverence, a gesture of respect, and indeed not a gesture that a District Alpha made lightly, let alone the Melbourne City Alpha. Once the initial shock wore off, everyone scrambled to mirror him, and I was forced to do it, too, lest I stand out from the rest. Clever, I thought, thoroughly disappointed in him. Exploiting the grief of the masses to restore their faith in your leadership, and, through that, their faith in your war. The coffin hit the bottom of the tomb while we stood there in salutation, but no one else seemed to notice. They were all enchanted by the vision of my father, the man whose eyes gleamed white gold with the reflection of the full moon. In that moment, I mourned not only for the audience, but also for my brother. This was their funeral now, too. Father would send them all to their deaths for the sake of sating his own madness. The rain started shortly after the service ended. Whilst not averse to the chill weather, the crowd of werewolves was quick to disperse. In a matter of moments, I was drenched and alone with Father, who was kneeling before our family tomb, head craned back to look at Samantha's marble statue. A statue of Arthur would be installed next to her in due time. "Give me a moment," he said. It wasn't a request. I welcomed the opportunity to abandon him. "I'll wander for a while," I said. "Meet me back at the car when you finish." I wove between the crumbling headstones without a destination in mind. Thunder boomed overhead. I could hear each drop of rain as it hit the ground, including the sucking noises it made as it was conscripted into puddles. When I relaxed my attention, the sound of individual soldiers became that of an army, the patter of the rain becoming a defiant roar. The smell of rain reminded me of London. "Where are you?" I wondered aloud. It had been a week since I last saw the dark-haired boy at the Encantum, and his prolonged absence made me wonder if he'd lost the nerve to work with me. I sincerely hoped that no one had discovered our proposed allegiance, if that was the case. The repercussions of Father finding out would be especially severe, perhaps even life-threatening. Or perhaps his father had discovered our allegiance, and London was being punished for that betrayal even now? "He can handle himself," I tried to reassure myself, but found no comfort in the words. For whatever reason, the truth of them was muddied. The rain bore down harder. I almost missed the sound of heels clicking on cobblestones somewhere ahead. Peering through the gloom, I glimpsed a slight woman cutting a determined path through the graveyard, her velvet gloves slung over one slender shoulder, presumably too waterlogged to wear comfortably. I recognized her as the woman to clap shortly after my eulogy. Curiosity piqued, I followed her to a stone courtyard, hesitating in a shadowy archway as she made her way inside. It was a place where ashes were stored. The walls were essentially pigeonholes, and those that were filled bore plaques bearing the names of the deceased. Unaware of my presence, the mysterious woman shirked her veil and tore out the hairpins, discarding them as she went. With one defiant shake of her head, her chestnut tresses left their sophisticated trappings and became a wild, feathered mess that lent the woman a witch-like quality. She paused before one plaque in particular. "Oh, Rose." I watched, transfixed, as she reached out with trembling fingers to trace the gilded lettering. The wind shifted, and the rain slewed sideways, but I caught her scent just before it was stripped from the air altogether. Crisp and tart cranberry perfume. My brow furrowed. She must have sprayed half a bottle on herself for it to linger in this blasted rain. And there was only one person I'd ever met who donned perfume so liberally. Sophie? I knew it was her without a doubt, but it felt rude not to announce myself as I stepped into the courtyard. She flinched, but didn't turn around to face me. "What are you?" I trailed off, making out the writing beneath her fingertips. "Here lies Rose Haven, 1992 to 2015. This is a vampire's ashes," I deduced from the infinity symbol featured below the name. From what I understood, there were two kinds of vampires. The rare Lamia, also known as living vampires, and the eternal, mortal beings who'd been turned by some means unknown to werewolves and were now the immortal undead. I marveled at how even vampires refused to capitalize on or emphasize the subcategories of their species. They followed the shadow world trend of secrecy with reverence, as my people did. Perhaps the witches followed this trend most strictly of all, for even the males in their society took on the female pronoun, witch. I shook my head, realizing I'd gone off on a mental tangent. It was late February now, which meant that the girl must have died within the last 2 months. Rose Haven, I sounded out. Where had I heard that surname before? A violent streak of lightning lit up the sky, coinciding with my sudden realization. "Haven is your last name, Sophie." She was my sister. Her words were clipped and hard, as if she had never once in her life been sweet. The bite in them was unlike anything I'd ever heard from her before. And with that, Sophie retrieved her veil and walked away, leaving me awash in shock and summer rain. Chapter 21. Mirror Image. "I want some scotch," he informed me as I entered the limousine, closing the car door behind me. Father sat amidst several leather cushions in the furthest corner of the cabin, face buried in his enormous hands. The rain had plastered locks of hair to his forehead and beaded on his skin like sweat, lending him a sallow, fevered look. His trench coat lay discarded on the floor, secreting water. He looked strange without it. "Are you sure that's a good idea?" I asked, reluctant to indulge him. Dominance flooded the limousine in a matter of seconds, suffocating me with its sheer, crushing force. I staggered into the bar, gasping for air, and then realized that my hands were moving of their own volition, or rather, Father's. They were reaching for the glasses in the cabinet. Scowling, I called upon my own dominance and heaved his oppressive demands away from my limbs. It was an effort that soaked me anew with sweat, but I refused to tolerate such blatant disrespect for my person. He had no right to control my body. "Get me some damn scotch," Father roared, leaping to his feet. "You don't question my decisions. We're scheduled for war in 1 week from now," I snapped. "The Council of 13 refused to take a side, and our enemies are immortal, Father. You need my advice now more than ever. One incorrect decision could cost thousands of lives." "And what do you advise?" he asked, but it was a mockery of what should have been a serious question. He took a menacing step towards me. I was so close to flinching, but managed to lock my muscles in place at the last possible second. "I advise you not to drink tonight," I said, in as calm and even a tone as I could manage. "Not while you're grieving. Your emotions could prompt you to drink until you fall into a state of inhibition. Need I remind you that inhibition often results in foolishness and that you have the faith of the people to maintain?" He exhaled with far more force than necessary, and for a second, I thought his patience would snap and he'd lash out, like that time in the alleyway. That black eye just faded, I thought with a hint of regret, already resigning myself to another one. "You are nothing like her," he said out of the blue, scanning me from head to toe with a bitter twist to his mouth. "Your mother, she cared about people. She valued the lives of others more than her own. But you, Chance? When I look at you, it's like I'm seeing myself in the mirror, and I don't know if I should love you in the way that I love myself or if I should loathe what I've created." That was harsh. It hit me harder than any punch could have, and I felt winded, like I couldn't suck in enough air. "Why would you say that?" "Because it's true," he replied, and then sat back down in the corner, without the scotch he'd risen to fetch. "You know that." I did. I knew it all too well, thanks to the arcane trick inside of me that distinguished truth from lies. Even when I won an argument with Father, he somehow made it feel as though I'd lost. The engine purred to life. I occupied the seat furthest from where Father sat. We were almost home when I noticed flashing lights through the tinted windows. The concrete sidewalk was alive with strobing, primary colors. I was just about to remark on the oddity when the limousine slowed down, only to come to a complete stop. Father was on his feet at once. "Flank me." I fell into position. It didn't matter that we'd recently argued over scotch, or that he'd stabbed me in the back with his earlier admission. We would work as a team to handle this new threat. "Don't shift unless you have to," he said, opening the door. This could be a ploy on the Irephang's part to expose our kind to the world. "Understood," I replied. For a moment, I wondered if he'd noticed our inability to communicate telepathically. The reminder that we couldn't trade thoughts was relieving. It meant that we had differing opinions, and that I wasn't a mirror of him, after all. At least not entirely. We emerged into the suburban night, senses straining. Mansions loomed on all sides, their many balconies and tiered gardens beds providing ample platforms for potential snipers. Trimmed hedges and statues made for excellent enemy cover. It was impossible to monitor everything at once, so I succumbed to curiosity and looked at the commotion instead. 3 police vehicles formed a horizontal blockade in the middle of the street. Yellow tape featuring bold, black letters wound between the bases of street lamps and sectioned off a fair chunk of the street. All kinds of people milled around the crime scene, uniformed officers, locals wrapped in dressing gowns and fellow funeral-goers bedecked in black, stranded on their way back to the mansion like we were. The one thing everyone had in common was a look of acute distress. "Chance," Father trailed off. His head was craned up. "Is that?" The bodies of 7 werewolves hung from the street lamps by their necks. One victim was horrifyingly familiar. "That can't be Charles," Father whispered, but my magic reared its ugly head. "It's him," I confirmed, even though the evidence was clear for both of us to see. The fluorescent street lamp from which Charles dangled cast all of his features into stark relief. How could this have happened? I asked, deflated in the face of yet another death. Father had lost his Luna, 2 sons, and now his closest friend and most trusted advisor. The city beta was dead. Father's thirst for blood would rival that of the vampires we faced now. "Excuse me," someone interrupted. It was the most athletic of the police officers who came to take down our details. For a moment, I thought the humans had sensed our threat on a subliminal level and sent their worthiest warrior to handle us. Then I sniffed and discovered that the man reeked of aspen and fresh earth. A quick test proved that his will was pliable to mine, should I choose to exert dominion over him. "Father," I prompted, tapping him on the shoulder. He grunted and refused to look away from the carnage, so I took over. "How can we be of assistance, officer?" "You must be careful, Lady Nightshade," he said. "The police force thinks this massacre is the result of a turf war, and the sudden congregation of people at your estate looks suspicious. There's already been talk tonight of Ford possibly being the leader of one of the participating gangs." "I would never kill Charles," Father said abruptly, looking at the officer for the first time. His face spelt murder. "We know," I placated him. "Please, officer, continue." The police officer swallowed visibly. "Look, I swear I'll do my best to lead the investigation away from you, but this is on too big a scale for me to cover up. You should prepare for a warranted inspection of the Nightshade Manor and come up with an excuse for the battalion you're housing there now. Shift your weapons to another location if you can. We'll have to be careful that no one catches us morphing," I muttered. The police officer, Officer Marley, as his badge stated, nodded. I don't even want to imagine what the fallout would be if someone accidentally discovered what we are. The scenario was rather vivid in my mind. The evidence of our existence would go viral. There would be supporters, haters, hunters, and a whole lot of unwanted attention. The government would make promises and threats, one toe out of line, and we would all be exterminated, with silver bullets or some bomb or manufactured virus. And if I knew my father, he would retaliate with an all-out war. Casualties would be in the tens of thousands. "There's one more thing," Marley said, despite his obvious desire to flee. For the first time, I noticed the phone in his hand. "This is Charles's phone. We found this on it." He showed us an exchange of text messages with an unknown number. Someone had sent Charles a photo of his daughter, bound and gagged, clearly harmed, along with an address. Father swore. "The city pack will follow up this lead," Father said eventually. "Keep the police out of it until I give you the go-ahead." "Yes, sir." "Oh, and Marley? Whatever information your colleagues collect tonight, I want it scrubbed from the records, unless it coincides directly with the story that I give them later tonight. We can't have any inconsistencies in our alibis now, can we?" "As you wish, sir." "Leave us," Father said. Marley didn't need to be told twice. It probably meant something that he preferred to be closer to 7 corpses than us, but I didn't have the time or inclination to ruminate on his fears and whether they were disproportionate. "How are we getting the funeral attendants home?" I asked, knowing full well that there was only one driveway on our extensive property, and it was inaccessible without access to this street. The rest of the grounds comprised thick bushland. We'd have to leave the cars behind and make our way on foot. "Not we," Father said. "You. Round them up, do a head count. Escort them through the grounds to the mansion. Keep an eye out for stragglers and attackers. Whatever monster did this to Charles could still be out there. I will be vigilant, I promised." "Should we contact the mansion ahead of our arrival?" He shook his head, looking pointedly at the bodies in the air. "This isn't one of our routine patrols, Chance. It's a hand-picked contingent of experienced men who once served Charles when he was still the District Alpha of Geelong. I left the mansion in their hands. If they deserted their post, the mansion could be compromised without their protection," I concluded, feeling grim. "Precisely," Father said, clasping my shoulder in a grip like cement. I almost flinched, more used to blows than friendly gestures. "Chance, you know I wanted to keep you away from this war. I was even prepared to lock you in the shifting cells to keep you safe." I winced at the thought of being locked in one of the concrete bunkers we reserved for those who couldn't control their emotions well enough to control their transformations. But I see now that I was selfish. I sucked in a sharp breath. Was he about to apologize for his degrading, inhuman behavior towards me? "The cause is more important than all of us," he continued, and I almost rolled my eyes. No, he wasn't apologizing. He was merely justifying the degrading, inhuman behavior that he would engage in next. "You understood that when you left to hunt down the Irephang in spite of my orders. If I hadn't wasted time reprimanding you when we arrived in that alleyway, We might have actually caught him. He trailed off with the frown of someone contemplating what could have been. Perhaps, I allowed, with a frown of my own. Didn't he understand that dwelling on the past was unproductive? Take up your mantle as a nightshade tonight, he said eventually, when it became apparent that we'd run out of things to say to each other. Keep our people safe. I know you'll do what needs to be done. Of course, Father. It was ever my intention. Chapter 22, King for a Day. When I approached, the funeral attendants gathered on the outskirts of the woods, heads turned, and conversation ceased. In the Lord Nightshade's absence, I am the acting city alpha, I announced, feeling a twinge of satisfaction at the words. As the road home is blocked, my primary objective is to escort all of you back to the mansion through the woods. Is there anyone here who wishes to argue my leadership? One of the older men shook his head. And risk incurring a death sentence? No thanks. Several others nodded in consensus. But I felt uneasy, for their submission to me was merely an extension of their submission to Father. We all lived in his shadow. So be it, I said. Line up in rows of 10. I want the shortest at the front. Men, women, and children hastened to do as I asked. I scrutinized their faces, committing the unfamiliar ones to memory. There were twins of primary school age in the front row holding hands, and an older female who shared their corn-yellow hair and doe eyes in the third row sisters, perhaps. They made a more lasting impression than I felt strangers should have. Something about them struck me as familiar. A brief but thorough head count revealed that I had a duty of care for 94 werewolves. I knew most of them from life in the mansion and my role as an advisor to the throne, but someone was missing. It wasn't until I failed to find Sophie that I realized I'd been looking for her. Communication is imperative on this mission, I impressed upon the group. Is there anyone here that can't merge minds with at least one other person in this company? Watching them look around and double-check, it occurred to me that a few individuals stood out in terms of the number of looks they received. District alphas, I realized, and an idea formed in my brain like cloud cover on a summer day in Melbourne, abruptly and without warning. We can all mind meld with someone, announced a man I hadn't met before. He was tan, dark-haired, and muscled in a way that hinted he was trained in combat. What's the plan, Lady Nightshade? Would I go ahead with the bizarre idea? I decided it couldn't hurt to try it out. The plan is thus. Mind meld with whoever it is that you can establish a connection with. Then send one representative from each group to me. It wasn't long before 5 werewolves came forward. The first to approach me was the man who'd spoken most recently. Nick Bates. He introduced himself with a deferential nod, planting his feet wide and crossing his arms whilst awaiting further instruction. Next came the funeral director, the one who'd introduced my eulogy. Retired for some years from the position of District Alpha in the Dandenong Ranges, he now earned his lodgings in the Nightshade Manor as a historian of sorts, a custodian of tradition. Though I disliked the man, the funeral was only his most recent attempt to diminish my position. I welcomed him as a representative of the people. Thanks to his profession, he'd established numerous telepathic connections over the course of his life. The next to come forward was a woman in her late 40s. Ms. Evelyn, she introduced herself, curtsying low. I'm here on behalf of the estate staff. I knew her well. She had often turned a blind eye to whatever mischief Arthur and I got up to as children. After acknowledging her, I turned to the cultural advisor. I'm afraid I don't know your name, I lied, not wishing him to think that his reputation preceded him. John Myers, he said grudgingly, evidently unenthused to be under my command. But he wasn't speaking or acting against me for the moment, so I gave him the benefit of the doubt and left him to his potentially unflattering thoughts. The last to come forward was a mountain of a man with a wiry teenage girl in tow. She was the blonde I'd spotted before, the eldest of the 3 sisters, and she looked agitated. Unhand me, cretin, she exclaimed, struggling valiantly. The man rolled his eyes and let go. The sudden release sent her crashing to her knees in the middle of our circle. When she looked up, I judged her to be approximately 15 years old, though the tremble in her bottom lip made her look even younger again. Lady Nightshade, I can explain. I'm Matthew Waters, District Alpha of Hotham in the Great Dividing Range, the child's escort interjected. This is Amelia Garrison, an extension of my pack. She and her commoner sisters were denied invitations to the funeral, but on arrival we found them in the boot of our car. I arched an eyebrow. Did you put them there? What? No, he spluttered. What I'm saying is that they disobeyed explicit orders to stay behind. Petty crime is irrelevant at the moment, I dismissed, before he could remind us all about Father's radical new law. While I didn't condone the girls' stowaway behavior, I also didn't believe that they deserved to be executed for it. Is there another reason you've brought her before me? He can't mind meld with me or the twins, Amelia crowed, and if it weren't for the gold confirmation of that statement, I would have recognized the truth in the irritated tick of Matthew's jaw. Our interests are too different. He resents it, resents that he can't control all of us, and that's enough. Matthew snapped, lashing out with a steel-capped boot. The toe struck Amelia's side, and she crumpled into my legs with a small cry that made my heart leap into my throat. It didn't matter that he couldn't mind meld with her. He was an adult, and she was a vulnerable child who would suffer his blows long after he dealt them, thanks to the discrepancy in their dominance. Stepping in front of the girl, I redirected his second kick with a smart slide of my foot. Matthew stumbled and cursed at me, skin crawling with a pending transformation. I found his lack of restraint distasteful and told him so, which prompted a defiant glare and a third kick at the girl. I deflected both with ease. Enough, I snapped. Rein in your temper, Waters. Whatever your rank, Amelia is here on the behalf of a mind meld, like you. That makes her your equal in this situation. I have no equal, he snarled, rising to his full height and encroaching on my personal space. His chest inflated to match his ego. That's correct, I said, and watched his satisfaction burst into life, right before I raised it down to the bitter ashes of a remembered dream. You are inferior to me. And if dominance is all that concerns you in this troubled time, when the woods are fraught with our enemies and our lives are at stake, then you are inferior to all the members of this company, Amelia and her sisters included. Stand down, I commanded. I would allow him the chance to retreat, but I would not condone his childish behavior in the same action. We can have this contest of wills later. He turned his back on me with the attitude of a sulking child. But of course it was a ruse. He swung around with a fist in full force. Idiot, I swore, ducking beneath the rudimentary punch. I unsheathed my claws with a flick of the wrist and swiped them across his side, delivering 4 shallow cuts to the skin over his ribs. The cuts would hurt, but wouldn't kill him. The intention tonight was to preserve life, after all. Waters bellowed with frustration and launched himself at me with renewed strength. He had no such qualms about preserving life. One spectator let out a terrified squeak as he charged, intending to bear down on me with all of his weight. I don't have time for this, I snapped, letting loose a blast of dominance. The dark force burst free from me like a wild stallion, stamping down my mountainous enemy as if he were a mere sandcastle. I leaned into the dominance, intent on annihilating his resistance, grinning madly as his will eroded beneath mine. One knee at a time, the District Alpha caved. Stop, he choked out, back-buckling beneath the invisible force I exerted. Tears streamed down his cheeks, but I refused to relent, forcing his forehead to the ground where it belonged. Please. I tell you what, I won't push for your execution if you don't push for the execution of the Garrison girls. Does that sound fair? Yes, he said, voice muffled by a mouthful of debris. That's fair. But I lingered, reluctant to release him. Dominance came with such a thrill, a sense of superiority that I craved more of even as I wallowed in it. I can make him do whatever I want. However, I knew that exercising that kind of control would cross the narrow line between fair leadership and dictatorship. With that in mind, I suffered the withdrawal of absolute power and released Waters from his torture. He came free like a fish from a hook, spluttering and gasping for air and for mercy. I'm sorry, Lady Nightshade, he spat out, a hand clutching at his injured side. Of course, I'd made him sorry. Is there another who can assume Matthew's position as the head of his mind meld? There was a beat of silence, and I turned around to regard my spectators. I could understand the horrified awe on their faces, even if I couldn't bring myself to rue it. I'd just taken down one of the most powerful men in our society without breaking a sweat, right before their eyes. Eventually, an older man raised his hand. He was the one who'd been content with my leadership from the very beginning. When he told me his name, he didn't revel in it. Nor did he cower, nor did he flatter me unnecessarily. I decided I liked the man. He seemed to know the reason. Chapter 23, Collateral. We forged our way through gnarled bushland, over twisting roots, felled branches, and gurgling creeks. The more dominant wolves formed a perimeter around the rest of the group. I'd station them there so that weaker wolves, seniors, children, and those lacking combat training couldn't be left behind or easily targeted in the event of an attack. We'd all seen what happened to the slow calf in the herd on nature documentaries. I coordinated the advance and monitored everyone using the network of minds that I'd established. I would deliver orders to the 5 representatives I'd merged minds with, then they would pass them along to the members of their respective mind melds. The result was a telepathic web where a colored flame represented every mind. The ultimate mind meld, I mused in the secluded section of my brain. It was in that same dark corner that I stashed all of my secrets, such as the existence of my gift, the worry I felt for Jerome, and the alliance I'd struck with the Irephang heir. I'd like to see Father top this. Fork in the road coming up, Nick warned me. His navy mindfire wove between trees in the distance, leaving smudges of blue light behind like a cracked glow stick. I'd sent him ahead of the pack to scout the most pragmatic route, one that would provide ample cover but be clear of obstacles to a party of our size. Let's turn left, he sent after a brief assessment. The trees appear to be thicker in that direction. I tapped into his vision and came to the same conclusion. The path split into 2 ways before a steep scree slope. The right path cut a sharp, exposed route down the rocky hill, whereas the left path ambled gradually down through a grove of gum trees. I defer to your judgment, Nick. As you wish, Lady Nightshade. When we approached the fork in the road, I paused on the brink of the drop, searching the woods below for any sign of an enemy. Leaves crunched and twigs snapped as the group scrambled to a halt behind me, the perimeter wolves mimicking my wariness. What is it? John Myers asked, terror apparent in his mind voice. Do you sense an ambush? I listened harder, but the forest was in its usual thrall of nocturnal life. An owl hooted overhead, and there was a rustle in some nearby thickets, but the scent on the wind decreed the source to be a mere wombat. That we hadn't come across vampires yet only deepened my unease. What was the point of the massacre in the street, if not to divert us from the road home? It was the perfect opportunity to catch the city pack unawares, without easy access to reinforcements from the estate. Unless it was meant to distract us from something, I thought grimly. All I knew for sure was that they'd started the war a week ahead of the date we'd agreed on at the Incantum, which meant there had to be some ploy in play. John was too meek to stomach speculation, so I comforted him instead. Swallow your fear, old man. It leaks from your mind and taints the emotions of the rest of the pack. There is no ambush ahead. He lacked my certainty. But, stop whining, Amelia Garrison sent to John, silver mindfire flaring. Nobody likes you. Marshall, the old man who'd replaced Waters, struggled to subdue a snort of laughter. Despite my amusement, I called on Amelia to flank me at the head of the pack. Quarrels would only distract us from our mission. The little she-wolf reeled with excitement and disbelief at my request. Once her shock dispersed, she barged through the entire pack to reach me. Several wolves reacted to her carelessness with small acts of violence, but I made no move to ward them off. Amelia was brave, but she was also reckless and needed to learn that her actions came with consequences. I felt ripples of apprehension in the mind meld as the commoners watched Amelia fall into step beside me, as if assuming herself my equal. I could understand their tension. After what I'd done to Matthew Waters, the last werewolf, to think something in my presence. He now ran alone to distract our enemies from the main force, without the protection of our numbers. His blood was too distinct a scent to mask, and so I'd sacrificed him for the betterment of all those he'd belittled. Shortly after setting off, Amelia asked, "Why am I here, Lady Nightshade?" Twisting my head, I took in a slim wolf with ashen fur. She watched her feet as she ran, not daring to meet my eyes, and the angle of her ears betrayed anxiety. Come to think of it, I could also sense a secret bubbling beneath the surface of her discernible thoughts. Perturbed, I looked away. Secrets should be respected, I thought grudgingly, and so let it be. But Amelia's doubt gnawed at the bond we shared, building from verse to chorus, at last peaking in a crescendo that ate away at the last vestige of my patience like acid. "Just tell me what you want to tell me," I said brusquely. "Your nerves are fast becoming irksome." Her stride faltered. "How did you know I wanted to ask you something?" So it was a question, then. Ask it of me now, or risk the chance of never learning the answer. We could be attacked at any moment. Still, she hesitated. I was about to send her back to the middle of the pack out of sheer frustration when she blurted out, "I want to know how my older sister is." "What?" I asked, taken aback. I didn't have friends. There weren't any women in the city pack. How could I possibly know her sister or how she fared? "Her name is Maria," Amelia continued, the words tumbling out of her mind as fast as she could think them. "Maria Mars Garrison is the hired muscle for Nightshade Manor. About a week ago, she sent word that she'd been assigned to your detail of guards. We thought it was a good thing. Maria said she could afford to enroll me at Ridgeview Academy and was going to organize accommodation for the twins at your estate. But," I asked, "but I haven't heard from her since the incident." "The incident?" I asked, and had a terrible, sinking feeling. "When you morphed and, well, lost it." I'd caused so much destruction that night. You think she might have been one of the casualties. When we arrived in the city, I tried to visit her, but she's in some restricted section of the infirmary, and they wouldn't let me, Amelia elaborated. "So I wanted to track you down, Chance. Rumor has it you've been spending a lot of time in the infirmary, and I thought." My focus lapsed. For once, the rumors were accurate. I all but lived in the infirmary these days, in part to serve out my punishment for destroying the western wing of the mansion. But what kept me there beyond my mandatory shifts was Jerome. For days, I'd held him down while our best team of doctors broke his bones and reset them, loath to trust someone else with the task. And when my anxiety-ridden dominance had become too potent, distracting the doctors from their painstakingly careful work, I'd stalked the halls like a wraith, looking for anything to distract myself with. More than one vending machine had fallen prey to my frustration. The memory of Jerome's laborious recovery still made me shudder with rage. Warden must have gone out of his way to avoid clean breaks because nothing had healed correctly. If anything, Jerome's regenerative abilities had been turned against him. Pieces of bone had clashed, splintered, and overlapped, and his muscles and tendons had warped to accommodate the new skeletal structure. The result of Warden's antics had been a state of half-life so unlivable that Jerome was yet to reclaim lucidity, for every waking moment was sheer torture. Despite everything, I found myself missing him and fearing for him. Chance? The name dragged me into the present. "Yes, Amelia? Is Maria still alive?" she asked, her anxiety a reflection of my own. I frowned and mulled the name over. It wasn't familiar, but a face came to mind. There had been only one girl on my security detail. In a flash, I remembered her comments at the door when I'd almost lashed out at Jerome. Then I remembered walking past her in the infirmary. She was 2 beds down from his, in the private healthcare wing, along with the rest of my victims. They'd gradually faded into the background like paintings in a hallway, their sacrifice taken for granted. "She's alive," I admitted. "But she's comatose." Amelia couldn't hide her reaction from me. There was relief, horror, and a little hate, too. I knew I deserved it. I'd hurt her sister, after all, and jeopardized her family's chance at a better life. Nick contacted me before I could work out how to make amends. "I can see the mansion. What's the situation?" I asked. "Not good," he admitted. I could sense his agitation brewing through our telepathic connection. "I see broken windows and corpses on the lawn. There's a hint of something chemical in the air. Smells like gasoline, maybe?" Nick broke off, professional demeanor staggering beneath the full brunt of his emotions. "I don't like this, Chance. My wife and kids are in there." I didn't like it either, but I wasn't surprised. Of course, the mansion had been attacked while the city pack was away. I cursed our foolishness, our blind trust in the ceasefire, and stoked the fire inside of me. It would fuel the violence to come. There must be some survivors, I sent grimly. What I didn't add was that I needed Jerome to be one of them. Stand watch for now. When we join you, we'll work out a plan to take the mansion back. Thank you, Lady Nightshade, he sent. Please hurry. With that, I cut the conversation short and doubled my pace. Chapter 24, Trial. I raced across the open field and delved into the shadow cast by the veranda, further camouflaged by my black fur. The two vampires stationed at the front door were oblivious to my arrival. I could tell what they were for their lack of heartbeats. Our fears were confirmed. I told the others as much. Those blasted leeches, Nick swore. That his loved ones were under threat, albeit assumed alive until we found evidence of their demise, had unraveled his former diplomatic calm. I'll make them pay for this. Maintain that enthusiasm, Bates. I have a feeling we're going to need it, I confessed, hardening my heart against the thought of London. I didn't care if these were his people, his friends. Their lives had been forfeit the instant they trespassed on my land with the intention to kill. Cue the distraction. One wolf broke from the tree line. Her arctic coat reflected the residual porch light, creating an unnatural shimmer against the backdrop of darkness. It wasn't a blatant call for attention, but it was a call nonetheless. If the senses of our enemies were as excellent as we'd been led to believe, then they would heed it. Oi, what's that? Asked the man by the front door. The wooden deck creaked as he leaned forward. There, in the forest. The other vampire advanced to the balustrade for a better look. His hair was deep red, and I was surprised to note that he was covered from head to toe in freckles. I hadn't realized that quality persevered through the turning process. I think it's one of those white wolves, the redhead said, sounding absurdly excited. You know, like from those teen fiction books, where the girl has a rare coat and gets named after something white, like Snow or Angel or Ivory or something? I froze. My middle name was Ivory. And she finds out her mate is the alpha of some really influential pack, but then he rejects her because he'd rather sleep around than commit, so she becomes a rogue and trains in secret so that she can throw how awesome she is in his face someday. She becomes a total babe along the way. Then she finds her second chance mate, and you know what else is white? The second immortal cut in. My ass. You're the one who asked, the redhead pointed out. I won't apologize for answering your question to the best of my ability. This isn't a teen fiction book, the cynical vampire drawled as he went down the stairs. She's nothing special, just stupid enough to traipse about the woods in a wolf form that's large and pale enough to catch our attention. In fact, I'd say she's asking for it. My breath caught in my throat. Had he caught onto our ruse? What do you say, Holden? He went on, walking into my direct line of sight. Let's give her what she wants. No thanks, Holden replied. That kind of violence isn't really my thing. With a swift, sure thrust of my hind legs, I launched myself at the cynical vampire. He sucked in air to scream, but I crunched down on his throat before he had the chance to use it. From there, I shook him like a chew toy, punishing his spine, until the exuberant action separated his head from his shoulders with a terrible spray of blood. Shaking the excess from my coat, I turned on Holden. He could have attacked while I was distracted by his comrade, but he hadn't, and I couldn't fathom why. Disgruntled, I scanned his face, detecting awe, fear, and relief. Was he relieved that I'd intervened, or that I had hesitated before turning him into a mess as well? Cheers for that, Holden ventured into the awkward silence. He was an awful person. I took a menacing step forward, testing his reaction. He fidgeted, clearly uncomfortable, but made no move to flee or attack. I'm sorry about your house, he tacked on with an apologetic grimace. I know from experience that blood is hard to get out of carpet. He wasn't wrong. I'd heard plenty of grumbling from the household staff about the mess I'd made during my lapse into instinct. And he seemed sincere, too sincere to kill without a fair trial. Careful to hold on to the mind meld network, I called on my transformative energy and shrank back into my humanity. He watched with wide eyes as I rematerialized in a leather corset that served simultaneously as armor and a reminder of my womanhood. Only my claws attested to the animal I'd been. "Have you killed or maimed any werewolves tonight?" I asked. My gift would determine his innocence, and from that, his sentence. Holden shook his head. "Nah. I've knocked out a few, but that's about it." I stepped forward, finding petty satisfaction that I was taller than him. As he hadn't lied to me yet, I asked, "Do you expect to survive this night?" He glanced at the messy remains of his comrade and swallowed audibly. "Not anymore." I made what I felt was a reasonable decision. "Leave this estate," I said. "If you return without a written invitation from a member of my family, I'll kill you." He swallowed visibly. "Okay, now go." Without so much as another blink, he sped off. I allowed myself the luxury of a quick frown. Even my superior senses strained to detect more than a streak of color as he raced into the thick of the woods. Will all of our foes be like that? I wondered, a tendril of doubt curling around my heart as I climbed the stairs to the front door. I ripped it up by the roots. It doesn't matter. We'll be faster because we have more to lose. The door opened quietly, to my relief. After a moment of attentive hesitation, it became apparent that there were no other life forms in the lobby, mortal or immortal, although the faint sounds of combat could be heard from the far reaches of the house. My fingers tightened on the door handle in reflex to a blood-curdling scream, the metal crumbling beneath them. I scowled at my carelessness, wiping the dust on my pants. "All clear," I sent to the others, suddenly excruciatingly aware of the fact that I was about to fight. Recalling Holden's speed, I felt reassured in my last-minute decision to send a handful of warriors in their prime with the weakest wolves to find accommodation in the outer city suburbs. Nick and Marshall led the remainder of our forces across the field, a motley squadron of district officials, household staff, and civilians. The closest that most of them had come to fighting in recent times was digging into the pull-apart lamb shank that had featured on the kitchen specials board the night before. I could only pray that their instincts would guide them in the struggle to come. Once inside, divide into teams of 3, I recapped. "Marshall, your team will sweep the roof. Make your way down floor by floor. Nick, you do the same with your team, but start from the basement and make your way up. My priority will be to secure the infirmary so that when we all meet in the middle, we have somewhere to treat the wounded." Committal mental grunts followed me into the foyer. I was about to usher the others inside when my right boot skidded. Regaining my balance was easy, but I looked down with a frown. The floors were slick with water, like someone had neglected to strain water from the mop head before taking to the floors, and where it collected in shallow grooves in the floorboards were floating eddies of silver. I warned everyone. Morph before entering or risk burning your paws. My warning was almost too late. Marshall transformed the very instant he crossed the threshold, a scowl splitting his beard. "Damn vampires and their glittering," he snarled in our heads, kicking at the water with his leather-shifting boots. I shied from the spray. How the hell did this happen? They must have dumped silver powder in the water tanks, I guessed as our respective teams morphed and filed into the room behind us. And then set a fire somewhere in the mansion to trigger the sprinklers. "That explains the lack of resistance," Marshall muttered, rubbing at his jaw. "I can only imagine the chaos." I felt a new bout of fear for Jerome. He would have been unconscious at the time of the siege, laid out like some sick sacrifice for the silver sprinklers, and it was the same for Amelia's comatose sister. How many men, women, and children had been caught unawares? Innocent people, just going about their lives? "Leave no survivors," I hissed to the others. With a wave of my hand, my team set forth into my childhood home, which had become an unfamiliar battleground overnight. Chapter 25, Shadow War. The war had truly begun. I could taste the news in the borrowed blood of my enemies. I saw it in the mind meld network as werewolves fell victim to silver bullets and pocket knives. Their glowering presences fell to nothing, snuffed along with their lives. "Get back," an undead woman hissed, clutching at her bleeding side. I was eager to put an end to her. She was fast, and it had taken 3 of us to corner her, limited by our human forms as we were. "Go for the head," I reminded the others as we advanced, claws extended. It was sage advice, and I imparted it through the network as often as I could, because people seemed to forget it in the frenzy of battle. It turned out my sporadic indulgence in zombie movies over the years hadn't been a waste of time. They'd cued me to the fact that the electrical activities of the brain kept a vampire going, not the heart. The heart didn't beat, so staking it was useless. That left us with 3 options: to reduce them to ashes, to cut off their heads, or to damage their central nervous systems irreparably. Funnily enough, the latter was how I'd killed Danelle. That stray thought led me to wonder who'd organized this attack. I didn't doubt that Danelle's death had been the motivating factor, but who had taken action? Was it Warden avenging his wife, or London avenging his mother? For the first time, I began to doubt the enigmatic Lamia. I knew from experience that a death in the family could drastically alter the way a person thought. A nearby enemy responded to the cornered vampire's cry for help by tossing her a revolver. Lacking the desire to see any of my people shot by the bullets, I commando-rolled towards the woman so that she would focus her bullets on me. Deafeningly loud gunshots informed me the plan was working, but she must have been a terrible shot because none of the bullets found their mark. As I snapped to my feet, she threw the gun itself in a last-ditch effort to repel me. The hilt glanced off my shoulder without enough force to bruise. The vampire let out a mewl of fear and retreated until her back hit the wall. Her actions struck a ruthless urge within me. Perhaps it was wrong, maybe it was sick, but I wanted to see the end of her life. Killing was the ultimate assertion of dominance and supremacy. I proceeded to end the fight. It was difficult, but then there was a sudden release that made me stumble. I made an involuntary sound of disgust and took a step back. It didn't matter where it landed. There was nothing left of my mother's legacy to salvage. Something fired like a clap of thunder, and a crimson mind fire sputtered out for good. As with all the other deaths, I felt diminished by this one, and the notion that something else I valued had been taken from me was positively enraging. I whirled around in time to see one of my men, already dead, courtesy of a fatal shot, topple lifelessly to the ground, his wound smoking, contributing to the haze permeating the hallway. His murderer, a pasty man with a curling mustache, was aiming again. I wouldn't be able to disarm him in time to prevent another kill. Drop. I commanded the unsuspecting target of his next attack through the mind meld. The message must have been laced with dominance, because the werewolf collapsed like a marionette with its strings cut. A silver bullet whizzed through the space where his head had been moments before. I watched with a blaze of satisfaction as it hit the vampire he'd been grappling with. Take out the gunmen, I ordered those closest to the target in question. Leaving them to it, I continued forging a path towards the infirmary. We needed it now more than ever to address the grievous wounds sustained by my team. Of course, a barrage of vampires had to round the corner at that precise moment and delay us even further. Rolling my eyes, I launched back into the fray with a zeal derived from frustration, slashing at faces and throats with my claws. So it was, moment after moment, that we fought and were harmed in return. Our communication was far more advanced than that of the vampires, and it was primarily thanks to that advantage that the sheer number of them hadn't overrun us. I decided, as I fought the vampire before me, that there was no such thing as an immortal. We all had our weaknesses. We were all capable of dying. Chance, we have a serious situation down here. Nick sent out of the blue. It was the first I'd heard from him since the main force was divided into 3 groups. They're keeping prisoners in the wine cellars, but I don't have enough men to storm the place. I felt a brief stab of relief, followed by a sense of unease. They were probably being kept alive for sport. Marshall and I will send half of our forces down to you, I told him, realizing as I did that we'd arrived at the infirmary. Automatic doors made of opaque glass denied us entry, despite our proximity to the sensors. Hoping Nick's wife and children were among the survivors, I reached out to Marshall, whose mindfire thrummed with amusement as he used a broken hairbrush handle to strike an opponent. He welcomed me with a flash of memories depicting the creativity of his team. I was particularly impressed by the vision of someone wielding a makeshift flamethrower, fashioned from a can of hairspray and a cigarette lighter. But time was of the essence, and after a slight chuckle, I brushed his mental slideshow aside in favor of explaining the wine cellar situation. Once the forces I'd promised Nick were on their way, I focused on the entrance to the infirmary. A small red light by the pin pad indicated that someone had initiated lockdown procedures. The glass was reinforced, thick enough to stop a rabid werewolf in its tracks, and within the plastered roof and walls were sheets of silver steel mesh that served the same purpose. It was a step above the concrete bunkers in our basement. Still, irrespective of its rehabilitative luxuries, the infirmary was essentially a prison for those of us who couldn't live independently or be killed. "Someone doesn't want us visiting after hours," I muttered, waving the others back. "Protect your faces." I waited until all of them were so armored before advancing on the doors. With all the momentum I could muster, I kicked the bottom right corner of the glass panel. Theoretically, it would make it harder for the material to flex to absorb the pressure of the blow. It took a couple of solid kicks, but eventually the panel shattered and splintered out into the hallway. Some fragments nicked my skin in passing, but I resolutely ignored those minor discomforts as I climbed through over the jagged threshold 1 foot at a time, glass crunching underfoot. "Follow me," I ordered telepathically, in case those holed up in the infirmary were enemies and not friends. Spoken orders could be overheard by anyone with enhanced senses. I needn't have worried about stealth. When I rounded the first corner in the hallway, someone hooked their fingers into the neckline of my corset and used that hold to throw me with impressive force into the reception office. I crashed into a wooden desk, which caved beneath my weight and sent an assortment of documents, monitors, and potted plants flying. Somewhere, my team was yelling and there were the sounds of a scuffle, but my head was ringing. Or was that the telephone handset, which was hanging from a spiral cord a few feet away? I couldn't be certain, but I knew that if I didn't get up soon, someone would kick me while I was down. "I'll make you pay for this," I snarled at my mysterious assailant, clutching at the wall as I tried desperately to regain a sense of balance. "Chance." The voice was full of alarm. I froze at its familiar timbre, swiftly realizing who'd tossed me into the office. "You!" I exclaimed, snatching up the closest piece of debris, a drawer handle, and hurling it with all my might. He ducked, so I grabbed a potted cactus and pitched that too. Dirt sprayed through the air as it arced towards him. It was futile trying to beat sense or remorse into him. It didn't matter that he'd been bedridden all week, his mind and body in pain. Jerome's reflexes were honed as ever, and he ducked beneath the unconventional missiles with ease, all the while closing the distance between us. He raised his hands in surrender, but smirked at my attempts to hit him. As much as it infuriated me, that smirk stirred up tender emotions I'd buried for the sake of the battle. I softened with the realization that he was alive and safe. I was worried, I admitted, reaching out to touch his cheek. I needed to know that he was real. That he was indeed awake and on his feet, that it wasn't a mere hallucination, or the result of the hard fall I'd taken. His skin was warm, and fresh stubble touched the sensitive flats of my fingers. Somehow, miraculously, the silver sprinklers hadn't touched him. So was I. Jerome was serious now, looking at me intently, as if trying to memorize my face. He laid a hand over mine so that I couldn't take it back. "When I woke and couldn't find you." He didn't need to finish. Gold confirmed our mutual concern. In that moment of closeness, I felt a connection rise within me and stepped closer. Our faces neared. A hearty chuckle intruded on our moment. "You guys have the worst timing, honestly." Startled, I broke from Jerome and turned to see a woman in a hospital gown at the head of a mismatched team. Her people were all injured. Several of them bore a rash that must have come from the silver rain. And she was afflicted worst of all, the backs of her hands and the right side of her face looking as though they'd been scoured. Despite their wounds, they were not weak. Oh no, for at their feet was my whole team. They'd been ambushed and tied up with bedsheets. "Release them," I snapped, irked by how easily they'd fallen. "Oh yes, of course," she said, waving off her men. "Come on, boys, these aren't our enemies. Let 'em go." I frowned and eyed the woman, suddenly struck by déjà vu. Her face was lovely despite its recent disfigurement. It tugged insistently at the far reaches of my memory. Where do I know her from? I wondered, frustrated that I couldn't put my finger on it. Where it wasn't affected by burns, her skin held an olive tone, and her shoulders were straight with self-assurance, the kind that was rare to witness in a woman of our kind. Her blue-green eyes were filled with the strangest mixture of kindness and fire. It was then that I realized who she was. Maria Mars, I said aloud. Amelia's sister was alive, after all. Chapter 26. Death from Above. I lost count of the vampires we dispatched, but felt the loss of my men keenly. Nick stormed the wine cellar while we cleared the rest of the house, mowing down ranks of enemies as if they were mere blades of grass. Upstairs, Marshall and the remnants of his forces dealt with the deserters. Blockade after blockade fell. With every kill, I took back a piece of my home, but I had no idea how I was going to make the puzzle fit back together again. Everything looked wrong. There came a time when the screaming ceased, and all that could be heard was the heavy breathing and muffled sobs of survivors. Chests heaved with exertion, and limbs twitched with adrenaline. I looked down and saw an absurd amount of red, slathered all over my shifting leathers, up my wrists and arms, from my chest all the way to my chin. How much was theirs? How much was mine? As I stared at my second skin of crimson, already drying in crusty patches, I realized I didn't rue the loss of life that I was responsible for. I'd hunted monsters tonight, and there was little shame to be found in that. What now? Maria asked as she navigated the carnage-strewn hall. The mass murder we'd all committed was doubled in the dark reflection of the windows. Do we burn the bodies or something? Looking around, I realized I didn't have the luxury of processing what had just happened. The others needed structure after the chaos we'd just survived. They needed a direction to move in, and I had to be the one to give it. My fellow survivors were islands in a sea of the dead. Jerome was grimacing at his reflection in the windows, more concerned by the state of his hair than the people he'd just dispatched. One werewolf was already picking the pockets of his victims, but the others were listless, too exhausted to cheer, too traumatized to do anything other than clutch at their wounds and just breathe, simply because they still could. I squared my shoulders and lifted my chin. Well done, everyone. Our work is almost over. Now we need to stack the bodies outside and... I saw my attacker too late. A vampire burst from an adjacent room and tackled me with the force of a bullet train. We crashed into the window shoulder first, shattering it with our combined momentum and weight, then emerged into the night. Cruel, glittering glass fell after us like the torn remnants of an angel's wings. In a moment of airborne lucidity, I realized we had 3 entire stories to fall. And then gravity sucked us down, snatching the air from my throat and wringing my stomach in knots. My attacker somehow twisted midair so that I was beneath him. With a scream of outrage that was siphoned away by the roaring wind, I drove my claws into him. We hit the packed earth like a sack of flour. The impact felt astonishingly abrupt, even though I'd known it was coming, and for a sheer second I felt numb and otherwise normal. Then the world went white, a white noise, a white hot white. I couldn't think. I couldn't breathe. Chance. The urgency in Jerome's voice catapulted me into consciousness. The vampire had recovered from the fall and was looming over me now, fully functional despite the tips of my claws, which had snapped off and were still embedded in his chest. He's closing in. Maria shouted from the gaping window. Move. Move? I wanted to cackle at that, because I couldn't move, not at all. My organs felt like soup. The vampire pulled a pistol from the waistband of his jeans. Eyes never leaving mine, he cocked it with slow relish and aimed. He was a twitch of the forefinger away from emptying a case of silver bullets in my chest when a mountain of a man came to the rescue with a powerful hit. Before my assailant could recover, my rescuer knocked him to the ground and struck his head repeatedly, cracking his skull like it was an egg. Waters, I croaked, hating how weak I sounded, and probably looked, given I was sprawled on the ground. Fancy seeing you here. The Hotham Alpha hawked up some phlegm and spatted on the vampire's corpse. Cowardly, he muttered, sniffing as he nudged my ankle with the toe of his boot. You feel that? Oh yes. Can you move your legs? I tensed my calves and wiggled my toes. Everything functioned properly. I don't think I've broken my back, I said. But I can feel the healing itch all over. All over. He whistled. That's some extensive damage. It's the least of the damage wrought tonight, I muttered, squeezing my eyes shut as I thought about the state of the mansion, my mother's pride and joy. In the darkness of that moment, I sought the mind meld network. The links were tender, as I was, and the mesh was riddled with the holes of lost lives. I lamented each absent mind fire, even as I marveled over the newest sunrise and turquoise blue editions, which were Maria and Jerome, respectively. You fought well, he said gruffly. Not well enough, I was tempted to say, but it wasn't true. I'd done the best I could with the resources at my disposal. Next time, I will do better, because I have learned from this experience, and it was indeed a cruel lesson. The silence that followed was filled with memories of the slaughter and muses of the future. Much of it made little sense to me at first, but when I realized all that information was bleeding from other minds into mine, I welcomed the chaotic snippets. I sifted through them for the facts I truly craved, and was pleased to learn that we'd successfully secured the mansion and the lives of approximately 1,500 werewolves. That did little to ease the news of the 1,500 lost. Why'd you call him a coward? I asked, opening my eyes. The Hotham Alpha offered me a hand, and I took it, climbing gingerly to my feet. I thought it was rather brave to go out fighting. Not the vampire, Waters corrected, spitting on the creature's corpse again. Him. He should have jumped after you. I followed the jut of his chin, realizing he was glaring at Jerome on the third floor. For once, I agreed with him. Chapter 27, Salad or Fries. There was a moment of collectively held breath as the match was struck and thrown. Then that lonesome flame found fuel and became confident in a rush of sound, taking to the funeral pyre like a starving animal, feasting on the enemy corpses that we'd arrayed within it. The crowd went wild, cheering and shouting their hatred for vampire kind as the flames consumed the bodies. The heat was too intense, and so was their triumph, so I withdrew to the tree line. There were a few hours left until dawn. Father had arrived just in time to light the bonfire, bearing news of a bloody ambush. The city pack had fought their way through it successfully, but their trials proved for naught. Charles's abducted daughter had been dead for several days. We hadn't officiated Father's reclamation of the werewolves I'd led into battle, but that didn't matter. All of my soldiers were his now. I'd become obsolete the instant he'd arrived. I decided it was time to dismantle the mind meld network. However reluctant I was to stand down and resume the role of a subservient daughter, I needed to do so, and that meant releasing those whose minds were bound to mine. Well done, I sent it to everyone in the network, catching glimpses of their various perspectives. Jerome hesitated in his conversation with Waters. The reunited Garrison sisters paused their excited chatter. Somewhere, Nick tucked his now motherless children into bed, and I felt the cut of his grief like a knife in my own chest. I'm proud of every one of you for how you handled yourselves tonight. You are all instrumental factors in our success here tonight. And with that, I severed the telepathic bonds I shared with Nick, Marshall, John, Evelyn, Amelia, Jerome, and Maria. I recoiled into my empty mind, devastated and frustrated because of that devastation. I hated that I was a social creature at heart, that I relied on a sense of community and group purpose to feel fulfilled. The mind meld was the closest I'd ever come to having a pack of my own. I'd had a taste of my life's dream, and now it was gone. It wasn't until I reached the thick of the woods that I realized how far I'd walked. Cheers were audible, as was the thudding bass of celebratory music, but both sounds were faint. The smoke was thinner here. Wildlife dared to move and make noise. I'm alone, I murmured, in confession to the stoic woods. The trees were incapable of betraying my trust. An alpha without a pack, a monster amongst monsters. The emotion became too much, and I slammed a fist into the nearest trunk. Birds took flight, and bark rained down like ash. I would always be true to myself, to the dominance in my veins, but I had a terrible feeling that it would cost me happiness in the end. I was a backward woman in a world of men, and I knew that no sane werewolf would ever forsake his love of power for a love of me. Damn it, I whispered, letting my head fall onto the same trunk I'd ravaged. The bark was still damp from the earlier torrent of rain. I let the scent of moist earth seep into my lungs, a natural anesthetic for the nerves. Why does the truth cost so much? Probably for the same reason that salads cost more than fries. Someone ventured into my private moment. I'd argue that the universe takes immense satisfaction in watching us struggle to make better choices. I knew it was him even before I turned around. London, I uttered, and found him wreathed in the thickest of shadows. You came back. His body betrayed nothing, but when he answered, his voice was cold as an Arctic wind. It cut down to the bone. You killed my mother, he said succinctly. You struck her down with a wooden chair. I winced. Yeah, about that. I don't want to talk about her. Black churned in my belly like rancid butter. London was burning to talk about his mother. I'm not here because of her. I'm here to continue what we started last week. Murdered family members aside, I still believe that if we work together, we can find a way end to this war and establish peace. That last declaration was valid, as it could be true. He had faith in our shared ambition and our ability to bring it to fruition. It'll be much harder to broker a peace now that the ceasefire has been broken, I warned him. A week before it's due, might I add. The immortal honor has been tarnished. My people will be reluctant to treat with yours after tonight. I don't need their trust, he said, stepping forward. The shadows seemed to trail after him. I need yours. Do I have it? Do I trust him? I was about to answer when he faltered, fixating on something behind me. I turned around and saw a flash of white in the branches overhead. It materialized into a paper crane, animated as if alive. It fluttered down to meet us, circling our heads. What is it? London breathed, full of wonder. He was beautiful like that, filled with fascination, as if he'd fallen in love with the moment and would cherish it until the end of time. I watched in quiet awe as he reached out to touch the creature, not afflicted with suspicion as I was. Even after all that he and his loved ones had suffered, he wasn't afraid to trust in the new and unusual. I don't know, but we should be careful, I murmured. It perched on his outstretched palm and started preening its paper feathers. I bet it has something to do with the witches. Touch it and find out, he counseled, proffering the origami anomaly. The crane cocked its triangular head and hopped towards me. It seems drawn to you, so I imagine you're the intended recipient. Maybe we can use the bird to track down whoever sent it and learn the whereabouts of the incantum from them. Why would we need to do that? To consult Midna, he said, piercing me with those startlingly green eyes. She came to our family too, you know. She seems to want what you and I want, and her visions could be useful to our mission. That is true, I acknowledged. But what if the witch who sent this doesn't want to cooperate? He shrugged. We persuade them. You mean threaten them? I asked. If we have to. Dubious, I reached out to the little bird. It hopped onto the back of my hand, but the second we made contact, the unthinkable occurred. It burst into emerald flames. I snatched my hand back as the fire twisted around each other, hissing like snakes. Letter by letter, a glowing hot message was scribed into the air. Meet me on the 4th hour in the Square of Federation. Please don't be late, or I'll reveal your secret to the nation. It wasn't signed, but that didn't matter. I knew who it was from. In an instant, I remembered the tattooed witch from the throne room, recalling our deal and the vial of blood he was after. Lachlan, I muttered, irritated that London was here to witness the evidence of our transaction. Lousy timing. The lamia jabbed me playfully in the side. What secret? Not for the first time in the last 2 weeks. I felt like I'd been backed into a corner. I can lie to him, I suppose, or substitute the real secret at hand for a lesser one. But I wanted to be honest with London. I didn't want to play games, as I had to deal with Father and Jerome on a daily basis. Remember when you asked if you had my trust? I asked, and he nodded. Well, this is about keeping the most important of my secrets. It is a burden to those who know it, even as it is a burden for me to live with. I can't disclose it to you, at least, not yet. For a moment, he said nothing. Then, I understand, he said, laying a hand on my shoulder. Suddenly, my collarbone, which could withstand a fall of 3 stories and a small battalion of vampires, felt as fragile as spun sugar. Trust is the crest of a mountain, and its vista must be earned. I'll earn your respect, Chance. And perhaps one day, I'll earn your trust, too, as you have earned mine. You trust me? I asked, shocked. Without a doubt, he said. I was sent here to oversee the attack from a distance, and in the event of failure, to report back. From the tree line, I watched the tables turn. You could have killed them all, he said, his voice low, but a man came back to me. An honorable man, who attested to the fact that you showed him a fair trial, showed him mercy. Just like you showed me on the night of your brother's death. I did not show all of them mercy, I said darkly, shrugging off his hand. You showed mercy to someone who deserved it, London clarified. You have an uncannily accurate sense of character, Chance. I've come to admire and have faith in it, as I've come to admire and have faith in you. I reeled at his words, unsure of how to respond. In the werewolf community, such an admission was akin to an admission of weakness, of one's own failure to meet the standard in discussion. But London's admiration made him seem braver, worthier of emotional investment. I wanted to believe in him. Thanks, I settled for in the end. You seem cool too. I hope you continue to think so, he confessed, with a self-depreciating smile. Because I have secrets too, and I plan on telling you all of them. Chapter 28, Clock Strikes 4. Excuse me? I asked, positively incredulous. My sudden increase in volume prompted the taxi driver to look over his shoulder, concern. I shot him an unnervingly wide smile, and he paled, returning his attention to the road. London, who'd tensed at the threat of confrontation, relaxed back into his seat. Male Lamia can develop certain witch-like abilities, he repeated, too quietly for the driver to hear. It compensates for our heightened mortality and ensures that we remain on par with the eternal. Those who are created, not born, he clarified. And you have one of these abilities, I stated. My magic verified his earlier confession. Yes, but you can't tell me what it is, I huffed. Or why you can't tell me. No, that's ridiculous. London made a slight noise of irritation. You don't understand. I want to tell you, he insisted. But for reasons I can't disclose, I can't. The best I can do is scatter a few clues and hope that you have what it takes to identify them and piece them together. You're a smart girl. I'm sure you'll figure it out. The car passed beneath a backlit billboard, and the back seat was briefly drenched in sallow light. For a moment, we stared at one another, two kids damned to revel and suffer in the names of our prodigious houses. The moment became too intimate for comfort. I looked pointedly out the window and tried to make sense of my cluttered thoughts, following the threads of my tangling emotions with the exasperation of someone trying to untangle earphone cords. First and foremost, I felt an unusually keen sense of relief. London was also burdened with a secret magical ability. We were both deviants from the norm, and the fact that I wasn't alone as I'd once assumed, well, it was comforting. I sensed a capacity for understanding in London that my community lacked. It was that yearning to share myself with him that truly complicated things. For whatever ridiculous reason, I felt wounded over the fact that London couldn't, or wouldn't, confide in me. I wanted to understand him so severely. I also wanted to inflict serious harm on whoever had a stronger hold over him than I did. Jealous, chimed a little voice in the back of my head. That's what you are. You want him all to yourself. I made the mental equivalent of a snarl, and the little voice was scared away. Attraction to London was futile. Our races were at war. Our intentions were chivalrous, but our actions in battle would not be, and I wasn't sure that I could bring myself to kiss him without thinking of Arthur or of the others in my community who'd suffered at the hands of vampires. Such affection implies forgiveness, I thought, uneasy at the prospect of letting London and his people off the hook. Just because I accepted Arthur's death didn't mean that I condoned it. Why males? I asked. Why don't female Lamia develop witch-like abilities? London shrugged. No one knows for sure. My mother's theory is that her magic manifests in her body instead, making her more resilient and capable of creating and sustaining life. Vampiric pregnancies are quite brutal, from what I've heard, he said with a slight shudder. Few survive the parasite within them. That's why female Lamia are so rare. Curious. I imagine that was why lamia were so rare in general. If I were a female lamia, I'd avoid conception like the plague. Your mother must have been very brave. Or ambitious, the vampire muttered. There was a moment of uncomfortable silence. I didn't know what he meant, and I wasn't sure if I should ask. Well, I'm glad you exist, I said at last. Surprisingly, it wasn't a lie. London smiled, but it wasn't long before the expression faltered. This which we're going to see, he said, a nervous element in his tone. It sounded false, almost like he wanted me to think he was worried. Can he see auras? I twisted around in my seat, the seatbelt sticking as I went. What did he want to hear? London's query was rather self-explanatory, but there was a hard glint in his eyes that warned me from telling the truth. Was this one of his so-called clues? No, I settled for in the end, turning back to the window to hide my expression. Darkness stirred somewhere near my heart, but the discomfort of the lie was worth the opportunity I'd secured with it. Perhaps I can learn something of London's magic from Lachlan. The taxi rolled to a stop at the corner of an immense intersection divided by tram tracks. The space seemed even larger than usual because it was empty. Without hordes of people shambling around, the city seemed eerily fashioned for giants. London leaned over the console, cash in hand. I would have waited for him to finish the transaction, but now that the taxi was idle, the metal walls felt uncomfortably close. I climbed from the metal contraption with unabashed relish, the debatably fresh air like balm to my soul. It wasn't long before London joined me on the sidewalk. The cab lingered behind us. Wanting to be alone with London, I turned around and flashed the driver another sharp smile, letting my teeth lengthen ever so slightly for dramatic effect. The cab took off with a screech of wheels, perhaps a little faster than what was lawful. So this is what it looks like, London mused, hands buried deep in the pockets of his leather jacket as he craned his head back to peruse the railway station. Flinders Station was an architectural marvel, featuring ribs of arched windows and a filigree dome at its head. The main entrance was a cavernous mouth, the stairs leading into it a vast tongue. However, I had to admit that the mustard yellow bricks and plastic lawn chair green roofing somewhat curbed the impressive effect. You've never, I started, taken aback, before I realized why he'd never been here before. Of course not, this is werewolf territory, I muttered. On the edge of it, too, so someone is bound to be patrolling it at all times. Yep, he confirmed, shoulders bunching in his jacket as if he were cold. Could he feel cold? I've been on trains passing through, of course, but never stepped into the station itself. Speaking of, where are all of those patrols? His concern was unnecessary. They've been called back to reinforce the estate, I said, suddenly amused by the casual tone I had taken. How easily I colluded with the enemy. Your attack culled half of our forces, so I decided it would be in our best interests to forsake the territory lines for now and regroup. Patrols will start anew tomorrow, at the time of the first train. Smart. I shrugged and started crossing the road, heading for a concrete meadow bounded by bars and restaurants, all of which were closed. A glance over my shoulder revealed that no one was following us, and it was 3:57 a.m., courtesy of the station clock tower. In 3 more minutes, we would meet with the Blood Witch in the location that his summons had described. Meet me on the 4th hour in the Square of Federation. Please don't be late, or I'll reveal your secret to the nation. I read somewhere that war is a battle of intellects, rather than brute force, I said to feed the ravenous quiet of the sleeping city. Like opposing teams in a game of chess, the Irephang and Nightshade armies are evenly matched. It's strategy that's going to win this war, London. Only if we don't stop it, he reminded me. Of course, I said smoothly. Without asking for permission, I linked arms with the lamia, taking comfort in the heat his body radiated. He didn't shake me off as I half expected him to, apparently welcoming the contact. I'm doing this to ensure that Lachlan doesn't mistake him for a threat. I tried to convince that restless little voice in the back of my head, but it was no use. Even mid-stride, I was acutely aware of London, of his quiet presence beside me. Part of me savored this closeness. Do you read a lot? London asked, his warm breath misting in the frigid air. I nodded. I was homeschooled, so books formed the brunt of my education. Interesting. So was I. Conversation lulled, so he added, "What's your favorite work of literature?" To answer would be to admit that I love one author over the others, and that would be a lie, I claimed, particular of the truth in this instance. I've taken something valuable away from every book that I've read. Even the worst ones have lessons in what not to believe, or how not to write a book. London chuckled. Then what's the most valuable lesson a book has taught you? Now, that was a loaded question. Philosophers had taught me to ponder the meaning of life. Authors of teen fiction had hammered home that love was not a disease. Human history had taught me about discrimination and the rise and fall of civilizations. Autobiographies had whispered to me the secrets of success and the wealth that could be achieved through ambition, persistence, and carefully crafted reputations. As I searched within, I realized that one lesson hit home harder than all the rest. Probably, I trailed off and started again. Several works, fiction and nonfiction alike, have impressed upon me that miscommunication brings about the downfall of good things. That's a good answer. London went quiet for a moment. You never cease to amaze me, Chance. You're unlike anyone I've ever met. I was so preoccupied with the conundrum of his admiration that I stumbled when we came to the gutter, leather soles slipping on a metal storm drain. London caught me by the waist and effortlessly lifted me onto the sidewalk. His strength came as a shock. With all the cues to his mortality, I'd almost forgotten that he was a supernatural creature, capable of both incredible and terrible things. When I steadied, he didn't immediately release me, nor did he flinch when I turned around within his grasp as I gripped the white fabric of his shirt to ground myself. His breath caught. Something stirred inside of me, and for the first time in a long time, I felt well and truly weak. Chance, he trailed off. I froze like a deer in headlights when our eyes met. I saw admiration and fear in him, determination and need. There was an unspoken understanding between us. But there were also the shadows of untold stories lurking beneath those radiant emotions, like undercurrents at war for dominion over the ocean. My resolve resurfaced, shooing away the uncharacteristic weakness. I remembered the context surrounding this midnight moment. His mother was dead because of me. My brother was dead because of him. The tension between us transformed into something even more foreign to me, emotional communion. I embraced the man who'd lost the love of his life and his mother in the same month. At first, he trembled with resistance, but then need took over, and he buried his face in the crook of my neck and shoulder, arms tightening around me. He crushed me to his chest as though I was something precious, his anchor to the real world, a respite from the turbulent seas of his own wretched mind. There are more secrets than years to you, dear, I whispered. But know this. I will never judge you for what you have suffered. London clutched me tighter. Over his shoulder, I saw the minute hand on the clock tower strike even with the number 4. Chapter 29, Blood Witch. Is that him? London whispered in my ear. With an uncomfortably distinct reluctance, I stepped away from the vampire and turned around. It was indeed the Blood Witch sauntering towards us, clothed in a studded vest that was more concerned with showcasing his tattoos than protecting him from the chill bite of the night air. Hitched around his bony hips was a spiked belt, the points of which winked too brightly to be metal. Lachlan, I addressed him, for London's benefit. The silver studs on that belt must have been expensive. He flashed me a toothy grin. Your wit is keen as ever, Solanum. But I can see that it slipped in at least one regard. Lachlan pointed an accusing finger at my companion. You're dating the enemy. It's not like that, I spluttered. London cleared his throat, clearly uncomfortable. We're allies, here on business. That's all. Business, of course, Lachlan mocked. In that case, roll up your sleeves, girl. You owe me 2 vials of blood, and I intend to collect them now. 2. I exclaimed. We agreed on 1. I agreed to keep silent about your gift in return for 1 vial, he clarified. I froze. London was smart. I knew without a doubt that he understood Lachlan's insinuation. But the secret of your interspecies alliance, is another transaction entirely. If you don't want your secret arrangement with the vampire to become common knowledge, you're rather callous with the information you've sworn to protect, I said, taking a menacing step forward. I'm starting to think that making deals with you is a pointless affair. Lachlan narrowed his eyes. Turning your back on me would be unwise. Dead men can't tell secrets, I rebutted, scant seconds away from concluding that killing him would be a more straightforward solution. The idea held real temptation. Killing him would put an end to his persistent quest to sample my blood. London literally stayed my hand, stilling the murderous twitching of my fingers by squeezing them reassuringly. Blackmail is dishonorable, London told the Blood Witch, squaring his shoulders in a way that subtly hinted at the strength of his frame. I don't like dishonorable men. Rather than backpedal or flee to safety, Lachlan leaned into the minimal space between us, the smell of old books and cold iron intensifying. The hair on the back of my neck stood to attention, and the look of satisfaction that crossed Lachlan's face confirmed my suspicion. He was using magic to examine our auras. Well, aren't you both full of surprises? Lachlan crowed. I think we're going to have to renegotiate our... I sent a fist into London's temple before the Blood Witch could give anything else away. The poor boy's head snapped to the side, and the force of the blow rendered him unconscious. Forgive me, I whispered, catching his toppling body by the collar of his jacket. Then, with a gentleness that belied my role in his incapacitation, I lowered both of us to the ground, cushioning his head on my thigh. For vials, I ventured into the stunned silence. I didn't look up at Lachlan. I was preoccupied by the cathartic task of smoothing London's hair back from his forehead. It was thick and silken beneath my fingers, almost slippery, like the fur of a cat. What's the catch? I could hear the frown in Lachlan's voice. You must maintain the secret about my alliance with London, and you must never tell another soul about the abnormalities in our auras, I dictated. This secrecy is to be indefinite. Okay, he said, still dubious. What else? Smart cookie. For 4 vials, I expected at least 4 favors. I want information. I want a way to track down Midna, and I trailed off, double-checking that London was still out cold. I want to know the exact nature of London's arcane abilities. You have 24 hours to learn about his magic and relay that information to me. Lachlan's cheek puckered as he chewed the inside of it, considering the conditions of our transaction. You don't muck around. No, I don't. I looked up at him, then stared at him as if I could intimidate him with the sheer force of my attention. Part of me wanted him gone, so that he could never outthink or outmaneuver me again. The rest of me was alarmed by the dark nature of that desire. Was it a hot-blooded reaction, left over from the mansion battle, or was the violence more innate than that? Lachlan tried to hide the tremor that ran down his back, but my senses were too keen. I differed from other werewolves in a subtle but pivotal way, and he knew it. My rage had an edge of civility. There was cause for fear in my calculated unpredictability. Stop looking at me like that, he complained. I'm your equal, Selenum, not your prey. That remains to be seen, I replied cordially. Why do you keep calling me that, by the way? Is it a nickname witches use for werewolves or something? Lachlan snorted. It will never cease to baffle me that a race so obsessed with tradition can be so out of touch with their origins. What's that supposed to mean? I'm a blood witch, he said, as if that explained everything. When I stared at him blankly, he plowed on with exasperation. I spend a lot of time studying family trees so that I can investigate and keep track of potential sources of power. You can divest power from blood? How? I asked. Look at it this way. Magic isn't magic. It's energy that's being focused and applied to execute specific tasks, Lachlan said, taking on a lecturing tone. Blood witches operate by salvaging energy from living hosts, not unlike vampires. But instead of consuming blood to fuel personal immortality, we store it in caches, tattoos, upon our person, so we can use it for spells at a later date. I'm a walking power bank, essentially. Okay, I said slowly, wrapping my head around the concept. What makes my blood so special? Your aura is, well, it's vibrant. Thrumming with energy, Lachlan said. He seemed dissatisfied with the explanation and tried again. It moves in a way that's unusual for your kind. I'm inclined to think it's because of your ancestry. So you're saying my energy is especially potent? Well, yes. There's more to it than that, though. The topic was admittedly fascinating. I'd been oblivious to the mechanics of magic for so long now, too long. Father seemed to believe that the less we knew about witchcraft, the better, but I was coming to believe the opposite. We gained nothing from knowing nothing. And more than anything else in the world, I longed to know more about my gift. How and why had it manifested in me? And what would I be capable of if I learned how to train it, focus on it, and apply it? There was only one problem. Is the blood tattoo a direct link to the donator's energy? I asked. I would not gamble away my dominance or my magic lightly. Can you leech off their energy whenever you like? Lachlan chuckled. I wish. But no, it's like fuel for a car. If you want to keep going, you've got to top up the tank from time to time. If I want to keep using another person's energy, then I'll need more of their blood to rink. And what does this have to do with the nickname you've assigned me? Supernatural blood contains more energy than human blood, and the older the family, the more potent the energy is. That's why blood witches research family trees so thoroughly, he explained. Your family has been around for centuries, Chance. There are entire texts dedicated to it, the oldest of which were transcribed in Latin. Interesting. So Solanum is a Latin word? Yes. It translates to Nightshade. It's been your name since the dawn of werewolf kind. I arched an eyebrow. Are you telling me that the first Nightshade was the first werewolf in existence? The second, he clarified. Your ancestor murdered the first. I couldn't help it, I chuckled. Of course. London made the noise of a stirring animal. It was time for our engrossing conversation to end. Do we have a deal, Lachlan? I asked. I'll need 2 vials of the Irephang's blood, he said at last. For the tests. I narrowed my eyes. He wasn't lying, but... Swear to me you won't use this blood against him. Or me. You have my word. And we have a deal, the Blood Witch said. I'll hold up my end of the bargain if you hold up yours. Gold. That's all I needed to hear. Chapter 30, Vodka Lantern. It was already awkward trying to twist the knob on the front door of the abandoned hotel, thanks to London's awkward bulk, hoisted over one shoulder. And so it was particularly frustrating when the door only swung open a few inches before proving to be chained shut on the inside. Muttering a string of increasingly creative profanities, I reached through the crack and grabbed the incriminating chain links, crumbling them in my fist. The residual light of a street lamp showcased a derelict, 1950s-style diner. I was glad to shut the door behind me and plunge the space into a far more flattering darkness. Guided more by instinct than sight, I maneuvered around loose tiles and toppled chairs, wrinkling my nose against the dust that billowed up with every one of my steps. Careful not to bump into the moth-eaten bar stools, I lay London on the bar, or rather, I tried to. He started sliding off, dragged down by his stupidly long legs, and I had to clutch at his torso to stop him from hitting the floor. We struck a precarious balance, nose to nose and chest to chest, once again. Only this time, he was unconscious, and it was weird. Cheeks burning with an unfamiliar heat, I bundled his awkwardly large frame up in my arms as best I could. Back straining with the effort, I dumped him unceremoniously on the counter and climbed over both, landing squarely on the side meant for employees. After some blind fumbling, I found a switch on the wall and flicked it on. The bulbs overhead were slow to respond, but once they kicked into gear, I got a clear view of my surroundings. Dated bottles of wine and spirits, a dusty cash register, grimy glassware, and what looked like a dead rat in the sink. Then the fuses blew out. The thing in the sink chittered and scrabbled elsewhere. In the following moment of stunned silence, I came to the realization that the rat, most likely accompanied by countless others, could be anywhere. Anywhere. I needed some damn light. Where would they keep them? I asked myself, drawing on a scrap of memory as I fumbled through cupboards and drawers. My family used to come here for dinner. The food had been average, but my mother's fondness for the restaurant's neon theme kept us coming back. Looking back, I could understand the appeal. The dimmed lights, the repurposed neon signs, the glow-in-the-dark constellations on the walls. It had been a charming venue, before the restaurant went bankrupt and all the decor had been stripped and pawned in the owner's attempt to break even. I could understand why she'd been so disappointed in the face of its closure, and why Father had purchased the entire complex to cheer her up. She'd had plans to renovate and reopen the business, plans that ultimately fell through when she died. "They can't have sold the glow sticks," I muttered. I used to pocket handfuls of the things when servers offered them on entry, despite my mother's advice that I only take one. Eventually, I found an entire bottom drawer dedicated to the cardboard boxes I had been seeking. The first one I opened bore glow sticks thick around as sausages, the best kind. Riding a wave of nostalgia, I cracked a stick with the same vigor that I would have 10 years ago. But I was stronger than I used to be, and the plastic split like a banana skin, its toxic contents spilling forth. Reluctant to let the light bleed out, I snatched up a bottle of vodka and unscrewed the lid, setting it down on the bench by London's head. When I poured the contents of the glow stick down the neck, the blue drizzle unfurled into a cloud. Chasing the aesthetic of that moment, I added the contents of several other glow sticks to the mix, making sure they were of matching color. "Glitter," someone rasped. "We need glitter." "London." "I'm awake," he groaned, one hand pressed against the side of his head. I suddenly felt very self-conscious about punching him. "Glitter, Chance. This is a bar. Surely some drunk girl left her handbag behind at some point. See if there's something we can use in the lost and found basket." "Glitter," I repeated. Had he taken leave of his senses so soon after recovering them? "Why do we need that?" "We need it," he snarled, sliding off the counter. "Trust me." "I trust your intentions," I said slowly, realizing that I did. "But I don't trust that your actions will serve them." His smile was bittersweet. "See? You have an uncannily accurate sense of character." Unsure of how to interpret that, I embarked on a quest for the lost and found tub. It was easy to find with the aid of the vodka lantern. Unlatching the plastic lid, I found an old boot, a bikini top, a suede trench coat the color of fresh olives, and an assortment of cosmetics strewn about the bottom that must have been discovered in the bathroom after hours. Sure enough, I found a small pot of loose, silver glitter, designed for use on eyelids. "Will this do?" London took it from me, fingers deliberately brushing mine. "Perfect," he said, beckoning me towards the lantern. We were on opposite sides of the bar, but leaning over the counter to meet in the middle felt more intimate than standing side by side, somehow. "Now, watch this." He appended the tub into the vodka lantern. The room was thrown into disco-like brilliance. The hush of our bated breath, the thousands of stars bottled on the bench, a minute galaxy born from our own hands. The entire moment felt enchanted, rich with wonder and emotion. I'd never felt quite so human. Odd, I looked to the man who was almost as beautiful as the light itself. London stared back at me, his eyes reflecting artificial constellations, his mouth parted with the same intrigue I felt. "It's beautiful," I whispered, describing all of it, all of him. "I can make it more so," he promised. I wasn't sure what made me shiver, the cold draft, his voice, or the touch of his hands as they took mine and pressed them against the flanks of the lantern. The contrast between the warmth of his skin and the cold surface of the bottle gave me gooseflesh. "Watch," he said, and for once, I didn't chafe under the instruction of another. I looked down at the lantern and waited, trusting in his judgment. Beneath our hands, the blue water became even more vibrant, until it shone silver blue and fierce as a flare. I sucked in an astonished breath as the glass became hot to the touch, as if the water were taking on the qualities of fire. The reflections of the silver flecks became as intense as laser pointers, dancing with stunning vividness over the stained blue of our hands. "What is this, London?" I breathed, mesmerized. "The likeness of a star," he answered. "A lantern, a clue. Perhaps it is nothing, for the human mind gives a concept gravity. A clue." Those two words were like a bucket of water to the face. I withdrew from his touch, and the lantern dimmed, a slow but inevitable transition from striking radiance to its usual lambency. "I see." Suddenly, I was itching to go home so that I could hit the books, scour the internet, and put the pieces of the puzzle together. Surely there was some wiki database that held records of comic book hero abilities, or something along those lines, that could help me brainstorm while I awaited Lachlan's report? But more than that, I wanted to get away before I did something stupid. I was enjoying London's company far too much. "I need to go," I said abruptly. "Meet me here tomorrow at 4 a.m. Lachlan should have delivered Midna's tracking device to me by then. I bounded over the bar and made to leave. Just as I reached the door, London called after me. "What's stopping your patrols from coming in here?" he queried. "Out there, the stench of the city covers our tracks. But in here there's little to distract from the fact that our scents are intertwined. If our alliance is discovered..." "This building was bought for my mother," I said, without turning around. "When she died, Father decreed no one could enter this establishment but him. Patrolmen value their lives. They will not come here, and Father fears to fixate on her loss, so neither will he." Chapter 31, Manslaughter. The instant I became aware, I knew that I'd slept late. The air was too warm. The scent of lavender was stifled by the heat of the mid-afternoon sun. Thick covers twisted around my thighs like a boa constrictor. My stomach grumbled over 3 missed meals. I took a moment to collect my sense of self. Utterly still, I found I could mark the movements of the dust motes in the air overhead. Ever circling downwards, I mused, exhaling. The flow of breath disrupted the rhythm of their descent. Until someone forces change. I didn't want to face the day, but my body fiercely complained over what I'd neglected in my slumber. My bladder was full to bursting, my mouth was sour, teeth and tongue in need of brushing, my muscles were stiff, silver-inflicted wounds throbbing, and over it all, I was starving. I realized I was still wearing the ceremonial shifting gear I'd put on for the funeral. "Oh man," I muttered, ruining the state of my suit. Somehow, all the leather laces at the back of one calf had been cut, and my corset was too loose in the chest, thanks to a collection of tears in the midriff. Thanks to grime and old blood, my skin looked like the cracked plains of a desert. I stank like death. I need a shower. After a mournful look at the kitchen, I surrendered to the bathroom and hot suds. Unlike the apartment from which I came, the rest of the mansion showed signs of the battle. There were gaping holes in the walls and ceilings, broken tables and chairs, shattered windows, and maroon stains on the carpets and curtains. I wandered down a hall on the 3rd floor, solemn and a little hateful. Every so often, I saw a commoner with a broom, or on their hands and knees with a scrubbing brush. Their faces were downcast, their movements lackadaisical. Every moment they spent rebuilding, they were confronted by reminders of what they had suffered. Quite by accident, I came across a familiar door. The number, written in brass, claimed it was the room she lived in. For what felt like an hour, I stood in the middle of the hall and stared at the finish on that brass, wondering how she'd react if I went inside. Of course, there was only one way to find out. Her bedroom, like mine, was one of the few fortunate ones to have survived the destruction of the mansion siege. It was small but lived in, with a quaint shuttered window, a white vanity bearing an impressive array of cosmetics, a cluttered white desk, and clothes crumpled at the foot of a single bed. The walls were laden with memorabilia, chiefly photographs featuring the denizens of the estate, but I also made out a few concert tickets and handwritten letters. The entire room smelled of chemical sweets, flowers, and fruits. Not sure what I was looking for, I approached the desk and picked up a manila folder, peering inside. It was full of photographs. I chose one at random, and it turned out to be a photo booth strip, featuring 3 shots of Arthur and the love of his life. In one, her chestnut hair was tucked behind her ears, and he was in the act of kissing her cheek. In another, he wore a straw sombrero, and she donned comical, fluorescent sunnies that dwarfed her face. I winced at the love-struck look on their faces in the 3rd shot and put the strip down, fishing for something else to look at. I retrieved a picture of Sophie embracing a taller, blonder version of herself. "Rose Haven," I muttered. Was this the sister whose grave Sophie had been visiting at the cemetery? I looked closer and decided it was a shame that I'd never had the chance to meet her. There was a sparkle of wit in her eyes that promised an interesting conversation. I went still before realizing why. 2 sets of boots were approaching. I set the folder down, careful not to make a sound. Hoping the perfume would sufficiently mask my scent, I flattened back against the wall. Someone turned the doorknob. Sophie entered first. She made a beeline for the wardrobe and promptly started stuffing things into a gym bag. A man followed her inside, checking the hallway both ways before shutting the door behind him. Both of them were so intent on their actions that I remained unnoticed, like a spider on the wall. "Come on, baby," the man crooned, and it was all I could do not to break my cover and slap him. The tension in the room took a new turn when he sidled up behind Sophie and wrapped his arms around her waist. "Don't be cold. I did what you asked, didn't I?" Sophie stiffened. "I don't have time for this." "But it's been so long," Richard whined, holding her tighter. I was stunned. How could he desecrate Arthur's memory like this? "And you promised." Sophie whirled around, smacking his hands aside. "Don't touch me," she hissed. "Can't you take a hint? Rose is dead. I'm in mourning." Richard looked like an infant animal that had been kicked for no reason, utterly betrayed, and without the means to defend itself. I frowned, feeling even more disturbed now than when he'd tried to approach her. "But I killed for you," he whined. In a pathetically corny gesture, he knelt, taking her hands and trapping them against his chest. "I led the pack into that alleyway and started a fight, just like you wanted me to. I started a war so we could be together." "Arthur wasn't meant to die," she said, cold and indifferent as stone. Her lashes lowered and lent a menacing slant to those hazel irises. Neither was Rose. Gone was the submissive woman whose naivety had infuriated me over the last 3 years. In her stead was a calculating individual, soaked in the bitter alcohol of motivation, like tiramisu. I was so stupid to have fallen for her tricks, which now seemed so obvious in reflection. Sophie had acted the fool from the very beginning, pretending to be in love with my brother to gain access to City Pack intelligence, and I was an idiot not to have realized it was an act sooner. The overbearing perfumes, the stuttered words, the trembling, those round, innocent eyes, full of tears and terror and hope. She was an excellent liar. "I tried to save her," Richard claimed. Black seized me in a rush, and I stifled a rude noise in the back of my throat. "I tried to save your sister, Sophie, but there was nothing I could do. One of the other werewolves took her down in the middle of the fighting That was when it hit me, like a crowbar to the face. Rosehaven had been there, in that alleyway, when the relative order of the shadow world had exploded into chaos. That meant, "Do not believe him," I said aloud, stepping forward. I addressed them for London's sake as well as mine. He loved Rose dearly. He lies. The 2 werewolves. "No," I amended. "One werewolf and one witch whirled around to face me." Richard looked distinctly unsettled, while Sophie held tightly onto her composure. "You weren't there," Richard argued. "You couldn't possibly know what went down." "I do know," I countered, and Sophie leaned forward with interest. I tried to reach her will and see if it would react to mine. The search was fruitless. It was as if her mind didn't exist, so inaccessible it was to me. She wasn't one of our kind. "Richard killed Rose," I told her. "If you want confirmation of that fact, look to my aura. It should react in correspondence with my gift." "Your gift?" she asked, but there was knowledge in her eyes. "Arthur mentioned it once, when he was drunk, but I've never been able to glean what it is. He'd switch topics whenever I brought it up." "It reveals the truth of all words," I said. "Only works face to face, though. I've been informed by a reputable source that my aura reacts in correspondence with the magic." I see. This was it. Her impending actions would confirm whether she was a witch, as I'd surmised. What else could she be, if her sister became one of the eternal whilst she herself still had a heartbeat, one that I could hear even now? Both humans and witches could be turned into vampires, but a human wouldn't need to stifle their scent with perfume. Only a witch, who stank of iron every time they worked magic, would need to. "There's no such thing as an aura," Richard scoffed. The words resulted in a dash of internal obsidian. He knew something of magic, more specifically auras, but was banking on my lack of magical expertise to seed doubt. Poor Chance has suffered so much over the course of her life that she's cracking beneath the pressure of it all. First the tragic death of her mother, then both of her brothers, and now the threat of war. He knelt in a dramatic gesture, taking a moment to kiss each of Sophie's knuckles. I can't say I blame her for inventing stories. I laughed at that. I laughed at the way he crouched before Sophie, like a dog doting on its master. Richard's love and blind devotion were his alone. I now understood that, however shrewd and talented Richard was, He was ultimately a vessel for her will. "You're right, baby," Sophie said, drawing him close. Richard buried his face against her, and she caressed his shoulders, combed his hair. "Chance has suffered a lot. And I know you," she added softly, looking down. Her tone was sweet as berries, but her lip was curled in disgust. "You didn't kill my sister, did you?" "No," he promised, and the word elicited a waterfall of black that crashed through me, but would ultimately drown him. For the wretched woman looked up at me, eyes glazing over as she focused on my form with a new perspective, a magical one. Sophie was a witch, and now she knew who had killed her sister. Chapter 32. Heartstopper. Whilst Sophie was distracted by my aura, I retrieved my phone from the back pocket of my jeans, bypassing the lock and selecting the number at the head of the favorites list. Then I tossed it onto the bed, where it sank into the duna unnoticed. "Richard," Sophie crooned, splaying her fingers over the arch of his throat. "Oh, sweetie, you will suffer for this." He swallowed hard. "What?" The petite woman shoved him away with surprising strength, lifting her arm to point at him. The air became thick with static and the taste of iron as Richard keeled over, victim to the ministrations of her mind. I watched with morbid fascination as bruises bloomed on his pale skin. Each one receded in a matter of seconds, the result of his werewolf regeneration, but then another collection of bruises would flower seemingly of their own accord, perpetuating a vicious cycle. The ever-shifting discoloration soon spread across his entire body. "What exactly are you doing?" I asked the witch, more out of curiosity than anything else. Sophie's smile was chilling. "Why, I'm bursting his capillaries in rapid succession. He's taking the ultimate thrashing." Impressive. I bore witness to the act of torture for several seconds before I realized I couldn't condone it any longer. Richard deserved to suffer for his part in orchestrating the death of my brother and the Shadow War, but I needed him alive and sane so that he could be held accountable by the public and so that he could testify against Sophie. He was the one man who could confirm her role in all of this madness. The woman had pretended to be a werewolf for 3 years to set her plan for this war in motion. She wouldn't surrender for the sake of ending it, and even if we arrested her, I sincerely doubted that she would admit anything that would help us work towards a ceasefire. It left Richard as my only recourse. So I asked, "Will he survive this attack?" "Yes," she said, and I relaxed somewhat. "But he won't survive the next." I reined in a curse as Sophie chewed on her bottom lip, a habit she fell into when concentrating. Richard started screaming in agony, muscles shuddering, back arching. I heard a series of terrible popping sounds that reminded me of an afternoon once spent with Arthur. We'd stolen an assortment of goods from the kitchens and heated them in a microwave left out for hard rubbish collection. Bit by bit, Richard was being torn apart from the inside. I didn't know what to do. Sophie had the finesse to target tiny blood vessels to the exclusion of all else, which meant she was a skilled witch, entirely capable of magical multitasking. I needed to stop her, but I certainly didn't want my insides torn apart. I tried to disrupt her concentration. "Haven!" I shouted over Richard's whimpering cries for mercy. "What's the point to all of this? What prompted you to start a war?" "I don't have time for a monologue, Selena," she shot back, and my skin crawled at the use of that eerie, familiar nickname. "As soon as I kill this traitor, I'm bailing." Part of me admired her determination, but that grudging respect didn't temper my frustration. Didn't I deserve some answers? It hit home to me then that she was the mastermind behind all the casualties in this war, the catalyst for all that I had suffered. "Richard's a tool, there's no doubt about that," I said, advancing on her slender form. "But you're the one who wielded him, Sophie. Do you know what that means?" Her first mistake was ignoring me. I shoved her off balance, claws catching at her parka and tearing it open at the shoulders. She stumbled with a shriek, Richard's screams subsiding into sobs as her cruel magic ceased. I stepped between them, brandishing my claws. "Get out of the way," Sophie snapped, ripping off the jacket so that she was left in a beige tank top. Her eyes glittered with murderous intent. "No," I shoved her a second time. This time, my claws caught in the flesh of her upper arms. The tissue tore, and I had to yank back to avoid cutting deeper. "But he killed our siblings," she exclaimed, apparently oblivious to her wounds, small chest heaving with each ragged breath she took. "Don't you want to hurt him for that?" "Of course I do," I answered flatly. Inside me, there was a distinct sense of calm, a lack of emotional turbulence that I was unaccustomed to and didn't trust for 1 second. It was too still, like the air in the eye of a tornado or the breath before a hunter shot. "But you wielded him. And that makes you equally, nay, especially responsible for their deaths." Her eyes went round, as if I'd slapped her. "No, I never meant for them to die," I finished, and she nodded. Her words were valid. But her actions had proven traitorous to her intentions, and it was those actions I intended to punish. Well, they did. Both of them were brutally murdered, and so were countless innocents in the fighting that followed. And why? I shoved her one last time. She landed on her backside and scrambled back until her shoulders hit the bed frame. "Because you wanted bloodshed. Because you bit off more than you could chew with a shadow world war. Look to my aura and learn the truth once and for all, you foolish girl. You're the one who killed your sister." With a blood-curdling shriek, she launched herself at me. The air crackled with the beginnings of a wordless incantation. I disrupted her spell by grabbing one of her hands and squeezing it until I felt delicate bones give way. Tears rolled down her cheeks as I forced her to her knees, keeping her mind on the pain and off magic. When I took her by the throat, one of those tears landed on the back of my hand, and it burned fiercely, sending a little wisp of smoke into the air. I growled and squeezed harder, refusing to let go. "Tell me," I snarled, feeling utterly feral. The hunter had taken a shot, my calm was gone. Only the human desire to understand her motivations held me together, like loose staples in a stack of papers that wished to fly free. "Tell me why you did this terrible thing." She paled visibly, bottom lip trembling. It was the first genuine fear I'd ever seen on her face. Chance. For bolts of pain struck me in the lower back. I looked down and saw the tips of black claws protruding from my abdomen. I gasped as Richard clenched his hand inside me, tearing whatever he could reach. "Don't touch her," Richard snarled. "You colossal idiot," I rasped. "She was going to kill you. I saved your life." Richard grabbed my cheeks with his free hand, twisting my head around so that I was forced to look up into his tear-streaked face. His cornflower eyes shone like twin flames with the force of his new conviction, and I found myself capable of identifying the basic ingredients of his emotional cocktail. Fear, hate, hope, and a parasitical emotion that dominated the others, that ate away at his person and made him a slave to Sophie's will. "I won't let you hurt her," he said stubbornly. I gave a choked laugh. Flecks of blood landed on his cheek, much to his consternation. "You think you're in love with her." Richard squeezed my cheeks harder, but the pain pulsing in my belly eclipsed that new discomfort. "I've only ever valued two things more than myself in this lifetime," he said, looking over my shoulder at Sophie. His eyes begged for her forgiveness. "The first was Arthur. The second is her." "You fool," I whispered, closing my eyes. It was an admonishment for both of us. I'd grown complacent over the years, trusting that my gift would divulge the truth of everything. "You fled the battlefield that night not only because you were scared to die, but because you felt you owed it to Sophie to return. You've known what she is for a while now, I guessed," and Richard's fresh deluge of tears confirmed my theory. "You wanted to be there to protect her should someone discover her secret. And you didn't want to abandon the future you might have with her." "Yes," he said. Richard released my cheeks in favor of palming my crown, two claws hovering over my eyes. I shuddered with horror. He meant to strike me in the brain, the one part of my anatomy that was complex enough it couldn't heal back the same. The attack would either disable or kill me. I wanted to wrestle out of his hold, ignoring the damage he was doing with that second hand, but the more I moved, the closer his claws came to my eyes. I was likelier to impale myself than escape if I gave it an honest try. "Don't do this," I warned him, grabbing Sophie's throat. Threatening her was my last resort. But despite her magical feats, Sophie had human limitations, and it wasn't long before she went slack from oxygen deprivation. She slipped from my trembling fingers to the floor, where I could do her no more harm. Arthur loved you dearly, Richard said as he readied himself for the killing blow. I think he'll appreciate your company in the afterlife. You failed my brother once. You don't have to fail him now, I said quietly. Make no mistake, Richard, this is a choice. You're choosing to insult his memory by killing me and pursuing the love of his life. Let us go, I beseeched him. Do the right thing. Walk away. But she's all I have left, he sniffed. I have to protect her. Even from... He cut off with a wretched noise, hand sliding from my flesh in an agonizing motion. We both collapsed, but the difference between us was that I would survive my injury. My stomach was already crawling with regenerative heat. Rolling over, I saw Richard dead on the floor, a terrible wound in the middle of his back. A bearded giant stood over us with one arm outstretched, a still-quivering heart held between his thick, blunt fingers. Got your call, Father grunted, chucking his phone on the bed next to mine. The cap of his boot nudged the fresh corpse beside me, testing. Richard didn't so much as twitch. He was well and truly dead. Even so, Father threw down the traitor's heart and stamped it into the carpet. I winced, not because the show of violence cowed me, but because it confirmed my failure. Richard was gone, and my chances of establishing interspecies peace had plummeted dramatically. Things were still in order. You're a lifesaver, I told Father, using the bed frame to pull myself up. Then I snickered. He was a lifesaver. Literally. Father didn't seem to share my sense of humor. I heard everything over the phone. She's really a witch. I nodded. You tracked the phone? I asked, and it was his turn to nod. I'd suspected he was capable of doing so for a while now, and was glad to know that my precautions had proven the opposite of paranoid. I'd made a point of avoiding security cameras and leaving all technology behind when meeting with London. We need to find some way to nullify her magic before she wakes. A raw scream burst from my throat before I realized why. Looking down, I saw Sophie grabbing my ankle. The skin on her hand had a silver sheen. Mutinous, I delivered a swift kick to her ribs, and she rolled with that momentum, muttering garbled words as she went. Before I could stamp the magic out of her, the photographs on the walls tore free from their masking tape borders and pins, edges silvering before our eyes. Go! I shouted at Father. Get out of here now. The mementos flew about in abandon, stuck in a whirlwind that circled in ways that defied the laws of nature. The silver razors on the borders of each photograph lay into our skin like little lashes of fire. Father and I staggered towards the door, forearms shielding our faces. Blood streamed down my elbows. Pain consumed me as I shoved him over the threshold. Strong arms hauled me into the hall. The whirlwind didn't follow. It was bound to the room, and it continued as we caught our breath and tended to the worst of our wounds with the cloth torn from our shirts. At a loss, we watched the spectacle until the winds gradually diminished and then died. The pictures settled on the floor, a bloody, glittering carpet of memories. Richard had been torn to pieces, and the witch was nowhere to be seen. Chapter 33. Victims of Circumstance. The throne room seemed forlorn without a crowd. The air was chill enough to make a mist of the air that I breathed, and the network of veins in the marble flooring was no longer blocked from view by hundreds of feet. Only the city pack was present, members arrayed in the order of their rank on the stairs leading to the dais. Father ignored his pack in favor of the throne. To make amends for his rudeness, I met the eyes of each member, from the newly recruited Omega to the Gamma who'd been instated as Beta after Charles was murdered. They acknowledged me with the respect commanded by my role as an advisor, but without warmth. Not for the first time, I realized how disassociated I was from them, even though I was an extension of their pack. Beyond politics, I'd never been involved in their lives. Jerome had usurped my advisory position at the throne. His hands were clasped behind his back, face schooled in a polite mask. Father took his seat with the grace of a king, but for once his leather duster failed to settle into its usual neat folds by his thighs. In protecting him from the worst of the silver-edged photographs, it had been slashed beyond repair. I have news, he announced. On 2 counts. Was there an attack, sir? The City Omega asked. He was new to the pack and eyed the red scratch on Father's cheek unabashedly. You seem Father skewered him with a look. I seem what? There was indeed an attack, I answered, brushing aside Father's vanity. Richard, who once served as Arthur's beta in the city airpack, attempted to assassinate me. We learned from the encounter that he was a two-faced brat, unworthy of his status or my hospitality, Father spat. The heartless man got what he deserved in the end. Richard is now dead by the City Alpha's hand, I illuminated. Part of me marveled at how heartless was an excellent word choice, considering the nature of Richard's demise. But the woman he allied himself with is still at large. She poses an incredible threat to our society and must be taken into our custody as soon as possible. Who is this woman? Jerome asked, duly concerned. Father and I shared a look of reluctance. Neither of us wanted to admit how we'd been so thoroughly fooled. Of course, I ended up doing it. Sophie Haven. She's Caucasian, about 5 feet tall with long auburn hair. All patrols are to be informed about her appearance and instructed to pursue her if she's sighted on our territory. We want her alive, not dead. Sean, the newly promoted city beta, burst into an obnoxious guffaw. Haven, he wheezed, striking at his thigh. That slip of a girl? I looked at him, unblinking. Yes. His mirth withered like a flower in the desert. Seriously? Yes. But she's the weakest, most submissive wolf I've ever met, he argued, growing brave in his disbelief. I've seen her struggle to open jam jars. How could she possibly pose a threat to our society? She's no werewolf. That brought him up short. Sophie Haven is a witch. I discovered her deception this afternoon. Sean looked nothing short of flabbergasted. But we would have known if she wasn't one of us. Oh, I asked, slanting a brow. Tell me, did you ever mind link with the girl? Did any of you? The men shook their heads. We all assumed that her submissive nature was a concrete fact, so we never sought her will to establish dominance. That arrogance was our downfall. None of us realized we couldn't reach her mind because none of us ever tried to. What does this mean in relation to the war? Jerome asked. He appeared to be less perplexed by the turn of events than the city pack, perhaps because he hadn't experienced Sophie's trickery firsthand. Have the witches sided with the vampires? Are we going to have to fight them too? Father mulled that over. There's a chance that she acted in her own interests, rather than the interests of which kind. I'm hesitant to count the witches as our enemies, but we can't be sure of where they stand until we find out more. That's why we need to track her down, I finished. We'd come full circle. The members of the city pack accepted this assertion, albeit grudgingly. I was on the verge of informing them about Sophie's attacks and how to arm themselves against her when Father cleared his throat, surprising me. I have one more announcement, he said. As I'm sure you're all aware, we suffered a severe loss in numbers last night thanks to the mansion siege. If the body count is correct, over half of our fighting force has been taken out of commission. That leaves us with approximately 1,500 soldiers. Not nearly enough to stand a chance of winning if the vampires decide to attack us head-on. There's also the fact that they can create new vampires to fill in their ranks, which puts us at a considerable disadvantage. Our powers are hereditary, not manufacturable. For this reason, I contacted Mateus Blanc, the alpha of the Paris City Pack. He has connections throughout most of Europe and has agreed to send us reinforcements, on one condition. Father looked to me with those final words. What condition? Jerome asked through gritted teeth. I realized then that any mention of his father seemed to aggravate him. But why? Was it the fact that Mateus had threatened to disown him and forced him to mature, or was there more to it than that? He wants us to bring the wedding forward, the City Alpha informed us. I let my eyes flutter closed as the information settled in like a blade between ribs. 2 days from now, you and Chance will be married here, in this room. Mateus will be here to witness the exchange of vows. He assures me that once the knot is tied and our families are united, he'll award us with the soldiers we need to win the war. Jerome seemed neither enthusiastic nor disheartened, but the news rocked me to the core. Until now, the upcoming wedding had felt more like a possibility than a certainty, and I'd drawn comfort from that. However, a date had now been set. The countdown had started, and the end of my autonomy loomed. Time itself had become a source of claustrophobia. I didn't want or need a master. I didn't want or need to fall in love. Chance. I blinked, startled by the verbal intrusion. Father looked offended. When I turned around, I saw that everyone's faces were unusually strained. At first, I was confused. Then I realized I was the source of their discomfort. Dominance radiated from me like a force field of heat, making the air shimmer. Enthralled, I flexed the dominance as one would flex a limb. The heat intensified, and I was reminded of an abandoned hotel, a beautiful man, and the likeness of a star. No wonder I can't shed tears, I realized, awed by my power. This was the kind of flame that raised forests to embers and made deserts out of winter wonderlands. My dominance was the manifestation of my anger, a rage that overwhelmed even grief. Chance, Father repeated, and this time it was a warning. That's enough. I bristled at the command. The city pack let out a collective cry of distress as my force field of dominance crushed their feeble attempts at resistance, rendering them immobile. On the dais, Jerome clutched at the arm of the throne, locked in a battle for control of his limbs. I saw fear in his eyes when he realized the true extent of my power. Father rose from his chair as if he were suddenly 20 years older. For perhaps the first time in his life, he felt the burden of another's will. I have a bone to pick with you, I told him. Ford's eyes narrowed into menacing slits. Very well. All werewolves must learn to strike a balance in themselves between their animal and human natures. I began, seething but aware that his understanding was vital. That task is even harder for those of the Nightshade bloodline. We're more beasts than most, and we've teetered on the brink of instinct and compassion for our entire lives. But as close as we are to mutts, we aren't mindless animals. I'm not some wolf to be handed out to the breeder with the highest bid. You don't want to get married, he concluded. It wasn't that, so much as. I want to have a choice, I elaborated. Humans, witches, and vampires choose their own futures. I want to choose mine. Ford discarded his momentary weakness like it was a bothersome cloak. A choice, he raged, stalking towards me with clenched fists. I didn't choose to lose my wife. I didn't choose to lose the sons she bore me. And I certainly didn't choose to have Charles hung. He swung a punch at my face, but I was expecting it. It was surprisingly easy to knock his wrist aside and send my fist into his gut. Ford grunted and swung at me again, but it resulted in the same outcome as before, only this time one of his ribs crunched inward. Ford obviously wasn't accustomed to my resistance. In a rush of confidence, I went to hit him again, luxuriating in the thrill of fighting back. But he defied the norm of battle and walked right into the punch, grabbing my exposed shoulder as another of his ribs caved. In a motion so fast that it incurred blur, he smashed his head into mine, so hard that the world wavered in and out of darkness. I kicked out, and my foot connected with a shin. Two massive hands shoved me backward into a void. I felt each stare. I heard his bones restructure themselves as mine strained not to break, and the scrabble of claws on marble as he followed in a form far more terrible than the last. I tried to withdraw from the awful cold of his dominance, but it was of no use. The Arctic waters of his hatred closed over the fire of mine, suffocating me in an unnatural silence. When I hit the floor, I was all but doused. A paw the size of a car tire slammed down on my chest, trapping me as effectively as a metal wedding band would in 2 days. I saw a flash of flaxen in a sea of dark fur, flattened ears, and a muzzle wrinkled in a hideous snarl. Then the wolf leaned into its cruel brace. My vision darkened until it almost matched the shade of his coat. I deserve a choice, I choked out. On the threshold of unconsciousness, a mind barrier lifted, one that I hadn't realized existed until now. In its absence, I could see a host of glowing colors, flowing inches beneath Father's skin. His mind fire was bruised and swollen, full of feverish reds and the brown of rot. Bloated veins of sickly green marked the strongest paths of energy flow, and it was from these that he drew his impossible strength. No, not his mind fire, I came to understand. Mind fires were singular in color, a basic representation of a werewolf's personality. The representation before me was far more extensive than that. It detailed loss, hate, lust, and guilt. It marked the trends of thoughts and echoed with the substance of memories. This is his aura. Armored within the disease, locked beneath the rot, was a core of ardent silver. Without a doubt, I knew it was love, the love he felt for our lost relatives and the love he felt for me. It was alone, drowned in the same insane bloodlust that he used to drown me now. I wanted it so badly to persevere, to break through to the surface and win out over all the rest. But it was such a small sliver. There are no choices in this world for our kind. The wolf sent to me, as I succumbed to a state I wasn't sure I'd be able to wake from. For once, he didn't sound mad. He sounded tired. You said it yourself at the funeral last night, we're all victims of circumstance. Chapter 34, Dominantly Yours. Silver handcuffs, Jerome informed me, before I could test the restraints. Both wrists and ankles. I sensed the truth in his words and kept still. We'd restrained Jerome with silver cuffs while he was injured, in the instances I needed to leave or sleep. The insides were padded, but if a werewolf moved too violently, the last thing I wanted right now was a dalliance with silver. Where am I? I croaked, a little out of sorts. Every inch of me was alive with a fiery ache, like I'd been left out in the snow and then thrown into a hot bath. It smells like chemicals. That'll be the disinfectant, he said, accent thicker than usual. It masked the emotion in his voice like a scrambler. I don't really notice it anymore. I guess I'm used to it after spending so much time in here. Habituation, I labeled, realizing exactly where we were, one of the solitary confinement cells in the infirmary. Your brain excludes certain stimuli from attention when that stimuli is a common occurrence, but I try not to be lulled by the familiar. A false sense of security can be dangerous. Father taught me that. I didn't come here for a lesson. There was an off note in his voice. Worried, I turned my head, gingerly, and found him sitting at the foot of my bed. His shoulders were hunched with exhaustion, and there were dark circles beneath his eyes. It wasn't until I took in his hair that I realized just how unsettled Jerome truly was. The chocolate locks stood on end in the most unattractive of manners, curling at his temples where the strands had been soaked in sweat. I'd never seen him so distracted from his vanity before. Why are you here, then? I asked, confused. We were at war with vampires, about to be married against our will. Didn't he have things to do? You don't owe me anything. Maybe I do, he bit out cryptically. Then what? He refused to answer, so I guessed. If this is about that time when you were injured and I stayed with you then. That's not it. Jerome, I warned, losing patience. A trickle escaped the dam of silence. You're more dominant than I am. My first instinct was not to believe him, so I looked away and mulled his confession over. If I felt assured of his submission and let down my guard, it could leave me prone to a mental ambush. But his words were actual. Could it be that I was missing a confounding implication, or that his statement was a matter of opinion? I was reluctant to trust in the reassurance of my magic after Richard and Sophie's betrayal. Prove it. The bed creaked, an ominous sound. With slow, deliberate movements, Jerome crawled onto the bed and knelt his knees on either side of my hips, face lowering to mine, as if for a kiss. If I hadn't been restrained, the shock would have immobilized me instead. Even now, he whispered, drinking me in with his eyes. His entire body was taut with anticipation, like the drawstring of a bow, waiting to unleash an arrow. Even now, as we are, you hold sway over me. But you're a better warrior than I am, I pointed out, fighting the urge to kiss him. You defeated me in the dining hall, remember? That's irrelevant, he said, and his next exhalation felt like a caress. I cursed at the reactions his closeness elicited in me, at the handcuffs that rendered me a victim to them. You're more dominant than I am, ma chérie. It doesn't matter that I'm a better fighter. Your will has trumped mine at every turn, and willpower drives dominance, not physical strength. I've tried to turn the tables over the last few weeks, to make you submit, to make you need me, but I can't. His voice broke on the last word, and I felt a brief stab of excitement. What if this wasn't an act after all? Jerome, No, I'm not done, he snapped. Let me finish. Maybe he wasn't done lecturing me, but I was done with his attitude. An intense heat shuddered from within me to without. Jerome flinched back from the manifestation of my dominance and sat back on his haunches, pinching the bridge of his nose as if warding off a headache. Do you want proof or not, Chance? I hesitated, an arsenal of barbed words on the tip of my tongue. Then I relaxed back into the bed. Despite the cuffs, we both knew that he wasn't in control of this situation. I was. Continue. Jerome unsheathed his torso, tossing first a sweater, then a buttoned shirt onto the floor. The scent of sandalwood and musk flooded the minimal space between us. For a moment, I was stunned by the rigid slats of muscle, and then I realized what he was actually intending to show me. His abdomen was mottled with old bruises, and his collarbone was marred with routine stitches. I'd initially assumed those wounds resulted from his battle with Warden, but that was me, wasn't it? I asked. He nodded, embittered, and I felt a deep thrill of satisfaction. I was not his, but he was mine. Neither of us established dominance when we kissed, but afterwards, in the dining hall. I was willing to die for what I believed in, I speculated. We were still grappling for dominance when I made that decision. You must have submitted to me right before I blacked out. Don't get too excited, he grumbled, confirming my suspicions. I'm not cut out for a submissive role. I indulged in a wicked smile. We'll see about that. We have more important things to worry about than who wears the pants in this relationship. My stomach fluttered at the word relationship, though I couldn't tell whether it was with apprehension or excitement. Despite our engagement, I hadn't actually viewed the two of us as a couple. Oh? Like what? He looked pointedly at my chest. You're a woman. No shit, Sherlock. Then I paused, feeling awkward all of a sudden. Wait, are you trying to tell me you're not interested in women? Because I was under the impression that you've had relations with both men and women of various supernatural races. Minx, he muttered under his breath. This isn't about my preferences, Chance. Believe it or not, the combination of your gender and dominance has put us in an incredibly dangerous situation. To my surprise, his words flared gold. How so? The alpha of the Paris pack is an enforcer of tradition. Sexism is rife in his ideals. This time, I knew the undertone in his voice for what it was: hatred. Jerome hated the man who'd fathered him with all of his heart. When someone defies his sick dream, he takes them out or twists their minds until they serve it, without hesitance or remorse. The man can't be reasoned with. You sound as though you've experienced this firsthand, I said, not entirely surprised by the dark turn of his expression. Jerome, did he take someone from you? Jerome recoiled from the insinuation. I wondered if it was Lucille, that mysterious girl whose name he'd uttered on what everyone assumed was going to be his deathbed. I tried to sit up, to ascertain the truth, but pain exploded in my wrists. My flesh hissed and sizzled like butter on a hot surface, letting off a cloud of steam. I cried out in pain, trying to realign my skin with the padding of the cuffs, but it was too late. My seared skin stuck to the silver. Jerome was off me in a flash. He pawed frantically through his discarded clothes. Come on, he muttered, trailing off into silence. I could hear the sizzling of my flesh far too clearly in the moment before he exclaimed, "Got it." I watched with wide eyes as he leapt to his feet, brandishing a tiny metal key. What are you doing? Helping you. Hold still. I didn't want to burn like tinder, but... Jerome, don't. You know the law as well as I do. If you take off the cuffs and disobey Father, he'll... What, kill me? Jerome laughed, but there was no amusement in the sound. Be still, ma chérie. You hurt me more than I care to admit, but I won't watch you suffer. After a series of twists and clicks, I recoiled from the split shackles. I experienced an immediate, intense relief, followed by the uncomfortable, throbbing heat of recently burned flesh. Using his discarded shirt as a makeshift glove, Jerome picked up the silver handcuffs and wrapped them up, heading for the door, presumably to dispose of them, without another word. Whilst he covered the distance, I stretched to soothe my cramping muscles. When he reached the door, I frowned at my now crossed legs, unsure of how to thank him, uncertain of the impulses that battled for dominion over reason within me. I wanted to feel the touch of another person, a touch free of malevolent intent. I tried to soothe his hurts and for him to soothe mine. Not forever, but for now. When he started turning the handle, I asked what the time was. I would prioritize my commitment to the lamia first, but if I had time. Jerome checked his phone. Just shy of 4 a.m. You've been out for a while. I'd missed my rendezvous with London then. But I didn't have time to fixate on that dilemma because Jerome was leaving, with half of his clothes bundled under one arm. Something told me he wouldn't come back. Don't leave, I blurted out. Battered inside and out, he turned around to face me. Our eyes met, a blue to amber blend, an electric combination. I realized as we searched each other for answers that he must have been here for hours, watching over my unconscious body. Whilst a small measure of me hated him for the marital contract we shared, the rest of me was beholden for his recent acts of kindness. It's cold in here and the blankets are thin, I lied. Keep me warm. I was convinced he'd refuse. But then I sensed something invisible in him relent. He needed to be held as much as I did. I often failed to remember that I was his sole companion in this nation. Okay, he said at last. I watched him set aside his burdens as I'd set aside mine. What about the cameras in the roof? It's a little kinkier than what I'm used to, but if you're into that kind of thing, I guess I can accommodate it. I laughed. It was an odd sensation, and the sound rolled from me like children down a hill, unrestrained. We're not sleeping together, Jerome. I wouldn't use you like that. He pouted as he climbed in next to me. The immature expression went at odds with his strong frame. But it's okay to use me to stave off the cold, huh? The way he teasingly stressed the word cold told me he knew full well that I'd lied to get him in bed. Werewolves had exceptional thermal regulation. Blankets were a force of habit, not a necessity. I went to smack him in the arm, cheeks flaming with heat, but he slung the arm around my shoulders, and my hand landed on his bare chest instead. A little stunned by the sudden intimacy of the moment, I followed the rise and fall of his chest, marveling at the thrum of his beating heart. For better or worse, it's yours now, he murmured, chin coming to rest on the top of my head. I know, I murmured, pressing my lips to his throat. His pulse fluttered faster in reaction to the touch, for I claimed him with that kiss. He'd bared the most vulnerable vein in his handsome construction to me, and I'd chosen not to sever it. For better or worse, whether we became partners or not, he was mine. I curled into his warmth with the faintest of smiles. Chapter 35, Pen Pal. I decided to risk life and limb for decent food. We shouldn't be here, Jerome hissed from the doorway of my apartment as I dashed into the kitchen. We need to get back to the infirmary before someone realizes you're missing. Coward, I slung at him unfairly. In truth, it wasn't his caution that irritated me. No, it was the fact that I'd succumbed to weakness last night and found solace, however brief, in his company. I couldn't decide whether I was less for what I'd done. Jerome let out a disgruntled noise, but gave up trying to stop me. Intending to make the most of the reprieve, I reached for the kettle and was immediately struck by a sense of wrongness. My gaze snapped down to the empty bench where I could have sworn I'd left it last time. But it wasn't on the bench, it was by the sink. I must have left it there when I filled it last, I thought begrudgingly. The kettle had been bought for character rather than convenience. It was an old-fashioned device that required a stove. I set it down on one of the empty elements and activated it once I heard the gas rising. Flames closed around the metal base of the kettle like a set of teeth, the same vibrant blue as a certain werewolf's mind fire. I was opening the pantry when I heard the front door close. Chance, Jerome said, intent on pestering me again. Rolling my eyes, I surveyed the pitifully stocked shelves and snatched up a few sachets of microwavable mac and cheese. If your father finds out about this, we're in trouble. He'll. What kill us? I snorted and gestured that he should take a seat on a bar stool. Behind me, the kettle came to a boil, water purring like a satisfied kitten as bubbles ascended to the surface, converged, frothed, shattered, dispersed, and then repeated the process. He needs us to get married so that he can fulfill his end of the bargain with your father, I explained, retrieving a bowl from another cupboard. That means he needs us alive. The law that punishes disobedience with death is irrelevant. Until we're declared husband and wife, he muttered. He had a point there. But the topic of marriage reminded me of a question I'd been meaning to ask for some time, so I let the argument lie. Why did you fight in those tournaments, Jerome? When we first met, you talked of claiming a prize, and I assumed you meant me. But I've come to suspect that you were referring to something else. He said nothing. Letting him stew in that suspenseful quiet, I guessed the ratio of hot water to pasta and started stirring it through. The elbows gradually slackened against my fork. Once their constitution was satisfyingly weak, I set down the fork and carried the bowl over to the microwave. The pasta would finish cooking there, wrapped in the warm, nurturing embrace of radioactive emissions. Mateus forced me to enter the tournament, Jerome said at last. I paused, sensing more. He forced Nathan and Thomas to enter, too. Your younger brothers? I asked, surprised. Turning around, I found Jerome hunching over the bench as if to make himself smaller. Seeking distraction, he snatched up an old lemon from the fruit bowl on the counter. I killed one of them, he remarked, almost casually. In the final round. It came down to Nathan and I. I could have forfeited the match, you know. Our family's stake in the Nightshade lineage was confirmed by that stage, regardless of the outcome of the battle. But I wanted to spite my father. I needed to be free of him. And so I killed my brother, Jerome said succinctly. I spent his life on a one-way ticket to Melbourne and convinced myself that I'd earned you in the same transaction. I was at a loss for words. Father was a cruel man and had little tolerance for mistakes, but even he would not send his children into an arena to dispatch each other. I tried to imagine being forced into that situation with Arthur, but the images wouldn't come. We'd valued each other too much. The idea was too far-fetched. Why'd he order all three of you to take part? I asked, absolutely baffled. Wouldn't one son suffice? White lines indicated where the lemon's skin fractured. There are more chances of success with 3 entrants, Jerome said. Mateus is a tactical man. Louis and Victor, the second and third in line to the throne, were spared because of the political ties they'd secured through marriage to influential pacts in Scotland and England. He spared Gabriel, the eldest, because he intends for my brother to rule in Paris as soon as he makes his move on. Jerome trailed off with a frown. What move? I asked. This was ominous news indeed. Does Mateus intend to usurp father? Jerome refused to answer. Your macaroni will go mushy if you don't nuke it soon. Gold, he was right. The quality of my snack would suffer if I kept loitering. But there was something I craved more, the corroboration of my burgeoning suspicion of Mateus Blanc. Unfortunately, I couldn't determine the truth until Jerome spoke up about the situation. Silence had proven an effective tool against Jerome in the past. He seemed to feel the need to fill it with words, and so I waited patiently for him to fess up, returning my attention to the microwave. Perhaps Mateus enforced his silence on the matter, I speculated. It was an equally grim and plausible thought. After all, weaker-willed wolves were literally slaves to the desires of the more dominant. That led me to wonder whether London had been similarly compelled to keep secrets, such as the nature of his gift. It was common knowledge that the bloodlust of newly created vampires was kept in check by their sire bonds, a psychic relationship of sorts between a newborn vampire and their creator. I'd always perceived it to be like dominance, but less flexible. There was no turning the tables on your creator unless they willingly emancipated you. I lacked knowledge of the complexities of the sire bond phenomenon as it related to Lamia, however. It was on the coattails of that thought that I realized something was refusing the admittance of my bowl. Confused, I peered into the microwave. Perched on the glass rotator was a petite origami crane. Lachlan had come through on his end of the deal. Leaning against the bench to shield the microwave's contents from view, I plucked the crane from its perch and replaced it with my macaroni. The slam of the door and the programming of the timer masked the incriminating crinkle of paper as it was unfolded. It wasn't long before I had a misshapen letter in my hands, written in the same scrawl as the poem inscribed in emerald flames 2 nights ago. It read, Solanum. A deal is a deal. This paper is imbued with a locator spell. When you fold it back into a crane, and the folds must be an exact match for the ones I made, or else it won't work. It'll activate the enchantment and lead you straight to whoever is foremost in your thoughts. Whether Midna will be happy to see you is your problem. On a more entertaining note, I have the requested information about your boyfriend, whom you're in denial about dating. Irritation swelled at that, and I broke off for a moment, checking on Jerome. He was still absorbed in thought. Your need to learn all of his secrets is petty and cliché, but I digress. Here's the dirt you've been looking for on a proverbial silver platter, because you wouldn't have been able to hold a literal one. Enjoy! London possesses an affinity for a rare branch of magic, an avenue of energy application that concentrates on the manipulation of. The microwave beeped. The front door crashed open. Ford proceeded towards the kitchen with clenched fists. Jerome leapt from his chair, becoming a barricade of flesh and bone between the last surviving nightshades. Father, I called out with false warmth, covertly sliding the letter underneath the microwave. Can I offer you some macaroni? Ford ignored me in favor of invading Jerome's personal space. She tamed you, he spat, flecks of spittle striking Jerome's cheek. It was supposed to be the other way around. So that he could rule the nation instead of me? I interjected. I was about to say unbelievable, but that would have been a lie. Of course, I believed that he'd resort to such treachery to control me. I was a woman. If I were a human in this country, my gender would have proved less limiting, but I was both a woman and a werewolf. That meant I had to suffer the discrimination of a redundant era, both within and without my head. Heir or not, he'd never meant for me to rule. Angry is what I am, Ford filled in. You defied me in the throne room in front of my men. You warped the integrity of the suitor I spent 3 years searching for, manipulating him into serving your own ludicrous ambitions. You refused to comply with the just punishment I administered in response to your delinquency. Back off, Jerome said quietly, but it was an empty threat. I was more dominant than he was, and Father was more dominant than I was. All of a sudden, I wondered why that was. Dominance stemmed from conviction. What was Father willing to do to achieve his goals that I wasn't? Why was his blind hatred and prejudice stronger than my compassion and reason? Bring your dog to heel, or I'll put him out of his misery, Father snapped at me. It's okay, I told Jerome, waving my father into the kitchen. I made a point of shoving a quick spoonful of macaroni in my mouth, an action I quickly regretted, for I'd forgotten to add the flavoring, to show Ford just how little I feared the coming confrontation. It was appropriate that we should hash things out here. In the room he expected me to make sandwiches and roast dinners for the rest of my life. But, Jerome voiced, even as the city alpha shouldered past him. Last time. I silenced him with a hand. I didn't care that I'd lost last time and was still bruised and battered. I wouldn't let Ford douse the flames of my autonomy without a fight. It's okay, I repeated, willing him to accept my decision. Father and I have matters of a violent nature to attend to. Chapter 36, Recruitment. The atmosphere felt positively taut as we glared at one another, tersely awaiting the clash of our idling dominance. Jerome watched us face off from the sidelines with a bitter expression, probably disheartened by his inability to compete with either of us in a mental battle. I summoned the resolve to attack first, drawing it from the recollection of old wounds and the twinge of recent ones. That resolution warped my canines into fangs and my nails into knives. Mine was the deadliest of manicures, the sharpest of smiles. I was so ready to fight that I almost failed to comprehend it when Father shook his head and retreated, one foot behind the other, until his hamstrings hit the bench. Not here, he beseeched. Not where she used to. Please. In a flash, I understood. My mother used to live in this apartment and cook in this kitchen. The memories of their time together were etched all over his face. There was heartache in his eyes when he looked at the kettle, and I felt the armor around my heart soften the tiniest amount. This used to be their home. He'd moved into an apartment on the other side of the mansion when she died, unable to stand the reminder of the woman who'd shared his heart and soul and taken half of each with her to the grave. For a brief, terrible instant, I hated my mother fiercely. She'd ruined him. She'd destroyed my father, ruined our family. It was their example, perhaps, that was predominantly responsible for my deeply ingrained fear of the mate bond. Once blood was shared and a permanent telepathic link was established, it was all over. Life as an individual ceased to exist. Each party became part of a machine that required all its components to be functioning correctly to operate. Love that arose from mate bonds was twisted and dependent, the ultimate muzzle. Fine, I relented, recalling the fragility of the silver sliver in Father's aura. It was important to nurture that love, not drive it away. But this isn't over. We still have a lot to discuss about where we stand. Dissatisfaction ate away at the relief in his features. I'm well aware. But for now, we have other matters to attend to. Still of a violent nature, but with other victims in mind. Jerome joined us in the kitchen, confirming our temporary truce. We formed a small circle of which I was the shortest, a fact that left me more disgruntled than I would ever admit aloud. Do these matters involve the festival tonight? Jerome asked. Because I thought the plan was to retract our main forces until the crowds disperse, then sweep our territory building by building for stranded leeches. We'd have the sun on our side, and we'd be thinning out their ranks whilst minimizing our own casualties. That plan remains, Father assured him. At the same time I asked, what festival? We threw daggers at one another with our eyes. I was about to start throwing swords when Jerome distracted us from our antics with an answer to my question. White Night, ma chérie. Your city's cheap spin-off of Newt Blanche, an annual festival of art and lights that takes place from sundown to sunup in France. Melbourne's going to be crawling with humans from approximately 7 p.m. tonight to 7 a.m. tomorrow. Come to think of it, I recalled a brief mention of a festival at the Encantum when we were discussing the terms of the ceasefire with the Irephang family. Wasn't it the reason we scheduled war for 2 weeks after our meeting? So that we could reduce human casualties and avoid discovery. Father grunted his assent. I was annoyed at him for excluding me from discussions of strategy that an advisor to the throne would usually weigh in on, but I had to admit, to myself, if not to them, that the plan they'd come up with was solid. It would be foolish to presume the vampires would be civil during the festival. The opportunities for hunting and territory infiltration would be irresistible. There was only one thing they'd failed to consider. There would be no way to pursue Sophie if we retracted our forces from the CBD, and we'd inevitably lose her trail in the crowd. Jerome had updated me on the progress of the witch hunt earlier, when I awoke beside him. Our agents in the police force had spent the night scouring security feeds across the city and had placed Sophie at Parliament Station, an hour after she'd fled the mansion. That she'd been stepping off the train confirmed our suspicion that she'd retreated to the heart of witch territory. Jerome had assured me she wouldn't be able to leave the CBD without landing in leech territory or the clutches of our patrols. Sophie had been smart enough to ditch her phone, but we had an eye on all of her accounts. We'd know the second she topped up her Mikey, bought a meal, or paid for accommodation. Our snare was set. All we had to do now was wait for something to flush her out. But the upcoming festival compromised the integrity of our snare. The patrols were about to withdraw, and soon the city would be crawling with people, ideal cover for a petite woman who didn't want to be found. We can't lose her, I blurted out, feeling close to panic. Sophie was my last chance of ending the shadow war. She killed him, Father. You know she started all of this. The touch of a foreign thought startled me into temporary paralysis. Then my brain kicked into gear and I hastily tucked secrets into their hidden compartments, all the while growing gradually accustomed to the merging of minds, like a swimmer adapting to frigid water one terrible inch at a time. Fierce determination and a sincere desire for revenge rolled from my father's mind into mine. The icy dominance that accompanied his ideals provoked the heat idling within me. The two contradicting forces let off a rush of steam in our telepathic union, obscuring all but the shallowest and most immediate of our thoughts. It was a feeble and uncomfortable mental union. But a union it was, a serviceable means of telepathic communication, and it was more than I'd ever thought to share with him again. You want to find Sophie as much as I do, I sent. That shared ambition was allowing us to establish this telepathic bond, the one we'd been unable to manage since the night Arthur died. You're going to send me after her? The words reverberated in our skulls. My gift reacted to them, radiating waves of fierce auburn that illuminated the billows of steam in the landscape of our mind meld. It answered my question. Father stared at me, into me, with irises that matched the shade of honesty. But I couldn't shake the feeling they were withholding an unpleasant truth. Our troops are withdrawing. I must leave for the airport, so I can escort Mateus back to the mansion, he said eventually. You're best suited to the task ahead. While stubborn, you're strategic, innovative, and dominant enough to ensure the obedience of your subordinates when infiltrating enemy territory. I know you have what it takes to apprehend Sophie. He stated the traits as facts, not as endearments, but his praise was thrilling nonetheless. I was so unaccustomed to feeling smug in his presence that the feeling spurred unease and closer scrutiny of his motives. What's the catch? I asked. Something sinister loomed beyond the steam. The catch? Father echoed benignly, but couldn't disguise his underlying intentions fast enough. This is my last act as a member of the city pack? I sent, appalled. Once Mateus arrives, I'll be withdrawn from my position as an advisor. And the army, along with the other women. Yes. Father resigned himself to my understanding. He's a man of tradition. You're not a man at all. Allowing you to fight would only insult him, and I need his army, not his anger. I trembled with the sheer force of my hatred. Our mind link strengthened as I came to match him in that sense as well. Disgusted, I detached his parasitic thoughts in a violent motion. He was a parasite who wanted to draw the life and decency and strength from me until I became a mere husk of a nightshade, a pretty shell. I hated our similarities because I also hated him. Gather a small team. Leave before dark and return before dawn, Father said aloud. Jerome looked baffled, and rightly so. He'd missed most of our conversation. I'd have to fill him in later. Father pivoted on his heel and strode out of the kitchen, insulting me with the assumption that he had nothing to fear when turning his back on me. I itched to strike him between the shoulder blades for that insolence. Oh, and chance. The city alpha spoke over his shoulder, without slowing down. Stay safe. I don't want to be pushing you down the aisle in a wheelchair tomorrow. It was mid-afternoon when I found him, tucked in a corner booth at the mansion's least popular bar. The establishment was even more derelict than usual and 2 people away from being abandoned, having lost most of its furniture in the mansion siege. Someone had secured a blanket over the largest of the shattered windows. It shuddered with a sound like distant thunder whenever the wind blew, blocking out the sun and condemning the bar to bleak, artificial light. Waters was so absorbed in his routine of sipping beer, eyeing the label on the bottle, and swilling its contents that he failed to notice my arrival. When I tapped him on the shoulder, he spun around in his seat, eyes snapping up to my face. After a tense pause, he relaxed back into the booth and invited me to do the same with a brusque gesture. I took the seat across from him, hands folding over the table. What do you want? Waters asked gruffly, raising the bottle to his lips once more. His hair was tied in a knot at the base of his skull. The style lent a severe, almost hawkish nature to the angles of his face. I'm not scheduled to patrol till midnight. It made sense that he'd work the overnight shift. He was one of our best warriors, and the Eternal were limited to night attacks, lest the sun shrivel them like raisins. First, I want a sip of that, I said. He snorted and slid the bottle across the table. Suit yourself. I peeked at the label. Victoria Bitter. The common stuff, one of the cheapest brands on the shelves. Perhaps Matthew Waters didn't consider himself the equivalent of a god, after all. Sensing his eyes on me, I gathered enough liquid for a small swallow and tried not to seem too eager about returning the bottle. He saw right through me. What do you really want? I'm here to conscript you, I admitted. I need a small, mobile team with varying proficiencies to back me up when I cross the border this afternoon. I took in his muscles and immaculate man bun. Waters was a man of both strength and careful consideration. Something in my gut tells me you're the perfect candidate. And if I don't want to go, he asked. I shrugged, leaning back. The leather booth creaked as I shifted. Then stay behind. Enjoy your midnight patrol. Jerome can fulfill the role I had planned for you. Waters immediately perked up, like a duck about to be fed chunks of bread. Jerome is coming? He wouldn't miss this for the world, I declared, tasting a hint of oil as the black soul stuff of lies made itself known, reacting to my exaggeration. Of course, there were other things Jerome would rather be doing, but Waters didn't need to know that. Waters made an amusing act of mulling my proposition over. His poorly disguised enthusiasm was intriguing. I'd mentioned Jerome in the hopes of pandering to his competitive nature, but it had proven to be an entirely different incentive. What exactly did Waters want from my suitor? Fine, Waters said, proceeding to scull the rest of his drink before setting it down on the table with bravado. Count me in. I decided not to tell him I already had. Chapter 37. What say you? I raced up the stairwell leading to the mansion roof, discomfort fueling my speed. Though I knew it was ridiculous, I couldn't shake the sense that the walls were gradually deflating, closing in on me. Breaking out into a clammy sweat, I clenched my teeth and doubled my pace, keen to escape the concrete shaft. I never used to be this bad, I reflected dourly, focusing on the conundrum of my fear in an attempt to distract myself. Because that was what these things amounted to, my thundering heart, the sour rush of adrenaline, the quiet desperation that drove me up 3 stairs at a time. They were all attributes of fear. When I finally reached the door, the handle eluded me. I fumbled with the latch in my haste until, by some fluke of nature, the door finally gave way. I stumbled onto the roof with palpable relief, trembling from the physical and mental exertion of the ordeal. Damn this, I thought bitterly, hands on my knees as I struggled to catch my breath. I was supposed to be getting stronger, not weaker. Chance. I recognized the voice. My trip had not been in vain. You all right? Fine as a dandelion, I huffed, and it was true, with the aftertaste of a lie. I felt much better now that I was outside, but some queasiness lingered. Sucking in a lungful of lazy summer air, I made a point of regaining my bearings before focusing on Marshall properly. He sported a pressure bandage on his right wrist. What happened to your arm? I asked. The whiskered man muttered a brief explanation to the other sentry and then strode towards me. I met him halfway, eager to leave the stairwell behind. So? I prompted, once we'd settled into comfortable stances. I ran into some trouble on a patrol, Marshall admitted with a sheepish grin. You see, I was on a coffee run and made the mistake of cutting in line at Starbucks. There was a selfish, soulless woman, human, mind you, who didn't take well to my mistake and verbally persecuted me in front of the entire store. I was aghast. His story wasn't fabricated in the least. What happened then? He sobered with the memory of the encounter. I laughed it off and told her to take her self-entitlement elsewhere. I said that there were more important things to worry about than being served an overpriced pumpkin-spiced latte before me. Like politics, he pointed out, a hand on his hip. He reminded me of a farmer complaining about a poor harvest season. You know, we've chewed through 3 different prime ministers in the last 3 years? The leaders of this nation are as unpredictable as the bloody weather. I couldn't believe it. Not the part about the prime ministers. Everyone knew that the Australian Parliament was a circus these days, but his recount of the coffee shop fiasco. He'd insulted coffee addicts, insulted their sustenance in their lair. How the hell had he made it out alive? And then, the self-righteous woman tried to slap me. When I swatted aside her hand, I started sizzling. Turns out the Pandora bracelet she was wearing was made of silver. Marshall shrugged, trying to seem unaffected by the fact that a bracelet had maimed him. Anyway, the burn is shallow, doesn't trouble me much. They're posting me in quiet places like this one until it heals properly, though. Now, what was it you came here for, Chance? I want to offer you an opportunity, I said. The opportunity to redeem yourself after that bitter defeat in the Starbucks battle. Are you interested? He cocked his head. I'm listening. We discussed the mission and its implications. When I finished, he looked out across the fields of feathered grass. Marshall was a thrill-seeker, an inventor who craved mental stimulation, new ideas, and fresh experiences. But he wasn't an idiot, having learned from a lifetime of trial and error, and took a very sensible moment to mull my proposition over. This isn't going to be easy, he said, approaching the question I imagined was written all over my face. But it's going to be interesting, and that's more than I can say about this place. When do we start? Maria Garrison was in the middle of a heated argument with a member of the city pack. As I approached, she pointed angrily at the wreckage of the wine cellar beyond the doorway she occupied, drawing attention to the blood-seamed floorboards, a sea of shattered bottles, and collapsed shelves. I grimaced, all too aware that this was the place Nick had discovered his wife's corpse. Miranda Bates had been killed long before we arrived, but that hadn't eased his anguish or guilt in the slightest. The stench of stale alcohol accompanied the air-conditioned breeze, underlaid by the lingering smell of decay. Some of that wine had been decades old. Some of the dead had numbered a handful of years. What a waste of wine and life. A stray bit of glass crunched under my sneaker, alerting the duo to my presence. "Lady Nightshade," Jeff said courteously, but I wasn't stupid enough to presume he was welcoming me to partake in their conversation. The recently promoted Gamma of the Melbourne City Pack managed security for the estate. He'd been understandably short with me ever since I hospitalized the team he'd posted outside my room. "Did the Lord Nightshade grant your release?" "More or less," I answered vaguely. "Now, I need to have a word with Miss Garrison. Alone." My blunt dismissal didn't enthuse Jeff, but he knew better than to challenge it. He knew which of us would win in a contest of dominance. "As you wish, Lady Nightshade," he conceded, taking off with long, brisk strides. I had no doubt he was running off to report me to some higher power. Maria looked troubled when I faced her. The wounds on her face were scabbing, and the swelling had gone down somewhat. Rather than scold me for staring, she attempted a smile, one half of her mouth lovely, the other half terribly warped. My hospital bed was right under one of the sprinklers. She ventured into my preoccupied silence, oddly calm about the matter. "I think the silver might have triggered an instinct for self-preservation or something. It woke me up somehow." "You look badass," I proffered, but the compliment was spurred by guilt. I'd put her in that hospital bed. This recent hurt of hers was, albeit indirectly, my fault as well. "Enemies will think twice before crossing you, which will be handy when you're reinstated as my bodyguard." That last sentence struck a fire behind her eyes. "That would be great if my employment in the security department hadn't just been terminated indefinitely," Maria said with a scowl, hands balling into fists. "Jeff just fired me and wouldn't even tell me why." It seemed father was already withdrawing women from their traditionally masculine roles. "It's not you, it's them," I said with a sigh. The argument was cliché but appropriate. Ford is enlisting male soldiers from the Paris Pack to make up for our losses. To appease the Paris Alpha, he's removing all women from positions of power in our community. "Including you?" she asked, outrage accentuating her canines. "Yes, though it won't take effect for me until tomorrow." "How come?" "Because he needs me," a small, bitter voice answered in my head. What I actually gave voice to was, "That's why I'm here. I'd like to enlist you in a task force for a time-sensitive mission." "What's the objective?" "We'll be crossing territory borders in an attempt to capture Sophie Haven, a witch who is discovered to have been posing as a werewolf. She's privy to information that could help determine the outcome of the war." "Are you interested?" "Maybe." I sensed her dominance simmering, but it didn't reach out for mine. It was reactionary, the result of her heightened emotions, not the wish to grapple with me for mental dominion. "If we succeed, we'd be proving that we're worthy of our careers, right? If we can change your dad's mind about." "We can't," I interrupted, nipping her hope in the bud. It was the kind thing to do. "Our worth has already been proven. Ford is choosing to disregard it." "That's bull," she swore, stamping her foot. "How am I supposed to support my sisters? I dropped out of school to train for the security job. Now I have nothing, no qualifications to fall back on." Well, I was stumped. "I could take you on as a maid?" "The title would be hollow, of course. You'd be earning your pay by providing me with round-the-clock protection." "I suppose that could work." But she didn't seem satisfied. "Well," I asked, growing edgy with anticipation, "what say you regarding the mission?" Maria shook her head, and I feared it was a sign of refusal. "You high-ranking officials talk like you're straight from the 18th century. What's with that?" "I disagree," I sniffed, a little miffed by the accusation. "You do," she insisted, tucking a stray strand of hair behind the deformed remains of her ear. "Lady Nightshade." I don't have a lot of time, so I'd appreciate it if you'd stop stalling, I said, despite the validity of her point. Maria's eyes widened. Was she really surprised that I'd seen right through her? I didn't blame her for seeking more time in which to consider her career path, but I couldn't afford the delay. Consider the task force mission a trial shift. If you like being my bodyguard, I'll employ you under some ruse or other. If you'd prefer something safer, there's plenty of part-time work and study options in the city. I'll help you find something you're happy with. You're very kind, she said. A step above your father. No, several steps. A whole bloody staircase. Little did she know that she'd already repaid my kindness with those words. Chapter 38, Mindfire. The train was stuffed like a Christmas turkey. Instead of cranberries, people served as the filler. Almost all of them were dressed in their casual best, as if the quality of their makeup and clothes would somehow distinguish them from the other 400,000 humans expected to be at the festival tonight. Despite their careful contouring and immaculately gelled hair, it was my group of 5 that truly made an impression. Each of us wore shifting leathers in preparation for trouble, and the form-fitting armor cut striking figures from our flesh, emphasizing our natural athleticism. Waters stretched in his chair like a cat, lacing his hands behind his head. Jerome was forced to duck to avoid an elbow to the face. I watched with a smirk as he fretted over his hair, a smirk that transformed into a grin when he gave up with a huff and leaned back into the unconventional headrest of Matthew's bicep. The 2 men were opposites, but somehow they looked striking when paired together. Jerome was clean-shaven, dressed in leather trousers, a navy overcoat, and a delicate scarf, whereas Waters wore similar trousers and nothing else, not even shoes. Like a glass of scotch on a wooden bench, or a burst of flame in a night, their contradicting features had a fascinating quality. "What's the time?" Maria asked from where she leaned against a pole. The cowl of her leather jacket hid the worst of her burns. "Time for you to shut up," Marshall quipped, elbowing her in the ribs. The boys crowed, and Maria went to punch the older man in the shoulder. He met the attack with his own knuckles, turning it into a good-natured fist bump. I checked my phone, then glanced at the map of intersecting train lines plastered on the opposite wall of the carriage. "We're just arriving at Southern Cross Station now, so we'll be at Flinders Station just shy of 7 o'clock. "And then what?" Marshall asked. "What's the plan?" "First, we'll visit our base of operations," I said, folding my arms across my chest. Unlike the other passengers, I didn't need to sit down or clutch at the handlebars to maintain balance. I want to make sure everyone's on their way back to the mansion. We can stock up on some gear while we're at it. Marshall rubbed his hands together. "Sounds good to me. Do you want to form the mind meld now or later?" "Now," I decided. Flinders Station was on the border of werewolf and vampire territories, and I didn't want to risk the chance of a stray vampire wreaking havoc while our minds were islands, disconnected. Prepare yourselves. Think of our mission to the exclusion of all else. Our goal is to locate and capture Sophie Haven. That will serve as our common and binding motivation. One at a time, their faces schooled into the unforgiving planes of fierce focus. I reached for their minds with a tendril of dominance, starting with Jerome. When we established the connection, his blue mind fire became solid in my mind's eye. Gaining speed with momentum, I threaded green, bronze, and yellow flames onto the necklace of my dominance. They were Maria's, Matthew's, and Marshall's, respectively. "What's with the colors?" Maria sent, her curiosity traveling on the same wave as her words. I noticed them at the mansion battle, but forgot to ask about it. "I assume each color is a mind?" Indeed, I sent, aware that mind fires were not a usual part of the telepathic bonding process. Since that night, the mind fires manifest every time I forge a telepathic union. My current theory is that they're like mental fingerprints. I'm yet to see 2 that are exactly alike. The daffodil flames flared as Marshall became excited by the prospect. "What if it's you?" he proposed. "You're the most dominant werewolf in the mind meld. What if the mind fires are a concept made manifest by your dominance? Your subconscious could have recognized the need for categorization with that massive mind meld during the mansion siege, then imposed a system that allowed you to sort through the members via color." I disagreed. Every mindfire I've seen thus far has been different. I don't think the colors have categorical meaning. I think he's right about how they came to exist, though, Waters chimed in. I've never witnessed mindfires before today. They don't show up when I connect with my pack or patrol teams. I considered telling them about what I'd seen before blacking out in the throne room yesterday, but decided against it. The ability to see auras, even in such a fleeting moment, was too much like my gift for me to feel safe in sharing it. But I suspected I was subconsciously imposing a fraction of that ability on the other werewolves in the mind meld, resulting in mindfires, a more basic representation of auras. Jerome looked perturbed. What color is mine? I can't see it. The man bit his lip and spiraled into more profound anxiety. My earlier amusement returned in full force. It's an attractive color. Maria choked on laughter. It was tempting to insist Jerome's mindfire was something unappealing, like mauve. Waters ruined the golden opportunity, ironically, with the truth, and informed the distressed man that his mind was indeed a beautiful shade of blue, like his eyes. Visibly relieved, Jerome relaxed into the brace of Matthew's arm. A discussion about mindfire colors and what personality traits they might indicate ensued. It was supposed that bronze represented strength or perhaps stubbornness, and that yellow symbolized positivity or creativity. I have to ask, I interrupted, relenting to my curiosity at last. What color is my mindfire? The four werewolves turned their heads in synchrony. It doesn't have one, Jerome answered at last, brows drawing together. It transitions between different shades, much like the witch fire we saw at Incantum. Wonderful. I had a rainbow mind, a flame full of colors that clashed. I was about to ask the others what they thought it meant when a robotic voice declared that the train had arrived at Flinders Station. The doors peeled back, much like the skin of roasted poultry, and the fillings of the carriage oozed out person by person until we had enough room to exit. I took point, and the others fell into position. Jerome and Waters flanked me. Maria and Marshall flanked them. We stepped onto the platform and resisted the current of the crowd that tugged us towards the escalators, instead following the sidewalk deeper into the railroad tunnel. I stopped before one of several nondescript doors. With my impatient admission of the correct 4-digit code, the red light on the pin pad blinked into a far more satisfying green, and the locking mechanism released. Upon opening the door, a staircase was revealed, each step harder to see than the last, until the view bled into a pool of darkness. Pressure built in my skull at the mere notion of descending into the underground. My frustration with the symptom of weakness drove me over the threshold and down. Brace yourselves, I muttered. It wasn't an order, but the members of the mind meld treated it like one. Their humor fell to dust, and we set out on our mission with undivided focus. We emerged into the foyer of an underground shooting range. I felt like I'd walked into a dream. Panes of clear glass divided each lane. Racks of firearms lined the walls. At the end of each lane was a target, blatantly demanding bullets. This was where I'd come as a child, to learn about the quick violence of automated weapons. It was one of many places Arthur and I had competed for our father's praise and attention. But our bond had transcended those childish contests, even if I hadn't entirely realized or appreciated it back then. Closing my eyes, I could almost feel him readjusting my grip on a handgun. In a flash of understanding, I knew why I'd taken such a liking to Maria. Her fiery, unconditional compassion reminded me of Arthur's. Who the hell are you? Jerome snapped, alerting me to an intruder. That's the District Alpha of Ballarat, Waters growled when the intruder deigned not to answer. He edged in front of Jerome as he spoke, having caught sight of the selection of throwing knives arrayed on the bench Nick Bates was leaning on. You shouldn't be here, I said directly to Nick. Yes, I'm aware. All units were called back to the mansion this afternoon, Nick drawled, sliding around into his revolver. What are you doing here, Lady Nightshade? I could ask you the same thing. You're here to stock up on supplies and weapons, he answered for me. Which means you're headed somewhere dangerous. I want in. Once they were distracted by the impossible task of choosing a single gun from the multitude on display, I set about dealing with Nick. There was a reason I hadn't asked him to join the task force. A vampire had brutally murdered his mate. I didn't trust him to trust me as a leader. I feared that hate would drive him as it drove my father, and that he'd lash out at the first vampire he saw on the streets, jeopardizing not only our mission but our lives, as well as the lives of innocent bystanders. I also feared that he wouldn't exercise mercy if I asked him to. A memory of London's face surfaced in the restricted section of my brain, eliciting a strangely sweet pang in my chest. "No," I snarled softly, feeling oddly and fiercely protective. "I don't want you to come." Nick slammed a first down on the bench, scattering bullets. "If you don't take me with you, I'll venture out on my own. The only way to guarantee that I won't go to the festival is to kill me." "So, are you going to kill me?" I briefly considered knocking him out and locking him down here until the festival was over, but I had to dismiss the idea. There was nothing to tie him up with, and even if there was, if he escaped his bonds and laid hands on something in this arsenal. "How good are you at tracking?" I asked abruptly. "We're looking for a specific which emits thousands of people tonight." "Pretty damn good. Good enough for those odds?" If Nick was going to gate-crash my mission, he might as well make a meaningful contribution. "Of course," he scoffed. "Ballarat is the third most populated town in Victoria. A city in its own right, actually," he asserted defensively, although none of us had said otherwise. "I'm not stupid, like the rest of your team. I know how to distinguish one scent from the many." I rewarded his appalling manners with a sharp lash of dominance. Nick flinched, but took the punishment without complaint. Let me be clear, I impressed upon Nick as I approached him. "You may take part in our mission, but you answer to me. Do not question my authority or my decisions. Do not act without consulting me, and most importantly, do not dare think yourself superior to the other members of my team. Is that understood?" "Very well," he replied, but there was a feral gleam in his eyes. "Does that mean I'm on the team?" "On those conditions and one other," I said. "You have children at home. Children too young to attend the Ridgeview boarding school in Hotham. Children who've lost their mother and need their father alive and well, in flesh and mind." I looked him straight in the eyes. I'd lost a father to the madness of grief. I wanted to protect his children from the same fate. "Don't go off the rails on me, Nick. For their sake." He hesitated. Then he nodded. "For their sake." Gold warred with black within me, and I wondered if he was in a state of mind to swear an oath and hold himself to it. But I couldn't let him loose on the streets, not tonight. Admitting him into the task force ranks was convenient because it allowed me to keep tabs on his feelings and actions through the mind meld. His unique skill set would also aid in locating and capturing Sophie. Our team of 5 became a team of 6. Bates's Navy mindfire joined the mind meld, but the thread of mutual motivation that bound us together was tentative at best. I hoped it would be a strong enough leash. Chapter 39. Mental Graft. Minutes trickled into hours as we followed the witch's saccharine scent through the city streets. Nick had followed through on his boasting and picked up her trail from the platform at Parliament Station, but that was the beginning and the end of our luck in the matter of tracking Sophie Haven. It grew steadily darker as daylight savings relented to early evening, the sky bruising wherever buildings scraped it. My mood fouled along with the light. "We should have caught up with her by now," I grumbled, glaring at the grey steps and debatably white columns of the Victorian Parliament. This was the third time we'd walked by it in pursuit of the witch. Nick grunted in agreement. "We're going in circles." She must have walked a circuit and then jumped on a tram somewhere along it the second time around. If Sophie could transmute flesh into silver, then it stood to reason she could orchestrate a false trail. Frustration burst in me like a vein, bleeding into my other feelings and coloring them to match. She was playing with us. As our only option was to continue following the trail in hopes of discovering where she diverged from it, we did just that, making our way on foot to Ligon Street. Hundreds of eateries, predominantly Italian, dressed in dark woods and sensual lights, were cramped into a single stretch of road. The atmosphere of relaxation was noticeably forced, however. I couldn't overlook the fact that each restaurant was a business competing for customers. Every server was competing for a living. More than once, I had to tell persistent door staff I had no interest in eating at their establishment, and no, I would not be convinced by any percentage off the final price of the meal, and I most certainly did not appreciate their laying a hand on my arm. The sensory saturation of it all was no less overwhelming than the last few times we'd traveled through this area. I made my way to the outdoor heater I'd staked out last time, pausing beneath it to regain my bearings. Moths flocked to the humming bulb overhead. I wondered if we looked as stupid to Sophie as the gullible insects did to me. My task force clustered around me. Together, we looked beyond the pavement thick with customers to the road, where a blockade had been formed at the nearest intersection to divert cars from the CBD. The festival was nigh. "Nick, I want you to keep following this trail," I said at last. "See if you can figure out where she stepped off the circuit. Marshall, you're going to patrol the entries and exits of Parliament Station, in case she comes back this way." "Yes, Chef." Marshall saluted me before setting off. In the wake of his departure, I turned to the garrison girl. "You're going to patrol the Melbourne Central Shopping Precinct and Station. Go now." I spent a moment double-checking the plan in my head. Then I nodded. All the city loop stations in the territory had been covered, and all the roads going in and out of the city had been barricaded for the festival, nullifying the threat of an escape tram or car. If Sophie were still in the CBD, we would have found her. So that Marshall could hear what I said next, I sent, "Remember, if anyone catches sight of her, alert the rest of us through the mind meld. We'll converge on your location." "Copy that," Maria and Nick sent. Marshall's reply was, perhaps, even more predictable than that of the others. "Yes, Chef." That left 3 of us marooned on an island of artificial light and heat. Waters had to stoop forward to avoid scraping his scalp on the heater. Jerome's hands were stuffed deep in his pockets as he scanned the sidewalk over my shoulder. My eyes lingered on the arch of his throat, a memory of a kiss there threatening to surface. I stamped it back down. "Boys, we're going to comb the entire city, block by block." They sensed my reasoning. We were the tallest members of the task force, and thus better equipped to scan the crowds. "Yes, Chef," Jerome replied, in a smug echo of Marshall. I rolled my eyes and shouldered past him, heading for the middle of the road. It seemed incredibly vast now that it was bereft of traffic. The asphalt yawned beneath our feet, strips of white paint marking lanes that now meant nothing. We had complete freedom of movement. It was the pedestrian dream. The dreamlike quality of our travel dissipated quickly, however. The festival crowds arrived slowly at first, and then all at once. Soon, the asphalt was packed with people, and the sounds of the city were blurring into one incessant, cacophonous roar, like the thundering bass of a waterfall. The singularity of scents followed soon after, bleeding into one another until all that remained was a murky haze. It was offensive to the senses, like a library of vibrant paints mixed into one hideous shade. "This is impossible," Waters snapped, after parting a dense throng of people with his giant hands. The crowd was reluctant to separate, like sticky dough, closing behind us as soon as we'd forced our way through. "I can't even tell a vampire from a human in this mess." "That means vampires can't tell us apart from the humans, either," I pointed out, briefly checking on the others. Marshall's slice of the mind meld was filled with the slow crawl of an escalator. Maria's world tasted of cold sugar as she slurped on a frozen Coke, trying to seem unobtrusive as she patrolled a food court. My connection with Nick was fainter, presumably due to distance. All I could garner from his mind was a fleeting impression of frustration. "Hang in there, guys," I sent. "We're going to find her." But the later it got, the harder it became to defend my confidence from the burrowing teeth of doubt. What if she's an interdimensional traveler, like Samuel? I worried in the part of my brain where no one else could hear. I was half convinced that Sophie had spirited herself away to a remote location and that I'd never lay eyes on her again. But I can't afford to stop searching. It was this mental conflict that lessened the edge of my dominance and made it easier to bear the warm, sticky bodies pressing in on all sides. Until we turned a corner and the river of pedestrians flowed into a massive intersection, a dam of aroma, color, and noise. I reeled into something hard, someone's chest. Jerome steadied me, looking out across the street. His cheek was strewn with red and blue, as if we were standing beneath a stained glass window. Slow to understand, I followed his gaze, taking in Flinders Station. The beastly building had donned neon armor, fashioned from rows of multicolored bulbs and projected patterns and scenes. The vision was so far removed from the memory of my last visit that I couldn't quite grasp the reality of it. The patterns changed as someone introduced a new slide to a projector set up on the pavement. Nausea tugged at my stomach. The station was malevolently bright, its radiance morphing into spines at the edges, bleaching my sight and making my eyes water. Waters perceived it similarly, but from a different angle. In our minds, the horror split apart. Everything mutated just beyond recognition. "I think I'm dying," I gasped, grinding knuckles into my temples, hoping to divert the pressure building there. "Well, this is anticlimactic," Jerome complained, oblivious to our suffering. "Paris does it way better. And we rake in way bigger crowds. How are you handling this so well?" Waters ground out, grasping at Jerome's shirt for all he was worth. I blinked, wishing I could discern which of the several hands I saw were real and which ones were apparitions. "I was raised in crowds like this," Jerome said with a shrug, tugging us forward. The momentum was too much too soon, and Matthew's knees gave out. Jerome let go of me to catch him, and I staggered forward, into a flock of civilians that protested and fled like seabirds. The world spun and then righted itself, only to spin again. Terrified of being trampled, I flung my attention outward, fumbling for a sensory anchor. Sandalwood. Jerome's scent of sandalwood was strong, but it was so common amongst werewolves that I'd grown accustomed to it over the years, and it faded rapidly from attention. Beer and bourbon. Matthew Waters smelled like the bar I'd collected him from, but his scent blended with the hot breath of all the humans who'd been drinking around us. Car exhaust. Sweat and deodorant. Perfume, the sweet and flowery kind. Hot fries and mustard, coffee and breath mints. Wait a second. I backtracked to the perfume. It was a potent concoction with candy undertones that antagonized my sinuses. It was utterly feminine and utterly familiar because we'd been tracking it all afternoon and night. Unlike the trails we'd followed earlier, though, this one was fresh as baked bread. "Converge on my location," I shouted in the mind meld. I inhaled slowly, holding the cloud of artificial sweetness in my lungs, fixating on it with every fiber of anger in my being. Every sense sharpened. The scene clarified. Doubt fled in the face of clear purpose. "Mind lending me some of that resolve?" Waters wheezed, only half joking. He was still tormented by sensory overload. Acting on impulse, I collected a fraction of my newfound purpose and tried to plant it in his brain. Matthew's mind rejected the concept, though, as if it were some virus that needed to be purged. Irked, I applied dominance to the task and forced his mind to accept my resolve. But rather than take hold gently and temporarily, as I'd expected, that root of my resolve burrowed deep, thickening and strangling some concepts that forged his personality. Startled, I tried to retract that extension of my dominance. It rebelled against the confusion and fear that served as my underlying motivation and continued with its mission, devout. Waters rose to his feet, confusion draining from his face. He didn't even realize what was taking place within him. All he knew was that he was more focused on the witch hunt than ever. "I can smell her," he announced, eyes fluttering half-closed. "The trail leads this way." Alarm exploded in my chest as the man set off, my rogue dominance still at work within his brain. This wasn't a regular contest of wills. This was invasive. I took a step after him, absolutely baffled, terrified that I wouldn't be able to right the wrong that I'd committed. Jerome sensed the shift in my emotions and focused his attention inward, on the interaction of all our minds. Horror detonated in his section of the mind meld when he realized what was happening, and he grabbed my shoulder with bruising force. "Chance, you have to stop," he commanded. For the first time since I'd beaten Jerome's will into submission, I felt the scalding force of his dominance. It manifested through his touch like hot oil. I recoiled from him, eyes widening at the intensity of his expression. It was the angriest I'd ever seen him. "You don't understand what you're doing to him." His shout hit me like a bucket of water to the face. I understood all too well. This was a violation of trust, the most vulnerable point in Matthew Waters' life. It needed to end now. Enough, I shouted, voice hoarse with the strength of my conviction. The stubborn tendril of dominance recoiled from the Waters' mind and back into mine, where it was welcomed by the main force like rain returning to the ocean. But the damage was done. Waters marched on, unaware of what I'd done, towards the center of his focus, Sophie Haven. Jerome shot me a loaded look, but we didn't have time to discuss the situation. We set off after our comrade, knowing full well that we'd be having words about this later. Assuming we survived the coming confrontation, of course. Chapter 40, Interrogation. Sophie was still wearing the same clothes as last time, a white singlet, a puffy green parka, still ripped at the shoulders, the flaps stained with blood, and high-waisted denim short shorts, complete with a black satin scarf. I didn't understand why. Surely the witches would have loaned her some new clothes when she regrouped with them? How do we abduct a woman in the middle of all this? Jerome asked, distracting me from the conundrum of her disheveled appearance. There are too many witnesses, we'll make a scene. Waters doesn't seem to care, I remarked, pressing forward. A chain of teenagers, linked at the hands, walked in front of us. I continued straight through the middle of their line, forcing them to lose their hold on one another and disband. I guess we corner her somewhere quiet and knock her out before she can scream. All right then, Jerome said, sounding dubious. But he didn't have a better idea, and Waters was almost within reach of the witch, who was sitting on the steps beneath the world clocks at the main entrance of Flinders Station. Sophie shivered as a cold breeze came and went, looking about. Blood turned to slush in my veins when her pretty eyes fixed on me, stealing over. Her flowery scent went steely too. In a dramatic motion, she ripped the scarf from her neck and tossed it up into the air, where it billowed like the flag of a proud nation. She cried something in a language I didn't understand. The fabric crackled and stiffened into a metallic substance. The surrounding people sucked in a collective breath of awe. That breath fueled their screams when the transmuted scarf exploded, shrapnel rocketing into those who stood too close. Twisting in front of the vulnerable shape of a child, I took the brunt of several small shards in my side. They lodged in the thick leather of my armor, punching through it in some places. The bits of silver that sank into flesh flared like stars in a constellation of pain. Waters let out a guttural scream that eclipsed the cries of other victims. At first, I assumed it was because of the massive silver slab he was excavating from his shoulder, but then I realized what truly bothered him. Sophie had taken off across Federation Square. Over her shoulder, I saw a strip of silky black between buildings, dotted with the pink glow of lotus barges. She was heading for the river. Waters pursued her relentlessly, barreling through bystanders with his full, unforgiving weight. The crack of bone, the snapping of wrists, these sounds fell to a rush of air as I followed in the wake of his destruction. I was hard-pressed to catch up. Matthew was bloody fast, and Sophie's route was full of human obstacles. I caught my fair share of curses and elbows as I pushed on, straight through the people Sophie daintily slipped between. The casualties diminished along with the crowd when we reached the landing that marked the city's sharp decline to the riverbank. Matthew's man-bun vanished as he made a clear jump from the top of the stairs to the sidewalk below. 3 seconds later, I made the same maneuver, core tensing and body curling forward to soften my landing with a combat roll. The concrete followed every inch of my spine before reuniting with the soles of my boots. Sophie descended yet again to the riverside. Pushing the most insane sprint of my life, I almost overtook Waters before he leapt down yet another flight of stairs, body sailing through the air over Sophie's head. She squeaked when he landed in front of her, scurrying back the way she came. I skidded to a halt, blocking her escape. When she tried to make a break for the river, Jerome was there, shirt and coat unbuttoned, skin glistening with sweat. Whether they were blue, tawny brown, or sour yellow, all of our eyes were alive with the excitement of the hunt. It was in our very nature to chase down the means to our survival, and here it was, cornered at last. "Neither of you have to die," Sophie had the gall to say. "Just let me go. Forget I was here." I snorted. Isn't that the whole point of your stupid supernatural war? To watch vampires and werewolves kill each other off, so that the witches can take out the survivors with minimal effort. She laughed at that. Is that what you think? Of course. Chance, you've never been more wrong. The witches have nothing to do with this, she said, words taking on an edge of manic passion. It's their lack of interference that drove us to start this war. Gold. She claimed to be working with someone, the word "us" made that apparent, but she also claimed not to be working with the witches. Claws slid from my nail beds in response to my frustration. I was beyond ready to find out why my world had fallen apart at the seams. I deserved to know what had cost me my family, my freedom, and my home. Driven by an impatience that wasn't entirely his own, Waters pulled Sophie into a headlock, lifting her feet off the ground. Sophie's eyes bulged, and her knuckles went white as she struggled to hold herself aloft, sneakers scrabbling at her captor's shins for purchase. She tried to say something, but all that escaped her bluing lips was a pitiful croak. Well, she can't chant when she's choking, Jerome remarked. But don't you want her alive? I regarded my brother's murderer with a cold fury, recalling my logic from the night of his death. A neck for a neck. How good it would feel to watch her die. Set her down, I said finally. We need her alive. Waters' eyes narrowed, and his forearm flexed tighter. The mission was to catch her and end the threat she poses to our kind. Arrest her, I corrected. We need information, remember? The mission was to intercept and interrogate Sophie. Matthew's arm flexed, an indication that I'd failed to convince him. Jerome started prodding at his thoughts, hoping to glean the exact nature of the concept I'd forced upon him. It was wordless, but emanated a sense of guardianship, undercut by determination and ferocity, the quiet knowledge that any means was worth the end. Sophie will promote the well-being of our race more if she's alive than if she's dead, I ventured out loud. Perhaps it was a long shot, but the concept that drove him originated with me. What if he now suffered from my primal urge to serve the werewolf community? Waters frowned. He opened his mouth, as if to argue, and then closed it. A wave of relief rolled through me, masquerading as nausea. He's not stuck on one specific ambition for the rest of his life, because of what I did to him, I thought to no one in particular. It's a general concept that can be interpreted in various ways. Jerome caught the gist of that thought and frowned. This doesn't let you off the hook. He sent me away to ensure our channel of communication was private. You've really messed him up. He's going to need someone to help him find loopholes and reevaluate his goals for the rest of his life. He won't be able to do anything without convincing himself it'll promote werewolf kind. Someone to help manipulate him, I echoed. It was all I could take away from his analysis. I doomed a flawed but innocent man to a life of slavery, to a cause that he may or may not have believed in. I'd made Waters vulnerable to the manipulations of others. Jerome, how do you know so much about all of this? The sound of flesh on concrete demanded my attention. Waters had dropped Sophie, and now she was sprawled on the ground, spluttering and gasping for air. I waited for the commotion to subside. Once it did, I knelt and took a fistful of the witch's glossy, coppery hair. One yank brought her eyes, glittering with tears level with mine. Tell me everything, I said, tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear. Enjoying the way she stiffened with fear, I leaned closer and whispered, or die. Chapter 41. Judge, Jury, and Execution. The witch claimed, between sniffles, that she did it to save Rose. Someone chuckled behind me. That's ironic. I glared at Marshall over my shoulder, who'd just arrived at the scene. Maria was still half a block away, and Nick was, somewhere. I knew he was alive and focused on something, but I couldn't discern what. My lips pressed into an unforgiving line when I realized he was blocking me telepathically. He's probably hunting vampires, I complained mentally, reluctant to show weakness in front of Sophie. I swear, I'll make that bastard regret it if he keeps this up. What? Marshall asked aloud, mistaking my darkening expression for engagement in his comedic bit. It is. That stupid grin slipped from his face when he realized I wasn't joking around. Sorry, he blurted out. He cleared his throat, stepping back. As you were. Rolling my eyes, I turned back to the witch. What were you trying to save your sister from? I asked, scarcely able to believe we were finally having this conversation. Vampires, she said. The following words tumbled out of her mouth like she'd been hoping fervently to share them. They've been abducting witches for years now, making them feeders, sourcing new ones when the old ones die out. The Council of 13 turns a blind eye to the disappearances, terrified that an investigation will offend the city warden and start a supernatural war. Gold and black collided like two massive waves. Neither side won out, and I was left more confused than ever as the colors washed out into a sparkling gray. I sighed and said about the grueling task of dissecting her story. So vampires have been kidnapping witches? I asked. Yes. Well, that was factual. There was no black to contend with that truth. And the Council of 13 is aware of this and has no intention of taking action? They're aware, and no, they don't, she snapped. I literally just said that. That wasn't in dispute, either, which was troubling. If witches were willing to sacrifice their own to avoid discovery by the human race, then what were they willing to do to the members of other species? Frowning, I went over the rest of what she'd said in my head. At last it clicked, to become feeders. And vampires are abducting witches for their blood, to make them feeders, I stated. Yes. It was as if the sun had set inside me. That was the source of the darkness. Sophie was confused about why the abductions were happening. I imagined the statement about feeders was just a theory, the most plausible one she could concoct. Still, it didn't necessarily align with what she and her sister had experienced firsthand. But why would vampires bother themselves with witches in the first place? I wondered out loud. Surely human feeders are easier to obtain. Witch blood is addictive to them, she explained. They can tap into our magical energy. It makes them stronger, faster. Werewolves bind their magic to their flesh so that they can transform. Your magic isn't as accessible to them as mine. And so witches are the ultimate enhancement drug for vampire kind. The concept reminded me of Lachlan's explanation of blood witch magic, and I itched to ask questions about supernatural evolution, but now wasn't the time. Your logic is sound, I said, merely voicing what my gift confirmed. But there's one thing that doesn't add up. If they're kidnapping witches to make them feeders, then why did your sister end up immortal? And why was she still in the city if you planned to wage war on her kind? I don't know, Sophie admitted. We think someone lost control, that she was turned by accident, because she woke up undead in one of the feeding chambers at the Irephang skyscraper. She was brought before the city warden, but he rejected her on the basis of her unknown origins. Her origins? I asked. I'm sorry, but I have little knowledge on the inner workings of vampire society. The city warden is basically the equivalent of the city alpha, Sophie explained. They're responsible for housing, feeding, and protecting any vampires who've registered as residents of the state and sworn their allegiance. They're also supposed to regulate the turning process, she said, bitterness leaking into her voice. In theory, only those who've ascended to the rank of city warden have access to the knowledge required to create an eternal. Anyone with illegitimate knowledge is executed. This system is in place to quell rebellions and instate order in their faction of the Shadow World. And your sister was created illegitimately? I asked. Apparently so, Sophie muttered. Warden Irephang was the city warden at the time of Rose's transition, and he sentenced her to die, to make an example of her. She only survived because the Irephang prince took pity on her and convinced his father to let her live. London, I mumbled. The pieces were fitting together now. Bit by bit, I was getting a sense of the big picture. He really can't resist playing hero. He's the one who taught her how to drink without killing. When Rose felt capable of feeding responsibly on her own, she sought me out and we tried to leave the city. What stopped you? I asked, pressing for more. I was so close to understanding. We were on a bus crossing into New South Wales when she started coughing up blood. The same thing happened when we tried to get on a cruise ship to New Zealand, Sophie muttered. Rose's body rejected every attempt we made to leave Victoria. I chalked it up to a sire bond. Whoever turned Rose wanted to keep her in the state. I frowned. To refuse an order from one's sire resulted in death, then. London must have lived his entire life with an invisible knife at his throat, a victim to the whims of his parents. And who sired her? We never found out, Sophie admitted. That's why we started the Shadow War. We figured the easiest way to release Rose from her sirebond commands would be to kill whoever turned her, and the most efficient way to do that was to kill a whole lot of vampires at once. So Rose won over the heart of the Irephang prince, I won over the heart of the Nightshade prince, and we pitted them against each other in an alleyway. Her eyes were actually filling up with tears now. Crocodile tears from a crocodile woman. I didn't trust them to be real. You were right, back at the mansion. I'm responsible for Arthur's death. For every death that followed, but I had no choice. Perhaps I was more like my father than I gave myself credit, for I struck her without thinking, a slap that rocked her entire body. The little witch stumbled. There is always a choice, I hissed. It was my sister, she stressed. I really did come to love your brother, Chance, but Rose was always going to come first. Always. At last, I understood. I knew exactly why this war was orchestrated, why so many innocent people had lost their homes and their lives. She'd loved and prioritized her family to the point of causing mass destruction. It wasn't difficult to imagine sacrificing everything to ensure the safety of my sibling, like she had. But there was nothing I could do to protect my brother now. Arthur was dead because of the extremity of Sophie's love for Rose. And Sophie had already lost her prize sister in the same foolish gambit. Devastated, I looked at the red trickling from her nose, then at the matching color splattered on the back of my hand. It wasn't enough. She'd already lost the person she loved most in the world, and it still wasn't enough to ease my pain, my grief. I told you everything that you wanted to know, she tacked on. My brow furrowed in suspicion. Let me go, Chance. I want you and your friends to survive this war. Despite everything, I respect you, your dedication to the truth, to your nation, and the ones that you love. But I can't go back to the mansion with you, she concluded, voice firm now as if she had a choice in the matter. As if she decided to make. You know what Ford will do to me. Oh, I knew what torture he had in store for her. I'd glimpsed it in his mind. Retribution for her treason, enacted in the concrete bunkers of the mansion where no one could hear her scream. To finish, a ceremonial execution for all three shadow factions. Witch or no, he would skewer her with the ceremonial sword Thomas Nightshade brought with him to the country in 1788, the first of our line in Australia, whose hide father now wore as a trench coat. The decision I faced, whether or not to spare her, reminded me of the decision I'd made a few weeks ago, when it was London I blamed for Arthur's death. I'd chosen to save his life because I saw things in him I saw in myself. Things I didn't want to relinquish. Things that would have died along with him. As much as I hated it, I saw very similar things in Sophie. If I sentenced her to death for actions I would have made in her stead, for the insane loyalty I admired, I would become a true hypocrite, a true beast. But Sophie's interests were the interests of one, and mine were the interests of the whole shadow world. The needs of my people outweighed my own, outclassed my humanity. What right did I have to thrive as an individual when the survival of my people was in question? I remembered my true mission, to end the Shadow War. Revealing Sophie's schemes would unite werewolves, witches, and vampires alike in the face of a common enemy, a sorceress gone rogue, acting independently of the incantum and its code of conduct. Her execution would hopefully satisfy the bloodlust of those who'd suffered and suffice as the closing chapter on this conflict. A warning to those who consider interfering with future peace. Sophie Haven, you're under arrest for treason, I announced. Resistance of any kind will be met with force. You fool, she muttered, a hand fluttering to her belly, as if she felt sick. The sadness she emanated could almost be tasted, like salty tears running down the back of my throat. So be it. Chapter 42, Ambush. A column of spinning water rose from the river, filling and thinning out in places until it resembled the shape of a man. Small eddies of dirt whirled beneath the riverman's skin, driven by invisible currents. The glowing lotus barges were magnified in his chest, warped into colorful smears. Sophie backed away. When Waters tried to pursue, the riverman brought his fist down, knocking the werewolf off his feet and dragging him back into the water. I was better prepared and dodged the clumsy blow, intending to chase Sophie myself. But the riverman, or perhaps Sophie, who was controlling him, was smart. He sacrificed his humanoid shape in favor of collapsing into a giant wave, crashing onto the riverbank with bone-jarring force. Concrete cracked beneath my heels as I dug my feet into the pavement, using all the strength in my body to resist the icy rush. I shuddered as the Yarra River stole between the stitching of my corset. When it was over, I rubbed at my eyes, squeezing water from my lashes in the same motion. Vision thus restored, I sought my companions. Jerome was stuck in the fence by the stairs. The wrought iron had been enchanted to snake around his limbs and held him fast. Maria and Marshall were unscathed and preoccupied with the unenviable task of fishing waters out of the river. The great man flailed like a child and swore like a sailor throughout the entire process. Agony exploded in my lower back. I staggered, turning in the same motion, and found Sophie swinging at me with a makeshift crowbar. She must have salvaged it from the fence, I thought, putting two and two together as I tried to twist out of the way. She was already too close, however, and the tip of the crowbar caught me in the ribs. Instead of hurting mightily and then subsiding as my regenerative abilities kicked in, the sight of pain glowed persistently and white-hot in my awareness, like a coal trapped between my shifting leathers and my skin. Of course, she'd turned the damn thing into silver. Regressing to childhood, I scooped up a handful of the concrete I'd crushed underfoot and threw it at her face. Sophie shrieked and covered her eyes. When I crouched to retrieve another handful, she was quick to spit out a spell. The debris at my feet developed a wicked, reflective sheen. I barely yanked my hand back in time. Scared that she might transmute my clothes into silver, I dashed the crowbar, hoping to disarm her and distract her from thinking. When her backward stumbling proved too slow for my oncoming attack, Sophie panicked and threw her makeshift weapon. End over end, I tried to watch the progress of the crowbar and duck at the same time. Instead, the flat of the bar smacked me in the forehead, and I felt my world snap back, flashing white for an instant. Jerome shouted, but it was a soft sound, swathed in cotton wool. I felt myself slipping, the haze surrounding me thickened, and then it cleared, and I was on my hands and knees by the riverside, a high-pitched whine in my ears. My prey had disappeared. She's getting away. Waters roared, dragging himself upright on the sidewalk. I felt the intensity of his emotion in the mind meld, saw the image of Sophie running in the reflective sheen of his eyes. The thought of failure utterly petrified him. We'll catch her, I reassured him, wiping blood from my forehead with the back of my hand. She can't run forever. Magic requires the application of energy, and I'm pretty sure she's going to be running out of that soon. Waters wasn't entirely pacified, but he helped me up and assisted me in freeing Jerome from his unorthodox prison before taking off in pursuit of the witch. I made a point of overtaking him to set the pace, allowing the others to catch up and fan out behind us. Block after block we ran, and with each one we gained on the witch, despite the obstacles she magicked into our path. I think she's trying to reach vampire territory before us, I proposed to the pack, noticing that she never diverted from the riverside. She must be hoping that we won't follow her across the border. A misguided hope, Waters sneered in our heads. I'll follow her into hell if I have to. If I weren't running, I might have laughed. Good. Because that's where we're headed. Something twisted in my gut when we crossed the border. The air suddenly felt pressurized, like we were stuck in a lemonade bottle that had been vigorously shaken. Everything smelled more or less the same, but undercutting the familiar was something foreign that made the hair on the back of my neck stand on end. A different kind of beast roamed these streets. Sophie looked behind her for the first time, only to stumble with the realization that we were still hot on her heels. She switched tactics at once, making a sharp right turn. We rounded the corner just in time to see her disappearing through a door intended for authorized personnel only. I kicked it clean off the hinges and threw myself into the darkness beyond on my own authority, the others close behind. Our footsteps became thunderous. By the seedy glow of an exit sign, I could make out the repeating patterns of a metal grate beneath our feet. Where the hell are we? Jerome asked when we reached a landing where the path split in two. On our left, the metal grate continued down as a ramp to a level beneath the street. To our right was an elevator. It was busy. "She's going down," I said, meaning it both literally and figuratively. "Come on, this way. We'll cut her off." I leapt over the iron balustrade and landed on the ramp beneath it, repeating the maneuver until my boots hit polished concrete. The display above the elevator doors suggested that we'd beaten Sophie to the ground floor, so I stationed my pack in the hallway, taking advantage of the opportunity to learn our surroundings. For a moment, I was thrown. The walls weren't walls. They were tanks, comprising aquatic landscapes and creatures that roamed their enclosures with the aimless leisure of animals born into captivity. The tank closest to us housed an assortment of jellyfish, translucent save for the red light that caught at their tendrils and made the outlines of their gelatinous bodies apparent. "The Melbourne Aquarium," I muttered. I'd never been before, as the building was in bloodsucker territory, but where else could we be? The elevator doors drew back, like the curtains before a play. I turned around, ready to finish what I'd started. Inside, cornered, was no one. There was no one in the elevator at all, even though it reeked of perfume, even though I could smell that she was right there. Frustrated, I sent Waters inside to see if it was some illusion. There was a shriek as Matthew reached inside, accidentally grabbing something he shouldn't have. Sophie snapped into focus as she slapped aside the hand, using some telekinesis to send him tumbling. That same magic toppled the rest of my forces, felling them like bowling pins. Sophie darted through the chaos of limbs, often escaping the grasp of my soldiers by a hair's breadth. I lunged forward, claws outstretched, but she surprised me by executing a home run slide between my legs. Blood roaring in my ears, I spun around and chased her deeper into the aquarium, oblivious to the state of my companions. It wasn't long before Sophie's fitness finally failed. She staggered into an abandoned communal area, collapsing against the leather chairs arranged neatly in the center. The room was circular with a domed glass roof. The space itself was empty, but beyond the glass, a wealth of life lay in wait. Vivid coral banks, rusting sculptures, and startlingly large fish all competed for my attention. A shadow disturbed the refractions of light by my feet, and I glanced up, surprised to see a shark with a battered nose gliding leisurely overhead. I looked back at my prey. Sophie was a hot mess, her clothes sticking to her skin and her hair soaked dark with sweat. "You decided this," she panted, leaning on her knees. "I gave you a way out. You chose not to take it, and that's on you." "What the hell are you going on about?" I asked, stepping forward. As I did, I noticed a strain of weaker scents beneath the blanket of her perfume. There were hints of honey and diverse spices, as well as a whiff of fresh water that cut through the salt of the aquarium. It seemed familiar, but I couldn't fathom why. "I have to save myself, but not for the reasons you think," she said cryptically, stepping back. I noticed the fires in the mind meld wink brighter as my pack filed into the room, forming a circle around both of us. "A noose," I amended. On my command, they shifted into their wolf forms, drawing it tight. This was it. We finally had her. "No!" Sophie yelled right before she vanished into thin air. Between one blink and the next, the floor went from vast and empty to littered with dead bodies, or so they seemed. They didn't radiate heat like living bodies did, and their chests were unnaturally still, without heartbeats or breath to animate them. But then they started moving of their own volition. One of them fisted a hand in Jerome's fur and used the hold to pull herself upright. When he shook her off, she hissed at him, fangs dimpling her lower lip, revealing her true nature. Somehow, we were surrounded by eternal vampires. "You betrayed us again?" I roared, confident Sophie was watching from afar. "You made them invisible? Thought it would be funny to lure me to my death, in the same way you lured Arthur to his." "No," he responded. Like the scent of fresh water, his voice was achingly familiar. "I betrayed you." The voice was housed within a broad-shouldered silhouette, which in turn was housed in the tunnel we'd come from. An inky shock of hair stood out in stark relief against the vivid blue water at his back. As he stepped forward, the shadows hugging his form fell to nothing and the rest of his features materialized, each one tugging at a different heartstring. His lips were pressed into a flat line. The slant of his brow was unforgiving. I'd never seen him so stonily composed. London's eyes locked onto mine. Only then did he betray emotion, dismay. Of course, I thought, remembering my theory. If London were a slave to Warden through the sire bond, then he couldn't forfeit this battle even if he wanted to. And neither could I. Our mission, unbeknownst to the vampires pressing in on all sides, was to end the Shadow World War that drove us to face off even now. London didn't realize it yet, but capturing Sophie Haven was the only way to achieve our mutual goal. Chapter 43, Into the Dark. You're the one who set the ambush? That made them all invisible. I reiterated, even as I counted the vampire soldiers. It disturbed me that most of them refused to breathe, slouch, or even blink. All the automatic behaviors that made someone human were absent from their otherwise humanoid frames. I stopped counting when I neared 100. We were well and truly outmatched. For the first time, I noticed the man standing next to London. For a moment, I floundered in a feeling of nameless familiarity. Then I realized it was London's friend from the alleyway, the one whose imminent death had inspired the vampire prince to bargain with me for his life. Ben looked different somehow, less animated than the first time I'd seen him, even though he'd been on the brink of death then. Yes, London answered, the lovely timbre of his voice retrieving my attention. I can manipulate photons, the particles of light. I can make light bend, refract, diffuse, render things invisible. He trailed off with a look of sick relief. How long had he been forced to keep the secret of his evolutionary gift? And, more importantly, what had changed that granted him the freedom to confide in me now? I chewed on the inside of my cheek, unsettled. Something didn't ring right about this. Then bring Sophie back, I suggested in a last-ditch effort to settle things peacefully. I didn't want to hurt him, nor did I like the lives of my comrades at risk. I've learned so much about her role in the war. She started it, London. If we can score a confession. London shook his head. I can't interfere with her escape. The witch made a deal with, he faltered, frustrated, and then tried again. Made a deal with. London bit off with a curse. If I'd ever harbored doubt regarding the Sirebond theory, it was void now. Finally, I saw the tension in his shoulders for what it was. I'd seen it in Jerome. I'd experienced it myself. We all bore the burden of another's will. What are your orders? I asked softly. London's throat bobbed as he swallowed. To lure Chance Nightshade into vampire territory and then capture her. All resistance must be quashed. All witnesses must be terminated. There was no recourse then. Even if I surrendered, London was oath-bound to kill the members of the mind meld that looked to me for guidance. Even as we spoke, ears flattened and muscles coiled for action. One word from me would have them surrender or attack. But to surrender was to die, and I refused to sanction the death of my team. So be it, I said. Heat bolted from cell to cell within me, until all that I was constructed from came alive with fire. Air hissed as the water still trapped within my suit evaporated on contact with my skin. In the brief span between 1 second and the next, I transitioned from human to animal, shivering into a genuine representation of my savagery, assuming my most authentic form. My pack formed a tight circle around me, each wolf facing a different section of the army pitted against us. London raised a hand as I batted the leather couches out of our way, the cushions splitting beneath my claws like skins of overripe fruit, white contents exploding forth. London's hand fell in a cutting motion, and the Eternal Army snapped into action. The front lines dashed themselves to death on our defenses, no match for our claws and teeth, for all their numbers. Needing a better vantage for strategy, I stretched my will across the entire mind meld. I felt a throat accommodate a row of Jerome's teeth. I saw an arc of red as Maria slashed open someone's waist. I heard a sickening crunch as Waters crushed someone's skull underfoot. I tasted flesh as Marshall fought with savage strength, knocking assailants back in waves. All of their senses receded when a vampire slipped inside the defensive circle. I could almost taste his excitement. No doubt he wanted to make some grand gesture to earn the admiration of his peers and the Irephang prince, the latter of whom spectated from the sidelines. The vampire tried to edge around me, to gain access to my back. I huffed at his naivety. London wasn't interested in brutality. He wasn't even interested in this stupid war. And whilst I looked the part of an animal mad with rage, I was far from mindless. It would take real skill and complex strategy to trick me into lowering my guard. That quickly became apparent, as did the soldier's frustration as I consistently outmaneuvered him. Eventually, his patience crumbled, and he swung at my chin with an uppercut punch. I chomped down on the proffered hand, breaking it instantly. In the end, it was his screams that drew the attention of the Irephang prince, not his prowess. Phase 2. London shouted over the clamor, his face an artwork of contradictory emotions. He displayed a fierce satisfaction as we disassembled his forces, but there was also remorse in his expression, and a trace of fear to garnish. But was he scared of me or scared for me? My victim sounded the last of his cries just as the room plunged into darkness. Gone were the sharks and the coral. Gone was the floor. We were mere minds, adrift in a blackness so absolute that it could have been ink, or the evidence of a lie. Fear blossomed in the mind meld as the others lost track of their foes, the positioning of their limbs, and, slowly but surely, their self-awareness. The confusion was contagious as we were linked. Pain sparkled in our telepathic network as vampires took advantage of the chaos, fangs snagging in our flesh. I tried to navigate the battle via other senses, but the attempts proved futile. Scent was a retrospective marker of someone's movements, and our enemies had no heartbeats, rendering our ability to hear almost obsolete. Their lack of body heat also frustrated our infrared senses. Now it was my turn to experience a cocktail of emotions towards my fated nemesis. I was proud of his strategic initiative, but I was also incredibly pissed at him for turning the tables. He'd robbed us of our senses, but ensured his soldiers could still track us through the sound of our heartbeats and breathing. It was a magnificent plan, and I acknowledged that with utter fury. Marshall yelped as an invisible threat barreled him over. Or was that Maria? Vampires latched onto us like leeches, and when they pulled on our blood, it was agonizing. We thrashed, snarled, they stole from our veins, forced our hearts to work harder. Dizziness rushed from our feet into our brains. Without the boundaries set by our bodies, our mentalities bled into one another. We're too big of a target, I blurted out in the chaotic world the mind meld had become. A plethora of memories was assaulting me, many of which I suspected were not mine. We need to morph. I don't know where I am. The voice was shrill, and for a moment I felt a stab of doubt, thinking it was chance Nightshade's, and that I'd confused myself into thinking I was her when I was in fact somebody else. But then I remembered the other woman on our team, the slender, sandy wolf with blue-green eyes. Maria Garrison was an entity in her own right. I can't feel my body. The pack was unable to act on my orders. Their confusion invited death, and it was that idea, the fear that it incited in me, that anchored me in the present moment. I withdrew into the confines of the body that felt most familiar. Somehow, at some point, the vampires had pinned me down. To survive the absence of our senses, we needed to morph, to access the guns we'd discarded in favor of our animal forms. But the others were required to retrieve their identities first. Only then would they be able to harness the transformative energy within them to activate. Only then would we stand a chance of survival. I would have to make them remember themselves. I would have to wield dominance, even if doing so altered their subconscious minds forever. Matthew's face flashed before my eyes, a warning. I wish that I could heed it. Chapter 44, A Pale Ghost. My dominance roared to life, more potent than ever before. The heat I radiated was so intense that the vampires pinning me down started sizzling. My dominance shouldn't have been able to manifest physically, shouldn't have affected any species beyond my own, but the vampires flung themselves away with anguished cries and blistered lips. Unburdened by their weight, I was able to stand, brimming with a vicious, multicolored force. I could see it now. My dominance, my mind fire, fused into a single flame. It shimmered through the full spectrum of color like a wave of heat. It burned as relentlessly as the sun. The command I issued was wordless, like a moment of perfect understanding. It traveled across the mind meld in a swift flash of light and heat. Stray tendrils of thought fled my rainbow flame, retreating to their points of origin. It forced everyone to gather themselves. And then it flicked a switch, and we all detonated. Our bodies were ripped apart and tossed back together with agonizing force. The experience was more intense because we couldn't see, and when it finished, we slumped to the ground, our muscles cramping, drenched in sweat. A guttural sound escaped my throat when I tried to speak, left over from the torture I'd just endured. A vampire fisted their hand in my hair, dragging me to my feet. I felt a flash of panic as I recalled how London Irephang had done the same, and then all I felt was shooting pain as her nails raked across my throat. "London," I cried, striking blindly at the vampire's face. "You were ordered to take me alive. But your soldiers can't see who they're killing." I stomped down on the arch of my attacker's foot, crushing it. She released me with a shriek, but then another vampire wrapped their arms around me from behind, cold hands gripping my waist to restrain me. Still reeling from blood loss, I tried and failed to use my dominance. There was no heat to deny those hands now. The darkness abated for an instant. I glimpsed London's stricken face as he tried to force his way through the throng of bodies, but the room went black again before I could tell if he was successful. It didn't matter. He'd helped me enough. The strobing light was disorienting, but it allowed us to see, and that was something. I seized the vampire's arms and threw him over my shoulder. The impact stunned him, but I whipped my gun from its holster and fired a shot, just to be safe. "Chance," London shouted. I fired a volley of UV bullets in the opposite direction of his voice, toppling an oncoming wave of vampires. An eerie, violet glow seeped through the holes, followed by a profuse amount of smoke as the pellets neutralized them. It still wasn't enough. Flash. For every soldier Waters and Jerome dispatched, 2 more joined the fray. Flash. Marshall thrashed beneath a mound of bodies, swallowed by the chaotic pile. Flash. Maria's head snapped against the aquarium glass, light pulsing in and out of her eyes as spiderwebs wove themselves through the surface. Flash. A vampire loomed over her, preparing to plunge a silver switchblade into her chest. "No!" I screamed, pelting towards the pair. The knife came down. Maria stiffened, eyes widening with the characteristic shock of someone realizing their own mortality. She slid down the wall and out of the mind meld, leaving a faint trace of green smoke behind. Vampire soldiers snagged at me like brambles, slowing my progress. Only a ghostly spark of emerald in the mind meld prevented me from reaching the same conclusion as her attacker, whom, after nudging her limp body with his boot and receiving no response, retrieved his weapon and set off in search of another victim. He wasn't the only one to assume her dead. I watched with wide eyes as other vampires ignored my fallen friend, some even stepping over or around her. Just like that, she'd become part of the scenery. All resistance must be quashed. All witnesses must be terminated. That was it. That was our way out of this terrible situation. I had to convince the vampires that my friends were dead and they'd succeeded in their mission. It was the only way Jerome and the others would make it out of this terrible place alive. "Do you trust me?" I asked my pack, even as a boot caught me in the gut. "With your lives?" One at a time, the members of the mind meld relayed that they did. And it was true. Even though I'd accidentally led them into this ambush, they truly believed in me. Marshall I sent, targeting him first, for he was in the most strife. "Kitchen's closed." The words were laced with my regenerating dominance, and his saffron mindfire took on a translucent quality similar to Maria's as the order rendered him comatose. His heart slowed so much that to those who didn't afford it much attention, it sounded still. His chest ceased to heave. To make his fake death seem more realistic, I screamed myself hoarse and lashed out at the soldiers closest to me, driving them back. It worked because most of the vampires pinning Marshall down left his limp body in favor of my fresher one. I targeted Waters next, for he was caught in a melee and one mistake away from an instant death. Don't block the oncoming kick to your jaw. He took it like a champ. An arm snaked around his throat from behind, cutting off his air. Make one last strike. Waters made his last strike count, striking the vampire beside him. Now sleep. He went slack, and I let out another sound of ruinous loss. Chance. Jerome, somehow even more handsome even in the midst of battle, called out to me from across the room. His fear for me was real, and I realized he didn't want me to render him unconscious like the others. He tried to stay awake, to keep me from being taken, even if it meant that he had to die a real death. Shaken, I met his eyes. Take care of the others. If I can't establish peace with the vampires through London, then you need to end this war swiftly, for everyone's sake. Annihilate them. Peace? He asked, comprehension dawning on his face. That's what you've been holding back from us in the mind meld? Your mission for peace? Among other things, I admitted, surprised by the pang of guilt I felt over what I personally believed to be a relatively justifiable secret. You've been meeting with the Irephang behind my back, Jerome accused. I saw flashes of his face earlier when our minds were all mixed up. His distraction cost him. Undead soldiers scaled his back, fangs sinking into his broad shoulders as he struggled to throw them off, another bite into his calf, causing a severe injury. Jerome sank to his knees, as if in parody of a proposal. His eyes widened with fear, but it had naught to do with the vampires tapping into his life. Please. Despite the depth of his indignation and the startling clarity of his insight, my fiancé was fading fast. This is a conversation for another time, I sent, even as he started swaying with exhaustion. Sleep, my dear. Jerome keeled over, and I curled into a ball, a boulder of resignation in a forest of enemies. London commanded the vampires to remove their teeth from my person. Someone slapped a pair of silver handcuffs on my wrists, pulling me up into a kneeling position. The lighting returned to its natural state. Blue refractions wavered over the battlefield. The blood smeared on the glass took on a purple hue, lit from beneath by aquamarine. I looked up, seeking normalcy in the topmost reaches of the aquarium. The fish meandered on, uninterested and undisturbed. I'm sorry, London said, coming to a stop before me. But orders are orders, and I cannot refuse them. I thought he was talking to me until the light purpled, mimicking the effects of my bullets. Flame took to all the eternal soldiers, including the ones we'd killed. They were consumed quickly and brightly, like a gorse bush on a bonfire. I relaxed somewhat when I realized my friends were unaffected by the attack. Their cries became the subdued crackling of coals. I was shackled and alone in a beautiful room with a lovely man, one who seemed more like a witch than a vampire to me. That he could render a room of people invisible by manipulating waves of light, down to the tiniest shifting refractions, the extent of London's skill was daunting. It made the vodka lantern look like a cheap party trick. All witnesses had to be terminated, London explained. On your side and mine. Even Benjamin? The one you went at painstaking lengths to save. I sent him away in the middle of the fighting, the Irephang prince said, crossing his arms and leaning back against the tank. That way, he wouldn't witness the outcome of the battle and your abduction. Well, that's a convenient loophole, I muttered, wishing it had been an option for my team. Yes, it is. I've spent the entirety of my life seeking them out. So had I, in a sense. Reminded of his lack of free will, I let the matter lie. What now? I asked, testing the cuffs. They were lined on the inside, but the padding was thin and would offer little protection if I struggled. What does Warden want with me exactly? Warden. A furrow appeared in the middle of his brow. He doesn't want anything from you. He left the country 5 days ago. Gold. His father had indeed fled the nation. But the Sirebond, I said, baffled. The mansion siege took place 3 days ago. Did he call you and tell you to violate our treaty? London shook his head. Warden is 2 millennium old, he informed me. This interspecies war is trivial compared to the struggles of his lifetime. He couldn't care less about its outcome or our roles in it. But he's the only sire you have left alive. I protested. Darkness stirred within me at the statement, evoking a growing suspicion. I'd been misled somehow. There was an error in my thinking. I'd assumed something, somehow, and I was about to pay the price for my folly. He released me from the sire bond when I was 15, London whispered, eyes alive with secrets. He looked at me with the yearning of someone who desperately longed to be understood. I looked at him with a desperation of equal measure. Then who? A new scent cut through the acrid smoke of incinerated bodies, a near-perfect mimicry of summer flowers blooming by a freshwater lake. A woman emerged from the tunnel. Looking at her, I finally realized my mistake. Chapter 45, Ultimatum. The platinum blonde woman was a mess. Her blouse was thoroughly wrinkled and gaped at the chest, revealing a hint of dark lace. She'd taken to her mouth with red lipstick and trembling fingers. Even her eyes have changed, I thought, noticing that the ice-blue irises were no longer calm and contemptuous. They were fiery and spiteful now, burning within smears of black liner like hot coals. Chance Nightshade, Denell spat, staggering forward in 6-inch heels. The idiot mutt who tried to take everything away from me. You came after my reputation, my darling son, my life. But I persevered. I thought I killed you, I complained, consulting my memories. There had definitely been gold when London accused me of murdering his mother after the mansion siege. Had he somehow found a way to lie to me, despite my gift? But that would require him knowing about it, a small voice protested in the back of my mind. I still hadn't entrusted him with the secret of my magic. London took it upon himself to explain the situation. Years ago, she ordered me to ensure that in the event of her death, she would be immediately resurrected as one of the Eternal. I had to beg my father to oversee her transition. His disappointment in my request was part of the reason he left. But I thought the sire bond stopped working after the sire died? It does. For a moment, I was free, he said, somehow looking both wistful and bitter as he reflected on that time. But she'd assured me that her demise would set in motion certain events that would see harm to the ones I love. The only way to nullify that threat was to resurrect her, and when she regained consciousness, the sire bond was restored. Her death had been a technical truth, if not a lasting one. Did you actually arrange the consequences of which he speaks? I asked Denell. London had been too scared to call her bluff, but I wasn't. Of course, Denell scoffed. I couldn't help it, I started laughing. You're lying. Her eyes narrowed, and she snatched up my braid with pale, spidery fingers. Rudimentary, she remarked, examining the sloppy weave. I squirmed a little under her scrutiny, disliking the reminder of my shortcomings. Honestly, London, your taste in women has grown questionable. Rose was a lovely girl, so pretty and composed. This tomboy, on the other hand, Denell curled her lip. She's certainly not my idea of refined. I blinked at the influx of information. Did that mean that London was interested in me? And did it mean that Denell was interested in women, even though she'd married a man? Had she just insulted me? She's a good person, London said quietly to his mother. Denell cackled. She's your rebound girl. Chance will never be the woman Rose was, will never truly fill the void she left behind. You'll realize that soon enough. London came to meet us in the middle of the room. I looked from one vampire to the other, a witness to their similarities and differences. London resembled his mother in the fine structure of his bones, the stark shade of his skin, his calm and collected demeanor. Well, he resembled her demeanor from that time at the Incantum, at least. For some reason, she'd lost her cool between now and then. There are different kinds of beauty, London said at last. Chance is not Rose. I never wanted her to be. That truth left me more confused than ever. Did he mean that he never wanted me to take on the role of his lost lover, and that he wasn't interested in me after all? Or did he mean he was interested and saw me as something more than a simple rebound? Irritated by the hope that was insistent on surging in my ribcage, I told myself that what London felt was irrelevant and tried to focus on the situation at hand. I had comatose friends who were relying on me to survive this confrontation and revive them. Jerome and the others needed me. Denell embraced her son so that he couldn't see the way she looked at me. I shivered at the undiluted hate in her eyes. In that moment, she reminded me of my father. Such a smart boy, she crooned in London's ear. You've made me so proud, son. I love you so very much. London stiffened, looking distinctly uncomfortable. If you love me, you'll let her go. Don't worry, my darling boy. I won't make you choose between us, Denell purred, stroking his hair, oblivious to the way he flinched beneath her touch. I could hear nails scraping his scalp and felt a strong urge to bite her hands off at the wrist. How dare she use the sire bond to take away his free will? She didn't deserve his obedience. She didn't deserve to touch him. Denell inflamed my sentiment with her following words, "I'll take choice out of the equation altogether." Denell released him abruptly, crouching down to my level. Her breath was sour, but I refused to pull back. "You hit me here," she sang, tapping the middle of her forehead with two knuckles. "And now my emotions, my desires are so overwhelming. I feel so impatient. I can't control myself. I have to go after what I want. I can't wait for it anymore. I used to be so good at waiting." In a rush, I understood all the changes in her character. The brain was an incredibly complex organ. It was the one thing that couldn't heal itself back to the same state when damaged. "You ordered the strike on the mansion." The accusation was venomous. I wanted to poison her with my words. "You broke the terms of the ceasefire." "Of course," she exclaimed. "You ruined me, Chance. My husband left me. My consorts fear me. I can't even manage my whims, let alone my companies. Is it really so hard to believe that I want you dead? That I want everything you love and appreciate in ruins?" "Even," she added, lowering her voice to an unnerving whisper, "my son." I froze. She cackled and reared up to her full height, ankles twisting in her heels. "You can lie to yourselves, children, but you can't lie to me. I've seen the way you look at each other. The jealousy, the possessiveness, the yearning. I'm going to hurt you with your feelings, Chance, just like you hurt me with mine." I tried to stand up, but the cuffs wouldn't let me. I wanted to morph, but knew that the silver would only amputate my hands. I wanted to scream, but the air stuck in my throat. There was nothing I could do to fight her. Denell whirled on her son. "Admit your feelings," she ordered him, and London shuddered as the sire bond took effect. "Take her in your arms, say your goodbyes, and then kill her with your own two hands." The man with emerald eyes knelt in front of me. He took my hands, and the sensation of his thumb as it traced the back of my knuckles made my breath catch in my throat anew. "What are you doing?" I whispered, feeling strangely weak as he drew the shackled circle of my arms over his head until they came to rest at the base of his neck. The anchor of his shoulders was terribly comforting. "Chance," London's voice was huskier than usual, almost as if it was thick with tears. His hands settled on the flare of my hips and I stiffened, afraid to want him. Deep down, I knew I would have to kill him and his mother again to save my friends. "I don't want to kill you," he said at last. "I haven't known you long, but I can't think of anything more agonizing than being the one to take your life." My eyes fluttered closed. I didn't have to search. I could feel the resolve I needed to end his life already. All I had to do was act on it. "I'm sorry for murdering your brother and for fighting against you." As London talked, his scent rolled over me. I felt as if I'd walked into a curtain of rain, wrapped in the safety of a warm leather coat. God, I would miss this. "Anne, I wish you hadn't considered my proposal the night we met," he added, in a low murmur. Golden stars burst within the darkness of my closed lids, like fireworks of the soul, shedding light on the situation as they showered down in effervescent sparks. I opened my eyes. London wanted me to kill him. He was giving me permission to go ahead with what I'd already resigned myself to do, focus my transformative energy on my canines and rip out his throat. An unnameable emotion filled me to the brim and threatened to spill as tears. Shoulders trembling, a cross between a laugh and a sob escaped me. "This is insane," I gasped as a tear rolled down my cheek. My face was wet with water, not blood. Somehow, London had brought rain to the desert inside me. Somehow, he could orchestrate relief from the anger that had burned like witch fire in my chest, ever since the day my mother died. I hadn't realized just how painful it had been to hate everything until now. I hadn't realized that I'd hated everything until I knew for a fact that I didn't hate him. Riding that wave of relief, I leaned forward, the aquarium and its breathtaking wonders growing obscure by the second. When our lips met, The world disintegrated, for its marvels and tragedies were nothing compared to the devastating effects of our union. The kiss was soft at first, a little hesitant and sweet, but it soon built into something powerful and demanding. I parted my mouth, and the kiss deepened, a powerful connection sparking between us. One of his hands tightened on my middle. The other came up to cradle my face, a startlingly sweet gesture in the tempest of our passion. The silver steel singed my wrists as I tried to press myself closer, but the sensation blurred. I melted into the brace of his chest, and the moment, thoughts quieting. But of course, all good things come to an end. As living creatures, we were cursed with the necessity of breathing. My head came to rest on his chest, and I heard his heart fluttering madly like a startled bird. He was so wonderfully alive. I didn't want to take that away from him. Slowly, I reclaimed awareness of our surroundings. Danelle spectated our intimate moment with a disturbingly wide smile, her malice almost as bright as her teeth. I shuddered beneath her gaze, hatred stealing back into my heart. It took root, and I knew then that my moment with the Irephang boy was over, as was my reprieve from our interspecies war. London noticed the shift in my bearing and came to the same conclusion. "Do it," he murmured, tilting his head back so that the arch of his throat was exposed. I froze. "London." "It's okay," he reassured me, but I heard the tremor in his voice. I sensed the collision of truth and lie in his words. "Just make it fast." I clenched my jaw. London didn't deserve to be hurt on behalf of his mother's madness, but sparing him would jeopardize potentially infinite lives. One by one, I sought out the forms of my pack members, their ghostly mind fires the only sign of their continued existence. I felt a pang of guilt when my attention settled on Jerome. He wasn't an evil man. He was a trapped man who'd done terrible things to escape a worse man. I didn't want Jerome's life to end here in my service. I didn't want any of them to die. And so, my resolve to kill returned. Chapter 46, A Choice Restored. Danelle intruded on our moment with palpable satisfaction. "It's time to put the mutt down, London." London, the wonderful, sentimental idiot that he was, tried to resist the sire-bond command. First, his muscles locked. Then his entire frame shuddered, blood running from his nose. I heard more of it catch in his throat. He started choking, face contorting in pain, eyes swinging until all I could see were the whites. "Stop it," I hissed, bringing our foreheads together. "London." I knew what he was doing. I knew he was trying to force my hand by making the act of his slaughter a merciful one. But the very nature of his motivation, the willingness with which he sacrificed himself, made it even more difficult for me to take his life. I tried to focus the transformative magic on my canines, but I was too distraught to exercise the necessary control, and it ebbed away. How did I let him mean this much to me? When I looked at London, I didn't see an enemy. He inspired me to compromise, damn it. "I won't let you kill yourself." "There has to be another way," I snarled, smacking my forehead into his nose. For the first time in a long time, the sound of impact made me wince inwardly, a feeling that bloomed into outright nausea when I saw the smug look on Danelle's face. I flipped her off as best I could with the cuffs. Her cherry lips split to reveal chipped fangs. London stopped dying in my arms, which meant that his resistance had either been successful or was crumpling. I watched and waited, hanging my existence on the moment he became lucid. Had he cast off the shackles of the sire bond? His eyes focused on me, softening. And then his hands wrapped around my throat. I felt my windpipe close and realized that I no longer had the means to kill him. The muscles in his forearms were rigid, keeping my teeth human and blunt, utterly useless anyway. Far away from his neck. Well, shit. That left me to find a loophole in his sire bond orders, then, to ensure that we both continued living. What did she say exactly? I asked myself, trying to dredge up the memory of Danelle's instructions. If the sire bond were anything like orders enforced by dominance, London would have to fall in line with explicitly stated commands, but compromise could be found in vague turns of phrase. She told him to take me in his arms, say his goodbyes. London's thumbs crushed down harder. I couldn't breathe. Instinct took over, and I started struggling, biting, kicking, and grunting. She told him to admit his feelings. Dark spots danced across my vision. And to kill me with his own 2 hands. Wooziness sapped my strength of body and mind. On the threshold of death, as the world dimmed, I saw auras for the second time in my life. Overhead, all around, hundreds of souls burned in the darkness and orbited around us like stars in a solar system, the fish. Beside us, there was an aura of aggravated reds, murky grays, sickly greens, and bruising purples, Danelle's. And then there was his aura. London's life force was a halo of deep, leafy greens that obscured his secrets, like the emerald heart of a forest. Veins of gold bore honor and intent throughout his body, while veins of silver bore love. Unlike his mother, his aura wasn't confined to his flesh, nor was his magic bound to his anatomy. He was powerful beyond anything I'd ever known. All resistance must be quashed. All witnesses must be terminated. She's a witness, I managed to rasp. His eyes went wide, and his grip slackened. London, your mother is a witness to my abduction. You were ordered to terminate all witnesses. He sucked in a sharp breath. I heard a clatter of heels. Danelle must have realized what I'd said and the choice her son faced, the choice that I'd restored for him, who would live and who would die. London, sweetheart, she crooned. I order. Just like that, she combusted into flames. London's mother was now a mound of coals and cinders, with shells as white as her hair had been and hot, red centers that would have matched her aura. Her son stood before the pile with a stony countenance. He'd been there ever since he threw me the key to my cuffs, which was also regrettably made of silver steel. I kept the burns to myself, not wishing to intrude on his moment as I unlocked the cuffs. Unable to comfort the Lamia, how could I, when the death of his mother brought me such fierce satisfaction? I wove between the ashes that marked the deaths of supposed immortals and found Marshall, buried under a foot of black flakes. Wrinkling my nose, I reached into the middle and pulled him out of it, dusting the stuff off his face even as I reached for his mind. Time to wake up, old man, I addressed his ghostly mind fire, lacing the words with dominance. It was like trying to strike a match after the red coating was already stripped. I grimaced at the grim angle of his limbs, the sizable pool of dark fluid mingling with the ashes on the floor. It was too late. He died in his sleep. I reached down and closed his eyes. Waters lay on his side, blanketed in the dust of the dead, tawny curls splayed like a fan behind his head. Rise and shine, I sent, summoning him from the depths of his artificial slumber. He shot upright, form rippling with an impending transformation, ready to fight. At ease, soldier, I said, touching his shoulder. His mind fire sizzled with bloodlust, but I warned him from the Lamia with a stern burst of dominance. London is our ally. That did the trick. Thanks to my mistake, his brain was now wired to follow whatever course of action benefited the werewolf race the most. I wondered if that redeemed my violation of his free will, sensing the burden on my shoulders shifting, as if it might lift. Then I was met with the vision of a man not quite slain, face down with an arm trapped between his torso and the floor. Unlucky as ever, Jerome had landed in the most uncomfortable position of all the werewolves I'd knocked out. Despite his vanity, arrogance, and other flaws, he holds to fundamental principles of morality, I found myself thinking. If he considers my mistake with Waters to be inherently evil, then I will take heed of his counsel. The burden settled with a sense of finality. Sometimes, the end was not worth the means. Sometimes, results couldn't justify a course of action or excuse a mistake. Come on, I murmured aloud, half to myself. I know you need your beauty sleep, but it's time we got moving. Jerome was coaxed back into consciousness with utmost care. First, I introduced the coals of his mind to tinder, scenes without stories, like the nature reserve at home, and the sounds and smells of rain in the forest. Then I nurtured that flame with memories of our shared encounters and what he'd missed since I knocked him out. I showed him Danelle, the revelations, the kiss, everything. At last, he was awake. His mind fire crackled and roared with maturation. Jerome climbed to his feet, fixing me with a glare as vicious and blue as his revived thoughts. You and I have much to discuss, ma chérie. Indeed. But now is not the time, so I sent Matthew to distract him. Jerome reacted well to Waters, and for whatever reason, the blonde giant had taken a liking to him. When they met in the middle of the room, they clasped each other's shoulders, taking a moment of silence for the dead. At last, I turned my attention towards the missing link in the mind meld, suffused in emerald smoke. Maria, I beckoned, but the woman didn't so much as twitch. She sat with her back to the wall, head slumped on a boneless neck, still bleeding from the wound in her chest. It's time to wake up. Nothing. Maria? I asked again, alarmed. She didn't answer, out loud or telepathically, but I refused to believe she was dead. Unlike Marshall, there were traces of her mind fire in the mind meld. Those that died left black holes in their wake, not faintly glowing smoke. I crossed the distance between us in record time and checked for a heartbeat, which was there, a breath of which there were several, albeit shallow, a response to my questions, of which there were none. I was so involved in these little tests that I didn't notice Matthew's arrival until he spoke. Why don't you just make her wake up, like you did with the rest of us? I already tried, I ground out, raking my scalp with broken nails. It seemed I was indirectly responsible for rendering her comatose a second time. Her lack of consciousness isn't artificial like yours was. In fact, I didn't come up with the idea to fake your deaths until after I cleared my throat. It was the only way I could think of to fulfill London's sire bond orders and ensure all of your survival. Is that him over there? Waters asked, pointing a thumb over his shoulder at the Lamia boy. The one with the dramatic cheekbones and perfectly tousled hair? I couldn't help but smile wryly. That's the one. Should we kill him? No, the word snapped like a whip. None of you are to touch him. Jerome chose that moment to saunter over, a thundercloud brewing in his mind that obscured his emotions. For a moment, I was struck by the fact that he looked a touch intimidating and a touch upset. Was he angry with me beneath that mental cloud cover? Did he feel that I'd betrayed him, betrayed our engagement, even though I'd never agreed to marry him in the first place? This is perfectly tousled hair, Jerome clarified, tossing his head to present fluffed, directionless locks. When he pointed at London, I saw that Jerome's nails were filthy with the grime of battle. That is decently tousled hair. See the difference? Waters snorted. No. Well, there is a difference. Jerome sniffed, a little miffed. But his attention returned to the Lamia like a homing pigeon. To my bemusement and relief, his gaze lingered in grudging appreciation as opposed to naked hatred. Waters watched Jerome from the sidelines with narrowed eyes. But his cheekbones are dramatic. And so are you, I teased. The conversation was lighthearted, and the mastermind of the vampires was dead, but it didn't feel like the war was over. I felt like we were stranded in the center of a tornado, as if we'd pushed through one barricade of air but still had another to face. This calm couldn't last. Chapter 47. Face the Music. Waters and Jerome carried Maria to the exit. It was barred shut from the outside, but the hinges gave way to a kick from Marshall. I could sense a myriad of questions in the mind meld, but thankfully, the members of my pack acknowledged that now wasn't the time to ask them. I'd tasked them with admitting Maria to the mansion infirmary. It was the only facility in range that employed specialists who were qualified to work with our supernatural genetics. Obligated to follow through on my orders, the men left, assuming I would head back in a different cab once London and I had finished talking. Jerome was the only one to look back. In that fleeting moment, I sensed something dark in the mind meld, frustration, or perhaps envy. But it vanished when he did, and for that I was grateful. I joined London on the coals of his deceased mother. The evidence of her demise was just as gratifying as before. Your friends aren't dead, London said, voice flat. It seemed like an accusation until he added, I'm glad. I didn't want to hurt them. I know. Silence stretched between us like taffy. I tried to bundle it up. London, I felt a shift in the air and spied a fleeting shadow. A giant wolf hurtled into the room, teeth intent on the man that I refused to see hurt. Morphing just in time, I ducked beneath its chest and reared, knocking the beast off course and flipping it onto its back. I pressed my claws into its exposed underbelly and clamped down on its throat, fangs sinking through the wiry ruff to settle against warm skin. A mind tendril struck out at me. "Why are you protecting that thing?" I saw it in his brain, the selfish, insane desire to exterminate an entire race. Nick Bates wasn't here because the mind meld had needed him. No, he was here because he'd been expecting an army of vampires, and he wanted desperately to annihilate them all. My hold on him tightened in reflex to my rage. "Where have you been?" "Cleaning up the streets, like you should have been. There's vampire scum everywhere. I found them in parking lots, apartments, clubs. While you were busy with the witch hunt, I was saving lives." "By taking them away?" I snapped, an iota of control away from severing his most crucial artery. "Did you consider looking beyond your prejudices? Did you check to see if any of your victims had actually committed a crime proportionate to a death sentence?" Disbelief rippled in the navy surface of his mind. "You're insane," he sent, rolling his eyes in painful increments to catch a glimpse of London. "You would choose that leech over me. Over our people. Traitor." Silence met his ridiculous accusations. Fresh hurt and rage gushed from his mind. Bates attempted to strike me, like a cat with no sense of honor. I drove his head into the floor before his claws could connect. "Your father will see you for what you really are," Nick promised vehemently, teetering on the threshold of unconsciousness. "Kill me if you want, but he'll know before the sun rises that you're a vampire sympathizer. That you've betrayed our people and our grief at every turn." I had a mind to shove him into the abyss of sleep, as I had with the others, but then the meaning of his words struck me sideways. How could he say that with such certainty? My father was at the airport right now, picking up the Paris Alpha with a contingent of guards. He didn't have mental access to the happenings within this room. He'd never discover what transpired this night unless Nick survived the night and told him. Unless I searched Nick's brain and found it. A faint thread that connected his mind to four nightshades, like a rickety bridge spanning a chasm between two continents. On one side, there was the glittering crown of my mind meld. On the other side, the city pack's mind meld loomed, shadowy and ominous, heralding a storm as well as any cloud. "What have you done?" I asked, horrified. "You were losing the battle, so I called in reinforcements." Relieved of the need to stop me by the proximity of the approaching cavalry, Nick's ire dwindled until only exhaustion remained. I waited until they came within range and established a mental link. Then they sent me to scout ahead. Pine, rotten leaves, and musk, these three scents pierced the cloud of smoke and stole into my nostrils, yet another harbinger of danger. Abandoning Nick to his lethargy, I tried to nudge London towards the exit. The brooding vampire resisted me, a hand winding into my scruff, anchoring his body against mine. "I hear them," he said. "But my father is away and my mother is dead, the sire bond along with her. That leaves me to act as the ambassador of my race." I whined, nudging him, but he stubbornly remained. "Chance, I won't flee this opportunity to negotiate with your people." Idiot. Not for the first time, I wished I could fashion the word with this mouth. However, an animal form would provide a better shield if someone tried to attack me, so I sacrificed my words. There was also the fact that all of my plans to establish peace had fallen into ruin. Sophie Haven was out of reach, Richard was dead, and I was fresh out of scapegoats and excuses. This arena was rife with the evidence of my presence, as were the minds of my task force, all of which could be easily pilfered by my father. I couldn't lie about my intent to establish peace anymore. It was time to face the music. I made a stand with London, expecting a fight and hoping desperately to be pleasantly surprised. Chapter 48. A Feral Shade of Amber. 6 wolves formed a noose of claws and fangs around us. I monitored their positions reflexively whilst training the bulk of my attention on the last 2 wolves to enter the room. The wolf taking point bore the shoulders of a bull, the waist of a fox, for dark as the blackest reaches of the ocean, and a mood to match. The form suited father unlike any other. He was hunger wrapped in cunning, wrapped in the ultimate killing flesh. The last wolf to slink into the room was white as salt, the ruff on its back a speckled gradient of ash and charcoal. Rather than integrate itself with the existing circle, the white wolf came abreast with the black wolf, watching me with glassy, beetle eyes. "Father," I called, employing the telepathic connection that he'd already established with Nick. It was a second-hand link, but it was better than nothing. "Who is this fool presuming to be your equal?" Yellow eyes landed on me, a warning in their depths. "Mateus Blanc is at liberty to act as he pleases. He funds our impending success in the war." This was Jerome's father, then. The man who'd sent his youngest sons to kill each other in an arena so that he could increase his chances of accessing the Nightshade lineage. Jerome had once alluded to the fact that his father had treacherous intentions. Looking into the eyes of the White Wolf now, I didn't doubt for a moment that Mateus was plotting to overthrow my father and assume his territory and resources, my inheritance. "We won't be needing his money," I sent back. "Remember Danelle?" It turned out that she was still alive. She ordered the attack on the mansion. Warden and London never wanted this war. It was all her. "Where's that wench?" Father asked, aching to sink his teeth into something. The sight of London's face was driving him to the precipice of civility and savagery. The former won out, only because he wanted to make the vampire's suffering last. And the witch, for that matter? Your mission was to capture Sophie. I would see her punished for her schemes. I managed to question Sophie before Danelle interfered and she escaped, I proffered. I hoped the information I'd gathered would be enough to satisfy him. We know why she started the war. As for Danelle, she's properly dead now. Father's mood immediately brightened. "Which pile of coals is she?" "That one," I sent, along with a mental snapshot of her new grave. "I know I failed to bring the witch home like I said I would, and I'm sorry. But we don't need her anymore. The point is, Father, that you brought 2/3 of the Irephang family to heal tonight," Father interrupted, chest swelling with pride. My heart sank. He misunderstood me. "You've done well." "I agree, you deserve recognition for that." Oblivious to our conversation, London cleared his throat. "Which of you is the Lord Nightshade?" Father huffed with indignation at the lack of recognition and headed for the coals I'd pointed out. Nobody dared to move or speak as he circled once around the pile, lifted a leg, and then proceeded to dampen the coals with a stream of fresh urine. I winced. London's hand tightened in my fur, but the pinch of that was nothing compared to the force with which Father had pinched his pride. Remarkably, however, the young vampire kept his cool. "My father has renounced any interest in the war between your species and mine," London began, addressing the Black Wolf with certainty now. He must have figured that only someone as confident in their rank as my father would dare to be so insolent. "Warden has cut all ties with this city and left his territory, along with the fate of vampire kind, in my hands. The title of Melbourne City Warden falls to me now." It was an impressive promotion. I could sense Father trying to decide whether to shift, whether the Lamia was worthy of the effort. Curiosity won out. When the transition was done, Ford Nightshade stalked towards us, shirtless beneath his favorite leather duster, which only looked more imposing thanks to the recent damage it had sustained. Conscious of the city pack circling us, I remained in wolf form, ears flicked back to better catch a warning of sudden movement behind us. "Is that so?" Father mocked, sidling into London's personal space so that the vampire was forced to crane his neck back to meet his gaze. Father glared at him as if intending to drill a hole into his skull. London's answering conviction was steely, the kind forged in the flames of true devastation, plunged and set in the waters of uncompromising rectitude. "I'm here to negotiate a truce between our races," London declared. "I want to end this war, and I'm willing to do whatever it takes, short of sacrificing innocent lives." Father threw his head back and laughed. "As if we hunt to accommodate his interests," he exclaimed, turning around and throwing his arms wide, addressing everyone present except for the person who'd addressed him. As if his questionable remorse could strike even with the lives his kind have stolen from us. "I give you my word that—" "Your word means nothing," Ford spat, whirling around with manically wide eyes. "You staged a siege on my home while I was mourning the son that you murdered. You talk of saving innocents, but killed thousands when you violated the terms of our ceasefire. You're a cornered man," he added, poking London in the chest. "And you know what a cornered man will say?" Anything. It was like a landslide, this conflict, but I tried to intervene nonetheless. London killed Donnell, I sent. He killed his own mother to spare me. That's how serious he is about ending this war. My gift assures that he is sincere, Father. London tried to talk, oblivious to what I'd said. Father cut him off and turned on me, incredulous. You would vouch for this monster? Irritation flared at the accusation. As a woman who grappled with my humanity daily, I'd come to learn what a real monster consisted of. London lacked the criteria, despite his fangs. Father, with more time under his belt and a city at his command, should have come to the same conclusion, if not sooner. I vouch for the truth, I worded carefully. And I advise you to negotiate a truce with the Irephang. Enough have died because of this tragic misunderstanding, Father. Investing in war will only return profit in units of suffering and death. A new voice sank into our mental conversation with the ease of a finely honed scalpel. Your child strays from reason, the White Wolf counseled. She forgets her place. You know what an ambitious man will say? Anything, I snapped, hoping to discredit the Paris Alpha. I've gleaned from Jerome that Matthäus is an ambitious man at heart. He counsels war because he can negotiate the joining of our families in return for soldiers, and it brings him closer to acquiring your title and your influence. Matthäus dismissed my claim. Jerome entered the arena and earned Chance's hand in marriage long before war was declared. I merely respond to your summons, Ford. Grudgingly, I accepted that point. However, he was sidestepping the real accusation with distracting arguments. Do you or do you not intend to overthrow the Nightshade family and rule in our stead? I snapped. Answer me. You think you can command me? Matthäus asked, hackles rising. I'd struck a nerve. Ford, get your girl in line before I have a mind to beat real manners into her. Father watched us quarrel dispassionately, making no move to assist or condemn me. Was he truly so thick of the skull that he couldn't tell the difference between someone who wanted the best for him and someone who wished to exploit him? Frustration overwhelmed me, and I prepared to attack the White Wolf's mind, intent on wresting his secrets into the light. Chance. Jerome's mental shout, accompanied by an image of my task force crammed into the back seat of a cab, interrupted my advance. I hadn't realized they were still in telepathic range. Matthäus is a master of telepathy. If you try to breach his mental defenses, there will be countless traps waiting for you. I hesitated, dominance idling. Of what kind? The kind that leeches conviction, he sent grimly. The type that shatters sanity, turns beliefs inside out, and can completely remake a person. I don't want that for you. I felt a moment of anguish on Jerome's behalf. He was talking from experience. My dominance retracted like the claws of a cat, out of sight, but still capable of quick and great violence. Thank you for the warning. I sent to Jerome before dismantling the mind meld entirely. Whatever I suffered next, I didn't want the others to feel it with me. They had their mission. I had mine. I also had an ulterior motive behind severing the connection. Until now, Nick had served as the bridge between mind melds, the channel through which Father and I had communicated. I wanted to see if Father and I could establish a telepathic link on our own, through common motivation. I tried to gauge if my arguments had swayed him. It was like fishing in a bathtub. My mental hooks found no purchase, and I reeled them back with a keen sense of disappointment, even though I'd expected as much. Grim, I called on my transformative energy. I would have to relinquish my strongest form for one last attempt at salvaging peace. The suggestion hadn't worked. Debating hadn't worked. It was time to switch tactics and insist that my father listen. Ford towered over us, but for once I wasn't intimidated by his size. I lifted my chin to the Shadow World dictator, my only family, and reached out, with trembling fingers, to take London's hand. London twitched at the contact, surprised, but he didn't pull away. Upon the recovery of his composure, he laced his fingers through mine, holding fast. What is this madness? Father's words came out strangled. This is a decision made in the absence of madness, I corrected. Peace is what our nation needs. War is what you need. Over and over, I've watched as you've been presented with the option to attend to the needs of the many, only to spiral into deeper bloodlust and insanity. Now I present you a different choice. I will not allow harm to come to the Irephang boy, I swore, with absolute certainty. Dominance leaked from my pores with the heat of 1,000 suns, driving the city packed to the floor, where they rolled onto their backs and exposed their bellies in the ultimate gesture of submission. Only Mateus and Ford could resist the oppression of my will, and even they looked strained. If you order me to stand aside, I will act against you. If you order me to take his life, I will act against you. In defying your orders, I knowingly commit treason. I understand that if you capture me, I will face the death penalty. You present me with an ultimatum, Father paraphrased after a short pause. I can choose to negotiate with the Irephang and save your life, or I can make good on my negotiations with Mateus and pursue war at the cost of it. Precisely. I was banking on the fact that I was sprung from the womb of the woman he loved most in the world. His obsession with Samantha, even after her death, far outweighed any fondness he might have harbored towards me. I was the last living rendition of her, the final reminder. Surely he wouldn't throw my life away? Surely he wouldn't sacrifice the heirs I might bear, that might be born with her eyes, that might mature with her features and bearing? Father appeared to consult Matthews, looking over his shoulder at the White Wolf. I didn't know the Parisian well enough to predict his counsel in the matter and fought not to fidget. Would he push for my execution because my defiant nature clashed with his worldview? Or would he vouch for me to ensure that his son would have an heir of Nightshade lineage? You are nothing like her, echoed words from what felt like another era. When I look at you, it's like seeing myself in the mirror, and I don't know if I should love you in the way that I love myself or loathe what I've created. And then I saw resolution in the eyes that I'd inherited, evidence of a decision made. Come here, daughter, Father croaked, tugging me into the circle of his arms. He clutched me tightly, chin resting on the top of my head, enveloping me in a fierce heat. Hesitant, I let go of London's hand and wound my arms around Father's waist, returning the embrace. I hadn't experienced a gesture of affection from him since I was a little girl. I felt strangely helpless and yet safe all at once. Do you know the story behind your name? He asked gruffly. The question surprised me. I didn't realize there was one. Samantha and I once argued about whether you would be born a boy or a girl. She was so adamant that she was going to have a daughter. I used to scoff at her, Father admitted with a chuckle, but it was a broken sound, devoid of any real humor. Not a chance, I would say, every time the subject came to light. Those born to the Nightshade family are always male. But sure enough, come the 14th of March, she gave birth to you. Samantha laughed as she held you in her arms for the first time and said, "Sure looks like a chance to me." Your mother was mocking me then, but it proved to be a beautiful name. I didn't know, was all I managed to say, swallowing past a lump in my throat. I used to be so scared of losing you, he went on. My hands started shaking. Father didn't reminisce with me. He didn't talk about my mother. Ours had always been a business relationship, but he held me now as if remembering that he'd loved me once, without restraint. Could he learn to do so again? Because if I lost you, I would lose my last remnants of her. But I'm starting to understand and accept the full extent of my loss now. I know that she's never coming back, and that it's cruel to taunt myself with ghostly reminders. What do you mean? I asked, pulling away. Something about the way he'd phrased that left me feeling uneasy. That it's time to stop torturing myself, Father said, stepping forward. I'll see my vengeance finished, so that Arthur can rest in peace, and so that I can do the same, knowing that I've done right by him. You'll marry Jerome at dawn, to honor the agreement with Mateus. And then I'll put you to the silver sword in front of the same crowd for your crimes. What? I could barely process it. What of your heirs? Somehow, I hadn't believed that he would forsake me. I'm your last living child. Without me, there's no one to continue your lineage. No way to glimpse Samantha again. I can have more children, he said, skin crawling as his anatomy warped. His following sentence was delivered from a maw of dripping fangs. Another daughter, to carry children for Jerome when she comes of age. Or a son to rule instead, he spat. An obedient one at that. Chapter 49, Family Feud. Ford lashed out with wicked claws. I was paralyzed by shock, unable to register the fact of his betrayal. It doesn't make sense, I thought, eyes widening. Surely the gold running rampant in my veins was a misunderstanding? He chose against me? London intercepted the attack and struck Ford in the nose. A scuffle ensued, and a stray limb knocked me off balance. It took several steps to correct my footing, but I was grateful for the resulting moment outside of the fighting. I needed that space to brace myself against the waves of fresh hurt and fury breaking against my chest. He chose against me, I thought again, but this time it wasn't a question. His vendetta means more to him than I do to me. I shoved London aside and swung at the man with claws of my own. They found purchase on his shoulder. He wrenched away from my grip, badly wounded, falling to all fours as his transformation finished running its course and lent him the form of an animal, the form that matched his insides best. I followed in my father's example, exploding into a wolfish form and setting upon him with a series of short, sharp slashes. There was no bristling, no growls, only violence. At first, Ford tried to deflect my attacks, but I was smaller and faster, so he failed to apprehend most of the strikes. When I closed in on his head, he yanked it back so that my teeth found his ear instead. I tore at it. Enraged, Ford went on the offensive, a missile of muscle. Meeting him head-on would have been suicide, so I dropped and rolled instead, exposing my stomach in a daring move before whipping back up onto my paws. The maneuver saw me around his defenses to a bare stretch of flank. I bit down hard. I would take him down one piece at a time if I had to. He whirled on me, snapping frantically about my head. I felt a pinch and a splash of fear. Had he secured a hold on my throat? My answer came in a sudden weight, dragging me down like gravity. Alarm bells went off in my brain, and I shed thoughts of strategy like a winter coat, finding myself faster and freer in the absence of its burden. Pain flared. Pain receded. Our heads clashed as we fought for dominance. I lost ground, gained it and lost it again, intermittently tasting the oils in his fur, the metallic tang of blood, and the hate in his mind as the common motivation to kill magnetized our thoughts and our disparate moral compasses repelled them. The crack of a bone somewhere else in the room startled me back into a higher order of thinking. Slipping away from my enemy for a moment, I scanned the room, full of fear for a friend. London was in trouble. The white wolf had clamped down on his shin and wouldn't let go. I was about to help when London rescued himself, lashing out with his unfettered foot, striking the Paris Alpha in the face. Red spattered the monster's pristine fur, and the pride I felt for the lamia was almost as strong as my vindictive satisfaction. The distraction proved to be an expensive one, though. Ford barreled into me and we tumbled, a whirlwind of cuts and snarls, until my back smacked into something hard. The glass, I realized, gasping for air. Distressed fish fled the vicinity. I tried to get up, but Ford pinned me down with a massive paw, claws sinking into my stomach. He issued a series of explosive barks that exploited my sensitive hearing and set my ears ringing. I shrank back from the disorienting assault, retracting my forelegs in a feeble attempt to protect the vulnerable arch of my throat. And then I scorned my weakness. I'm only trapped here if I accept that I am trapped. Sweeping aside the paw on my stomach, I scrambled upright and sprang forward, wielding my magic with lightning-quick efficiency. I hit the ground on human feet and ran between the arch of the black wolf's forelegs, one arm raised. The claws I brandished caught in his enormous chest, the impact shuddering through my entire body and threatening to break all the little bones in my wrist. I cried out, slowing down exponentially. Ford's muscle was so dense that it was almost impossible to keep moving, the resistance slowing my attack. Screaming with the agony of my exertion, I trudged forward, dragging my hand through his thick fur. Painful tingles ran up my forearm as the tips of my nails knocked his ribs in succession, like a child dragging the end of a stick along the slats of a picket fence. The black wolf writhed and yelped, neck folding in on itself as he attempted to bite me, pitching on unwieldy paws. But his struggles only wedged my arm more firmly against him. When I reached the middle, I could go no further, and he could stand no more. Ford's haunches bunched, and the flesh around my hand seized. I ripped my hand free and somersaulted to safety just as Ford rolled over, an action that would have crushed me if I hadn't fled. Rocking to my feet, I used the heel of my hand to brush a loose strand of hair behind my ears and winced. My cheeks, as well as the slope of my neck, were badly scratched. When I pulled my hand away, it was coated in red. Blood trickled down my wrist and stained my other arm, which was slick with the grime of our fight. "I'm not healing," I muttered, my sense of accomplishment sinking and translating into dismay. Turning around, I had just enough time to see Ford slumping back into his human shape, a feral grin twisting his face as he held his wounded stomach. "Did you forget, daughter, how contests are determined among our kind?" Father's question curdled into laughter at the end. The grievous slash running from hip to shoulder that I'd gone to painstaking lengths to inflict was shrinking and disappearing as his supernatural regeneration kicked in. "Are you so far removed from the girl I raised that you forgot about dominance?" "I am more dominant than you," he spat. "I am willing to kill for what I believe in. I'm willing to relinquish your magic, your genetics. I'm willing to kill even you." When the Arctic waters of his dominance flooded the room, I was ready. He'd all but announced that his next attack would be a mental one. He'd announced the root of his conviction, too. Armed with the knowledge that he would rather sacrifice me than consider a truce that would benefit our nation, I summoned the wrath of a lifetime, a truly insane heat that flooded my body and warmed the surrounding room. Even though it threatened to tear me apart, I fueled the flames with memories. The ones depicting Father's betrayals, both stale and recent, went up quickly and brightly. The recollections of better times between us, of lessons, shared victories, and moments spent with Arthur, were slower to catch fire, but burned longer. Obsessive now, I cast any contradictory emotions into the furnace as well, watching as they blackened and crumpled. My anger intensified as it claimed them, burning brighter, hotter. The city pack wolves whined and groveled, their resistance wilting like fresh shoots beneath a blowtorch. The grin slipped from Ford's face. The Arctic waters of his dominance crashed into my force field of heat, wave after wave. Each one evaporated, not one droplet splashing against my thoughts. Soon, the taste of ocean salt gave way to that of salty steam. I threw my arms out and my head back as everything I comprised was forged into one intent, one single, driving need, to crush him under heel. With both mind and fist, I lashed out at the man who had raised and then forsaken me. Ford was so focused on shielding his mind that he failed to defend his body. My foot found its mark. The flames inside me poured into his mind. When he doubled over, I punched him in the face with enough force to mill bricks. The ocean of his dominance came to a boil. When his back hit the floor, I struck his solar plexus. The water went rabid, frothing and thrashing. When Ford curled in on himself, gasping for air, I kicked him in the small of his back. A thick, white smoke started pouring from him. The clash of our dominance was so intense that it had manifested in the physical realm. The seas that had once threatened to drown me evaporated, relenting to the sun that I was, to my everlasting flame. And then, because I wanted to, I kicked him in the face. "Your reign is over," I snarled, dragging him up by the lapels of his leather coat. Ford's face was battered. One eye was swollen, rendering his glare lopsided. With great relish, I recognized the significance of his wounds. He'd never sustained lasting injury at the hands of another werewolf for as long as I'd lived. "You can't defeat me," Ford slurred, blood dribbling between the cracks of his bottom lip. Even now, with his conviction trumped, slumping in my arms after a brutal beating, he strove to best me. Like father, like daughter. I heard his claws whistling through the air and caught them inches from my face, clutching them in a fist, presenting my catch to him at eye level. Then I squeezed. The claws crumbled into little flakes. "I already have," was all I said, palming his temples. I intended to rid the world of his tyranny with one sharp twist. The side of my head exploded with savage agony. Lurching, reeling, I struck out for balance and latched onto a lean, pale forearm dusted with fine alabaster hairs. It was all I could see in that moment, the arm that tore me from consciousness and the silver chain salvaged from the handcuffs I'd worn earlier, twined around the man's fist. Chapter 49, Family Feud. Ford lashed out with wicked claws. I was paralyzed by shock, unable to register the fact of his betrayal. It doesn't make sense, I thought, eyes widening. Surely the gold running rampant in my veins was a misunderstanding? He chose against me? London intercepted the attack and struck Ford in the nose. A scuffle ensued, and a stray limb knocked me off balance. It took several steps to correct my footing, but I was grateful for the resulting moment outside of the fighting. I needed that space to brace myself against the waves of fresh hurt and fury breaking against my chest. He chose against me, I thought again, but this time it wasn't a question. His vendetta means more to him than I do to me. I shoved London aside and swung at the man with claws of my own. They found purchase on his shoulder. He wrenched away from my grip, badly wounded, falling to all fours as his transformation finished running its course and lent him the form of an animal, the form that matched his insides best. I followed in my father's example, exploding into a wolfish form and setting upon him with a series of short, sharp slashes. There was no bristling, no growls, only violence. At first, Ford tried to deflect my attacks, but I was smaller and faster, so he failed to apprehend most of the strikes. When I closed in on his head, he yanked it back so that my teeth found his ear instead. I tore at it. Enraged, Ford went on the offensive, a missile of muscle. Meeting him head-on would have been suicide, so I dropped and rolled instead, exposing my stomach in a daring move before whipping back up onto my paws. The maneuver saw me around his defenses to a bare stretch of flank. I bit down hard. I would take him down one piece at a time if I had to. He whirled on me, snapping frantically about my head. I felt a pinch and a splash of fear. Had he secured a hold on my throat? My answer came in a sudden weight, dragging me down like gravity. Alarm bells went off in my brain, and I shed thoughts of strategy like a winter coat, finding myself faster and freer in the absence of its burden. Pain flared. Pain receded. Our heads clashed as we fought for dominance. I lost ground, gained it and lost it again, intermittently tasting the oils in his fur, the metallic tang of blood, and the hate in his mind as the common motivation to kill magnetized our thoughts and our disparate moral compasses repelled them. The crack of a bone somewhere else in the room startled me back into a higher order of thinking. Slipping away from my enemy for a moment, I scanned the room, full of fear for a friend. London was in trouble. The white wolf had clamped down on his shin and wouldn't let go. I was about to help when London rescued himself, lashing out with his unfettered foot, striking the Paris Alpha in the face. Red spattered the monster's pristine fur, and the pride I felt for the lamia was almost as strong as my vindictive satisfaction. The distraction proved to be an expensive one, though. Ford barreled into me and we tumbled, a whirlwind of cuts and snarls, until my back smacked into something hard. The glass, I realized, gasping for air. Distressed fish fled the vicinity. I tried to get up, but Ford pinned me down with a massive paw, claws sinking into my stomach. He issued a series of explosive barks that exploited my sensitive hearing and set my ears ringing. I shrank back from the disorienting assault, retracting my forelegs in a feeble attempt to protect the vulnerable arch of my throat. And then I scorned my weakness. I'm only trapped here if I accept that I am trapped. Sweeping aside the paw on my stomach, I scrambled upright and sprang forward, wielding my magic with lightning-quick efficiency. I hit the ground on human feet and ran between the arch of the black wolf's forelegs, one arm raised. The claws I brandished caught in his enormous chest, the impact shuddering through my entire body and threatening to break all the little bones in my wrist. I cried out, slowing down exponentially. Ford's muscle was so dense that it was almost impossible to keep moving, the resistance slowing my attack. Screaming with the agony of my exertion, I trudged forward, dragging my hand through his thick fur. Painful tingles ran up my forearm as the tips of my nails knocked his ribs in succession, like a child dragging the end of a stick along the slats of a picket fence. The black wolf writhed and yelped, neck folding in on itself as he attempted to bite me, pitching on unwieldy paws. But his struggles only wedged my arm more firmly against him. When I reached the middle, I could go no further, and he could stand no more. Ford's haunches bunched, and the flesh around my hand seized. I ripped my hand free and somersaulted to safety just as Ford rolled over, an action that would have crushed me if I hadn't fled. Rocking to my feet, I used the heel of my hand to brush a loose strand of hair behind my ears and winced. My cheeks, as well as the slope of my neck, were badly scratched. When I pulled my hand away, it was coated in red. Blood trickled down my wrist and stained my other arm, which was slick with the grime of our fight. "I'm not healing," I muttered, my sense of accomplishment sinking and translating into dismay. Turning around, I had just enough time to see Ford slumping back into his human shape, a feral grin twisting his face as he held his wounded stomach. "Did you forget, daughter, how contests are determined among our kind?" Father's question curdled into laughter at the end. The grievous slash running from hip to shoulder that I'd gone to painstaking lengths to inflict was shrinking and disappearing as his supernatural regeneration kicked in. "Are you so far removed from the girl I raised that you forgot about dominance?" "I am more dominant than you," he spat. "I am willing to kill for what I believe in. I'm willing to relinquish your magic, your genetics. I'm willing to kill even you." When the Arctic waters of his dominance flooded the room, I was ready. He'd all but announced that his next attack would be a mental one. He'd announced the root of his conviction, too. Armed with the knowledge that he would rather sacrifice me than consider a truce that would benefit our nation, I summoned the wrath of a lifetime, a truly insane heat that flooded my body and warmed the surrounding room. Even though it threatened to tear me apart, I fueled the flames with memories. The ones depicting Father's betrayals, both stale and recent, went up quickly and brightly. The recollections of better times between us, of lessons, shared victories, and moments spent with Arthur, were slower to catch fire, but burned longer. Obsessive now, I cast any contradictory emotions into the furnace as well, watching as they blackened and crumpled. My anger intensified as it claimed them, burning brighter, hotter. The city pack wolves whined and groveled, their resistance wilting like fresh shoots beneath a blowtorch. The grin slipped from Ford's face. The Arctic waters of his dominance crashed into my force field of heat, wave after wave. Each one evaporated, not one droplet splashing against my thoughts. Soon, the taste of ocean salt gave way to that of salty steam. I threw my arms out and my head back as everything I comprised was forged into one intent, one single, driving need, to crush him under heel. With both mind and fist, I lashed out at the man who had raised and then forsaken me. Ford was so focused on shielding his mind that he failed to defend his body. My foot found its mark. The flames inside me poured into his mind. When he doubled over, I punched him in the face with enough force to mill bricks. The ocean of his dominance came to a boil. When his back hit the floor, I struck his solar plexus. The water went rabid, frothing and thrashing. When Ford curled in on himself, gasping for air, I kicked him in the small of his back. A thick, white smoke started pouring from him. The clash of our dominance was so intense that it had manifested in the physical realm. The seas that had once threatened to drown me evaporated, relenting to the sun that I was, to my everlasting flame. And then, because I wanted to, I kicked him in the face. "Your reign is over," I snarled, dragging him up by the lapels of his leather coat. Ford's face was battered. One eye was swollen, rendering his glare lopsided. With great relish, I recognized the significance of his wounds. He'd never sustained lasting injury at the hands of another werewolf for as long as I'd lived. "You can't defeat me," Ford slurred, blood dribbling between the cracks of his bottom lip. Even now, with his conviction trumped, slumping in my arms after a brutal beating, he strove to best me. Like father, like daughter. I heard his claws whistling through the air and caught them inches from my face, clutching them in a fist, presenting my catch to him at eye level. Then I squeezed. The claws crumbled into little flakes. "I already have," was all I said, palming his temples. I intended to rid the world of his tyranny with one sharp twist. The side of my head exploded with savage agony. Lurching, reeling, I struck out for balance and latched onto a lean, pale forearm dusted with fine alabaster hairs. It was all I could see in that moment, the arm that tore me from consciousness and the silver chain salvaged from the handcuffs I'd worn earlier, twined around the man's fist. Chapter 51. Vengeance. Bring me the blade, the City Alpha commanded his beta. Sean, who'd been waiting patiently on the sidelines, climbed the stairs as quickly as he could without compromising the bundle of rich, indigo cloth cradled in his arms like a newborn babe. When he reached the throne, he knelt and unwrapped the cloth with an imperious air, proffering its contents to the Lord Nightshade. Our ceremonial sword was uncharacteristically austere, forged only for killing. Ford's fingers swallowed the leather wrapping of the two-handed grip, rendering it a single-handed weapon. The silver steel blade reflected a sea of nervous faces as he twirled it about in a complex pattern. The demonstration failed to impress me. Exchanging rings had been far more terrifying. It was hard to feel anything but smug. In fact, as Ford's face was still swollen and his feet were planted wide, suggesting that he was still recovering from our last fight. Ford proceeded to poison the minds of the masses with one of his grandiose speeches. 3 weeks ago, I laid down a law to ensure the protection of our community in this unfortunate time of supernatural warfare. It stated that defiance of one's alpha, no matter how petty, would be punished with death. And so it is that we are gathered here today. Not only to celebrate the joining of 2 prestigious families and a newfound alliance with the Paris Pack, but to execute someone who sought to endanger us all. Father's eyes gleamed with anticipation. The crowd shifted uneasily, eyeing my shackles in a new light. The traitor I'm referring to was caught conspiring with London Irephang, the brat of our enemies, the very vampire who murdered my son and your beloved prince, Arthur. With the assistance of Mateus, the Paris City Alpha, I was able to capture both criminals. Let their fate serve as a reward to those of you dedicated to my cause, and as a lesson to those of you who seek to stray from it. That must have been a cue, because 2 members of the City Pack came forth and dragged London to his feet, presenting him to the crowd. Then they dumped him at Ford's feet, and it was my turn. There was an explosion of chatter in the hall as I was forced to my knees beside the vampire prince. The princess? Surely not. You see his black eye? I reckon chance did it. Comes from including her in political proceedings. What is the meaning of this? Jerome snapped, stalking towards us with clenched fists and livid veins. Unhand my bride at once. One of the City Pack members tried to apprehend him, the key word being tried, because Jerome rendered him unconscious with a single strike. As he crumpled to the floor, the entire City Pack descended on my husband, save its alpha, who watched the brawl unfold with barely concealed impatience. After a long and desperate scuffle, Jerome was shoved face-first into the floor, each limb pinned down by a man with another digging their knees into his back. Still, he fought, spitting a string of aspersions that left me both stunned and proud. It wasn't until Mateus barked a sharp command that Jerome went grudgingly, bitterly silent. Someone grabbed my hair, and I felt an icy prick in the niche of my collarbone. It was the tip of the silver sword. This was Samantha's wedding dress, Ford whispered in my ear. I am glad to put the last of her to rest, along with you. Leave her alone. Delirious from blood loss, London struggled to form the words. Concerned, I forced my eyes as far to the left as they would go, furiously ignoring the headache that ensued. London was swaying on his knees, pale as a sheet. The poor boy's fangs were showing in response to his physical and emotional distress, jutting into his cracked bottom lip. It was strange to think the sight of those had once offended me. With a soft laugh, Ford looked out across the crowd, an expression of wonder and triumph on his face that reminded me of a brutalized slave on the cusp of achieving freedom. Maybe that's precisely what he is, I thought, feeling a stab of pity despite myself, a prisoner to his grief and his longing for my mother. Any last words? The Lord Nightshade asked, lifting his sword in preparation for the killing strike. Of course, I said blithely. You taught me to seize all opportunities. His good eye twitched. Then say your piece. Is it true, I began, with explosive volume so that everyone could hear me, that I, Chance Nightshade, have proven myself more dominant than you? The accusation flipped a switch on the crowd's silence. I could only make out handfuls of words, fractions of sentences, but all of them pertained to the evidence that someone was more dominant than the fearsome Lord Nightshade. For he bore bruises that imitated the shape of knuckles, and sported a black eye that put mine from 3 weeks ago to shame. Some marveled aloud at the new quality of my skin. All the scars inflicted by my father over the course of my life had vanished without a trace. The residue of his dominance in the scar tissue had been sterilized in the fires of mine, allowing my body to heal truly, as it was meant to. Only the blisters on my wrists and at my right temple remained, for not even dominance could reverse the damage wrought by silver steel. "And did you mean it?" I asked, intent on fanning the doubt that I'd sparked in the crowd. Even in our last moments together, I was proving to be an agent of the truth. But this time, my magic didn't complement his ulterior motives. It complemented mine. "Did you mean it when you said that you would kill a citizen each day if I dared to exercise the authority that is my right as the new City Alpha?" Arctic dominance crashed into the ranks of the commoners, and their conversations gave way to gasps and yelps. Several werewolves clutched at their heads, some even passing out from the pain. I was one of the few unaffected by Ford's tantrum. His dominance recoiled from mine, having learned to trust in the threat of its heat. "That's enough speculation," Ford reproached, yanking my head back. I could see his face properly now, the bulging vein in his forehead, the mask of composure fallen free to reveal a wealth of emotions, none of them gentle. His fingers flexed around the hilt in anticipation, the wicked sword gleaming like a sterling fong. And then it was plummeting down, and I knew what I had to do. At long last, I understood. His dominance was so extraordinarily potent because he was so unusually selfish. And if I were more dominant than him, it was because my selfishness exceeded even his. Last night, for the first time in my life, I had truly been threatened by Ford Nightshade. In revealing what he was willing to do to achieve his ambitions, by confessing his intent to sacrifice me, he'd spurred in me a precise conviction. The conviction to survive him. The instant I was about to seize control of my executioner's limbs and bid him to wield the sword on himself. Oh, how I burned with the desire to outlive him. A comet of muscle and bone slammed into my side. The impact toppled me, the side of my head snapping hard against the marble. It was such an indifferent pain, quick to bloom and recede, but when I struggled to my knees to figure out what happened, my very heart was hacked to pieces. Speared on the silver sword in my place, torso shuddering around the intrusion of the blade, was the one man among all of us who deserved to live. For a moment, the supernatural fortifications of London's heart resisted the tip, then the glittering blade sank deeper into his chest, piercing the vital organ. The sword emerged from his back, followed by a spurt of dark blood that splattered the marble. A few flecks hit my cheek, hot and stinging. Blood trickled from his mouth. Trembling fingers curled around the hilt of the sword. London tried to tug it free, but his hands, covered in blood, kept slipping, only lodging the blade even deeper until he no longer had the strength of mind or body to try. On the verge of giving up, his eyes landed on me, full of agony but free of regret. And then they rolled into the back of his head, and he went limp. A scream that had been building in my throat ever since I regained consciousness tore its way free. Propelled by an insane avenging force, I sat upon the monster with yellow eyes, leaping onto his back. Ford staggered beneath the full weight of my dress, and somehow, in the chaotic tangle of limbs that followed, the shackled circle of my arms found its way over his head, silver chains snapping taut at his throat. "Don't," he started, and I planted my foot between his shoulder blades and heaved backwards. The scabs and blisters on my wrists burst. The pain of wounded flesh searing anew was excruciating, but somehow satisfying, because this time my suffering truly served a purpose. Smoke wreathed our heads as Ford's throat crumpled beneath the very shackles meant to keep him safe from me. One knee at a time, he went down, screams obstructed by a swelling tongue. When I met the resistance of bone, I snarled and pulled on the reins harder, grateful for the padding in the cuffs that prevented me from amputating myself. Ford scrabbled desperately at his silver collar, but his fingertips burned at the contact. His attempts ceased altogether when I set to work, and he started spasming uncontrollably. I'd almost finished when the city pack recovered from their shock and tried to intervene. Their proximity incensed me. Dominance detonated in my being, and colorless fire blasted in all directions. There was a sonic boom, followed by the sounds of cracking marble, shattering glass, and collapsing pillars, accompanied by a chorus of shrieks. The air hummed and shuddered with the heat that I'd imposed on it, a heat so intense that it withered the flesh of those who stood too close to me. At last, there was a final, terrible sound. Ford's struggles ceased. His body went limp. Rising from what was now a charred corpse, I heard something crunch under my heels. The dais had been blasted into a shallow bowl. It was filled with marble chips, splinters of the throne, and 7 smoldering figures. The Melbourne City Pack was no more. Jerome knelt by the lip of the depression, singed, but otherwise unscathed. When I looked out across the crowd, I was surprised to see the horizon beyond them. Save for the floor beneath our feet, the entire mansion was in ruins. The roof had been torn clean off. The walls were in shambles. How many homes and workplaces had devolved into rubble in the space of an instant? I didn't voice my suspicions, but my gift reacted to them and confirmed them nevertheless. My dominance, manifested in the physical realm through the sheer force of my will, had wrought this terrible damage. Renovations were now out of the question. I'd have to build the entire house from scratch. Odd colors danced in my peripheral vision. Focusing on them, I unmasked a vast collection of mind fires, all held fast in the binding, shimmering heat of my dominance. It was the largest mind meld in werewolf history. "I am Chance Ivory Nightshade," I declared, in a voice as hard as it was beautiful. "In striking down my father, I have saved our shadow nation from certain doom. For you have been manipulated," I shouted. "A supernatural war is not necessary to our survival. It directly endangers it. The alliance with the Paris Pack is not liberating, but a means of enslaving our population. I will usher in a new era of peace and prosperity by assuming the mantle of Melbourne City Alpha," I vowed solemnly. "The war with vampires ends today. Martial law ends today. Any who wish to dispute my leadership are welcome to try." There were no contenders. With a hitching breath, I drew the privacy curtain in my mind and exposed the deepest levels of my being to the epic mind meld. Memories of London, the thought of him stung, even more so than silver, conversations with witches, battles with immortals, serving my father and suffering his temper, all of these things and more, I shared with my people. Finally, it was time to reveal the most important secret of all, that of my magic. My gift, my curse. After a lifetime of struggling to keep it hidden, I shared that knowledge with thousands of lives in the space of a single breath, so that they could ascertain the truth of the war for themselves. I gave them a means to validate my mental documentation of events. I gave them a means to understand and believe in my conviction. Both London and I had sacrificed the lives of our parents to pursue a ceasefire. And then there was London himself. He was the one man I'd never hated. The one man I could have loved, if there had been but time and a means. But the one chance I'd ever had at a genuine emotional connection, without the tethers of dominance and the mate-bond union of two minds, had succumbed to the bite of silver steel, as my father had. The aftermath unfurled like a dream. Gold and black roiled within the hearts of many. It took most of the morning for my people to come to terms with the lies they'd been fed, and even more time to process the host of brutal truths that I presented them with. Once these were dealt with, the rest of their doubts surfaced, and I unflinchingly confronted each one. I was an anomaly, bestowed with powers that no pure-blooded werewolf should be able to wield. I was young and a woman. Quite a few of the Mind Meld members were more perturbed by these things than the fact that I'd struck down their previous leader in front of them, which irked me more than a little. But one at a time, they came to accept the situation for what it was. I was more dominant than they, had their best interests at heart, and the means to tell truth from lies. One at a time, they came to accept my vision for the future, one absent of unnecessary war and discrimination. One by one, they came to admit that I alone was fit to lead them. Like a field of wheat bending to the wind, the werewolves knelt, pledging their lives and allegiance to me. Epilogue. The elevator doors slid back to reveal a night sky embroidered with red, white, and amber stars. The genuine celestial articles couldn't be seen, not even from this floor, which was the tallest in all of Melbourne. Light pollution stained the windswept cloud cover a bleak, ashen purple. It was only electricity that twinkled on the horizon. I stepped from the elevator into a circular hall. The decor was that of a gaudy tourist destination. Eureka Tower memorabilia adorned the walls, and a small lounge area featured a television that silently flickered with a monochrome documentary. What a novelty, I mused, approaching the window. The glass lost its transparency, and the glowering cityscape gave way to a reflection. I used it to follow the progress of the three men behind me. The Eiffel Tower is 3 meters taller than this building, you know, Jerome chimed in, shifting his end of the burden as they moved. And it has way more character. I bet you Googled that on our way here, Waters said, carrying what was arguably the heavier half of their cargo, London's upper body. I looked away quickly, unable to focus on the Lamia's pallid face for too long. Jerome huffed. Did not. Chance? Waters asked. I wanted to groan. Ever since I'd shared the knowledge of my gift, people had assaulted me with petty questions, seeking validation in arguments both trivial and uncomfortably personal. I couldn't believe I'd killed my father just this morning. It felt like I'd been asked enough questions for a lifetime. He was looking it up in the car while you were driving, I said, pointedly ignoring Jerome's skull. Then he started playing Candy Crush. Clink. It was the sound of ceramic on ceramic, which meant that someone else was present. I strode down the corridor, so alert that it almost hurt to exist. Was it the vampire ambassador making noise? Or was it an ambush sent in the ambassador's stead? Jerome and Waters trailed after me, their mind fires treasured landmarks in the unfamiliar environment. I'd never been to the Eureka Tower before now. It was on the very brink of werewolf and vampire territories, precisely the reason I'd chosen to meet here tonight. We rounded the bend and found ourselves in a new zone, a cafe overlooking the Yarra River. There was no one behind the counter, but a woman sat at the table closest to the window, one lovely, olive-skinned leg crossed over the other. Hair tumbled around her shoulders in dark, lustrous waves. She lifted a quaint teacup to her mouth, full lips pursing around the rim. When her roaming eyes, large, green, and painfully familiar, landed on me, she set the cup down on her saucer with a discernible clink. She had a steadfast heartbeat. She seemed to be alone, as I'd requested. Dana Villas, she introduced herself, and it hit me that she was a member of a dying breed. Before I'd killed Danelle, there'd been an estimated 6 female Lamia worldwide. London's cousin, on his mother's side. I take it you're the infamous Chance Nightshade. I nodded, motioning for the boys to set down London's body on the counter. While they executed that task, I found a chair and took a seat. Dana's gaze lingered on me with an unsettling intensity, and it was all I could do not to shift with discomfort. I will not show weakness in front of this woman. I received your parcel this afternoon, she said casually, taking another sip of tea. I can't say anyone's beheaded their own father to secure a meeting with me before. Also, you have very nice handwriting. It isn't often that I come across a cursive script as elegant as yours. Ahem, Jerome interrupted. Despite his character progression, he remained incredibly arrogant. That's my handwriting. Chance tried writing the letter, but it was practically illegible, so she got me to do it instead. Dana fixed him with a steely glare. I wasn't talking to you. Jerome backed off at once, evidence that he'd learned from his dogged pursuit of me over the last few weeks. He tried to hide it from the mind meld, but a blade of dejection whittled away at him on the inside. Yet another woman was dismissing him. By the power invested in me as the Melbourne City Alpha, I dissolved our marriage shortly after the masses pledged their allegiance, knowing it wasn't fair to lead him on when I wasn't sure that I wanted the romantic future he craved. He was understandably disappointed. As for how I felt, I was a tight bundle of fraying nerves, both relieved and guilty to be free of my wedding band. I was tired from killing several men, watching someone I cared about die, organizing accommodation for the werewolves remaining in the city, and calling the necessary officials to explain the demolition of the mansion. Even more exhausting was the hope that had bloomed along with an idea late this afternoon. I clutched it to my chest like a stick of raw cookie dough, for it was fragile, precious, and sickeningly sweet all at once. So, Dana went on. You sent me Ford Nightshade's ghastly head in a cardboard box, along with a time and an address. I decided to humor your request, as you've intrigued me, and here we are in the disappointing company of your henchmen and a body. So, what is it you want from me, Chance? Clearly not a private audience, as I'd been hoping. She hadn't seen London's face on our way in. She'd been too intent on me, eyes no doubt fixed on my chest as they were even now. 3 things. I ventured into the silence at last. I wish to inform you of recent events. I wish to organize a temporary ceasefire between our peoples, effective until a proper and more lasting truce can be discussed and implemented. And I want to make a request. She leaned back in her chair. I see. Well, you've rekindled my curiosity, for now. I vow to listen with devotion until my curiosity dwindles. I make no promises regarding anything after that. Afraid that boredom would come more easily with time, I launched into the tale of how the war began and how I wanted it to end, careful to keep it brief. I backtracked to the schemes of Sophie and Rose, and Dana listened to these with avid interest. When I delivered the news of Danelle's second death at her son's hands, tears sprang in her eyes. My voice faltered at the sight of them. What if she blamed me for her aunt's untimely demise and sabotaged my attempts to make peace because of it? Bless his soul, Dana sniffed, referring to her cousin. It took a moment for me to realize that she cried tears of happiness, not mourning. That woman was conniving and cruel. She abused us all, and I thank you, Chance, for the part you played in her death. Inclining my head, I went on with the rest of the story, covering the rest of the aquarium battle, wedding, execution, coronation, and divorce, leaving out nothing save for the part where her cousin met the silver sword. Dana laughed when I told her that salvage security videos confirmed Mateusz had fled the mansion while I was dealing with Ford. She frowned when I reminded her that the Paris Alpha was not to be underestimated, for his numbers were strong and his ideals unforgiving. I had men searching for him, but something told me Mateusz was already on a plane back to Paris, where he could surround himself with reinforcements. At last, I came to the news of London's sacrifice and my request. Dana, I could only confront Ford and assume his throne because London bought me time with his life. It was a lie, of course. I could have handled Father on my own, but London, not realizing that, had taken dire action. Before she could register my meaning, I gestured toward the lifeless body on the counter and went on. Danelle bragged to me that Warden brought her back to life as one of the Eternal. I want you to do the same for your cousin. That's him on the counter, she asked abruptly. Yes. Stricken, Dana's hand flew up to the neck of her blouse, and she rose halfway from the chair. After confirming it was indeed London's body, she lowered back into the chair, pensively smoothing the folds of her black pencil skirt. How long has he been dead? She asked abruptly. Less than 24 hours? I nodded. She went quiet for a moment longer. At last, she asked, what if I told you to choose between reviving him and having the truce you seek? Blood boiled in my veins. Then I would send your head in a box to someone who can help me with both things. The woman cracked a luminous smile, complete with 2 cat-like incisors. Good thing I'm willing to consider accommodating both of your endeavors, then. I'm unbearably fond of my cousin. As it seems you are, too, she added, looking me over once more. But the intensity was lesser now, an afterthought. You care about him, don't you? Of course. I wouldn't be here if I didn't. Do you love him? A shield thick as an ancient redwood manifested in the mind meld, engulfing my thoughts in silence. I wasn't sure which of us had facilitated it, nor was I sure that it mattered. No, I said aloud. I remembered what love and the loss of it had done to my family. He's just a friend. Pitch black and scintillating electrum collided with the force of 2 asteroids, and the internal clash shook me to the core. What had I assumed incorrectly? Which of those statements was fabricated, and which one was the truth? I balked at the opportunity to test them out individually, and I was nowhere near brave enough to seek an answer. I was utterly petrified. Do we have a deal or not? I snapped, returning to the matter at hand. It was the ultimate kind of distraction, one with merit. The men behind me held their breath. The man on the counter had no breath to hold. Melbourne stretched out below the window like a lover for the taking, inviting the eyes, but the scenic rows of towers and glittering traffic held no appeal for those of us on the 88th floor of the Eureka Tower. We were on the cusp of a decision far more momentous than a simple city ever could be. Dana held the future of the shadow world in her hands, and she knew it. If she chose war instead of a truce and I failed to bring her down, humanity would discover all supernatural races. She couldn't hide her satisfaction from me. I could tell she was someone who craved control in all aspects of life. I'd seen the look on her face countless times in the mirror. The Lamia's unnerving smile returned. She reached over the table, hand outstretched, for me to shake. We have a deal, Selenum.